On the day I was kicked out by the Cheen family, I stood at the door of the villa, holding only the 100,000 so-called severance fee in my hand. The father said coldly, "This money is enough for you and your mother to go back to the countryside and eat pickles." I didn't say anything. I just felt it was ironic. I was once the heir of the family, but now I was thrown away like garbage. My mother was already waiting not far away. Her expression was complicated and she tried to remain calm, but she couldn't hide her red and swollen eyes. I thought this was miserable enough, but I didn't expect that as soon as I arrived in the countryside, my own mother gave me a plate of poisoned grapes, kicked me into the toilet, and finally hung me upside down on the beam with a rope. She smiled gently and strangely. "Son, this is called the exercise of love." That night, I had diarrhea and was questioning my life. I was heartbroken. My mortgage was cut off, my dignity was destroyed, and even fate didn't bother to pity me. But in the midst of all this despair, a cat that can transform breaks into my world. I began to realize that this village was extraordinary. A grandfather with a wealth of knowledge, villagers with superb martial arts skills, and a tough mother who shakes the entire village. Gradually, I discovered that this group of people were actually a group of big guys with hidden identities. Part 1. In the top-notch Tamingshan Villa area in Beijing, I stood in a mansion that I once regarded as my home, staring coldly at the man on the sofa, the man I had called father for 20 years. He pushed the 100,000 yuan in cash in front of me, as if he was sending away a stranger, and his tone was so cold that it seemed as if he was saying, "This money is enough for you and your mother to return to the countryside and live a simple life." I stared at the thick stack of banknotes, and my brain felt like it was hit by a hammer. A month ago, I treated this little money as waste paper, but now it has become their bargaining chip to clean up the mess. I sneered, thinking back to the day when I was told that my identities had been swapped. It turned out that I was not the eldest son of the Cheen family. Their biological son was someone else, and I was just a substitute who was mistakenly taken away. Falling from heaven into the mud. This feeling is like someone has ruthlessly cut out the flesh of my heart. Ben now wants me to get out of his house for only 100,000 yuan, and he doesn't even pretend to be kind. I asked him, "Are you really going to throw me away like garbage?" There was sarcasm on his face, and my heart felt like it was weighed down by a 1,000-pound stone, making it hard to breathe. And the so-called biological son Jeang Chun was staring at me with gnashing teeth, his voice full of resentment. "You have occupied my life for 18 years, and you still want to stay here?" He was furious, as if I owed him my life. He talked about his life of farming and raising pigs, and then looked at me, who was dressed neatly and had no calluses on my hands, and his eyes looked as if he wanted to eat me alive. I glanced at him, then looked at Ben and Sophia, the parents who had raised me for 18 years, but were now telling me to get out like they were a mad dog. "You are not of the Cheen family blood," Ben said coldly. "Either get out of the house or stay and be a servant, your choice. Your life as a young master should have ended long ago." My heart sank. It turned out that he never treated me as his son. He didn't even have an ounce of nostalgia for me. He was even more heartless and mean than I had imagined. I smiled, my eyes were cold and frosty. "If that's the case, then I'm leaving now. I won't take the villa, the car, or even the shoes on my feet with me." "Stop," Jeang Chun said, stepping forward and pointing at the shoes on my feet. "Those things belong to our Cheen family. How can you be qualified to wear them?" Just as I was about to speak, my mother stepped out and blocked my way. "Don't be afraid, George. I'll buy you whatever you want. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I'll pick them for you." Jeang Chun immediately sneered. A poor woman from the country is qualified to talk about stars? It's so funny. His tone was full of contempt, as if he was mocking the entire past. Before my mother could even open her mouth, Jeang Chun interrupted her harshly. "Stop calling me Xiaochen. Your son has been impersonating me for 18 years. You should go back to your crappy village." The mother bit her lip and looked cold. "I raised you, and this is how you treat me. You are an ungrateful person. Let's go. Let's go now. Don't get in the way of their reunion." She pulled me, her voice as cold as an ice knife, with an unprecedented determination. "Wait a minute." Ben pushed the money towards me again. "Here, this money is for your living in the country. Consider it our support for you." I stared at him and sneered. "You are not my father. I'm not interested in your money. What I want is to disappear from your household registration completely." When I said this, I saw his face change a little. He stared at me uneasily, as if he was afraid that I would come back and challenge the position of the eldest son of the Cheen family one day. "We have completed all the necessary formalities with your biological mother. You could just live your normal life in peace from now on. His tone sounded like a warning, afraid that I would not give up. I chuckled and mocked. After all, 18 years of friendship is not even worth $100,000. Oh, it's really ironic. Since we've raised you for so many years, just take the money and leave. Sophia finally spoke, with humiliation in her tone. Don't say you're a member of the Chin family outside anymore. This woman almost said that I would use their name to make a living outside. The funny thing is, what kind of glory is the Chin family? I don't even bother to mention it. The mother was furious. She put her hands on her hips and replied coldly, "Don't worry. From the moment we walk out of this door, we will no longer have any relationship with your Chin family. Your reputation? Who cares?" Each word she spoke was sonorous and powerful, and her cold eyes made Ben and Sophia lower their heads subconsciously, and even felt a trace of shame and fear. Think carefully. This amount of money is enough for you and your mother to live in a remote area for several years. You won't have to rely on pickles when you want to eat meat in the future. Jeang Chun sneered, looking more proud than if he had swallowed a fly, as if he was watching two beggars fighting over steamed buns. He had long looked down on his mother. How could a woman from a poor rural area be worthy of standing at the door of the Chin family? He has been struggling in the mud for the past 18 years, while George is dreaming of a life of luxury. Why? Jeang Chun gritted his teeth, wishing he could just watch me suffer and not have a single bite of food to eat. No need for money. My mother said coldly, "Your Chin family raised my son for 18 years, and I also raised you for nothing. We are even now, and we owe each other nothing from now on." She stared at Jeang Chun as if she was looking at a lump of mud, her eyes full of disgust. The child she raised could actually say such a thing. Even a dog would be more grateful than this thing. Remember what you said. Don't come back to recognize your relatives, and don't pester me to call you son. Jeang Chun looked like he was guarding against thieves. He is afraid that my mother will go back on her word. What a joke. How much does he think he is worth? I have only given birth to one son in my life, and I only recognize him, she said and held my hand. The hand was as rough as stone, but I didn't struggle. I just stared at her, wondering what she was thinking. "George, would you like to go home with Mom?" She looked up at me with sparkling eyes. I nodded. "Let's go. I'll go wherever home is. From now on, this is my real home. Let's go home now." She took me and walked out of the Chin family without looking back. Jeang Chun stood at the door and clapped his hands, as if he was driving away the plague god. Finally, they left. These two jinxes should have left long ago. He wanted to jump up and laugh, feeling that he had finally made it and no longer had to eat dirt and feed pigs. He became a young master of the Chin family 18 years late, but he felt that there was still time. "Chun, I just got home and I still have a lot of etiquette to learn." Sophia smiled. She could see clearly that her son was very rustic, and if she really wanted to take him out to meet people, she had to polish him up. Jeang Chun felt impatient for a moment, but he still agreed with a forced smile. If the mother is not satisfied, she might change someone else someday. He is not stupid. As soon as I walked out of the villa area, I saw Zoe and her father standing in front of the familiar villa from afar. I was stunned. Isn't that the Fan family? Why did they appear at this time? She saw me and walked towards me quickly, with a puzzled look on her face. "Where are you going?" I opened my mouth. "Need to leave." I'm betting. Does she know that I'm no longer a member of the Chin family? Will she still be willing to go with me? "Where are you going?" she asked innocently, as if she knew nothing. Before I could say anything, James said coldly, "George, you should know your background, right?" I nodded. "Got it. That's perfect. Zoe can't marry an imposter." His words were like a knife, cutting off all thoughts. "What did you say?" I lost control and looked at him. "Do you want to break the contract? If you're not the young master of the Chin family, this marriage will naturally be off." He said it calmly without any guilt. "Zoe, you think so too?" I looked at her, my voice choked up. After 18 years of relationship, where would she stand at this moment? "I'm sorry," she whispered back, her eyes showing some pain, but she still looked away. I smiled bitterly. She said it lightly, but I knew she had already made her choice when she saw my mother's rustic outfit. What she feared was being tied to the poor for the rest of her life. "I see." I nodded, my eyes full of coldness. "Zoe, you'd better pray that I stay poor for the rest of my life. Otherwise, if I, George, ascend to the top of the capital someday, I will be the first to make your Fan family disappear from this city." "How dare you?" James was furious. The veins on his forehead bulged. "Do you know who you are talking to?" "I know." I walked closer to him. "You will soon know who you have offended." At that moment, my eyes were like knives, piercing straight into his heart. That's enough. Stop wasting time with this kind of people. Mother pulled me and said firmly, "Come on, I'll take you home." I looked back at them for the last time. Those hypocritical faces and calculating eyes will eventually become the footnotes of my counterattack. James was still furious and glaring at me, as if his gaze could burn a hole in me. "Dad, ignore him." Zoe tugged at her father's clothes. Even she was frightened by my look. He is no longer a member of the Cheen family and is not worthy of being proposed to for marriage. James' tone was cold, as if he was sentencing a loser to his fate. If he pesters me again, he will only bring shame upon himself. I understand. Zoe nodded with her red lips slightly opened, and her eyes clearly showed that she had already made the decision. Men are her capital for showing off. If I, George, am successful, she will naturally be the best. But if I have nothing, she will become a joke in the eyes of others. She is used to being praised. How could she possibly endure hardship with me? She has her own plans. Let's go to the Cheen family now. We can make some demands before our new son gets established. James fiddled with his sleeves as he spoke, abacus beads clacking in his eyes. In his opinion, the new person he recognized is probably not as capable as me, so he has to get more benefits from the Cheen family. As for me, I have been as silent as a dry well and don't want to say a word. As soon as the bus stopped, my mother took me on. It was the first time in my life that I didn't ride in a luxury car, and I felt empty inside. In the car, she held my cold hand and gently advised me. People have to live whether they are poor or rich. The key is to live with integrity. I nodded. These words were so ordinary but true that I couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Although our mountain life is a little poor, the air is fresh and there are hot springs. She tried to ease the silence, but I didn't respond. I looked out the window at the platform after platform passing by. Like every station, I was left behind by life. It wasn't until my cell phone suddenly rang that I came back to my senses. I opened the messages, one after another. The Cheen family issued an announcement to the public, announcing that they had severed ties with me and blocked all my accounts. Bank cards, Alipay, WeChat, are all frozen, and even transferring money is impossible. Information came flooding in like a tide. Friends and classmates who usually called each other brothers and sisters cut off all ties with each other, saying things in a cruel and decisive manner. For a moment, I felt as if I had fallen into an icy cave. Yes, changing one's mind according to the situation is the reality. I just closed my eyes and stopped reading that bullshit. But I didn't notice that my mother quietly took my phone away, read every message with a gloomy face, and her fingers were clenched until they turned white. She put the phone back in her pocket, but the anger on her face did not disappear. After a moment, she took out her phone, clicked on a special contact, and sent a message. "Old Cheen, your son has been kicked out and dumped by a woman. He is being bullied. What are you going to do?" In less than 30 seconds, the other party replied, "There is nothing to worry about. Our son is not a coward. Whoever touches him will get back at him sooner or later." She raised her eyebrows and smiled, her fingers flying as she continued. "He just said he wanted to be the richest man in Beijing. Why don't you give him some indication?" There was a pause, and then another sentence came. "Good fellow, have you been corrupted by those beasts? You have great ambitions." The corners of her mouth twitched, and she continued typing. "I think it's good. At least your son didn't break his leg. But that ungrateful bastard, I've raised him for 18 years, and even a dog is more sensible than him." The other party responded even faster. "You can't say that. The child is innocent, but he may not be innocent when he grows up. I have arranged for someone to block the connection. If anyone comes to bother me again, they will be punished." She quickly said the last sentence. "Very good. When my son becomes powerful, not only the capital, but the whole world will be under his feet." The other party replied, "Don't think highly of me. I still hope he can come back to farm and not be too tired. Let him be happy. As long as my son is happy, I can do anything." She replied with a smile, and the tiredness on her face disappeared instantly. The man over there looked at the mountain of documents piled high on his computer desk and suddenly felt mixed emotions. He once thought he had a good son, but it turned out to be a joke that someone switched his son. My mind recalls that 18 years ago, my wife went to a remote hospital to avoid her enemies, and another woman happened to be in the delivery room that day. 2 babies were born at the same time, but were swapped by someone with ulterior motives. At that time, he was busy avoiding disaster and failed to come forward in time, so he could only watch the child being taken away. Originally, he wanted to take his son back after a year, but the couple was surprisingly good to the child. After weighing the pros and cons, he and his mother decided to let Jeang Chun stay in the Qin family. Now it is time to let the truth come out. I have to show up later and let my son know that his father doesn't ignore him. He paused, thinking about what gift to give that would be worthy of George's forbearance and grievances over the years. The cell phone rang. It was from his mother. Remember to come back and see your biological son. He can't hold on any longer, but even the most ruthless child still hopes for his biological father's support. The man took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely determined. Got it. I'll let him know what a real father is. After replying to the message, he turned off his phone and pushed away the pile of documents on his desk. The carriage was shaking slightly, and I fell asleep leaning against the seat without realizing it. It was not until I heard a familiar voice in my ears that I opened my eyes in a daze. My mother asked me to get off the train. We had already arrived at the train station. After this separation, I didn't know when I would be able to return to Beijing. I couldn't help but look back at the place that made me hate it so much, yet also be reluctant to leave. Are you reluctant to let go? My mother asked in a low voice, looking at my dazed look. I shook my head. I will be back. The next time I come back, I will no longer be covered in dust, but will stand up in front of everyone. She nodded. Then set a goal for yourself. Goal? I was stunned. I had indeed thought about coming back, but I had never thought about when and had no idea. 3 years is too long. 2 years is unstable. So let's just do 1 year. After 1 year, you can return to the capital. I stared at her, but I felt uneasy. A turnaround within a year? I was afraid that I would be slapped in the face by reality. I was about to speak when she added, a year is too long? How about half a year? The corners of my mouth twitched violently, and I thought to myself, Mom, are you crazy? This is not a drama about cultivating immortals. Half a year is the best you can do to get enough food and clothing. Mom, let's have a year. I will definitely come back in a year, and then I will let you live in a villa that is more luxurious than the Qin family's. When I said this, looking at her weather-beaten face, my heart suddenly ached. She is much older than Sophia, but she is full of integrity. If it weren't for fate, I should have followed her to farm and herd cattle instead of wasting 18 years. She nodded and said, Mom believes you. Then we bought tickets and boarded the train to Nanshur. The whole journey took more than 6 hours, and I had to eat lunch and dinner in the car. I was penniless and relied on her for support. I wanted to remind her to save some money, but she just waved her hand and ordered 2 of the most expensive sets. I was completely dumbfounded. Mom, this meal costs more than 100 yuan. I never thought that I, who used to treat thousands of yuan as change, would now feel sorry for this little money. But she smiled and rubbed my head. It's worth it if you are happy. Don't frown over this little money. I was stunned and speechless. She wasn't pretending. There was only care and concern in her eyes, which was different from Sophia's charity. Thank you, Mom. I whispered. She was delighted. My dear son, tell me what you want to eat. I have money. Suddenly, a discordant voice interrupted. You think you are so rich just because you have a little money. Why are you showing off? When I turned around, I saw the middle-aged woman in the opposite aisle staring at us with disgust. In her eyes, we should be timid and have no right to order expensive lunchboxes. She continued to mutter. Poor people should know how to be moderate. They take this high-speed train to buy food. Do they really think they are the boss? My mother didn't bother with her at all. She smiled and opened the lunchbox. Hey, big sister, you can't be so obvious about your jealousy, right? I almost laughed out loud. My laugh was full of tension. The woman was not convinced and said, if you have the guts, buy all the food on the bus. Let's see how capable you are. You're so funny. My mother took out the lunchbox and handed it to me, smiling and saying, I'm not stupid. I don't spend money lavishly. The other party was so angry that his face turned red and he kept cursing. But my mother didn't care at all. She picked up some food for me and said, don't look at me. I'm Magdi. Don't let it affect your appetite. I looked at her and suddenly laughed. The mother before me is more real than anyone else. I was about to pick up my chopsticks when the woman next to me said something in a sarcastic tone. How dare you, a country bumpkin, hold your head up high and act like a human being? I was about to retort, but my mother stopped me with a look. She took out her cell phone, lowered her head and sent a message, then calmly raised her middle finger at the woman. The woman was furious, her voice suddenly rising octaves. What do you mean? Try it again. My mother glanced at her calmly and raised her middle finger again, with an elegant movement as if she was wiping her mouth. I almost laughed out loud. This is what you call a slap in the face without making any noise. No matter how she scolded, My mother continued to eat leisurely, as if she heard nothing. I suddenly understood a little bit. It turns out that true strength lies in facing uncultured people calmly instead of following them and making a fuss. The person in front of me looks very unfashionable, but he has more aura than those who are wearing gold and silver. At that moment, a long-lost sense of security suddenly surged in my heart. This mom is really good. The woman suddenly stood up, her face full of anger, and rushed towards my mother, as if she was going to attack her. Before he could get close, a shout came from the back of the car. "Hey, what are you doing? We are on a train. Do you want to hit someone?" A conductor in uniform came over quickly, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. When the middle-aged woman saw the police officer, she immediately calmed down and started yelling, "Police comrade, this is the woman who dared to give me the middle finger in public. You have to help me." The conductor frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He had just received a call from his superiors saying that someone was discriminating against migrant workers in the carriage. When he rushed over, he saw the scene of the commotion. "You're the one who's scolding people, right? And you're calling people bumpkins?" he asked in a cold voice. "It's unfair. How dare I curse? She was the one who humiliated me first." The middle-aged woman hurriedly defended herself, her eyes wandering, but her finger was pointing at my mother. My mother stood up, her eyes calm. "I didn't curse anyone. I just bought some food for my son," and she kept scolding me. She called me a bumpkin, an ugly freak, and she used personal attacks on me in every sentence. Her voice was not loud, but every word she said was powerful. I just found my biological son who had been missing for 18 years. I wanted to have a meal to celebrate, but I got scolded. You can ask everyone if I said something I shouldn't have said. The car was silent for a few seconds. Then, the passengers nearby spoke up to testify, each one more indignant than the last. I heard it with my own ears. When the woman saw her buying expensive food, she became so jealous and kept calling her a country bumpkin. I just wanted to have a hot meal, but I was insulted for my appearance and told that I was ugly and didn't deserve a good meal. Hey, these days, should you be scolded just for dressing plainly? Besides, they just found their son, so what's wrong with a little sense of ceremony? I lost a child too, and I almost cried when I heard she found her son. How could someone be so wicked? The police officer frowned and finally said, "Madam, your behavior is suspected of disturbing public order. Please come with me." "I won't go." The middle-aged woman's face changed drastically, and her scream almost shattered the glass. "No one can take me away." She yelled and backed away, screaming at the top of her lungs. "If you dare to touch me, I'll say you molested me." I was so shocked that I was dumbfounded. Oh my God, how dare she say such a thing? This police officer is so handsome and clean, but she can throw dirty water on him just by opening her mouth. The conductor was also stunned when he heard this, and the hand that was originally about to reach out suddenly hung in midair. The woman saw the other party hesitate and instantly felt proud, with a sneer on her lips. "You don't dare to touch me, right? Are you afraid of what I say?" Before she finished her words, she suddenly started to tear her clothes with a coquettish look on her face. I saw her posture, as if she was ready to go full force at any time. With her hands and feet waving around, her movements were extremely eye-catching. I was just wondering what she was going to do, but my mother blocked my view with her palm. "Don't look, it's an eyesore." Her voice was so gentle, a far cry from Sophia's affected tone. I had no choice but to turn my gaze back to the lunchbox, lower my head to eat my meal, and force myself to ignore the strange moans coming from the other side. The sound was like an 18-plus audio being played on the spot, and the passengers around frowned. Parents with children immediately covered their children's ears, and some elderly people even cursed in a low voice. What a shame. Is she mentally ill? How dare you do such a thing in public? Why don't the flight attendants take action? Are they going to wait until she takes off all her clothes before taking action? The crowd was angry, and the conductor hurried to call for reinforcements. No one dared to approach the crazy woman. They all consciously looked away for fear of being contaminated by her bad luck. After a while, 2 flight attendants arrived, and together they held the woman down. She was still shouting, "Let me go," but her hands were moving towards people dishonestly, which made people feel sick. The passengers breathed a sigh of relief, finally having some peace and quiet. A woman in the car couldn't help but come up to my mother, her eyes full of envy. "Sister, how did you find your child?" "I also lost a child, and I still can't find it." Her eyes were red and her voice was trembling. My mother was stunned for a moment. She obviously didn't expect that someone would start to care about our affairs just after the crazy woman was taken away. But the next second, her expression changed and tears suddenly flowed down. Oh, it's a long story. She covered her face while sobbing, looking so touching. Brother, it's not that I don't care about you. It's just that my unfortunate son was switched at birth. Now that they have found their own son, they also sent my own son back. The mother spoke. She poured out the bitterness of all these years, how she raised Jeang Chun and how he was abandoned, with tears in her eyes. There were already some people in the carriage who were bored, and when they heard the gossip, they immediately perked up and were filled with indignation. Sister, you are really wronged. You worked so hard to raise someone's son and cured his heart disease, but he repays your kindness with hatred? This is too cruel. Yes, the grace of raising a child is better than the grace of giving birth to a child. It's a favor that the other party raised your son for 18 years, and it's not your obligation to raise their son. Why would they drive you away? Even TV dramas are not so ridiculous. How could such a thing really happen in real life? Don't mention it. This incident is a bit similar to the cuckoo bird incident on Weibo. In that case, they knew the child was seriously ill, but deliberately replaced him with a healthy one. The carriage suddenly became lively, with everyone talking at once, making my mother sound like a miserable heroine who had suffered a lot of grievances. The more I listened, the more it sounded like an injustice. Could it be that the family didn't make a mistake at all? Did they deliberately take my mother's son away? The crowd began to wonder if someone had tampered with the situation, and they became extremely excited. Don't guess, no one knows the truth. My mother sighed and swept her eyes over me, as if she was worried that I couldn't continue listening. I rolled my eyes in my heart. How could I be so fragile? But what others said did remind me of one thing. The Chin family's indifference and ruthlessness towards me may not be because I did anything wrong, but because they knew from the beginning that I did not belong to that family. That's why they could kick me out so righteously without feeling even a trace of guilt. Thinking of this, there is only one word left in my mind: disgust. George, don't listen to what they say. No matter why they took you away by mistake, you are my child now, and we will stand together in the future. My mother smiled at me, and her smile was so sincere that it shocked my heart. I thought she was a country woman who only knew how to work in the fields, but I didn't expect that her thinking was not out of date at all, and she even spoke with a bit of young people's humor. If she changed her clothes and dressed up, she might be more attractive than those so-called goddesses. Mom, you're not young anymore. It's time for me to support you. I replied jokingly, but my eyes were serious. She is almost 50 years old, and she is still so strong to support a family. How can I have the face to let her suffer again? Haha, you are worthy of being my mother's good son. I will count on you to take care of me in my old age. She patted my shoulder and I grinned, but I didn't expect that my life would be so unexpectedly eventful afterwards. When it was dark, we finally arrived in Nanshur, and then took a small van from Nanshur to Changchun County, and then changed to a charter car and went all the way to Wangyin Village. I thought I was home, but it turned out I had to take a motorcycle taxi for a while before I could get into the village. No wonder Jeang Chun hates me so much. With this kind of traffic conditions, not only people in the city, but even people in the county can't stand it. Fortunately, the house is still presentable. Although the wooden structure is old, it has a sense of age. But as soon as I entered the door, I saw a mouse as big as a cat running across the beam. I almost fainted. Don't be afraid. These mice usually eat the millet at home, so they are so fat. When they grow bigger, you can roast them and eat them. The taste is guaranteed to make you addicted. She said it seriously, but I shuddered. Mom, is our family so poor? Do we have to live by eating rats? I looked at her and glanced around the room, and for the first time, I felt what primitive meant. Have you never heard of FJ's roasted rat? It's a local specialty. She gave me an expression that said, "You are so ignorant," and my mouth twitched. How would I know what kind of dark cuisine FJ has? I am a young master from Beijing. I don't even know what rat meat looks like. Mom, stop making trouble. Game can't be eaten. I'm tired and want to rest. Okay. I've prepared a room for you. I guarantee you'll like it. I followed her upstairs. The wooden stairs creaked every time I stepped on them, and so did the floor, making me feel like it could collapse at any moment. The moment I entered the room, I was completely shocked. The room was at least 20 square meters, and at first glance it was decorated in an antique style, with a carved wooden bed, screen, dressing table, clothes rack, and carved windows. How can this be a place for people to live? It's clearly the boudoir of the heroine in a costume drama. Like it, even though we don't have money, the things passed down from our ancestors are still quite classy. My mother looked at me with pride, but all I could think about was, I got the wrong person. Mom, this room is too feminine. I'm a grown man. Isn't it inappropriate for me to live here? Well, just make do with it for one night. I'll have it moved tomorrow and change to the style you like. As she spoke, she shook her head and sighed, probably wondering which group of grown men had gone crazy to mess up her room like this. She planned to go back and teach those people a lesson so that they wouldn't make her son look like a transvestite. I nodded silently. Although the room was too exquisite, the bed was really comfortable. But looking at the carvings and furnishings, maybe these are really valuable goods. I'll have to ask if I can exchange them for some cash later. Although I'm not very familiar with my mother yet, I still don't have the courage to give her such direct suggestions. She opened the wardrobe, pointed to the neatly arranged men's clothes inside, and said that they were prepared for me by my uncles. Then she walked to the large carved bed and pushed open a wooden door next to it. To my surprise, there was a newly renovated bathroom behind the door. I thought that in such an old country house, one could only fetch water to take a bath, but I didn't expect that the floor inside was clean and tidy with tiles. Standing at the door, I looked at her with some surprise. She was completely different from the rural women I had imagined. You never expected that? It looks shabby on the outside, but it's actually quite good on the inside. It has brand new equipment. Jeang Chun has never lived in this house before. She touched my head and smiled proudly, as if she was showing off some treasure. I was stunned, and my eyes widened unconsciously. He has never lived here? Don't you always treat him as your own son? My own child. She snorted coldly. I knew from the beginning that the child was not mine. She said that in a decisive tone, with a hint of cruelty in her eyes. So she knew it all along? Then why did she never come to see me? I found it hard to understand her decision, and my voice was filled with emotion. Since you knew you took the wrong child, why didn't you look for me? Or, you couldn't find me at all? Of course I went to look for him, she sighed. But something happened in the hospital at that time, so I was delayed and had to leave with that ungrateful person. She patted my back, seeming to be apologetic. I stared at her with eyes no longer relaxed. What happened next? Why didn't you show up? I looked for you, but since you were doing well in the Chin family, I didn't bother you until they came to my house. Her expression was somewhat complicated when she said this, but the more I listened, the more heartbroken I became. So, just like what those people on the train said, the Chin family swapped the child because of the heart disease from the beginning. Anger welled up in my eyes, and I felt like I had been played for 18 years. How could it be false? Otherwise, why would they replace the child with a healthy one? She sneered, her tone full of sarcasm and contempt. From what she said, it seemed like I was treated as a tool from the very beginning, and the Chin family was just taking advantage of my healthy body. I turned to look at her, then tell me, what have you thought of me as all these years? She patted my shoulder innocently and said, don't be angry with Mom. Your father is the culprit. Go beat him up if you can. After saying that, she didn't even wait for me to get angry and ran downstairs like a rabbit. I was about to chase after him when my cell phone suddenly rang. Ever since I left the Chin family, my cell phone hasn't rung at all, as if it had crashed. If a call comes in now, it's most likely some harassing advertisement. I was too lazy to care about it, so I just threw it on the bed and walked to the closet to look through it. The colors and styles of the clothes inside are all what I like, and the sizes are just right. This shows that my mother has known me for a long time and really cares about me. I took a pair of pajamas and underwear, walked to the bathroom door, changed into slippers, and prepared to take a shower. Just then, there was a sudden quarrel downstairs. I ignored it, but my mother noticed that there was a group of people gathered at the door. All of them were neighbors in the village. These people seemed to have fallen from the sky. When I came back just now, none of them were there. She was not afraid of the crowd and shouted at the top of her voice, "You guys are not sleeping at night. Do you want to peek at my beautiful figure or my son's handsome appearance?" A middle-aged man smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't talk nonsense. We are also thinking about your son. It has been 18 years. How can we not be excited?" The others quickly stopped him, fearing that he would say another word. Someone reacted quickly and came up with a basket. "Sister-in-law, my family has made some extra chicken soup. Let your nephew have some. I stewed a duck, too. My family made pig's trotters to nourish the body. My sweet and sour pork ribs. Do you like it, nephew?" They came up one after another to serve food and soup, and their enthusiasm was so overwhelming that even my mother was stunned. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, probably because she was wondering if our family was being treated like pigs to be slaughtered. "That's enough. I accept your kindness." She waved her hand. "Tomorrow I will bring George to each of your houses to have a meal. Don't worry, no one will be left out." As soon as I said this, Not only did the people downstairs burst into laughter, but I almost slipped in the bathroom. I really began to doubt whether my family was so poor that we had to rely on meals from hundreds of families to survive. Is it, I have to make money to support my family quickly? I turned on the shower head, and the water covered up the noise from downstairs, and my mood gradually calmed down. When I came out after showering, the downstairs had returned to quietness. It seemed that the group of enthusiastic people had left. I dried myself and was about to check my phone and take a break when there was a knock on the door. "My dear son, Mom brought you some fruit. Come and try it." My eyelids twitched when I heard her proud tone. I still remember she just said she wanted to take me to eat for free. "Mom, I just brushed my teeth. I don't want to eat anymore." "Why are you afraid of brushing your teeth? Just brush them again after eating. It only takes 3 minutes." She said this without waiting for my response and pushed the door open with a click. To be honest, I really feel that I have no privacy in this house now. Try now. These are all grown by your uncles. They're all natural and much better than what you eat in the city. While eating grapes, she kept muttering, "Your broken body is maintained by the vegetables and fruits from our fields." "Mom, is it really effective? It sounds like a fairy tale to me." "Of course it works. These things can prolong your life. Others would have died long ago. You eat some quickly, don't waste it." After that, she went out with a fruit plate, shouting as she walked, "Let's go to Baijia for dinner tomorrow. Your uncles are so welcoming. It would be wrong not to eat a few meals with them." I stood there, holding the bunch of grapes in my hand, with one thought in my mind. My mother. I'm afraid she's the reincarnation of a village bully. I originally thought that people in the country were all shameless, but I didn't expect that my mother's shamelessness made me re-understand the true meaning of the word invincible. Looking at her brisk back, there were only 4 words left in my mind. I've never seen such a thing before. But the fruit cannot be wasted, so I grabbed the grapes from the plate and took a bite. Once I took that bite, I couldn't stop. The grapes were extremely sweet, like crystal balls soaked in honey, and even the skin was refreshing and sweet. As I ate, I sighed that the country fruits were much better than those in the supermarket. As a result, I accidentally ate the whole plate of grapes and apples. When I was lying on the chaise longue, patting my belly and feeling the happiness of being filled with delicious food, my stomach suddenly protested with a gurgling sound. Before I had time to think about it, an indescribable, violent, stirring feeling rushed straight to my dantian, and I immediately felt that the situation was not good. Before I could react, cold sweat broke out, and I almost crawled into the bathroom. The moment I sat on the toilet, I felt as if my soul was leaving my body. I couldn't help but curse in my heart. "Mom, are you my real mother?" I tried my best to hold back my lower body, which was about to lose strength. Every release was accompanied by both physical and psychological torture. The sweat on my forehead, mixed with the stickiness on my body, gave off a smell that made me want to die, which completely destroyed my fantasy of pastoral life. After struggling for a long time, I finally got out of the bathroom, changed into a clean set of pajamas, and prepared to settle the score with my mother. As a result, as soon as he stepped out of the door, his foot was tripped by a rope and he was hung up. I was hanging upside down in the air and almost cried. This can even be filmed in a variety show. I gritted my teeth and called her name without adding the word mom. "Mom, you are murdering me." The door opposite opened with a bang and my mother stuck her head out, looking like she was enjoying the fun. "Oh, my son is practicing Qigong late at night. His posture is quite standard." I asked her coldly, "Are you my biological mother? Why would you do this?" She walked over slowly, squatted down, and stared at me. "My dear son, how about we do a paternity test?" I was speechless. If this wasn't her biological daughter, how could she have such skilled techniques? I gritted my teeth and demanded, "Put me down first. I have something to ask you." She refused to move. Instead, she smiled and pinched my waist. "Tisk, it's so white, but the meat is too loose. It's really a boiled chicken." I was completely blown away. "Did you poison me?" She blinked innocently. "Aren't you still alive? What do you mean by poisoned? Are you dreaming?" As she said this, she patted my face to wake me up and even asked me to pinch myself to try. Before I finished my rage, I suddenly realized that she had disappeared, as if she had evaporated in an instant. My heart suddenly turned cold and my back went cold. The wind was whistling outside the house, and the floor was creaking. It felt like a scene from a horror movie. I couldn't help but call her a few times, but the only response I got was the sound of wind and silence. My heart beat faster and faster. Cold sweat ran down my neck, and I suddenly began to doubt whether I had been tricked into dying. Could it be that she wanted to cut me open? Just as I was daydreaming, I suddenly saw a strange shadow appear at the door. It had a big round head, fox-like ears, and unusually sharp claws. I almost peed my pants with fright. What the hell was this? Was this a beast that had turned into a spirit? The shadow got closer and closer, and the next second it pounced towards me. I only had time to curse "fuck" before my eyes went dark and I completely lost consciousness. The only thought in my mind before I passed out was, this roar sounds too much like a tiger's. What I didn't know was that the shadow was actually an actor, and it immediately backed down after it flew into me. Its body began to shrink, and eventually it turned into a gray kitten, which quickly rushed into its mother's room. The mother heard the noise and slowly opened the door, muttering, "Xiaohu, stop yelling." I heard it all. She walked over quickly to check my head, and after finding that there was nothing serious, she shook her head and carried me back. She walked and muttered, "I have been spoiled in the Qin family for 18 years. My body is really in such bad shape that I can't even stand being scared." Meow. Xiaohu jumped up and patted his chest, looking like he was willing to take over the training. But the mother glanced at it and said, You are not my son. How can you compare with my own?" Xiaohu immediately lowered his head in grievance, his eyes full of disappointment. It turned around and glared at me viciously, as if it wanted to eat me. But it still didn't say anything, just nodded and agreed to her task of training her son. My mother touched its head and covered me with a quilt with a cunning smile on her face. She looked more creepy than the witch in a fairy tale. "Don't worry, my son will be in your hand from now on. Help him develop the skills he should have as soon as possible." Meow. Xiaohu agreed obediently, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. The cat named Xiaohu actually grinned, revealing two shiny little fangs, like a little devil, and obviously enjoyed the task of training me. The look in its eyes seemed to be saying, "This time I've finally found a little master to play with, and it must give me some unforgettable memories." As the night deepened, I fell into a complete sleep. In my dream, I was like a wandering soul, wandering in the dark space, until I saw a door appearing in the distance, and for some reason, I instinctively rushed forward and pushed it open. A blinding white light instantly surrounded me, and all kinds of images flooded into my mind. Those memories made me cry, made me angry, made me resentful, but also made me feel relieved. It was not until the end that my expression gradually returned to calm. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and my mother had already gotten up early. She was preparing breakfast in the kitchen and even made omelets for me, apparently because she was worried that I was frightened last night. Before I got up, someone was already at the door. He was a man in his 40s, standing at the door with an expectant look on his face. "Sister-in-law, has my nephew woken up?" "Not yet. You were in a lot of trouble last night. I guess you haven't recovered yet," the mother said casually as she asked him to sit down. When the man heard this, his face changed, and he turned around and rushed upstairs, his footsteps as heavy as an earthquake. I was just about to open the door when I heard hurried footsteps outside. The old wooden floor of the house was almost stepped through by him. I was afraid that the door would be knocked off, so I had to open it quickly. However, the next second, I was given a bear hug by the other party. This big guy almost strangled me to death. My face turned blue. "Uncle, loosen up. I'm almost dying." He then let me go and looked at me with a touched expression. "You look just like your father." I rolled my eyes in my mind. I've never seen what my dad looks like. "Your father is still out of town. You'll know when he comes back," he said as he pulled me downstairs. "Let's go eat first. Sister-in-law has prepared delicious food for you." I closed the door to prevent any more mice from coming in. When I walked into the kitchen, I saw my mother busying herself in front of the stove. There was a wooden lid on the old big iron pot, and I didn't know what she was stewing. "Didn't you say breakfast was ready? Why is it still cooking?" "I'm making soup. You were scared last night, so you need some nourishment," she answered without turning her head, throwing various Chinese medicinal herbs into the pot. I took a look into the pot and saw a boiled chicken lying in the middle of the pot. The posture, could it be that they were trying to cure the disease with no matter how weak I am, I can't make up for it by eating chicken, right? The man who called himself Uncle Five laughed and interrupted, "Sister-in-law, I think eating alone is not enough. Why don't I take my nephew for a morning run starting tomorrow?" "Okay, you will be responsible for training George tomorrow." The mother agreed readily. Uncle Wu slapped his thigh and said, "Okay, wait and see how I train him to be like a special forces soldier." I smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll practice with Uncle Wu tomorrow morning. I want to see how powerful this fifth uncle is." But I didn't expect that, just as I agreed, another voice came from outside the door. "I say, why run tomorrow? Have breakfast and rest. We'll go today. The person who spoke was called Lao Chun, another enthusiastic elder who actually walked in directly from outside. Uncle Wu's face turned black on the spot. Old Chun, what do you mean? This is the plan I made. Didn't you say tomorrow? Then today belongs to me. Old Chun retorted with a smile. The two of them talked back and forth, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. They even said they wanted to go out and fight, and whoever won would be the leader today. I wanted to stop the fight, but my mother appeared out of nowhere, pulled me towards the dining table, and said with a smile, "Ignore them. Eat first. I'll take you to visit friends later." I held back my laughter and sat down, thinking about how badly she had teased me last night. I had to eat this breakfast to regain some dignity. After taking a mouthful of porridge, I was stunned. I thought it was just ordinary porridge, but I didn't expect it to have a light fragrance when I took a bite and even warm my stomach. It seems that this rural life, although strange, is not necessarily all bad. As soon as I took a bite of the porridge this morning, I noticed something unusual. That faint flowing spiritual energy, just like the plate of grapes last night, is not comparable to ordinary ingredients. While eating, I pretended to ask casually, "Mom, are this rice and yesterday's grapes all grown by the village?" "Of course," she replied with a smile. "Where else can you find such good things? They can only grow in our land." "Then, have you ever thought about finding out the reason? I don't quite believe that such good food could appear out of thin air. Even if the soil is very good, it shouldn't have spiritual energy overflowing from it. What are you investigating? Do you think we have nothing better to do? If we really find out something, will you still eat this meal?" As she spoke, she picked up a few slices of pickled radish and stuffed them into my bowl. I used to hate this kind of thing, but now it's different. After knowing that these ingredients contain spiritual energy, even dried radishes have become treasures, and they're delicious every time you take a bite. Mom is right. If we really find out some secrets, we might be targeted. If those outsiders with bad intentions target this place, the whole village will suffer. I lowered my head and continued eating, but I heard a commotion outside the yard. It turned out that the competition between Lao Chun and Lao Wu had ended, and Lao Chun won. All I heard was Old Chun shouting, "Nephew, you belong to me today. Let's go for a walk later." Lao Wu shouted unconvincedly, "You cheated. Otherwise, how could I lose? Just admit it if you lose. Why blame others?" Old Chun walked into the house, triumphantly. Lao Wu rolled his eyes and shouted, "When the boss comes back, I'll let him judge who is not following martial ethics." Mom couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she glanced at them coldly and said, "Two old men, are you still being naughty in front of the kids? Sister-in-law, don't we spoil our eldest nephew?" Lao Wu scratched his head and smiled obscenely. When my mother saw his expression, she couldn't help but want to slap him, as if he was trying to kidnap me, his daughter. "Shut up. I'm going to take George out to visit friends later. If anyone dares to stop me, I'll fight him to the death." She domineeringly put one foot on the chair, like a mountain king, and with a stern look in her eyes, the two men immediately became intimidated and didn't even dare to make a sound. After breakfast, I walked around the village with my mother. The village here is not big, with only dozens of households, but almost every family has a good relationship with my mother, giving me the illusion that she is the big sister of the village. "Today we are going to your grandfather Guo's house for a meal," my mother said as we walked. "He is not an ordinary person. He is a professor from Beijing." I was a little surprised to hear her say that. How could a university professor live in such a remote village? Weren't you studying at the affiliated high school of Beijing University before? Although the current situation is special, it's not impossible for you to go to university. Mom will do her best to get you in. She touched my head with a look of heartache in her eyes. But I shook my head. "I don't want to go to college." She was stunned. "Not going to college? Then how do you make friends?" "Friend, can I eat it?" I turned and looked at her. If I hadn't had that strange dream last night, I might have agreed to what she said. But what happened in the dream gave me a vague feeling that this world is far more complicated than I imagined. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled awkwardly after realizing what was happening. "My friends can't eat it, but it can go well with rice." I was so upset. "Mom, do you have some misunderstanding about down with rice?" "How could I misunderstand? I just think it's pitiful that you don't even have a friend at your age." As soon as she finished speaking, a furry little kitten rubbed against my trouser leg and meowed, as if to say, "I can be your friend." The corners of my mother's mouth twitched, and she obviously wanted to bury the cat. "Haha, sister-in-law, Xiaohu said it could be your nephew's friend." Old Chin suddenly appeared, smiling obscenely. "If it's not enough, you can call back my children. If my eldest nephew likes my daughter, we can become even closer relatives." The fifth brother narrowed his eyes, his face full of calculation. My scalp felt numb, and sweat broke out on my forehead. Uncle Wu, you and my dad are brothers, right? Are you serious about this? What's wrong with being brothers? Brothers can become even closer. Lao Wu slammed the table, as if he was justified. Old Chen couldn't help but slapped Old Five on the head. How dare you? My daughter is the best. Bah, what do you mean? My daughter is unworthy? The two started arguing again and were about to fight. My mother glared at them, picked up a fly swatter, and hit each of them, and immediately the two of them became as quiet as chickens. Shut up. My son has to choose his daughter-in-law himself. Don't even think about interfering. Hearing this, I felt a lot more relieved for some reason. Looking at my mother's imposing appearance, I suddenly became curious about what kind of person my father was back then, to be able to control a woman like this. Son, ignore them. Do you like the little tiger? If not, we still have little wolves, little bears, little deer, little monkeys, and little pandas. She listed a bunch of animal names in one breath, and it made my scalp tingle. How can she be a village woman? She is the director of a zoo that nurtures animals. There are even pandas, which are national treasures. What on earth does she do? The little tiger at my feet seemed to understand and started circling around my mother, looking like he was acting coquettishly and was afraid of being ignored. I stared at its shadow and suddenly recalled the shadow I saw in the moonlight last night. The outline was surprisingly similar. Not to mention, this cat looks more and more mysterious. Could it be that it was the one causing trouble last night? I squatted down and touched it. Mom, let's go with the tiger. It's quite spiritual. Besides, animals are more reliable than people. At least they won't betray you. I'm not saying this to complain, but I really feel bad about it. I checked my phone this morning and found that those friends who used to call me brothers and sisters either blocked me or turned around and stepped on me. Their cold words made me feel cold. I just cleaned it up, blocked it, deleted it, and left none of it. Without those hypocritical friends, I can still live my life and even live a better life. There was a hint of worry in my mother's eyes, but she didn't say much. She knew that the pain of falling from a great height could not be comforted by just a few words from anyone, and she had to grit her teeth and bear it herself. I told you, someone who can betray you is not worth associating with. Lao Wu sighed. Although he didn't know what happened to me, he could see some clues from the files. The eldest son of the Qin family fell overnight, and not everyone could bear this feeling. That's right. Thinking back to the time when we went through life and death together, I finally understood who is a true brother. Before Lao Chun could finish his words, Lao Wu covered his mouth with his hand. Hee, have you forgotten that the boss told you not to tell others? Lao Wu glared at him angrily. My ears twitched when I heard this. Fighting? Uncle Chun, have you ever been a soldier before? To be honest, I could tell there was something unusual about them. The middle-aged man is still so upright and walks steadily, which is not the temperament that an ordinary villager should have. Damn old Chun, can we talk about this? Lao Wu stamped his feet in anxiety. I was wrong. I spoke too quickly. Old Chen scratched his head guiltily. Sure enough, I guessed right. These two people are not ordinary people, and there must be secrets behind them. I turned my gaze to my mother. Mom, what is my father's official title? Is he a company commander or battalion commander? Her eyes immediately drifted away, as if she was avoiding the topic. Squad leader, Lao Wu blurted out. Yes, old squad leader. Old Chen also hurriedly agreed, his expression very stiff. I raised the corners of my mouth slightly and said in a tone that seemed to be neither a smile nor a smile. Old squad leader, then he should retire now, right? With his military background, how could he be willing to live in such a remote village? What was even more strange was that there was no one else in the house except my mother. It stands to reason that they couldn't have just given birth to me. My mother obviously realized that I was testing her and quickly changed the subject. Just ask your father when he comes back. Let's go to the vegetable garden and pick some radishes as a gift for your grandpa Gua. I nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but my heart was already in turmoil. This home is by no means as simple as it appears. Don't send me radishes, sister-in-law. Lao Wu waved his hands quickly. Old Gua has eaten too many radishes these days. He farts loudly at the door every day. I'm almost suffocated to death. He covered his face as if he was suffocating. The scene appeared in my mind, and I couldn't help laughing for some reason. Instead of carrots, why not a rabbit? Or a spicy rabbit head? Mom thought about it, and her eyes began to light up. How could just one be enough? Dozens of people are fighting over the rabbit head. Lao Wu rolled his eyes, looking hopeless. Just as we were struggling over what to give, a rough voice suddenly came from a distance. Big sister, you've eaten so many meals at my house. When have you ever brought a gift? It was Grandpa Gua's son Michael. His words choked my mother to the point where she was speechless. Ha, Brother Gang is so domineering. Lao Wu laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Lao Wu. My mother looked at him with gritted teeth. Just wait. When Lao Qin comes back, I'll let him deal with you. Lao Wu immediately wilted. Stop it, sister-in-law. I can't take the boss's punch. You know you can't eat it, yet you still dare to laugh? My mother was furious, like a tigress with her fur standing on end. Sister-in-law, calm down. George is still here. Michael came closer and stood with us. I see he's not short and is dressed in plain clothes, but his toughness doesn't seem like that of a farmer, but more like that of a retired soldier. Especially those eyes, so sharp that they seem to be able to see through people's hearts. You're right. We can't let the child see my tigress side. My mother suddenly put away her anger and secretly glanced at me with a flattering look. Keep up appearances. Michael winked at me. I couldn't help but laugh. These villagers appear rough on the surface, but they're actually very smart. George, I'm Michael, your Grandpa Gua's son. From now on, you can call me Uncle Gua. My two sons are also at home. If you feel bored, you can go play with them. I nodded politely. Okay, Uncle Gua. Good boy. I'll prepare something delicious for you later. Michael said this as he walked out, not looking like he was going home for dinner. Brother Gua, didn't you say you were going to cook? Why are you running out again? My mother asked with a puzzled look on her face. Oh, the village group is causing trouble again. I have to go check out the situation. You guys go to my house first, and I'll be back after I'm done. Michael said, walking out without stopping. Wait a minute, we'll go together. My mother took my hand and quickly followed him. You guys want to come too? Michael turned around, looking a little embarrassed. Of course. If you, a grown man, go to deal with those shrews, won't you be at a disadvantage? I will make sure I can overpower them. My mother patted her chest with confidence. And what about me? That group of people comes to make trouble every now and then. It would be a great disadvantage for you, Brother Gua, to go alone. We have more people, so at least we are not at a disadvantage in momentum. Lao Wu also followed happily. It was obvious from his sly smile that he had bad intentions, as if he just wanted to watch the fun and was thinking of taking a video to take credit. Michael coughed lightly and reminded, You can follow, but if you start fighting, you have to protect George and don't scare the child. I am curious. The place of Village 2 looks old and shabby, so why did Village 1 come here to cause trouble? Could this really be a place where hidden masters gather? As I was thinking about it, I felt Xiaohu rubbing my feet. You want me to hug you? I looked down and saw the little tiger with round eyes and a small body, looking harmless. But I always felt that it looked a lot like the shadow in the moonlight last night. Although it looks like a kitten now, its fur and eyes make it look more like a little tiger. Ouch! It continued to rub against me, as if eager to make its presence felt. Okay, but you have to be obedient and don't bite me. I picked it up, and it immediately nestled in my arms, looking like I'm the best. In fact, it is secretly happy in its heart. With its little master in hand, its status as a pet is stable. Who can shake its first throne? Let's see how it trains the strongest host in the future. How could I know what it was thinking? I just held it and kept up with the people in front of me. Village Group 2 and Village Group 1 are located exactly opposite each other, separated by 5 miles, with a small path leading to the village entrance. When I was approaching the intersection, I saw 2 old cars parked across the narrow road, blocking the entire passage. A group of people were surrounding 2 men who looked quite impressive, nodding and bowing. Judging from their posture, they didn't look like they were here to visit, but more like they were here to cause trouble. People from Village 2 are here. Someone from Village 1 was sharp-eyed and immediately shouted to the 2 leaders. You've come at the right time. We can ask them face to face why they don't divide the land. The man looked at us with a cold face. He had only heard that the people in the second group of the village were difficult to deal with, and now was a good opportunity to see it in person. Michael stared at the man he was talking to and snorted coldly. Zhao Lizhu. Who did you bring this time? It turned out to be Zhao Lizhu, the leader of the first group of the village, who had been keeping a close eye on us for years. In recent years, I have seen luxury cars coming in and out of the second group of the village. I have been greedy in my heart, always feeling that there are some good things hidden here. Look, Zhao Lizhu pointed at the man next to him. This is our new township head, Renkun. I glanced over and saw that the man was in his 40s, with a big belly, a greasy head, and an air of authority. Why did you call the village chief here? Michael frowned immediately. Judging from the smug look on this guy's face, he's most likely using the guise of official business to pressure others. Of course, it's about the distribution of land in the village. Zhao Lizhu raised his voice. Your group 2 only has a few dozen households. Why do you occupy so many hilltops? We have hundreds of households in group 1, and we have to vacate the land if we want to develop. His eyes were full of greed, like a wild dog staring at fat meat. I sneered in my heart. Do you really think this place is a soft persimmon? What a joke. My mother stepped forward and retorted bluntly. The land of our second group has been privately owned by our ancestors for generations. How can it be your turn to distribute it? Mother, Zhao Lizhu looked at my mother with sarcasm on his face, as if he had seen an enemy. Didn't you leave with some rich man a long time ago? Why are you back? Were you dumped? When I heard this, I was immediately furious and thought to myself that this person has a really stinky mouth. Zhao Lizhu was a notorious materialist. He had instigated several bachelors in the village to hit on my mother, but was beaten to a pulp by the uncles from Group 2. He still dares to talk bad now. It seems he won't learn his lesson. Zhao Lizhu, if you want to keep your mouth shut, just shut it. Lao Wu rushed out from behind. His eyes had turned cold. Anyone who dares to humiliate my mother in front of everyone is either not born yet or has already been buried in the ground. If Zhao Lizhu wants to go to the underworld to drink tea, I can send him on his way now. Old 5, why are you so excited? Is it because your mother couldn't bear to part with you, her old lover, that she didn't go with that rich man? I've already told you that you have a special relationship with her. Who wouldn't believe it? Zhao Lizhu smiled obscenely, and just when he was halfway through his words, Lao Chun kicked him 2 meters away. You're such a good bullshitter. What else can you do besides talking dirty? If you are really capable, stop gossiping behind my back. Be a man and do something for yourself instead of just being sarcastic. Oh, Lao Chun, you acted too quickly. I haven't even thrown a punch yet. Lao Wu stood aside with a depressed look on his face. It would be fine if he just spread rumors, but he actually dragged his mother into this. He is really asking for trouble. You're breaking the law. Do you know that? You beat people in front of us. Do you still have the government in your eyes? The village chief finally reacted, and his face turned red with shock and anger. If someone says your wife is having an affair with someone else, will you take action? If you like being cuckolded, I'll give you one right now. My mother sneered, and her tone was deadly cold. In the past, in order to hide her identity, she was too lazy to argue with these village ruffians and let Lao Wu and Lao Chun speak up for her. But today is different. Without Jeang Chun, she can be herself without any worries. Asshole, what are you looking at, Deputy Township Head? Why don't you call the police? This group of unruly people are simply lawless. Rinkun was so angry that his face turned blue. But the Deputy Township Head was not panicked at all. Town Head, they beat Zhao Lizhu. If anyone wants to call the police, he has to do it himself. We are not involved. Why should we report it? I'll call the police. I'm here. A female voice sounded, and Zhao Lizhu's daughter, Zhao Shueshua, rushed out with red eyes. As soon as she arrived at the scene, she saw her father being kicked out. She was so angry. No matter how young her father was, he was still an official. How could he be humiliated in public? She couldn't swallow this. That's great. We are also planning to call the police, my mother said with a smile. Zhao Shueshua was startled. Then her eyes fell on me, and her expression suddenly became subtle. I stood beside my mother, holding Xiaohu, lowering my head to coax the cat, completely ignoring her gaze. But I am too familiar with her eyes. When I was in the Qin family, many women looked at me like this, not as a person, but as a status. Zhao Shueshua, where are you looking? My mother's eyes turned cold. She had no objection to looking at Jeang Chun, but not to looking at her precious son. Zhao Shueshua was stunned and quickly looked away. Zhao Lizhu, you said I was cheating on you. Do you have evidence? Instead, it was your daughter who openly stared at my son with that kind of eyes. She wanted to hook up with him, right? Where's her face? My mother just used all her shrewish strength and scolded Zhao Lizhu until he was speechless. He couldn't help it and slapped Zhao Shueshua in the face. You've never seen a man before? How dare you look at anything? Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? Zhao Shueshua was slapped in public. Not only did her face hurt, but she also felt so aggrieved that she almost exploded. She secretly glanced up at me, thinking that I would say something for her, but I didn't even turn my head back and was just petting the cat seriously. In her opinion, I was more interested in cats than she was. She calls herself a village beauty, but she never expected that she has no market among me. My mother added coldly, Zhao Shueshua, if your eyes are uncomfortable, go get a pair of glasses. Don't stare at my son. You are not worthy of them. After she said that, she stood in front of me and protected me like a hen protecting her chicks. She knew that the partner I would be looking for in the future must be of equal status, smart and beautiful. People like Zhao Xuexue were not even within my consideration range. Xuexue, let me say something unpleasant. Girls need to be more reserved. Your eyes are too scary. They will make men think there is something wrong with you. Lao Wu couldn't stand it anymore. If he had such a shameless daughter, he would definitely lock her up in the house and beat her up. Uncle Wu, Aunt Exile, how could you say that to me? I didn't mean that at all. Zhao Xuexue cried and protested her injustice. As a result, her father yelled, "You are a money loser, a disgrace. Why don't you get out of here?" Zhao Liju was completely embarrassed at this moment. He raised his daughter to climb the social ladder, not to embarrass himself in front of others. Zhao Xuexue was scolded so hard that tears started streaming down her face. She turned around and ran away crying. Zhao Liju, now that you're done making trouble, it's time to talk about our business. My mother looked at him calmly and said, "You said you were going to call the police? Okay, let's call the police too. Let the whole village see you and the village chief come to our place to pressure people. Let's see who is afraid of who." Michael said this, his tone suddenly paused, and he looked at Zhao Liju meaningfully. Smart people can tell that he is reminding the other party not to go too far. What do you mean? Are you implying that we are bullying you? Ren Kun's face darkened. Lao Wu's eyes were cold, and there was a mocking look on his lips. Town Chief Ren, tell me, how much benefit did Zhao Liju give you? Is it worth fighting for? You're talking nonsense. Zhao Liju roared and stood up, not caring about the wound on his face. Village Chief Ren is enforcing the law impartially and is here to help our village group get justice. Help you get justice? What for you? Is it for your physique or your broken dirt road? Michael looked at Ren Kun with a sneer, his eyes meaningful. Ren Kun's face was frozen, and he was about to speak when he suddenly heard the sound of an engine roaring in the distance. In less than half a minute, a red Ferrari came speeding over and stopped steadily in front of us. As the car door opened, a long leg landed first, followed by a pretty and lively woman who jumped out, ran straight to Michael, and threw herself into his arms. I was stunned. There was something wrong with this style of painting. Ren Kun was also stunned. What was the relationship between this woman and Michael? Could it be? Dora, stop it. What kind of occasion is this? Michael quickly pushed her away, looking a little headache. Dad, this kid must be Uncle Chin-san, right? He looks exactly like him when he was young. He's definitely Uncle Chin's biological son. He's much better than that fake one. Dora came over, glanced at my face, and suddenly patted my shoulder with a smile. Little brother, I'm your sister Dora. Follow me from now on. I'll protect you. You're such a jerk. Michael was so angry that he slapped her on the head. If you want to curry favor with someone, it's not your turn to use your little arm. But she didn't care and turned around and hugged me. I was completely stunned. It's soft and fragrant. This is the first time I've been treated like this. But the little tiger in his arms couldn't bear it and was almost crushed out of shape, and he meowed in protest. Oh, my brother is blushing. How cute. Don't worry. I have prepared a gift for you, and will surprise you later. Dora finished speaking. Michael grabbed her collar and carried her away. Stop talking nonsense and finish your business first. Business? What is it? She was confused and turned to see Zhao Liju and Ren Kun and raised her eyebrows. Hey, isn't this Uncle Liju from the first group of the village? Is he causing trouble again? This man is the new village chief. Michael answered slowly. Oh, then did the old village chief get promoted? She looked at the deputy village chief, waiting for an answer. The deputy township head nodded quickly. Yes, Ms. Gua, the old township head has been transferred. This is... Okay, no need to say more. She waved her hand and looked at Ren Kun. There's something wrong with this new township head. I will report him to the Commission for Discipline Inspection and have a thorough investigation. The deputy township head immediately understood what she meant. I understand, Ms. Gua. I'll leave right away. With just one word, he left the scene in disgrace with a group of people. Ren Kun originally wanted to stay and support, but when he heard the words disciplinary inspection, his face instantly fell and he broke out in a cold sweat. Who is this girl? She's only in her early 20s, but she can mobilize the people of the Discipline Inspection Commission and make the deputy township head so respectful. He wanted to save face, but Dora took out her phone and pretended to send a message. Why aren't you leaving yet? Are you complaining that I didn't report it quickly enough? In less than 3 minutes, his cell phone rang. After reading the message, his face turned pale, and he immediately ordered his men to carry the car and retreat. But there was a problem. The village road was too narrow, and his broken car was stuck by the Ferrari, so he could only turn around manually. I almost couldn't help laughing when I saw this group of people working on the car with their dirty faces. I really wanted to take a picture with my cell phone, but my phone was shut down this morning due to unpaid bills, and I didn't even have a penny left. It seems that I have to find a way to earn some living expenses first. Uncle Liju, are you just here to cause trouble because you have nothing to do? Has your son paid off his gambling debt? Has he owed a lot more debts? Dora walked forward with a cold face and a cold tone. Zhao Liju was originally quite tough, but his face changed when he heard the word gambling debt. Girl, don't interrupt. This is a matter between our two villages. It has nothing to do with you. Zhao Liju obviously didn't want to be taught a lesson by a little girl, especially one who was almost the same age as his daughter. Then you can talk to my dad. I'll just listen. By the way, your son's debt has not been paid off yet. I can make a phone call and ask the creditor to come to collect the debt. Dora's finger was already on the phone dial interface. Zhao Liju's scalp was throbbing, and the scene of a group of creditors knocking on his door suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. This kind of thing has happened in the village before, and every time it causes chaos. If this gets out, which girl would be willing to marry that prodigal son of his family? He had been planning to wait for Dora to grow up before marrying her, but now she has come back in a luxury car, acting like a big shot. He was just about to play the emotional card, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his wife next to him couldn't hold back any longer. Girl from the Guo family, our child is your classmate, right? You are too cruel. Dora glanced at her coldly. Aunt, it's your turn to not interfere with other people's business. It's your family that keeps messing with our village's second group. Don't blame us for fighting back. As soon as she finished speaking, my mother couldn't bear it anymore. Dora, don't waste your time talking to them. The Zhao family kid hasn't paid off his gambling debts. Ask the debt collection agency to come over so they don't have time to cause trouble. My mother originally wanted to show some mercy, but Zhao Liju kept causing trouble, so don't blame us for fighting back. Dora agreed readily and took out her cell phone to make a call. When Zhao Liju saw this situation, he immediately panicked and waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. We won't bother you anymore. We'll leave now. Leave immediately. What were you doing before? You're scared now. Are you staying here, waiting for us to treat you to a meal? Dora sneered, her eyes full of disgust. To be honest, I can see that she has no good feelings toward Zhao Liju and his wife at all. My mother said that 4 or 5 years ago, when Dora was still young, these two people actually wanted to marry her to their bastard son, and their purpose was to take advantage of the other person's wealth. Dora, we almost became a family. Don't be so mean. Zhao Liju's wife was really thick-skinned. She came up with a smile. I saw through her mind at a glance. She probably had her eyes on Dora's luxury car, thinking that if she really married her, the money would be enough to build a house after selling the car. Become a family? You, the Zhao family, really have the nerve to say that. Don't you think you've lost enough face today? Michael frowned and shouted angrily, taking a step forward. Brother Gua, why are you wasting time talking to them? The Zhao family members don't even look in the mirror. Do they really think a toad can eat swan meat? Let me punch him 2 more times. We're going to call the police anyway, so we might as well beat him up once and for all. Lao Wu rolled up his sleeves and was ready to take action. Zhao Liju and his wife shrank their necks in fear. Obviously, they were scared. Old 5, if you dare to make a move, I will never let you go. Zhao Liju roared, but his words were as empty as a deflated ball. Michael said coldly, let me make it clear today. You can't even think of touching an inch of Village 2's land. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame us for turning against you. From today on, if anyone from Village 1 dares to step into Village 2, I will personally break their legs. He ordered Lao Wu, go, put up a sign at the entrance of the village, clearly stating that entry is prohibited in the first group of the village. Those who violate the rules will bear the consequences themselves. This is too confusing. I think it would be better to just write group 1 of the village and dogs are not allowed to enter. Anyone who enters is at their own risk. Lao Wu scratched his head, thinking it would be simpler and more direct. Uncle Wu, this is so insulting to dogs. Puppies are so cute, and they haven't done anything wrong. Dora curled her lips and tried seriously to protect the image of animals. As she spoke, she threw me a wink. I quickly looked away and pretended not to see it. Dora has a point. If a dog really comes in, can you chase it out every day, Lao Wu? Wouldn't you be exhausted? My mother also agreed, and her words even compared those people in the first group of the village to being worse than dogs. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll go right away. Lao Wu called Lao Chun to go and put up the sign together. Dora suddenly turned to look at me. Aunt Exon, I don't even know what my little brother's name is. He keeps ignoring me. Is he too shy? She smiled brightly and a little mischievously, which made me a little overwhelmed. Silly girl, can you please be serious when talking to your brother? Michael frowned and slapped her on the back. Ouch, it hurts, Dad. Why don't you feel sorry for your daughter at all? She pouted her lips and had an exaggerated expression, just like a drama queen. How dare you say that? You drive such a conspicuous sports car into the village. Aren't you afraid that people will stare at you? What are you afraid of? This car was originally a gift from me to my brother George. She turned to look at me as she spoke. Brother, do you like it? If not, I'll change it. I'll have nothing left but loneliness and money. I looked at her in shock. A Ferrari? Really, for me? This is the first time I've met someone so generous as to give something away without hesitation. I subconsciously refused. No, we're not familiar with each other, and this gift is too expensive. She spent millions at this time, and I was a little overwhelmed. My mother said that Grandpa Gua was a professor at Peking University, so logically speaking, his family shouldn't be that rich, right? Do you dislike me? Dora curled her lips and looked at me, pretending to be sad. She thought about it and said, those brats gave me things worth tens of millions, and my car is only a little over 5 million, which is already shabby enough. My mother quickly tried to smooth things over. This gift is too expensive. George is still young and doesn't even have a driver's license. How can he accept this car? It's okay. I can teach him how to drive. If he doesn't know how, I can hire a driver, she said as she pondered. I have to find someone who is handsome, obedient, and whose annual salary can't be too high. Dora, my mother was about to speak when she said, Aunt, this car is George's first decent gift, so just let him take it. If someone else gives me a more expensive one, I won't be able to afford it. My mother stopped insisting when she heard this and patted me on the shoulder. George, then you can take it. I hesitated for a moment. Mom, this car is worth millions. It's too heavy. In the past, the most expensive gift Sophia gave me was just a watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. But now this car is worth several houses. Dora snorted softly. You have to get used to it slowly. If you follow me, millions of dollars will be spent like hundreds of dollars in the future. As she spoke, she took out a red envelope from her bag. Brother, this is a meeting gift. Don't refuse it. My head suddenly felt hot. Why did I have the illusion that I was being supported by a wealthy family? I was in a daze when Michael came up and patted my shoulder. George, take it. The children from Group 2 in our village should be spoiled like this. That's right, Brother George. You have to prepare in advance for the visit of your brothers and sisters. Dora smiled with her eyes narrowed, her tone sounding like she was joking, but also like she was reminding me. I was stunned. The people she mentioned didn't sound like real relatives, but rather like people in some kind of circle. Dora, don't scare George. He just came back and doesn't know anything. My mother patted my hands gently. I knew she felt sorry for me because I had just returned from the Cheen family and was still not used to many things. I even hesitated and didn't dare to accept the gift worth 5 million. Dora patted her chest and said confidently, Don't worry, Auntie. With us brothers and sisters protecting him, George will have no problem flying in the future. Okay, you're the only one who talks too much. Michael glanced at her and said, Drive to your Aunt Xian's house and then go home quickly. Dad, it's still early. Let me take Brother George out for a walk and come back later. He must be bored staying with you elders. She looked at me and my mother with a smile, her eyes full of sincerity. George, do you want to go? My mother gave me the choice. I thought about it and realized that there were too many suspicious points in the second group of this village. I might be able to find out something by following Dora, so I nodded. Seeing that I agreed, my mother didn't say much. Then take good care of George and don't do anything rash. Don't worry, Aunt Xin. I will definitely bring him back safely, Dora said, turning back and waving at me. Brother, let's go. I'll take you for a ride. I said hello to my mom and got in the car. Xiaohu jumped into my arms and lay there like a bodyguard. As soon as the car started, Dora stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the county town. I sat in the passenger seat, staring at her face, which was only a few years older than me, and couldn't help asking, Sister Dora, you brought me out today. Didn't you just want to go for a ride? She curled her lips. You're smart, Brother George. Do you still remember me? We met at a banquet in Beijing 2 years ago. I was stunned, and a picture immediately flashed through my mind. At the banquet that year, she took the initiative to greet me and called herself someone I will see again in the future. It turned out that she was not just saying polite words, but had planned it in advance. I remember you seemed to be only 20 years old at that time. That's right. At that time, I had just gone to Beijing to study from the second group of the village. Who would have thought that I would meet you at the banquet? She smiled while holding the steering wheel. Did you know my true identity at that time? I looked at her profile. Well, you look exactly like Uncle Cheen when he was young. She nodded. To be honest, I really don't understand how he could have the heart to not bring you back from that damn Cheen family earlier. Uncle Cheen? You mean, my father's surname is Cheen? I was a little surprised. The surname Jeang is a cover-up. Your father's identity is too special, and using a pseudonym is also to protect you. Dora raised a smile. The people in the second group of the village, aren't their identities simple too? I thought of Uncle Gua, Lao Wu, and Lao Chun. They were not like ordinary villagers. You're right. They're all well-known figures outside, but now they choose to live in seclusion. She changed her tone and asked, guess why? I thought about it and lowered my voice and said, is it because the land in village 2 is unusual? He is indeed my biological son. She nodded with satisfaction. He is much smarter than that idiot Jeang Chun. He doesn't know the secret of village group 2. Oh, he's just a pig. He eats a lot, moves little, and dreams of inheriting the family fortune all day long. Her comment made me laugh out loud. Honestly, if Jeang Chun knew what he had missed, he would be so sorry. So everyone is hiding it from him? Are they afraid that he might slip up one day? I looked at the scenery outside the window that was rapidly receding. That's right. He is not Uncle Cheen's son, so he is naturally not qualified to know the true value of this land. Dora's voice suddenly lowered a few degrees. I was silent for a moment and asked, Sister Dora, are you telling me this today because my dad is Uncle Cheen? Well, it's also because of what you are carrying. She suddenly stopped looking at me and looked into the distance. Carrying what? I asked quickly. She smiled and said, don't worry, you will know soon. Enjoy it while you still have some free time. Hearing her tone, why do I feel like I was called back to repair the sky? Meow, meow. Xiaohu lay beside my legs and called out softly twice. It seemed that he noticed that I was in a bad mood, and his eyes were full of worry. Dora touched its head and said with a smile, Xiaohu, your brother George is not so easily defeated. Uncle Cheen's son is not a coward, right, George? As soon as she finished speaking, a figure suddenly jumped out in front of her. Dora quickly stepped on the brakes, and the car stopped. We're in the countryside now, and the roads are difficult to drive on. She was driving very slowly, but someone just wanted to ram into her car. Before I could react, the old woman in front of the car started crying. Ouch, my leg is killing someone. When the villagers around heard the noise, they all gathered around. This is a village where the human relationships are as dense as a spider web. When we hear that someone is in trouble, everyone comes out as if they had received a call. The doors of several houses were pushed open in an instant, and those who usually hid at home also popped their heads out. Mom, what's wrong with you? A middle-aged man rushed to the old woman. I could only hear the old woman screaming miserably. This little girl hit me with her car. Ouch, my leg. She was referring to Dora, who had apparently set her sights on her car and was planning to blackmail her. I understood it as soon as I saw the situation. It was not about being injured, it was clearly about trying to make money. Dora ignored her and just said calmly, Wong Pa, there was no sound when you hit my car, and you want to blackmail me? At least you need to practice your acting skills. You recognize me? Wong Pa widened her eyes, looking confused. She seemed to think Dora looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen her. Dora sighed. You've forgotten me after not seeing me for a few years? I'm Dora. She turned to the middle-aged man and said, Uncle Lee, I advise you to help Wong Pup quickly. She is sitting on the ground in this hot weather. Be careful not to get hemorrhoids. Girl from the Gua family? Are you Dora from the Gua family? Uncle Lee was obviously a little surprised. Of course he knew the daughter of the Gua family, but he heard that she had been studying in a university away from home for many years and had not been back for a long time. He did not expect to meet her today. Yes, Uncle Lee, long time no see. Dora's tone was still gentle, but her words were sharp. Wong Pa is quite skilled at blackmailing people. Does your son know? Uncle Lee's face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. He coughed twice. This matter. Uncle can explain it. No. Uncle, I don't have time to listen to your explanation. Dora pulled me out as she spoke and turned to introduce me to the villagers who were watching. Come, let me introduce you. This is my Uncle Zhang's newly adopted son, George. She glanced around sharply and said, if anyone dares to bully him in the future, don't blame me for turning hostile. When Uncle Lee heard this, his expression became complicated. Didn't they say that Jeang Chun is the son of the old Jeang family? How'd it change? I looked at his conflicted expression and said coldly, Jeang Chun has returned to his real family. He won't be coming back. Uncle Lee was stunned for a moment, his expression as if a beautiful dream had been shattered. Dora smiled coldly. I have already returned to my roots. How can I come back to see you? Her words were thorny, but they did make sense. At this time, Wong Pu changed her expression again and ran to the front of the car and stroked the red Ferrari. Oh, is this car yours? It looks really valuable. Dora was quick to grab her hand and said, Don't touch it, Grandma Wong. If you damage the car, you can't afford the compensation. Grandma Wong grinned. Dora girl, you are my grandson's classmate. It's more intimate to call you Grandma Wong. There is still room in your car. Why don't you take me for a ride? After saying that, I really wanted to walk towards the back door of the car. Dora frowned. Pawang, this car is not mine. It's not yours. She turned to look at me. Could it be his? I responded calmly. I drove it. Hey, son of the Zhang family, this car is yours, so you have to let me, Grandma Wong, sit in it. As she spoke, she came closer with a flattering look on her face. Dora blocked her directly, with a look of disgust on her face. We have something else to do. It's inconvenient to take you with us, and besides, we're not that familiar with each other. Grandma Wong curled her lips and said, I know everyone in this area. If you don't let me sit, then I will sit here today and not leave. After saying that, he sat down on the spot and started to throw a tantrum. Dora glanced at me and said, Brother George, what do you think this is called? I sighed. Poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. That's right. Dora nodded in praise, then suddenly slapped Wong Po in the face, followed by another slap. She decisively and quickly threw Wong Po to the side of the road. Everyone around was stunned and didn't even realize what was happening. Wong Po was stunned by the beating, and then she covered her face and cried, Someone is hitting someone. Damn it, the girl from the Guo family is hitting someone. Her voice was so earth-shaking that it almost called out to the entire village again. I was just wondering whether I should rush up and slap Wong Po twice when a familiar voice came from the other side, with a bit of impatience. Wong, you started yelling again. Don't you feel uncomfortable if you don't yell for a day? When I turned around, it was the village chief, Lin Guodong. Seeing this, Wong Po felt like she had found a life-saving straw and immediately burst into tears. Village head, you have to make the decision for me. The girl from the Guo family hit me. She was too cruel. It was too much to hit an old man like me. The village chief, who was in his 50s, frowned helplessly. This is the atmosphere in this village. Whoever speaks the loudest is right. Dora was not in a hurry. She stood up and said calmly, Uncle Lin, you came at the right time. Wong Po just try to blackmail someone. If it's hard to solve, I'll ask the county police station to come and handle it. Her tone was neither hurried nor slow, but it made people feel cold. The village chief looked at her and narrowed his eyes. Are you Dora from the Guo family? You have a good memory. You even recognized me. Dora smiled, and her expression softened a bit. The village chief nodded. Your father has always mentioned you in the past few years. I didn't expect to meet him today. Don't worry. I'll call and ask the police to come. He took out his cell phone and prepared to dial. Wong Po was stunned and shouted, Lin Guodong, are you going to call the police? Arrest me? Her face was full of disbelief. She never expected that the village chief would really do this. I warned you not to cause trouble. Do you think I don't have a temper? You will only bring bad reputation to our village. The village chief was typing on his cell phone as he spoke, and the expressions of Wong Po and Uncle Lee changed. They originally thought that he was just pretending, but who knew that the village chief was serious? Wong Po was anxious and screamed, She hit me. Look, my face is red. Village chief, you have to make the decision for me. The village chief looked at her face and saw that it was indeed red. He was about to speak. Dora confessed directly. I hit him. This one sentence shut everyone up. The village chief frowned and said, Even if you were right, you can't just hit people. This makes it difficult for me to handle this matter. It's okay. I'll let my lawyer handle this. Wong Po is blackmailing people. I won't let her go to jail, but I will make her family bankrupt. Dora said it lightly, but the word bankrupt was like a bolt of lightning, which frightened Wong Po and Uncle Lee so much that their faces turned pale. I could feel them getting really scared. Uncle Lee quickly gave in. Dora, Uncle will apologize to you. Do you think this matter can be forgotten? Forget it. Uncle Lee, look at Wong Po's attitude. Why don't you learn from her and fight me to the end? I just want to see how much of your family's assets can be lost. Dora said, and asked me to get a wet wipe from the car. I handed her the wet wipes, and she sneered as she wiped her hands. This woman's face is too dirty, and she made my hands dirty after beating her. Wangpo was so angry that she jumped up and down and rushed over to attack me. I was so scared that I wanted to react immediately, but Uncle Lee grabbed me by the waist. Mom, calm down. Wangpo was still howling. Let me go. I want to teach that damn girl a lesson. Dora calmly turned to the village chief and said, by the way, I remember Wangyin village is going to apply for poverty alleviation. If the poverty alleviation team saw this scene, what do you think they would think? As soon as she finished speaking, the village chief's face changed. Is the poverty alleviation team really coming? His eyes widened in shock. The people around her also became agitated and began to ask her questions. Dora waved her hand and said, go ask the village chief. We have been delayed here for too long. You guys are ruining my brother George's mood. She ignored everyone and asked me to get in the car, started the engine, and honked the horn twice to drive away the crowd in front. The car drove out slowly, and Wangpo was still shouting angrily from behind. You little bitch, come back here. The village chief had a headache. He rubbed his temple and angrily shouted, Wangpo, are you still making trouble? If you continue like this, I will really drive you out of Wangyin village. Hearing this, Wangpo was stunned and her eyes became sharp. Village chief, our Lee family has lived here for decades. Can you just drive them away? She seemed not to believe that anyone could really touch their house. The village chief ignored her and just said, if you continue to make trouble, I wonder if others will be willing to stand on your side when the poverty alleviation team really comes. In the car, I leaned back in my chair and let out a long sigh. If this scene happened in the capital, it would never happen. If Dora hadn't been there, I would have been surrounded and killed by this group of people. She was like a solid shield, pulling me out of that quagmire. Do you think some people in this village are obviously bad? Dora drove the car and sighed softly, but we still have to take this road to enter the second group of the village. It would be great if we could build a road into the village from the main road. I turned my head to look at her. Sister Dora, my dad and his family have lived in this village for 20 years, right? What are they trying to do? I calculated the time and found that Jeang Chun grew up here since he was a child. So by this calculation, my mother and her family have lived here for at least more than 20 years. In such a remote place, don't they have other aspirations for staying here? Considering Dora's grandfather's status as a professor at Kyoto University, even if he retires, he will still be a respected figure in the capital. There is no need to stay in this place. I asked her if there was any other reason why they had lived in the village for so many years. She smiled and shook her head, saying that I should ask my parents. Dora said that her parents and their group almost all listened to my dad, and my mom was a very tight-lipped person, so she couldn't get anything out of her. I sighed. Then is it useful for me to ask? She directly retorted, of course, you are your mother's most precious son. If she doesn't love you, who else will she love? She will definitely tell you if you ask her. After saying that, she asked me to add her WeChat. I took out my cell phone and saw that there was no signal. I was out of payment. She looked at me in surprise. No way. You are the eldest son of the former Qin family. How did you end up like this? I was a little embarrassed and blushed as I said, I have completely cut ties with them and I didn't take a penny. She laughed out loud. It's okay. I only need money besides loneliness. I'll top up your phone bill and ask your brother to give you a top-of-the-line phone. It's professional grade and can take high-definition photos. As she spoke, she touched my head, and I suddenly had the illusion of becoming her pet. Sister Dora, you've been so good to me. I don't know how to repay you in the future. I whispered guiltily. Silly boy, don't give it back. If you're really embarrassed, just pat your tiger cubs and show them to me. I miss Aunt Xian's little animals so much. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao snorted on my legs, with an expression that said, ignore her on his face. I couldn't help but ask her, does my mom run a zoo? Why does she keep so many? She blinked. Not at the zoo. At most, I'm a circus animal trainer. My mind was in a mess. Circus? I really thought it was the kind of beast-taming technique seen in novels about cultivating immortals, where one command could control hundreds of beasts. She said seriously, if you want to know, just ask Aunt Xian. If I say too much, my dad will slap me as a fool, and then you will lose a sister like me who loves to spend money on you. She whined playfully, and I laughed along. Sister Dora, do you have other brothers and sisters? That's a lot. Uncle Sue, Uncle Wong, Uncle Chio, a whole family, more than 20 of them in total. She rattled off a long list of names that made me dizzy. Some of them are out of town, and some heard that you're back and are rushing here. I felt warm at heart when I heard this. This is the first time since I was a child that I feel that someone came here specially for me. Dora curled her lips and said, "Of course, Uncle Chin's children are definitely worth our special trip to see. What about Jeang Chun? He's dreaming. He used to want us to give him gifts during the new year. Does he really think he's that important?" She said it bluntly, but I knew it was her true feeling. I suddenly asked, "What about Jeang Chun? Didn't he know your identity since childhood?" Dora nodded. "How could he know? We all thought our parents were just ordinary farmers all these years. We only found out the truth after we went to college." She gritted her teeth and said that period of time completely overturned her worldview. She used to think her father was a vegetable seller, but when she arrived in the capital, she found out he was a big shot. I pondered for a moment. If he knew your identity, wouldn't he want to come find you? She curled her lips. Just him? He thought that returning to the Chin family would allow him to rise to prominence. The Chin family is not a top family to begin with. I was stunned and asked her what she meant. When you were in the Chin family, my dad and his family secretly provided resources to the Chin family so that those people could thrive in the capital. Now that you're gone, the resources are cut off. Dora sneered softly. The glory days are coming to an end. I was a little shocked for a moment. It turned out that all the glory I had in the Chin family was actually the favor of others. Then Jeang Chun won't be able to live the life of the eldest son of the Chin family after he returns? I couldn't help but ask. It can only last a month at most. When he falls from heaven into the mire, he will know what reality is. There was a cruel clarity in her tone as she said this. I whispered, "A month is too short." "Oh, how much time do you want to give him, Brother George?" I looked out the window and lowered my voice. 1 year. I said I would go back to Beijing in 1 year. This is the promise I made to myself. Dora nodded. "Okay, let's do it in a year. I will let my brothers stay put and listen to your orders." I grinned and for the first time felt how warm it was to have someone supporting me. "Why are you saying thank you? We are brother and sister." She waved her hand. "We're almost at the county town. If you want to buy anything, just tell me. I have money. I'll top up your phone first, and I'll transfer 100,000 yuan each to you through WeChat and Alipay. Too much money won't be transferred easily, and it'll get stuck." I sat in the passenger seat, watching the city lights gradually brighten outside the window, but my heart was extremely calm. With this group of brothers and sisters, I'm not afraid no matter how dark the sky is. I quickly waved my hands and said with a wry smile, "Sister Dora, you have helped me so much. I can't take your things anymore. Otherwise, I will really be kept by you." She raised her eyebrows and smiled, her tone playful. "Hey, little brother has grown up? Still want to support yourself? Okay, but your pockets are cleaner than your face now. Are you sure you don't want your sister's money?" She also gave me a flirtatious look, which made my neck shrink and my heart go numb. I coughed. "I can't always rely on you. I want to make money on my own. You said my father is not an ordinary person. He definitely doesn't want me to become a parasite. Although I have never met my father, if he was really that kind of person, he would never allow me to achieve nothing." Dora nodded but didn't object. She just smiled and asked, "You have no money, so how are you going to rely on yourself?" "I actually have a plan, but I'm still hesitating and haven't decided whether to say it." She rolled her eyes and immediately started giving me advice. "I have a suggestion for you. Do you want to listen to it?" I was wondering what she was so enthusiastic about, but then I was surprised by what she said. "Go live stream. Aren't short videos and live streaming popular now? Don't you have a bunch of small animals at home? You can use them as internet celebrity material, and you will definitely go viral." As she spoke, she reached out to touch Xiaohu, who was lying on my lap. Xiaohu turned his head away with an impatient look on his face, as if to say, "Don't even think about touching me." I thought about it and said, "I have never done this before, and animals may not cooperate." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaohu immediately meowed, as if protesting. "I want to be famous." Dora's eyes lit up. "Look, it recommended itself. Your live broadcast can also reduce the burden on your mother. It's not cheap to raise so many little guys." What she said made me a little moved. "Okay, I'll talk to my mom first. If she agrees, I'll give it a try." I know she actually wanted to see those little animals, and she was satisfying her curiosity under the guise of live broadcast. "If your mother agrees, I will open a Yellow V account for you, and you can live broadcast on our platform." She laughed so happily. I immediately became alert. "Sister Dora, you are not in the media industry, are you?" She pretended to be shy. "How come you are so smart?" I feel embarrassed. I roll my eyes. "I've already said it. Why are you pretending to be embarrassed?" She spread her hands and said, "We can make money together. With me protecting you, you don't have to worry about anyone making trouble or forcing you to sign a guild. Isn't that reassuring?" I nodded. Is indeed not bad to have someone to back you up. At least you don't have to worry about being cheated. Then you arrange it. I agreed without thinking. She was excited when she heard it. Okay, I'll take you to get new card first. A new number means a new look. Let's just let go of the past troubles. I was stunned for a moment, then I smiled and nodded in agreement. She looked at me and smiled, and she was also very happy. She exclaimed proudly, "The little brother of the Cheen family is so cute." When we arrived at the county town, Dora found a parking lot, parked the car, and took me to the business office. This county town is not big, the buildings are old, and there are people selling vegetables on the streets. It looks like a place that has stagnated in the last century. It was the first time I saw such a shabby county town. In my mind, I was still trying to associate these loosely sold vegetables with the plastic-wrapped vegetables in the supermarket. Dora explained, "It's like this in a small county. When the authorities are strict, they will close the stalls for a few days, and then they will come back to set up stalls again after a few days." I nodded and continued to observe my surroundings. It seems that there is not much industry here. It must be difficult to develop, right? I frowned. She agreed. Well, it's surrounded by mountains. Transportation is inconvenient. There's no high-speed rail, and even the trains are about to be withdrawn. There's nothing but mountain treasures and trees. She paused, then said seriously, "But it is precisely because of this that it is possible to produce some good spiritual things. Of course, unruly people are not included." I silently agree. Urban pollution is serious, and remote mountain villages like this may actually contain some special resources, such as the land in the second group of the village. I suspect they already know something and just haven't told me yet. After I got the phone card, Sister Dora topped up 100,000 yuan of phone bills for me, and then helped me to complete the account authentication on the live broadcast platform. My mother hasn't agreed yet, but she has already made it clear on her end. She's sure that I will do it. I was so confused that I had to follow her around the county town. Finally returned to the village. This time, as Dora's car just drove into the village entrance, people on the roadside saw it and gave way, fearing that they would get in trouble with this evil-looking woman. Back at the Guo family compound in the second group of the village, the yard was bustling with activity, with people boiling water and plucking feathers. The two young men were treated like coolies by Old Man Guo and were being ordered around by him. Old Guo looked towards the entrance of the village and muttered, "Why hasn't this girl brought anyone back yet? It's almost time for lunch." "Dad, what time is it now?" "Sister Dora is taking George out for a walk. It will probably take several hours. Don't be anxious." Michael watched his old man glance towards the village entrance from time to time and really wanted to ask him who his biological father was. I have never seen him look forward to seeing me so much before, and it makes me, a newly recognized relative, feel like he is a treasure. A few hours is too long. I don't want to wait any longer. Call them and ask them to come back immediately. Mr. Guo stretched his neck as far as he could, looking as if he could not wait any longer. His mind is now filled with thoughts about what I look like and whether I speak like he did when he was younger, and he doesn't even have time to think about eating. "George, with your impatience. He's just a kid, and he just came back. He's not familiar with the place yet." Michael gave some advice. He was really worried that the old man's enthusiasm would scare me away. After all, his serious face and decisive actions do give people an oppressive feeling. "I'm scary. I'm clearly a kind old ancestor. Everyone likes me when they see me." The old man rolled his eyes at him, but he was very anxious. Before I even entered the door, he was almost climbing up the tree to receive it. "Dad, don't be anxious. If you really wanted to come back soon, you had to prepare some gifts first. You can't let him come back empty-handed." Michael kindly reminded, "I've already prepared the gifts, but those two bastards didn't even bring anything decent. It's really shameful." The old man was so angry that he banged his cane on the ground. "Grandpa, I don't have any. I prepared a long time ago. George will definitely like it when he sees it." The youngest grandson of the Guo family stood up unconvinced. "Really? Tell me what you have prepared." The old man raised an eyebrow to see if he was just talking nonsense or if he really had the goods. I brought the latest high-definition drone, which is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the market. It's definitely a high-tech toy." He said it proudly, but the old man's face suddenly fell. "Who are you trying to fool with a broken machine worth hundreds of thousands of dollars? Listen, your cousin gave me a Ferrari worth 5 million. The little grandson's face turned green, and he almost wanted to run away on the spot. 5 million? When did my cousin become a rich woman?" He muttered in disbelief, envy clearly written in his eyes. "How can you compare with her? She is the one who inherited the family fortune, and you are still at the stage of making pocket money." The old man snorted and decisively put him into the waste zone. What about me, Grandpa? At this time, Marx finally spoke, fearing that if he didn't speak, he would have to go to work. I have prepared a helicopter and a big red envelope. Humph, at least you did your best and didn't embarrass me. The old man nodded with satisfaction, not forgetting to turn around and glare at the younger one. Okay, it's almost noon and the food isn't ready yet. If you keep dawdling, George won't even be able to eat when he gets back. Michael began to make arrangements, but there was sympathy in his eyes. He felt from the bottom of his heart that his two nephews were born in the wrong family. Don't worry, Dad. I'll supervise them and make sure they prepare a decent meal. He rolled up his sleeves and prepared to watch the show, and the two unlucky guys were almost in tears. Uncle, why don't you come and help us? Neither of us has ever touched chicken feathers or duck blood. Johnson had a bitter look on his face, 1 foot already in kitchen hell. You know how to complain now? If you work harder earlier, maybe you can get more wives. Michael sneered, not planning to leave at all. What does marrying a wife have to do with killing a chicken? I'm not marrying George. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was silent for 3 seconds. You know what? Your father really wanted you to marry your Aunt Exine's child. But it turned out to be a boy, so the plan went down the drain. Michael shook his head and sighed, as if he had missed out on some amazing opportunity. Second uncle, you should be happy about this. If you really give birth to a daughter, then I have to marry her for real, right? Johnson felt a chill on his back and was so scared that he quickly changed the subject. Okay, you can talk nonsense, but the chickens still need to be killed and the ducks still need to be plucked. Don't think I'm really soft-hearted. Michael patted his head, indicating that if he continued to procrastinate, he would not be able to eat dinner tonight. Why was it my brother who sacrificed myself instead of me? Didn't he do it too? Johnson felt extremely aggrieved and turned his head to look at Marx. Don't look at me. Reincarnation is a skill. You can't do it right, and you blame me? Marx shrugged, looking innocent. The two brothers were like conscripted soldiers, busy in the backyard for more than half an hour before they finished the preparations. In the kitchen, my mother and the two women from the Guo family were cooking and chopping ingredients together, busy as hell. Aunt Exile, I've finished my work. Can I go to the back hill to play with Little Wolf and the others for a while? Johnson had a flattering look on his face, and his tone was so sweet. Without even looking up, my mother replied, Go hungry if you want, and don't come back crying at mealtime. Aunt, you misunderstood. Of course I wanted to come back for dinner. I was just bored and wanted to play with those little guys. Johnson's eyes were wandering, but he didn't dare to admit that he actually came back for those animals, and I was just passing by. What are you doing? Your brother doesn't even cooperate when he comes home, and you still have the mind to play. Mr. Guo's face turned black on the spot, and his beard was shaking with anger. Grandpa, it's not that I don't value my brother. It's just that he hasn't come back yet. I won't delay my meal if I play for a while. Johnson lowered his head, looking like he was being criticized, and tried to get away with it by acting coquettishly. Don't even think about running away. Wait until your brother arrives and gives you the nod before you can go play. Otherwise, you can't go anywhere. Mr. Guo shouted so loudly that the eaves shook, and his attitude was even more fierce than that of the instructor. He was about to say something in rebuttal, but Marx pulled him back and whispered, Let's go together when your brother comes back, and introduce him to her. Yes, Johnson. Wait for George to come back, and then we'll go together after dinner. The mother advised gently, ruffling Johnson's hair lightly, her eyes full of doting. Johnson nodded reluctantly, muttering in his heart why everyone was surrounding him, the little brother who came back by chance. He used to treat me like his life, but now he has to depend on others for his feelings. If I were a loner, he would probably have to secretly trip me up to vent his anger. The car stopped at the Guo family compound, and Dora directly stuffed the car keys into my hand. This car is yours from now on. All the formalities have been completed. Once you get your driver's license, you could drive it however you want. I nodded slightly, not really feeling surprised. I had just turned 18 and had planned to wait until I was an adult before slowly learning how to drive, but fate suddenly took a sharp turn. Although I was kicked out of the Jeang family, fortunately my biological parents and these people treated me well. I am actually quite satisfied now. Let's go back to my house. My uncle and the others must be extremely worried. Dora patted my shoulder with an expression that showed she had seen through everything. The Guo family's home is only a few hundred meters away from my mother's home. But as soon as I went out, I saw smoke rising from cooking fires not far away, along with the outlines of distant mountains. There was an indescribable tranquility and beauty to it. As soon as I walked outside Guo's house, I heard someone shouting, He's back. George is back. The yard immediately became lively. Old man, George is here. Grandma Gua pushed Mr. Gua, who was still sitting on a chair. I know, I know. Why are you rushing me? Why are you so excited? Mr. Gua stood up slowly, but his tone was completely different from the anxious look he had just had. Weren't you the one who was shouting the loudest just now? Now you're pretending to be calm. How hypocritical. Grandma Gua snorted coldly, looking as if she had seen through his tricks. As soon as I followed Dora into the yard, Johnson jumped up to me. Brother George, I'm Johnson, the youngest son of the Gua family. You could just call me Brother Johnson from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Gua's face turned black. Stop. Who told you to get ahead of me? He originally wanted to talk to me first, but he almost got so angry that he hit someone with his cane. Dad, don't scare George. He hasn't found his feet yet. Michael quickly tried to smooth things over, fearing that the old man would kick me back out the door. When Mr. Gua heard this, his expression changed immediately, and he smiled more kindly than an old bodhisattva. George, come quickly. Grandpa has prepared a gift for you. Before I could respond, Johnson whispered, with his speed of reversal, he'll win the Best Actor award if he acts. As a result, Mr. Gua rolled his eyes and said, If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. You think I want to say that? He snorted again. Although he was tough on the outside, his eyes were so sour that juice seemed to drip out. Grandpa Gua. I quickly walked forward and called out to ease the tense atmosphere. Good boy. Very well behaved. Much better than some other kids. As soon as Mr. Gua said this, he stuffed a jade ring into my hand. The jade ring looked extraordinary, with intricate carvings on the surface and gold inlays. It was obviously not an ordinary object. I was stunned for a moment and didn't dare to answer. Grandpa Gua, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Sister Dora just gave me the car. She is she. I am me. This represents my feelings. If you don't accept it, Grandpa will think that you don't give me face. He said this with a stern face. Stop pushing it, kid. You deserve it. Mother also came out from the kitchen and spoke softly. Mom, this jade looks very valuable. I looked at her and whispered, if this thing was really put up for auction, it would be worth at least hundreds of millions. The mother smiled and said, You are right. This thing means a lot to our family. It is the symbol of the Gua family. Whoever takes it will be served by the Gua family. Do you think it is worth the money? Johnson was speaking sourly and sarcastically, obviously feeling dissatisfied. I became even more panicked when I heard this. I really couldn't just accept a gift of this magnitude. I really can't have it. I waved my hands, trying to push it back. You deserve this. Mr. Gua suddenly stopped smiling and spoke in a more serious tone. George, my father is right. You're qualified to wear this ring. Michael also spoke, and I became even more confused. Are you wondering why we are so nice to you? Dora saw my confusion and took the initiative to explain. When your mother was about to give birth, your father was leading people to protect our family. When the accident happened in the hospital, Aunt Exile was unable to recognize you right away because your father missed the most important moment for our family. Chapter 23, a jade ring worth 200 million. Dora's explanation surprised George a little. Attacked in a hospital? Who on earth dares to do such a thing? What on earth is going on? Why was my mother attacked when she gave birth to me? And my father? Why should we protect the Gua family? George couldn't understand. This is a long story. Let's talk about it later when we have time. George, your father was not by your side back then, and you suffered a lot. Grandpa's jade ring looks valuable, but compared to the more than 10 people in the Gua family back then, it's really nothing. As Mr. Gua spoke, tears streamed down his face, as if he was recalling what happened back then. Michael remained silent. No one knows how dangerous the situation was back then. Only those who have experienced it know how terrible it was. To be honest, it was a blessing in disguise that my mother was able to escape death. If something had happened to Mother and George, the Gua family would not be able to pay the price even if they died. Johnson stood aside and initially felt that George could not bear it. But now, after hearing what Mr. Gua said and thinking of what his father had said to him, he suddenly felt that their Gua family really owed the Chin family a lot. Uncle Gua, today is a nice day, so let's not talk about the past. When a mother thought about the situation at that time, it was really extremely dangerous. At that time, she was thinking that if she really died, at least her son would still be alive. The Chin family finally has a successor. Yes, let's not talk about the past. George, your father didn't accept this jade ring before, and I didn't force it on you because I know your father is powerful and doesn't need it. But you are different. You are not your father. and this thing may save your life at a critical moment. Although Mr. Guo said this, he knew very well that at the critical moment, it would be more practical for George to bring up his own father. After all, everyone is afraid of heavyweight figures. George, take it. Mother spoke to George. George nodded slightly, took the jade ring with both hands, and put it on his own hand. A bit loose. George was too embarrassed to take it off. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Dora quickly stepped forward. Exile, I have something to tell you. What's up? The mother was considering whether she should help George put the jade ring away. Dora spoke up, and she had to turn to Dora. George said he wanted to do something live. Dora told George about his idea of live streaming the animals. Before her mother could say anything, Mr. was shouted, "No, I don't agree with this." Grandfather. Dora frowned. She thought the biggest obstacle would be her mother, but she didn't expect it to be Mr. Guo. George has just graduated from high school and has not yet gone to college. If you let him drop out of school and do live streaming at home, people will say he is an uneducated and rough man when they mention him in the future. Where will your Uncle Chin put his face? How will George command the people under him in the future? Mr. Guo firmly disagreed. George is going to do big things in the future, so how can he waste his time on such trivial matters? Grandpa, times have changed. What can you learn from college? It would be better to let George stay with you and let you teach him hand in hand. Wouldn't he be able to learn more from you this way? And George also said that he has to rely on his own strength. Epsilon, hashtag, // Jeang Chun. If you let it go to school now, how can he slap that kid in the face later? Dora thinks quickly. Who is Mr. Guo? Someone who cherishes his disciples. When he was teaching at Peking University, he wished someone could be by his side 24 hours a day. Now George has the opportunity to stay with them and do something, but he won't let him do that. Isn't that a bit too hypocritical? Grandpa Guo, I don't want to study. If I really want to get a diploma, I can study at home. Then I can take the exam again when it's time, and then I can get a diploma. George looked at Mr. Guo. It is right that Mr. Guo wants him to become powerful, but studying is not the only way. He has a better way. But if you don't go to college at your age, you won't be able to enjoy the kind of life in college. Mr. Guo stared at him blankly. Don't young people all yearn for the vibrant and energetic atmosphere of university? George just graduated from high school and should be looking forward to college life. It doesn't matter. I have better plans. Besides, no matter how much you study, it's all for making a living in the future. If I start to make a living now, I will at least have a few years more experience than others. What Dora said is also true. With Grandpa Guo and you guys teaching me, I believe that what I learn here is definitely not less than what I learned in college. George's clear and logical words made it impossible for Mr. Guo to refute. Indeed, many college students end up doing things that are almost completely different from the majors they studied. Not as good as those who stay outside. Although there are many such people, there are also a small number of people who stick to their own profession. Xueching, what do you say? Mr. Guo turned and looked at his mother. She makes her own decisions about her son. I respect George's choice. Mother didn't care what George wanted to do, as long as he was happy. Okay, George, since you've made up your mind, then don't go to college. Seeing that his mother agreed, Mr. Guo didn't know what to say. Grandpa, George isn't going to college, so I can stop going to college too. Johnson pointed at himself and blinked. You're always idle. Well, the Guo family has your elder brother anyway. It doesn't matter if you're useless. If you don't want to study, then don't study. Stay in the village and be George's playmate. Do whatever he tells you to do. You'll be his follower in the future. Mr. Guo thought George was a bit bored staying in the village alone. Since his grandson had no future anyway, he just let him follow George. George becomes famous in the future. Johnson won't have a bad life following George. Johnson was overjoyed when he heard the first half of the sentence and felt that he could live a carefree life for half his life. As a result, Mr. Guo actually wanted him to be his follower, and George's follower at that. How is this possible? Johnson's face instantly fell. Follow George or go back to school. Choose one. Mr. Guo cannot be said to be strict with his grandson, but he still takes care of him when necessary. Otherwise, this guy will become lawless and lose his sense of the world. Angry face. Oh, can I not choose? Johnson pursed his lips and looked at Mr. Guo pitifully. No. Mr. Guo spoke heavily. Well, follow George then. Johnson thought he was tired of college life. It's better to follow George and see those cute little guys all the time. Chapter 24. This is like his grandson. That's more like it. Mr. Guo nodded. This looks like his grandson. Johnson. People really have no choice, okay? If he were given the chance, he really wouldn't want to choose either. After things were settled, Mr. Gua smiled and invited George to the backyard for dinner. There's a large octagonal pavilion in the backyard, and an 8 Immortal table is placed inside the pavilion. The tabletop of the 8 Immortals table is very large and can accommodate 12 people. George was pulled aside by Mr. Gua and waited for Johnson and others to serve the dishes. Dora sat next to George first, and while preparing to eat, she said to her father, "Dad, there are no outsiders here. There is something I think you, Grandpa, and other uncles can consider." "What's up?" Michael's expression changed slightly. He felt that there must be nothing good when his daughter opened her mouth. Every time Village 2 wants to go to the city, they have to go through the village. Every time, the people in the village are unhappy with us. And the people from Village 1 want to cause trouble from time to time. I think we should just open up another road that only people from Village 2 can use. Dora finished speaking. Mystigua looked at her. "Did you have any trouble with the people in the village?" "Grandpa, there's nothing wrong with me. It's just that they want to scam me, but I didn't let them. So I slapped Wang Po a few times to let her know the consequences of scamming." Dora didn't intend to hide this. If Mr. Gua and his friends go to the village and ask, they will find out what happened. Wang Po is someone who always likes to stir up trouble. Michael understands his daughter's personality. She would never accuse a good person casually, nor would she let a bad person go. As for the road construction, we don't lack the money, but we still need the village's consent. After all, the road will inevitably occupy the land of some people in the village, and they may not be willing to do so. Mr. Gua closed his eyes and imagined the terrain around the second group of the village. If you want to open the shortest road, you will have to pass through some mountains before you can reach them. "Grandpa, why don't we not use their territory? We can build a road from the national highway here to our village group 2, which is fast and won't occupy their territory. Besides, our village group 2 needs to transport something out occasionally. Wouldn't it be more convenient to have our own road?" Dora's words touched Mr. Gua's heart. Indeed, every time they transported something outside, they always had to pass through the village. Those eyes were staring at their things, which was really a bit inconvenient. It would be better if they had their own path. "That makes some sense, Michael. I'll leave this to you." Mr. Gua agreed with Dora's suggestion. "Okay, Dad." Michael nodded. "My father has already spoken, so this matter must be done. Moreover, once the secret of Village Group 2 is revealed, more people will surely come, and by then the narrow road of Village Group may second not be able to bear it. Dad, if the road can be built as soon as possible, then I won't have to worry about the people in the village. I can drive any car I want back home." Dora said with a bright look on her face. "Okay, I'll take care of this right away. But the secret of Village Group 2 is not yet public. We can't let so many people know about it now. We have to do it step by step." Michael instructed. "Don't worry about that. I won't let anyone know about the Village 2 group. But George can reveal a little about the unusual things here during the live broadcast so that people outside can know, but don't reveal the address here," Doris said to George. George was waiting for dinner and was a little surprised to hear her say that. Doris say, "Reveal something unusual here? Are they going to make public the fact that there is spiritual energy here? How much attention would that attract? They will definitely come in droves and cause chaos here." "Sister Dora, what are you talking about? Are you going to reveal the secrets here? What secrets are you going to reveal?" George looked at her. "George, when you come to the village, you should be able to feel that the air here is much better than outside. Not only the air, but also the water and food here. You should be able to feel that they are much better than outside. This is because there's an unusual breath gathered here, and this breath can..." Dora uses the simplest words to express the spiritual things here. George's mouth twitched as he heard her words. Dora should just say aura. Why does he have to explain a lot of things? Are you treating him like a 3-year-old child? "Sister Dora, I know what you mean. You mean there is spiritual energy here." George said simply and clearly. Yes. Brother George is really smart. Sister will hold one." Dora was about to pick up George, but was stopped by Johnson. "Cousin, you haven't even hugged me yet. How can you hug him?" "TSK, how many times did I hold you in my arms when you were a kid? Have you forgotten that I changed your diapers?" Dora snorted. Johnson was raised by his parents and had no shortage of love. So why would he compete with George for favor? George is the one who really needs love, okay? "Cousin, you're going too far. How can you let outsiders know about this?" Johnson blushed. It wouldn't be a big deal if she talked about this in front of the family, because everyone in the family knew about it. But it was different for George. He was an outsider. How could Doris say such a thing in front of him? Does he still want to save face? Outsider? We are all family here. Where do outsiders come from? Xiao Chenzi, you are not treating George as an outsider, are you? Dora glanced at him. Johnson waved his hands quickly. No matter who you treat as an outsider, you cannot treat George as an outsider. George is the person that Mr. Gua feels most sorry for in his life. Even if he had several lives, he would not dare to offend George. Not to mention treating him as an outsider. You little bastard, who do you think is an outsider here? When Mr. Gua heard him say the word outsider, he found it particularly irritating. Johnson, think about who saved his life. If it weren't for George's father, would he be able to stand here and fart so calmly? How abominable. Mr. Gua wanted to rush up and slap him twice. Grandpa Gua, don't be angry. Brother Johnson probably didn't mean it. George quickly said to Mr. Gua. Johnson was not familiar with him, and even if they were acquaintances, no matter who it was, no one would be happy if their dark history was dug up. Unintentional? I think he clearly did it on purpose. Chapter 25. My daughter is still waiting for him to go on a blind date. Mr. Gua stared at Johnson. Look, he only spent 100,000 yuan to buy you a gift. If it were his brothers and sisters, they would all prepare gifts worth millions. How can he have the nerve to give you a gift worth 100,000 yuan? Johnson was scolded by Mr. Gua on the spot and was almost humiliated. George looked at Johnson, who clenched his fists and looked aggrieved and silent. He looked a bit similar to himself at the Jeang family. Grandpa, I think that no matter how much the gift is, as long as it is a gift, Johnson has done his best. And he is about the same age as me. He should also want his sister's care. George listened to Johnson and knew that he must be jealous of Dora's care for him. After all, she was his sister. If you give away most of your love, he would also be jealous. Think about it. When I saw Jeang Chun at that time, weren't I jealous of Jeang Chun? You even hoping that Ben can give you some of his love? But in the end, he overestimated the love Ben and the others had for him. They never loved themselves at all. Johnson pursed his lips and wanted to speak, but somehow, he felt as if his lips weighed 1,000 pounds. Oh, so Johnson is jealous? Don't worry. I'll take you 2 kids to the back hill to play later. Dora smiled and patted his head. That's great. You can also bring your drone over to do a live broadcast for George. Johnson was a little excited when he first heard Dora's words, but when he heard what she said next, the corners of his mouth instantly drooped. He knew that his cousin had a purpose in everything she did. Really? How heartless. Live broadcast with a drone? Girl, is that drone really stable? Mr. Gua frowned. Aren't people doing live broadcasts with their mobile phones now? Who would do live broadcasts with a drone? Solid, stable. The drone Johnson bought was produced by Brother Sue. It has high-definition image quality and excellent radio reception. Dora said this. Mr. Gua's expression eased. It seems that this kid has done something very meaningful. Grandpa, Johnson just likes to play a little. He doesn't have bad intentions. Dora smiled, but saw Johnson turn away proudly. Do I need to tell you anything more? I definitely don't have bad intentions. Well, you're still being ungrateful after getting the advantage, aren't you? Mr. Gua hit his head. Grandpa, do you know that if you keep hitting me like this, my head will be broken? By then, I will become a fool, and you will no longer have a grandson as lovely as me. Johnson curled his lips. Mr. Gua touched his head unhappily. Okay, it's Grandpa's fault. Grandpa will apologize to you here. Okay? That's more like it. Johnson put aside his arrogant expression. Okay, everyone sit down, it's time to eat. Michael looked at Johnson, who was like a child, and shook his head in annoyance. Sit first, sit first. Mr. Gua asked them to sit down. Soon, Marx's mother and others brought the food to the table. After Lao Chun and Lao Wu finished putting up the sign, they also came over to have a free meal. The table was filled up in an instant, and it was very lively. George, come and try the fish that Annie cooked. This fish is raised in the pond in the back mountain. It is fresh and tender, and tastes much better than the boiled fish cooked outside. Dora's mother, Fu Yulian, scooped a spoonful of fish meat into George's bowl. George stared at the fish in front of him and felt that he could fill his stomach with just the fish, let alone eat anything else. Brother George, try it. The fish my mom cooks is really delicious. Dora also made a lot of money herself. Yulian, don't just prepare fish for George. You could try other dishes as well. Mr. Gua saw that George's bowl was full of fish. Where was the other stuff? Is this simply because you are full from eating fish? Sister Fu, please stop calling George. Just let George eat whatever he wants. Otherwise, it will be bad for him to develop a habit of just asking for everything. The mother looked at the fish in George's bowl and put some into her own bowl. Well, George, don't be polite with us. Just help yourself to whatever you want to eat. Fu Yulian said very kindly. George nodded slightly. The table is full of dishes. Although they don't look as fancy as the food in high-end restaurants, they have a unique, homely flavor. It's really much better than the food at the Chin family. George ate with great relish and even burped at the end. Shiweching, I think George really likes our food. You two can come to our house for dinner later. Fu Yulian felt a special sense of accomplishment when she saw George eating and drinking and Johnson lying under a tree to rest. Isn't it a happy thing that your meals are recognized by your children? Sister Fu, that won't work. Lao Wu and I had a fight this morning, and we agreed to let George go to my house, but George came to your house and said that he had to go to my house tomorrow. Lao Chin jumped out. It's okay for this person to be intercepted by the Guo family for one day, but how can they intercept him for his entire life? Yes, Sister Fu, you can't just take over George. You have to go to my house. My daughter is waiting for a blind date with him. As soon as Lao Wu said this, George almost jumped up. Uncle Lao Wu, can't you just let me go? Do you really want to marry your daughter to me? Old Five, you're going to scare George with this, don't you know? Seeing that George looked like he couldn't wait to get away from it, Fu Yulian knew that George would definitely reject such a thing. Lao Wu looked at George, and sure enough, George was pulling Johnson as if he wanted to escape. George, don't leave. I'm just kidding. I don't really want you to go on a blind date. Lao Wu's shout made George pull Johnson away and run away. How come you run faster than a rabbit? Before Lao Wu could finish his words, he saw George pulling Johnson away. Old Five, you're done, you're done. How dare you say that the eldest son's son is a bastard? Let's see if the eldest son will punish you when he comes back. Old Chin spoke as if he had caught Old Five's weakness. Lao Wu suddenly didn't want to say anything. Just pretend I don't exist, and I didn't say anything, okay? Thinking of his boss's methods, Lao Wu suddenly felt a little scared. He didn't want to be used as a pendulum by his boss. It's too late. My sister-in-law seems to be sending a message to the boss. Old Chin looked to the side. I saw the mother sitting on a chair beside me, holding her cell phone and sending a crying face message to her husband, whose nickname was Old Celery. Husband, Lao Wu said he wanted to introduce his daughter to our son, and our son ran away in fear. Lao Wu called our son a bastard. How could our son, who is so good, be called a bastard? Ooh, ooh. Chapter 26. A forced melon is not sweet. What? Lao Wu actually said that about my son. Tell him to wait for me. I will go back and deal with him. Tu, Cao means how. Okay, I'll tell him right away. Ooh, ooh. Be good. I'll be back soon. Honey, just wait for me to support you. Yeah, honey, I'm waiting for you. Zisang, zi. The mother laughed twice while holding the phone, and when she saw Lao Wu coming to her with a nervous mood, she looked up. Old Five, what's the matter? Sister-in-law, who are you messaging? His mother in horror. Your eldest brother. I told you that his beloved son is a bastard, and he said that he would deal with you when he comes back. Fifth brother, I advise you to clean your neck in the next 2 days and wait for your eldest brother to sharpen his knife. Mother Liang was about to leave. Lao Wu quickly pulled her sleeve. Sister-in-law, I was wrong. Please forgive me, okay? It's too late. You can't take back what you've said. Lao Wu, just wait. Your boss hasn't attacked his own people in a long time. You're the first person who wants him to do it. You should feel extremely honored. The mother patted the fifth child on the shoulder with an expression of sympathy and gloating. As soon as his mother left, Lao Chun came up. Old Five, it's a good thing to be thinking about the big piece of fat meat, but the key is whose meat you're thinking about. It's not good to think about the meat of the old family. There are a couple who are crazy about protecting their son. Go away. Stop gloating over other people's misfortunes. Lao Wu glared at him. George knew that his mother loved him very much. After all, what happened in the hospital that year, the mother had to escape from the pursuers with her newborn baby alone. How could her body bear it? She was extremely weak, but she finally broke out of the encirclement of several people with her child and killed those people. But by the time they arrived, their mother's body had reached its limit. She caught a severe cold and took care of herself for half a year before she recovered. It's just that her eldest brother didn't want her to go through the pain of childbirth again, so he ultimately didn't let her have another child. The couple has only one child, George. If anything happened to the child, the couple would really risk their lives. Fifth brother, don't mention the blind date for George anymore. The eldest brother wants George to come back and inherit the family business. Your daughter is too naive and not suitable for George. Old Chin sighed softly. If you say they're not suitable, then they are not suitable. They haven't even met each other yet. They need to meet and get to know each other to know if they are suitable, right? Lao Wu said stubbornly. A forced melon is not sweet. Old Chin rolled his eyes. Then wait until they are familiar with each other before doing it. I will let my daughter and George be friends first. After they are familiar with each other, if it can be accomplished, let them succeed. If it cannot be accomplished, then don't do it. Lao Wu had no intention of forcing it. Old Chun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he wasn't stubborn enough to force himself. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Old Five, you don't have to force it. Some things can't be forced. I know, but didn't the boss say that as long as there's a glimmer of hope, we should give it a try? There was a gleam in Lao Wu's eyes, and it was clear that he would not give up. Lao Chun felt that he was a little hopeless. Fortunately, George is a very independent-minded child, and he should have his own judgment. Inside the house, George asked Johnson to take the drone, and the two rushed out of the Guo family. George, Uncle Lao Wu's daughter, is actually quite good. If you meet her, you might fall in love with her. Johnson was very confused when he saw George running out of Guo's house without looking back, and Xiaohu following him. George probably hasn't met Uncle Lao Wu's daughter, right? Leaving like this is as if Uncle Lao Wu's daughter is some kind of monster. Brother Chun, you are not me. How do you know that I will definitely like her? Besides, I am still young, and I am still thinking about how to return to the capital with my own strength. How can I be in the mood to think about the private affairs of children? George looked like he was worried about everything. In fact, he was thinking in his heart that no matter how beautiful a woman was compared to the immortals were still more attractive. Well, you have a point. Johnson has not forgotten what the Qin family did after George came out of the Qin family yesterday. Now George is probably a joke in the eyes of those people. George must be eager to get results as soon as possible to slap the Qin family in the face. But speaking of it, George's father is a big boss. If he directly sacrifices his own father, wouldn't those people in the Qin family be deeply humiliated? Johnson thought about this and asked the question in his mind directly. It's just that, George, your father is a prominent person. You can actually use your father's status to pressure them. Impossible. George shook his head. Why? Johnson looked at him in confusion. Do I even need to ask this? Why did Aunt Exile not reveal her identity to bring George back? She just didn't want the Qin family to know their identities. Dora came out of the house and shook her head after hearing what her silly brother said. This silly brother actually asked why? If you think about it, you will know why. But if they knew, wouldn't they be able to deter those people? Johnson thought that it was not 20 years ago now, and they didn't have to worry about potential enemies at all. Deterrence? You don't need to worry about those minions at all. The real potential enemy has not appeared yet, so you can't be careless. Dora said as she looked towards the two men, only to see them looking at her with confused expressions. What potential enemy? Sister, what do you mean by that? Johnson was confused. Forget it, go and have fun. You kids should stay out of adult matters. Dora sighed softly. It's not the time for the two of them to wake up yet, so it's useless to say more. Sister Dora, aren't you going with us? George narrowed his eyes. He still wanted to find out something from her. No, I have some things to deal with, so I won't go with you. George, remember what I said before, the spiritual energy can be revealed slowly. Dora gave him some instructions and let them go play. Brother Johnson, what does Sister Dora mean by those words? Why do I feel like there is some big conspiracy? George looked to the side at Johnson. I don't know either. They never told me. Johnson shook his head. Dora said that many things were different from them, and he didn't know what they were doing. So, what happened back then? Why did my dad go to protect your family? And why was my mom attacked in a hospital? George asked as he followed him. Chapter 27, Two Little Tigers. I don't remember this incident very clearly. I only know that my grandfather was a professor of biology and had been studying biology for a long time. 20 years ago, my grandfather seemed to have discovered something that attracted a lot of people's attention and plunder. Since then, our family has suffered various attacks, and many people have died. Later, your father brought people to protect us, but I don't know how. Someone actually attacked your mother. Johnson felt deeply ashamed when he said this. I heard that George's mother was in great danger at the time, holding her newborn baby and breaking out of the encirclement of a group of fierce men. You can imagine how dangerous it is. Later, my mother took care of her health for a long time. Uncle Qin was afraid that such a thing would happen again, so he did not let my mother get pregnant again. Who attacked my mother? George clenched his fists. Who on earth could treat a woman who had just given birth like that? I don't know. Only Uncle Qin knows who it is. Johnson shook his head. Then who was my dad? George looked at Johnson, while everyone else was talking secretly about his father. No one told him directly who his father was or what his name was. I don't know about that either. I only know that Uncle Cheen has people from similar units around him. I think if you want to know who Uncle Cheen is, you can actually ask Aunt Xin. She will definitely tell you. Johnson didn't dare say more, as the more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. A minority is better. Okay, I'll go ask my mom later. Are we going up the mountain to see the little animals my mom raises? George did not forget what Johnson told him when they were having dinner, that he would go to the back hill after dinner. Yes, I tell you, you haven't seen those little animals. They are so cute. Not only can they understand human language, but they can also perform all kinds of amazing moves. I heard from my mother before that Aunt Xin is an animal trainer, and those little animals listen to your mother. When your mother tells them to go east, they dare not go west. When she tells them to go west, they dare not go east at all. Johnson seemed to remember something and burst into laughter. Oh, my mom is so awesome. George looked at Johnson in surprise. Judging from what he said before, his mother should not be an ordinary person. How could she be a beast tamer? Yes, and I wonder if those little animals can talk. Sometimes when I go to look for them, I can hear people talking in the forest, but when I get closer, I find that they're not people at all, but just the little animals raised by Aunt Xine. Johnson wondered if he was hallucinating sometimes. Otherwise, how could he hear human voices? Can the little animals my mom raised talk? George thought about the tiger he saw that night, and then looked at the tiger cub at his feet. George, I think I might be hallucinating. Otherwise, why would I think animals can talk? Johnson always thought it was his own illusion. Maybe it wasn't an auditory hallucination. I saw a big tiger last night. It pounced on me, and then I passed out. George felt that what happened last night was definitely not an illusion, and the back of his head still hurt. Tiger? That's Little Tiger. But Little Tiger is the animal closest to Aunt Xin. Why would it pounce on you? Johnson said, and then he noticed that there was a white kitten following George. The kitten looks inexplicably like a certain animal. I don't know either. Maybe it was my mother's idea. But you said that one is Xiaohu, so this one is also called Xiaohu. They can't have the same name, right? George picked up the white kitten from the ground. There's no fucking reason to give two animals the same name, right? That's impossible. There's always only one little tiger, unless that tiger gave birth to a little tiger. But little tigers have always been single. How could a little tiger suddenly appear out of nowhere? Johnson poked the tiger cub's head, making it so angry that it opened its mouth and wanted to bite him. It's so mad. It is said that it is a single tiger. If it could find a tigress as a companion, would it still be a single tiger here? Is this a cat? Judging from its size, a tiger wouldn't look like this when it was young. George originally thought it was a tiger, but when he looked at the tiger cub size, it didn't look like a tiger. Then I don't know. I guess Aunt Xine got a cat from somewhere. Seeing that this cat looks similar to Xiaohu, she named it Xiaohu too. Johnson shrugged. His mother raised would appear or disappear every few days, and he couldn't tell exactly how many animals his mother had. So, if this kitten encounters a tiger named Xiaohu, it will have to change its name. George said while stroking the fur on the tiger cub's head. That's right. This kitten is just a cat at best. How can it turn into a tiger? I think I'd better call it kitten. Johnson reached out and flicked Xiaohu's forehead, which immediately aroused Xiaohu's dissatisfaction. Meow meow. Protests are useless. I'm just going to call you kitten, kitten. Johnson shouted, as if deliberately going against the kitten. Childish. George gave him an annoyed look. Everyone says he is 2 years older than me, so why do I feel he is more childish than me? George, I'm your brother, and you say I'm childish. What position do you put me in? Johnson looked at him angrily. He's only 2 years older than me, and looks no different from me. From now on, I won't call you brother, and you don't call me brother either. How about we just call each other by our first names? George felt that always calling them brother or younger brother not only sounded corny, but the main point was that he felt like he was being suppressed. Okay, but in front of my old man, you are still my brother, otherwise I'm afraid the old man will beat me stupid. Johnson was really scared when he thought of Mr. Gua. By the way, aren't you from the Gua family? You should be considered a top family in Beijing. Why didn't the old man stay in Beijing, but stayed here instead? Is it because there is spiritual energy here? George knew that Reiki had benefits for the human body. But the Gua family's headquarters is in the capital. Doesn't he plan to stay in the capital? There you can eat well, dress well, and even enjoy the service of others. I don't know. Grandpa and the others didn't tell me much. They just told me that someone has to guard Village Group 2, and when Village Group 2 or other similar places can be made public one day, they won't have to guard here all the time. Johnson was confused by what Mr. Gua and the others said, and he didn't know why they were guarding here alone instead of letting others do it. Is that so? Then we could try to uncover this secret ourselves when we have a chance. There was a gleam in George's eyes. Chapter 28 Doobie is online. My mother and her family have been guarding here for more than 20 years, and they must have thought that something might appear here at any time. As for what it is, George has reason to suspect it has something to do with spiritual energy. Now, let him slowly unravel the secrets within the second group of the village. But how are we going to do that? Johnson thought they might be testing the waters on the brink of death. Let's go meet those little animals first, then learn about the terrain of Village 2, and see if there are any ancient tombs or the like in Village 2. George rubbed his chin. He felt that the reason he had been able to live in this remote place for 20 years was definitely not just because of the spiritual energy. Either something could happen here at any time, or there might be some ancient tomb or secret place here. I don't know which of these three it is. Ancient tombs? No way. Even if there are ancient tombs here, they are probably the tombs of poor people. After all, if there were rich people, they would not have buried their dead here, right? Johnson rolled his eyes. But this place is not far from where the so-called hanging coffins are located. It doesn't make sense to say that there wouldn't be any extraordinary tombs here. George pondered. Brother, I'm not saying anything, but if there's anything special about this mountain, it's that there are a lot of rocks and waterfalls. Johnson sneered. He had been running around in this mountain for many times, and although he hadn't seen any ancient tombs, he had seen a lot of beautiful scenery. Rocks and waterfalls? George frowned slightly. Was this very different from what he had imagined? Meow, meow. Xiaohu followed George and listened to his words and just wanted to say one thing. Screw the ancient tomb. There's nothing here except a spiritual spring, right? Xiaohu, what are you talking about? George looked down at the cat who was rubbing against him with a look of disgust. George, I think it must be dissatisfied with the topic we are discussing. Johnson poked Tiger's head. The furry little head really looks like a toy. Xiaohu, do you know something? George looked down at Tiger. It is said that animals have spirits. Xiaohu is such a smart little guy. Has he heard something? Or seen something? The little tiger curled his lips and said that even if he knew it, he would not tell you. Since the master didn't say anything, it had better remain mute. I knew it. Aunt XN and the others didn't tell us what this little kitty knew. Johnson saw Xiaohu's expression. He knew that they were the only ones who were kept in the dark. My mom and the others probably saw that you can't keep things secret with your personality, so they didn't tell you. If it was Marx and the others, you would think it would be different, right? George gave him a sidelong glance. Johnson's character is obviously a bit impulsive. We didn't tell him because we were afraid that he would spread the affairs of Village Group 2 everywhere. It hurts, it really hurts. Johnson covered his chest and pretended to be stabbed in the heart. George and Xiaohu, one big and one small, faced him with such an image and just wanted to say it was a pity that he didn't go into acting. Johnson, it would be a loss to the entertainment industry if you don't enter the entertainment industry. Johnson jumped up, know yourself, I really want to enter the entertainment industry, but my dad won't let me. Why doesn't your father want to? George looked at him in confusion. Aren't there many celebrities in the entertainment industry who are descendants of military Reds? For someone like Johnson, it would actually be no problem for him to enter the entertainment industry. She has a good figure and a pretty face. As long as the Guo family is willing to invest resources, there is no reason why they cannot make Johnson a dazzling star. Isn't it because I'm a boy? There's a huge fortune waiting for me to inherit. Johnson sighed. George heard this. He immediately thought that if other people knew what he said, they would all shout Versailles. Brother, since we can't become a star, it's not bad for us to be an internet celebrity. We can make money and have freedom, and you can play with cats every day. George's first words didn't appeal to Johnson, but the second sentence about petting the cat suddenly made Johnson's eyes shine with a different light. George said, makes a lot of sense. Isn't it nice to pet a cat? Masturbate every day and feel as happy as a god. Brother, you are right. I want to pet cats, big cats, and pandas, so that others will become jealous in Versailles. Johnson laughed. The look especially felt like Kagoro Muri's laughter. Little Tiger nestled in George's arms, feeling that the future was bleak. Although it's good to become an internet celebrity, following a stupid guy really lowers your status. Xiaohu scratched his head in frustration, wondering what to do. When it comes back, all its hair will be plucked out. Brother, the sun is shining brightly. You can continue your daydreaming. Xiaohu, you know the way, right? Take me for a walk up the mountain. George put the tiger cub on the ground. The tiger cub meowed and wagged its tail, motioning George to follow him. George, good brother, don't leave me behind. Johnson said as he hurried after him. Afraid that Xiaohu might take George somewhere, Johnson quickly stepped forward to lead the way, next to George's house, and then they came to a large lake. This lake is a naturally formed lake. It is not large in area, but it connects the village and the waterfall on the mountain. George, if you look at it from this angle, it feels like the moon is surrounded by mountains. Johnson had already pulled out his drone, recording it. George looked at the screen in Johnson's hand. The shape of the lake was actually a perfect circle, which made people wonder whether the lake was artificially built. Johnson, this lake is artificial, right? George asked. Brother, don't doubt it. It's really not. Johnson said in a serious tone. Isn't that lake too round? It feels like a mirror has been placed upside down in this place. George looked at the image on the screen and really doubted whether it was an artificial lake. Isn't it when I came here for the first time? I was really shocked when I took pictures of this scene from midair. I thought it was done by my dad and his friends, but later they said it was a masterpiece of nature. I just didn't believe it, but geologists who have been here have already explored it and confirmed that it was indeed formed naturally. Johnson sighed softly, his face filled with reverence for nature. George stared at the screen in his hand, thought of what Dora had said before, and spoke immediately. Johnson, log into my Lean account on your phone. We will broadcast live now. What live broadcast now? Johnson was dumbfounded. Chapter 29 George starts live broadcast. He hasn't prepared anything yet. How can he do a live broadcast? Yes, such a beautiful picture should be shared with more people, right? George nodded. He was originally a little worried about whether he would not be able to do the live broadcast well, but now he doesn't have to worry about this issue at all, because the beauty here surpasses everything. Okay, let me make it clear first, I won't be in the camera. If he wants to appear in the camera, he has to change into some handsome clothes. If someone familiar with him saw him like this, they would think he was kicked out of the Guo family. Whatever you want. George told Johnson his account and password. Johnson logged into George's account and password. All the authentication had been set up in advance by Dora, so if he wanted to live broadcast, he just had to start the live broadcast directly. But what should we name this room? George, can you give a live broadcast room a name? Johnson called out to George. Just call it George's Country Life. George thought about it. Yesterday, he might still be thinking about everything about the Cheen family, but today he is a completely new person. He doesn't need to deny himself who has become a countryman. Start with George's Country Life. Welcome a brand new you. Johnson felt that the name of George's live broadcast room was not original at all, but he still followed his words and gave it this name. In addition, he took a screenshot of the picture directly above Yuanjing Lake as the cover of the live broadcast room, hoping that someone would be interested in seeing this picture. As soon as the live broadcast started, Dora received the message immediately. Contacting people in the company to give George's live broadcast room a big promotion, Dora immediately sent the news of George's live broadcast to their peer group. Brothers and sisters, Uncle Cheen's son George has started a live broadcast. Please remember to support him. It doesn't matter how much money you have. I just want a token of your heart. Smiley face. Manhwa, Dora, this is not your platform. You are really quick to act. You actually managed to get Uncle Cheen's son in advance? Dora, Brother Sue, look at what you were saying. Doesn't George want to study? I just gave him some advice. Besides, live streaming makes a lot of money. I'm under your company, so I can take care of him, right? The girl from the Wu family. Sister Dora, what does Uncle Cheen's son look like? Is he handsome? My dad wants to arrange a blind date for me. Evil smile. Dora, silly boy, being handsome is not enough to make a living. You like George, but George may not like you. Don't listen to your dad. Exile has already complained to Uncle Cheen, and Uncle Cheen will definitely punish your dad when he comes back. Sly smile. The little girl from the 5 families. Yeah, I will get to see my dad being beaten up in my lifetime. I have to go home quickly, and I can't miss any of my dad's dark history. Dora, what a good boy. Does your dad know that you like watching him get beaten up so much? The eldest brother of the Guo family, Xiaoqing, it is better for you to hide your thoughts. If the traitor hears it, I think your father will treat you to fried pork with vermicelli as soon as you come back. Evil smile. 5 little girls. Brother Marks, that's too much. Angry. My little panda is very proud. Everyone, what happened? Why is it so lively? Question mark. Dora, Chio family, Uncle Cheen's son is back, but you didn't show any appreciation. George is doing a live broadcast right now. Why don't you go and support him? Send you a bomb. My little panda is very proud. What? Uncle Cheen's son is back. Wait, I'll go give him a gift now. The 5 little girls, Big Brother Chio, that live broadcast room is owned by Sister Dora. Twitching. My little panda is very proud. Damn, I just took a look, lean platform. Dora, You are too wicked. You even exploit your own family. Angry. Flowers and brocade. Dora, does Uncle Chi know that you kidnapped his son to do hard labor? Smile. 5 little girls. Coolie +1 smile. My little panda is very proud. Hard work +2 smile. Gua family boss. Coolie +3 smile. Wukong is the best in the world. Hard work +4 smile. Cat in water. Hard work +5 smile. Dora, that's enough. That's enough. You guys are making me sound like a vicious person. I'll just give George whatever he earns after tax. Okay? Pitiful. The eldest of the Guo family. That's pretty good. 5 little girls. Same as above. The world's Wukong is happy and unbreakable. Ditto. Cats in water. Keep formation downstairs. A blooming blossoming. The formation has been broken upstairs. Dora. Okay, all of you hurry up and support George. Otherwise, George's live broadcast room will be in trouble. The eldest brother of the Guo family. Got it. 5 little girls. Same as above. Others also replied with a message. George asked Johnson to do the live broadcast. He took out his mobile phone and opened the Lean app. There was no one in the live broadcast room at that moment, but George was not disappointed. After all, we have just started the live broadcast, so where are the people? George put his phone back into his pocket and ignored the drone in the air, ready to let Xiaohu take him to see the scenery on the mountain and other small animals. Inside the live broadcast room, everyone who was attracted by the big banner was stunned as soon as they entered the room. I thought some big shot will be doing the live broadcast here, but it turned out to be a yellow V account with no fans at all. Ghosts are all poor. What the hell is this? Just let me see this broken thing. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Where did the yellow V number come from? She doesn't have any fans. Did she buy it? The fat man's meat consumes oil. When did Lean enter an amateur? And there are no fans. Sunny Bai. To be honest, the angle of the cover is a mirror, right? Pure time. No, I think it's a lake. Sunny aren't all lakes green? When have they ever been this blue? Fatty's meat consumes too much oil. Can anyone explain to us what the host wants us to see this means? Chicken breast is also a breast. Isn't this a way to cultivate the sentiments of impetuous city people? Ghosts are poor. Damn, am I here to cultivate my sentiments? I am here to see beautiful women. The fat man's meat consumes a lot of oil. Brother Gue, I highly recommend the title Country Life. There are no beauties, but there are beasts. The ghosts are all poor. They look at a few beasts and retreat. I am your eldest brother from the Guo family, and I am sending you Rocket X10. I am your eldest brother from the Su family, and I sent you Rocket X10. I am your 5 little sisters sent Rocket X10. I am your elder brother from the Chiu family, and sent this to you. I am your eldest brother from the Su family, who sent this to you. I am your eldest brother from the Chun family, and I sent this to you. Gitu was so poor that he hadn't left the live broadcast room yet. He was instantly stimulated by the series of rockets, and his eyes turned red. Ghosts are all poor. Damn, am I seeing things? Such a big shot is sending rockets. Chicken breasts are also breasts. My mother asked me why I was kneeling on the phone, angry face. The fat man's meat consumes oil. Big guys, angry face. There's so many big guys. Pure time, follow the boss. Pure time is sent to Sky Wings X1. The fat man's meat is greasy. I have no money, so I can only give you little hearts. The fat man's meat is served with oyster sauce, and I give him 10 little hearts. Sunny and White sends a heart X100. All ghosts are poor. I have no money, so I will give away spicy strips. I want to see what kind of person the anchor is. Even the poor ones are given spicy strips X $9.99. Chapter 30 Panda Appearance. I am your eldest brother of the Guo family. Dear netizens, please support me. This is my hometown from the mountainous area in the south. The air is fresh, the mountain springs are sweet, and the pollution-free environment grows pollution-free organic vegetables. If you need them, you can contact me to place an order. Ghosts are all poor. Damn, will the live broadcast room be able to display such long comments? The fat man's meat consumes a lot of oil. Shocking, the boss's barrage is so scary that it makes people tremble. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Mom, I also want the boss's barrage of words. Pure time. Lean's boss is really extraordinary. This wave of promotion is great. I was blown away by the gift from boss. Explode out +1. Explode out +2. Exploded out plus 10,085. All ghosts are poor. There's so many barges that I can't see the picture. Chicken breast is also breast. The comment above, I suggest turning off the barrage. Kaiken Pashui. Brothers, I have little education. Can anyone tell me, what is the black and white thing on the screen called? Fatty's meat with oil. Wow, it's a national treasure. Tail up. Oh my god. Isn't this our national treasure? Is the anchor in Sichuan? All ghosts are poor. Oh, I heard that everyone in Sichuan has a national treasure. Is it true? Is it true? Want me a big dog? Upright arrow go. The one above. I guarantee that everyone in Kawaguchi has one. All ghosts are poor. I amber sigh. Innocent time. Do you need some lemon? Gadukiyol. Thank you, I don't need it. I want to be the host's first fan. The fat man's meat is so oily. Damn, brother ghost, you are immoral. All ghosts are poor. Come on, the host fan list is still empty. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Damn, the top 50 positions in the host fan club have been locked, and the number I got is 51. Starting a pit and paddling. I'm 53. Pure time. It seems that we don't have to think about the top 50. I'm 52nd. All ghosts are poor. Damn, you're going too far, I'm actually 60. The fat guy's meat wastes a lot of oil. He deserves it. You deserve it +1. You deserve it +2. You deserve it plus. There was a group of netizens playing and joking in the live broadcast room, but there were really few people watching the video. As the picture got closer and closer to the giant panda, the netizens immediately shifted their focus and started licking the screen. Ghosts are all poor. What a cute giant panda, I want one too. Fatty's meat lacks oil. Host, where is this? I want to fly there and sleep with pandas. Pure time. Just a reminder to the person above. Pandas are not cats, they are bears. Open the pit and paddling. Pandas are also known as iron-eating beasts, and the fat man's meat should not be enough for them to chew. Fatty's meat is oily. Damn, my meat is not as delicious as bamboo. I will give a reward to the anchor and buy bamboo. Ghosts are all poor. Fatty brother, please give me some help. The fat man's meat is oily. And to go away, I just want to raise a panda. The fat man's meat consumes oil and is sent to Rocket X10. Pure time. I also want to raise a panda. Host, please remember that this is the food I give to the panda. Pure time sends Rocket X10. Chicken breast is also a breast. Keep up with the formation. Chicken breast is also a breast. Send Rocket X10. Driving a rocket to deliver food on a spaceship is awesome. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Please look at me, sir. I want a panda too. When the viewers in the live broadcast room saw the cute panda on the screen, they all licked the screen and gave rewards. Outside the live broadcast room, George had no idea what was going on inside. All he knew was that the little tiger meowed and then took him to the other side of Yuanjing Lake. Johnson controlled the drone and followed Xiaohu's footsteps and found a black and white giant panda that looked like a dumpling walking out of the forest. The giant panda saw Xiaohu and two people coming from a distance. One of them was Johnson, but he didn't recognize the other one. The other person looks very young, probably a human teenager. Meow. The little tiger ran to the giant panda and shouted twice. The giant panda twitched his lips. What is this thing saying? It doesn't understand. Can you speak human language? Meow, meow, meow. The tiger cub rushed into the giant panda's arms and put his hands on its shoulders. When everyone in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they instantly became nervous. George could not be seen in the live broadcast room for the time being. The viewers could only see a cat-like creature pouncing on the panda. I am your eldest brother in the Chio family. My red panda is going to be bullied. You damn little tiger, get out of here. All ghosts are poor. Oh my god, the big boss suddenly appeared and spoke. The fat man's meat is greasy. Brother, hurry up and hug the big guy's legs and pluck some leg hair to keep as a souvenir. Chicken breasts are also breasts. No matter how valuable the boss's leg hair is not as valuable as a panda's. It would be great if I could get some panda hair. Driving a rocket to deliver food. I don't want panda's fur, I want panda's paw print. Claw print +1. Claw print +2. Paw print plus 10,086. Pure time. Guys, forget about the paw prints. Don't you care who wins the fight between the panda and the cat that looks like a tiger? Sunny Bai. Is there any need to ask? Of course it's the panda. I am your fifth sister. They're not fighting. They're whispering. All ghosts are poor. Another big shot suddenly appeared. Wow, so many big shots came from this place. What kind of feng shui is this place? Chicken breast is also a breast. Boss, please give me the address. I will fly there now. The fat man's meat is too oily. Same request. There were a lot of people asking for the address below, but none of the big guys from the second group of the village sent a message. Now is not the time to disclose the address. George not far away in surprise. Is he the master's son? Oh my god, the master's son is finally back. The giant panda immediately ran towards George with tears in his eyes and threw George to the ground. The huge impact force caused George to be knocked down by the giant panda in an instant. George. Johnson controlled the drone to follow the giant panda so that the viewers in the live broadcast room could see it more clearly. Unexpectedly, the giant panda suddenly rushed towards George, scaring him to death in an instant. Now he didn't care about anything else and rushed over. The viewers in the live broadcast room saw that the panda, who was originally considered a lazy guy, actually ran. When they were sending 666 in surprise, they saw the giant panda flying towards George. This immediately frightened the group of netizens so much that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. All ghosts are poor. Pandas hurt people. The fat man's meat consumes too much oil. Call 120 immediately. Pure time. Do you know where the host is? All ghosts are poor. Fatty's meat consumes a lot of oil. I am the eldest brother of the Chio family. Please rest assured, the panda is theirs and will not harm its little owner. Pure time. The boss's remarks instantly made me feel jealous. Son of Bei, does everyone have a giant panda? Angry face. The fat man's meat is fried with oil. Little master, I'm going to be Versailles. Bonat, I want a giant panda too. Ao Ji Chu Dai. Oh my god, why can some people adopt giant pandas but I can't do anything? Driving a rocket to deliver food. I have plenty of money, but can money buy panda dumplings? All ghosts are poor. It is suggested that the host give a panda dumpling to each person. Chicken breast is also breast. I second the motion. The fat man's meat consumes a lot of oil. Seconded +1. Delivering food in a rocket. Seconded +2. Seconded by +10,086. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 being attacked by a panda. A group of people in a live broadcast room instantly turned into jealous people, and each of them asked for panda dumplings. Dora rolled her eyes and suddenly came up with a good idea. George was thrown to the ground on the screen. The giant panda stretched out its pink tongue and licked George's face, looking very happy. George had his face covered with saliva from it, and he really felt like he had lost all hope in life. Chucky, get out of the way. Johnson yelled at the panda. The giant panda raised its head and looked at him lazily, then hugged George tightly with its paws, as if it didn't want to let George go. George was held so tightly by it that he almost couldn't breathe. Chucky? Your name is Chucky, right? Can you let me go? I can't breathe. After hearing Johnson call the giant panda like that, George tried to call the giant panda in a gentle voice. The giant panda hummed twice, looking reluctant to let go of George. The little master smells so clean, just like the master, it smells so good. In the live broadcast room, the viewers had never heard how a panda calls. After hearing the panda's voice, everyone instantly realized that the panda's call could be so soft and cute. It sounds so beautiful. Woo woo woo. The viewers in the live broadcast room all gave rewards again. Dora sat in her own yard and looked at the rewards from netizens with stars in her eyes. Although most of the group members are brothers and sisters, the cohesion of the fans is quite strong. Dora took out her other phone and called the operations manager. Redesign the page of George's Rural Life live broadcast room and put reward and lottery information on the right side of the page. The prizes include panda autographs, pandas. Dora watched George on the screen climb out of the panda's body, wash his face at Yuanjing Lake, and then face the excited giant panda in front of him. Your name is Chucky, right? You and Xiaohu are good friend, right? The giant panda nodded, patted his chest, walked to George, stood up like a human, and patted George's chest. It seems to be saying that it and George are also good friends. You mean we're good friends too? George smiled and patted its head. But in my heart I was thinking, giant panda. National treasure, wow. Now it appeared before him. This is not a dream. Wow, it really exists. The giant panda nodded its huge head again. The little master is so gentle. It loves its little master so much. If it weren't for that damn drone in the air, it would really like to take George to the back mountain to soak in the hot springs, sunbathe, and talk about life. Then can you take us to your other friends? George touched the giant panda's head. It was so soft and cute. It must be very comfortable to hold it while sleeping. Uh-huh. The giant panda barked twice and was about to walk away when Johnson called it. Chucky, come back. What's wrong? George looked at Johnson. What else? They're coming up to you and trying to knock you to the ground. I want to ask you, how many times are you going to be knocked to the ground? They're really powerful. Maybe you're, but will be flattened. Johnson didn't know whether George was hurt by the giant panda's attack just now. No. George just waved his hands when he felt something touching his butt. George's expression froze instantly. I saw the giant panda's bare paws touching his butt. This is blatant teasing. George was instantly embarrassed. He had never been teased like this since he was a child. This was the first time he was teased, and the one who teased him was a giant panda. Moreover, this happened in front of a live broadcast room where viewers were always hanging out. George really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Angry face. George wanted to cry so much. In the live broadcast room, a group of viewers watched George talking to the giant panda. When the giant panda seemed to fully understand what George said and nodded, they all wondered if the giant panda had become a spirit. Otherwise, how could he understand George so well? And when Johnson mentioned that George but was flattened, the giant panda actually reached out and touched it. Oh my God, is this panda a spirit? Lemon pie. Didn't we agree with James that animal bones are not allowed to become spirits? Now who can tell me scientifically whether it has become a spirit or not? All ghosts are poor. They've become spirits. Fatty's meat consumes oil. Essence +2. Middle school player. Become a spirit plus 10,086. Chicken breasts are also breasts. By the way, did you only notice whether the panda had become a spirit, but didn't you notice why the panda touched the host's butt? Open the pit and paddling. Spring has passed, and the panda should not be thinking about spring anymore. Ghosts are all poor. I say, guys, didn't you notice that the panda is a male? Son of AI, it's a male? Isn't it a female? The fat man's meat is oily. I can tell from the look that he is a standard male bear. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Holy shit, this means the anchor was attacked by a male bear. On the buttocks? Pure time. To be honest, the anchor was attacked on the buttocks by a panda in public. It was the first time. All ghosts are poor. It's the first time. It's not like I'm missing a piece of meat. I am polite. That's right, that's right. Big boss asked for marriage. I also want such treatment, but it's a pity that God doesn't give me such treatment. Fatty's meat consumes more oil. Benefit +1. Treatment +2. Salary plus 10,086. A group of netizens in front of the screen were so jealous when they saw the panda rubbing George's but tenderly and considerately. Currently, the only one who can enjoy this treatment is the anchor. Countless people made lemon-like comments. George couldn't see what the netizens were saying. He just felt that a place that had never been touched by anyone was touched, and it was touched by an animal at that. Suddenly the mood became quite subtle, extremely subtle. Chucky, what are you doing? George looked at Chucky in annoyance and growled. Chucky only made a hum sound, as if he wanted to respond to him, but was annoyed that he couldn't speak. Chucky hummed twice and scratched his head with his two big paws, looking very depressed. It can obviously speak human language, but it pretends not to speak in front of the camera. It's so hard. When can I have a good talk with my little master? Chucky stared at Johnson on the side, showing his sharp teeth. Johnson was shocked to see Chucky's appearance. It seems that he didn't offend Chucky. Why does it look at itself like this? Chucky looked at Johnson, the angrier he became. When he was wondering whether he should go up and slap Johnson away, George's cell phone suddenly rang. Not many people know this newly purchased mobile phone number yet. George didn't know who sent him the message, so he opened it and saw that the sender was Dora. This is the message that got them to stop broadcasting. George was a little confused when he saw the message, but when he saw the live broadcast room switch to his own, George was stunned. A group of viewers appeared in the live broadcast room, which was originally empty. He was overwhelmed by the various comments from these viewers. Chapter 32 Dead Cat. Why pretend? The most important thing is that someone actually sent him a rocket. A rocket worth $1,000. If you fire 10 times in a row, that would be $10,000. With several of them being rockets, it's impossible for George not to be excited. It was my first time doing a live broadcast, and I already had a feeling that I might not be popular. I didn't expect so many people would show up to support him. They really think highly of him. My dear friends, today's live broadcast ends here and will continue tomorrow. If you'd like to watch my live broadcast, please click to follow me. I will continue the live broadcast tomorrow. George then signaled Johnson to turn off the live broadcast. Johnson seemed to have said that the live broadcast would not last for half an hour, and it would not be a good idea to end it like this. At this time, George had already walked out of the drone screen and showed him the message sent by Dora. Johnson saw his elder sister speaking. There was no reason for him not to turn off his phone. The viewers in the live broadcast room did not hear George's voice at first, until George got closer to the drone. Then they heard the news that he was going to end the live broadcast, and immediately the viewers in the live broadcast room shouted no. All ghosts are poor. I bet 10 packs of spicy strips that the host live broadcast is really short and small. Fatty's meat wastes oil. The anchor is going too far. I haven't sucked enough pandas yet. How can he just end the broadcast? Pure time. Don't worry. I have recorded the screen and will upload it to Lean later so that everyone can watch Panda online and take a look at the host's Black history. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Good people. Starting a pit and paddling. Good person +1. Delivering food in a rocket. Good guy +2. The panda's name is Chucky. Good people +10,086. The screen in the live broadcast room was refreshed so fast that George couldn't keep up. Fortunately, he stopped reading the comments later, especially those people in the barrage who were excitedly shouting that they wanted to see his dark history. Putting away his phone, George smiled at Johnson. Brother, I just took a look at the live broadcast room. The revenue is pretty good. Shall we have a good meal tonight? Come on, isn't your family's meal tonight already covered by our family? Johnson rolled his eyes. And have a good meal. The lunch was already sumptuous enough, not to mention the afternoon meal. The dishes prepared by the Guo family were definitely comparable to those in a five-star hotel. Then, how can I thank you? George scratched his head as Johnson helped him broadcast the video. He didn't show any reaction at all. Isn't that a bit too much? We're all brothers. What's there to thank for? If you want to say thank you, just let me play with you for a while. Johnson put away the drone and looked at the giant panda from time to time. The chubby giant panda is really cute. Get lost? I don't want you to touch me. When Chucky saw that Johnson had put away the drone, he stopped pretending to be silly and started cursing. George and the other man were stunned for a moment. Chucky, are you speaking now? My young master, not only me, but other guys can speak as well. Chucky said this and pushed out Xiaohu, who was trying to hide. Xiaohu can also speak. George looked at the tiger cub, who shrank his neck, meowed, and refused to speak. You dead cat. Why are you pretending? The little master is here, and it's useless for you to pretend. Chucky put his paw on Xiaohu's head. Xiao knew he couldn't get away with it, so he just smiled foolishly. Young master, my dear, you all can speak? Didn't they say that animals are not allowed to become spirits after James? You all have become spirits. Johnson opened his eyes wide, a look of disbelief on his face. Is this still the little guy he knows? Get out of here, you little brat. I hate the sight of you. You're here, but why bring a drone? Do you think those mortals can see my silly and cute image? The giant panda rolled his eyes at him in disdain. Johnson's mouth drooped as he looked at the giant panda pitifully. Chucky, this drone is not mine. It belongs to your little master. He is not in school now, and he plans to make some money by live streaming. Am I not helping him with the live streaming? If you don't want to, just don't appear in the camera. Johnson believes that giant pandas are national treasures, and having them appear in the camera is definitely a very eye-catching thing. Unfortunately, Chucky doesn't seem to want to do it. Johnson, it doesn't fit in the picture, but I do. I will be the pig's trotter tomorrow. I'll be the pig's trotter tomorrow. Xiaohu sat on the ground obediently, looking at Johnson with a smile. Go away, who wants to see you, a little kitty? If anyone wants to see you, they'd rather see a national treasure. Johnson waved. Cats can be seen everywhere. Who would want to watch them in a live broadcast room? Johnson, how dare you discriminate against me? The tiger pounced on Johnson. In an instant, the kitten turned into the size of an adult tiger and pressed Johnson to the ground. It hurts, it hurts. You bastard, little tiger. Johnson screamed. The moment he saw the kitten transform into a tiger, how could he not know that the kitten was actually a big tiger? Johnson, say that again. The tiger cub narrowed his eyes, stretched out his pink paws, and patted his face. The little brat was not cute since he was young, and he is still not cute even when he grows up. It really hasn't changed at all. Xiaohu, get up. George stood aside, looking at Xiaohu with a complicated expression. It is actually a white tiger? Sure enough, the shadow he saw last night was definitely it. Young master. When the tiger cub heard George's call, his ears twitched. He jumped off Johnson's body, ran to George like a pug, rubbed George's feet, and meowed twice. Chucky sat aside, looking at Xiaohu in disbelief with his pair of panda eyes. Where's the king of beasts? When did he become a lackey? Young master, what do you want me to do? The tiger stuck out his tongue, made the gesture of a lucky cat with his paws, and looked at George with a smile on his face. You're the guy who knocked me out last night, right? George looked at it sullenly. Xiaohu suddenly felt a bolt of thunder appear out of nowhere in the clear sky. Oh my God, is the young master trying to settle the score with it? Little master, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? Xiaohu said with a stiff smile, beads of sweat on his forehead. Stop pretending. The shadow last night is exactly the same as your current image. George reached out and pulled at its ears. In the past, he would never have used force on a tiger, but now, a big tiger has become his pet. Xiaohu's face changed, and he stammered, "Little Master, I can explain. This was all Master's idea. It has nothing to do with me." George pitifully, "Act cute, act cute. The owner will definitely be touched by its handsome appearance." "My mom? Why would she let you do this?" George should have guessed that it was his mother who asked Xiaohu to do this. Chapter 33. It is about to fall out of favor. But why did the mother let Xiaohu do this? At least give a reason, right? The master wants to see the little master's adaptability and the little master's foundation to see if the little master is useless. "Little master, you can't say this to the master, otherwise I will die." Xiaohu spoke with an embarrassed look on his face. If it dared to say this and its mother heard it, she would definitely skin it and make a tiger coat. George's face darkened. "Just to test whether he is a waste, I scare him like this. Aren't you afraid of scaring him to death? That's too much." Woo, angry face. "Is this still my biological mother? How could Aunt Exine do this? George is her and Uncle Cheen's only son after all. Isn't she afraid that your big body will knock George into a fool?" Johnson looked at George with great sympathy. Although he was often hit on the head by Mr. Gua, at least Mr. Gua didn't beat him into a fool, right? "Johnson, I'm not big at all. I'm just a cat, a cute little cat." Xiaohu made a flirtatious look while speaking, which gave Johnson goosebumps. He has watched this cat, no, this tiger grow up, so how could he not know that it is a male, a real teapot? It actually winks. This is too conscienceless. Johnson almost cried with his hands on his face. "Anyway, you pounced on me and knocked me unconscious. We have to settle this account." George doesn't buy it. Even with the beauty mode turn on, the effect is still the same. The cute expression on Xiaohu's face instantly fell. XX. "Little master, please don't. This is not my fault." Woohoo carrot. The tiger boy rolled on the ground, looking like he was about to cheat. George ignored its cute behavior and coughed softly. "If you want me to forgive you, tell me why you can speak and grow bigger and smaller." George stared at the two cute animals, Xiaohu and Chucky, waiting for their answers. "My little master, this is a long story. You should ask the master." Achi was afraid that Xiaohu had said something he shouldn't, so he sat directly on its belly and covered Xiaohu's mouth with his paws. The little tiger was so angry that he stared at the fat boy sitting on him and kept hitting Chucky's furry arms with his claws. "That's too much. That's too much. Doesn't this guy know his own weight? I wonder if it would kill the person, no, the tiger, by sitting like this." "George, I don't think we can get anything out of them. Let's go back and ask Aunt Xin. Aunt Xin will definitely tell us the secret." Johnson's face was full of excitement, and he was thinking about a lot of things in his mind. For example, these cute creatures are fairies. For another example, with the emergence of things like spiritual energy, these people may be able to step into the threshold of cultivating immortals in the future. This guy is so happy. Did he take the wrong medicine? Chucky glared at Johnson, and then his eyes sparkled. Sometimes he smiled smugly, and sometimes he looked shrewd. I don't understand what this guy is thinking. His brain waves are very rich, and I guess he has absorbed a lot of things in his mind. George's mouth twitched. "My young master, in order to avoid you being assimilated with this idiot in the future, I think it would be better for you to drag this idiot away, so as not to affect your IQ." Chucky cast a contemptuous look at Johnson. How could this guy get mixed up in this group of big guys? He really lowers their IQ. It's better to kick out of the group chat as soon as possible. George felt that Chucky's words made a lot of sense. When he was about to express his opinion, he saw Johnson come back to his senses and wipe the saliva that had flowed out of the corner of his mouth. "George, it's getting late. Let's go back quickly. Aunt Xin must be waiting anxiously now." Johnson's eyes were shining, and he looked impatient. "Little tiger." George shouted at the white tiger who was being sat under by Chucky, and the little tiger finally struggled to crawl out from under Fatty. "Stinky Bear, you should lose weight. If you are so fat, the master will never give you any tasks in the future." Xiaohu looked at Chucky angrily. Chu-Chi just laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if the master doesn't give it to me. The little master will give it to me." "Bah, you don't even want to be on camera, so why should I give it to you?" Xiaohu snorted coldly. "Tomorrow it must take the position of the number one idol in the live broadcast room." Chucky sat on the ground and looked at it quietly. "You're not happy, you dead cat? Come and compete with me tomorrow. I'll beat you. You beat me. Wait and see." I'll compete with you tomorrow and see whether the audience supports you or me. The little tiger raised his head proudly. It is the king of beasts, and it just can't believe that it can't beat a stupid panda. Okay, let's play 3 games tomorrow, best of 3. There was a sly smile hidden beneath Chuki's silly expression. Okay, best of 3. What do you want to compete in? Xiaohu looked at it angrily. Hula dancing, tai chi, and being cute. Chuki chuckled twice. Each one of them is its strong point, and I don't believe that Xiaohu can compare to me. Brother, you are in trouble. These 3 are my strengths. When Xiaohu heard this, his heart almost flew away. It can do hula dancing and tai chi, but it doesn't have the cute appearance of Chuki. However, its expressions are richer than those of the stupid panda. I just don't believe that I can't beat this stupid panda. George stood aside and listened to the sophisticated bets of both parties, and suddenly thought that if these people were transformed into human form, wouldn't they all be social people? It's still unclear who has the better points. Young master, if you still have things to do, go down the mountain early. I'll be waiting for you here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so don't be late. A shrewd look flashed in Chuki's eyes. Does the stinky cat want to compete with it? It will make it doubt its life every minute. George nodded and took the shrunken tiger cub into his arms. Chuki, we're going down the mountain. It should be okay for you to stay on the mountain by yourself, right? George looked around and didn't see any traces of animals around Yuanjing Lake. Was it a bit dangerous to leave such a giant panda here? Especially since it was just broadcast live on the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Young master, don't worry about it. It was still rampant on this mountain before you came. How could there be a problem? George angrily. George didn't say a word when it was bullied just now, but now that it is leaving, it actually cares about the stinky panda. Doesn't that mean it's fallen out of favor? Xiaohu is crying in his heart. Sob Epsilon. 3. Don't worry, young master. I am the king of the mountain. No one dares to trouble me. You'd better get down the mountain quickly. The mountain road is not easy to walk on. Chuki patted his furry chest, and the fur and paws made Johnson want to stroke them. He dreams of sleeping with a furry panda in his arms. That's good. George didn't worry too much. Chapter 34. Please eat rice field. Chuki had been able to stay on it for a long time without any accidents, so he didn't have to worry too much about its safety. George followed Johnson back to the second group of the village and was about to walk towards the Guo family when he heard a cold voice coming from the direction of the Guo family. Zhao Qingrong, you still dare to come to our house? Are you really not afraid of death? Dora, why are you so angry? We just met and you're so angry. Who will dare to marry you in the future? Zhao Qingrong stared at Dora's face. When I was in school, I thought Dora was beautiful and wanted to marry her. Unexpectedly, Dora never came back after she was admitted to university. He hadn't seen Dora for 4 or 5 years and thought he had no hope. As a result, when I just came back today, I heard the news that my father was beaten and that Dora came back driving a luxury car. His restless mind suddenly started to move. It just so happens that he can't find anyone to pay back the money he owes. If he can marry Dora, wouldn't that mean he will have a place to put the money? Zhao Qingrong smiled happily. It's none of your business. I won't marry you anyway, Dora said as she picked up a stool and was about to throw it at him. Dora, you are a country girl. Who else can you marry if not me? Can city people like you? They just want to play with you because you are young and beautiful. Only I'm really good to you. As Zhao Qingrong spoke, his eyes kept lingering on Dora. That look seemed to strip Dora naked. Fuck, where did this loser come from? How dare he talk to my sister? Johnson rushed forward and kicked Zhao Qingrong in the waist. Zhao Qingrong screamed and fell to the ground. Go back to where you came from. Don't come here to get beaten. Johnson, you are Johnson, you bastard. How dare you hit me? Zhao Qingrong got up from the ground and rushed towards Johnson to hit him. Johnson turned around and hooked his foot, causing Zhao Qingrong to fall to the ground. Not only did he fall flat on his face, but his lips were also rubbed off by the cement. George was standing not far away and saw his miserable state. He felt too embarrassed to go up and kill him. Zhao Qingrong, this is just a warning to you. If you come to harass me again, it won't be so easy next time. Dora narrowed her eyes and looked at Zhao Qingrong and originally wanted to give him some face. Since he doesn't want it, you can't blame others. Zhao Qingrong got up from the ground, reached out to touch his mouth, and it was full of blood. He was immediately shocked. From childhood to adulthood, he has only seen the blood of others and has never seen himself bleeding. Still so much blood. Zhao Qingrong was angry. Dora treated him like this, so don't blame him for being rude. Dora, how could you do this to me? Have you forgotten the vows we made to each other? Now that you have a rich man, you don't want me anymore, right? Zhao Qingrong roared and blood spurted out of his mouth. Dora and the others immediately retreated 3 feet away from him. He is such a person who keeps criticizing the Meitian Communist Party. He should be sent to the Meitian Communist Party. Johnson looked at Zhao Qingrong with disgust. It's really no different from shit. Knock him unconscious and throw him into the rice field pit of the first group of the village. Martz walked out of Gui's house. Dora said that she could deal with Zhao Qingrong, but Zhao Qingrong is still here criticizing the Mi Tiangong. Johnson heard this. He immediately turned away in disgust. Brother, you go if you want to go. I don't want to go to such a smelly place. No one needs to go. I've called someone, and they'll be here to take him away soon. Dora ignored Zhao Qingrong's protest. She had already contacted the debt collection company before he came and knew that Zhao Qingrong still owed more than 100,000 yuan. Just as she told the other party Zhao Qingrong's current location, he should be here in 5 minutes. Dora, how can you be such a vicious woman? You don't want your old love anymore because you have a new one, right? I tell you, you can't get rid of me. If you don't give me a little sweetness, I will tell your lover that you are cheating on him. Zhao Qingrong shouted, his voice almost heard throughout the entire village. Damn it, do you have the guts to say that again? Johnson was furious and was about to rush up to hit someone, but he saw Xiaohu jump out of George's arms and step directly on Zhao Qingrong's head, forcing him to fall forward again and look for his teeth on the ground. Everyone, Xiaohu, this is the gate of the Guo family. Even if we want to make this guy eat shit, there is no need to dirty our territory. Dora's mouth twitched. Zhao Qingrong is a piece of shit. Don't poop in front of her house. She hates the smell. Meow. Dora, a depressed look, and jumped into the ditch beside him to wash his paws. Zhao Qingrong didn't know how many days it hadn't washed his hair. When he jumped on it, he felt it was really greasy. I don't know if the claws can be washed clean. Dora, and you guys, I got this. Just wait for me. I won't let you go. Zhao Qingrong got up from the ground, his face covered in blood, and he was almost collapsed. Zhao Qingrong, you don't have that chance anymore. From behind George, and Zhao Qingrong shuddered instantly. The debt collection agency came to the door. Dora actually told them where she was. Does she really have no regard for others at all? Do you want to kill him? Dora with eyes full of resentment, and he really wanted to tear her to pieces. Boss Chun, please send him to the rice field first when you go to collect the debt. He is more suitable to stay there. Dora didn't even look at Zhao Qingrong and spoke to the man who made the sound. Don't worry, sister. If you hadn't called us, we wouldn't have found this guy. We will definitely meet your request. The man called Boss Chun reached out and grabbed Zhao Qingrong by the collar, lifted him up, and threw him directly to the people behind him. That's good. This guy is full of shit. He should really taste what it tastes like. Otherwise, he will have sweet dreams all day long and think about things he shouldn't think about. Dora said lightly. However, Boss Chun heard something else in her words. Dora want him to cripple someone? Then feed him rice? Johnson blinked. Zhao Qingrong started to harass Dora since he was in the same class with her. He caught her several times and beat her half to death, but she still refused to give up. This time he was determined to make the other person eat shit and asked if he dared to pester him again. Boss Chin glanced at Johnson. This young man was so awesome to dare to say that. There's a rice field available. Do you want it? George interrupted. Ready-made? Whose? Dora looked at George with a strange expression. George was seen pointing at the tiger cub who was still paddling in the water. Chapter 35. If you can't eat cat shit, please eat pig shit. Cat, you want me to eat cat shit? Zhao Qingrong roared in horror. He thought these people were just joking. I didn't expect they would actually do it. Who told you to spit shit out of your mouth? Now I'm letting you taste what shit tastes like. Johnson glared at Zhao Qingrong. He had never been so angry as he was now. If you dare to ruin Dora's reputation, you must be prepared to die. Not everyone gets to taste Xiaohu's shit. You should feel honored to be able to taste it today. George spoke coldly and waved at Xiaohu. The little tiger meowed, jumped out of the water happily, and walked to Zhao Qingrong with a smile. You can't do this to me. This is against the law. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to call the police. Zhao Qingrong yelled that he wanted to call the police, but in fact he turned around and ran towards the village entrance. Fuck, I'm already here, and you still dare to run away. Boss Chin was dumbfounded. He had finally found the person. How could he let Zhao Qingrong run away just like that? Chase him, chase him. Once you catch him, break his legs. I don't want him to run away again. Boss Chun shouted to his men, and several people who looked like thugs rushed towards Zhao Qingrong. Zhao Qingrong was terrified when he heard what Boss Chen said. He wished his feet could give him wind. Zhao Qingrong ran very fast. The people behind were cursing, and some could not keep up with Zhao Qingrong's speed. Damn, if this guy has this ability, why doesn't he go to the Olympics? Maybe he can win a medal for the country. Boss Chun had heard that Zhao Qingrong was a good runner, but he had never seen him run so fast. Even world champions are probably not as good as him. In fact, this is also because Zhao Qingrong is being chased for debts every day. If he is not quick, he will be killed. However, what Zhao Qingrong didn't notice was, at this time, my mother just walked out of her house, and a pound of soybeans were scattered on the road. Zhao Qingrong's footsteps were not steady enough, and he stepped on the soybeans, falling miserably like a dog eating shit. The whole face was rubbed against the rough, concrete floor, and in an instant, it was bloody and unrecognizable. George and others ran up breathlessly, and seeing Zhao Qingrong's appearance at this moment, they couldn't help but silently light a candle for him in their hearts. Even though the stock market has fallen again and again, it has not fallen that badly. Zhao Qingrong lay on the ground, looking at the bloodstains on the ground with a confused look on his face. The pain continued to come from his face. He wanted to cry, but was afraid of hurting the wound, so he could only sob. Dora, you have such a cruel heart. How could you do this to me? Zhao Qingrong had never been so miserable. Not only did he fall several times in a row, but his face was badly injured and he lost a lot of teeth. Who would dare to marry him in the future? Hey, isn't this Zhao Qingrong? Why did he come to our village group too? The mother looked at Zhao Qingrong's miserable appearance with a puzzled look on her face, but she was holding back a smile in her heart. In Exile, they bullied me and wanted to feed me cat shit. When Zhao Qingrong saw his mother asking him in a friendly manner, he couldn't help but complain. Eating cat shit. The mother looked at George and the others with a strange expression. You want to feed him cat poop? In Exile, this guy is full of shit. We just want to teach him a lesson, so we want him to eat shit. George happened to say that he wanted Zhao Qingrong to eat cat shit, so we thought it was okay. After all, cat shit coffee is quite expensive, and he should feel honored to be able to taste the taste of cat shit. Johnson said this angrily while simply repeating what Zhao Qingrong said about Dora. My mother's face, but it was filled with coldness. Zhao Qingrong couldn't help but shiver and tremble. Isn't Aunt Exile kind and amiable? Why does she look so scary? Qingrong, didn't Annie tell you before that if something is yours, it's yours? If it's not yours, don't think about it. Why don't you listen? You have to think about things that are not real. The mother sighed softly, with a look of disappointment on her face, which made Zhao Qingrong feel a sudden sense of fear. Aunt Exile, I was wrong. Can you ask them to let me go? I'll leave right now. Before Zhao Qingrong could finish his words, he saw a red Ferrari parked in the yard of his mother's house. Zhao Qingrong was stunned for a moment. Dora, has car end up at Zhang's house? Shouldn't we stop in front of Gua's house? A lot of things instantly popped up in Zhao Qingrong's mind. Thinking about what his mother had said before, Zhao Qingrong suddenly had evil thoughts in his mind. Dora, you bitch, I was wondering why I didn't see the car at Gua's house, and it turned out to be at Zhang's house. Dora, you are having an affair with Jeang Chun. Do your parents know? Zhao Qingrong's head is full of dirty thoughts. Dora was furious. You can associate her with anyone, but just don't associate her with Jeang Chun, okay? That guy doesn't deserve it at all. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. My son is right. Not only are you suitable for eating cat shit, but pig shit is also suitable for you. The mother's cold voice reached Zhao Qingrong's ears. When Zhao Qingrong was about to refute, he saw a pig suddenly jumped out from nowhere, rushed in front of him, and shot a stream of thin and smelly feces into his face. Everyone present took several steps back and covered their mouths. Pigs always smell bad. Civilized people like them can never get used to the smell of pig shit. Zhao Qingrong was dumbfounded, and his nostrils were filled with the smell of pig manure. He let out a scream of terror and then vomited violently. Zhao Qingrong didn't expect that when his mother said the word pig shit, a pig would really rush out and shit towards him and into his mouth. So disgusting. It's really disgusting. Chunin, drag him to Village 1 and let the people in Village 1 know the consequences of causing trouble in Village 2. The mother gave orders to Boss Chun, who was standing aside. Upon hearing this, Boss Chun nodded and bowed and ordered someone to grab Zhao Qingrong's uncontaminated pants, drag him to the first group of the village, and collect the debt at the same time. Aunt Exile is awesome. She made that guy eat pig shit. It's a pity that she didn't take a picture of that scene. We can use this to laugh at that guy later. Johnson said as he scratched his head. It would be a shame not to record such a beautiful scene and put it on Lean for people to admire. If the viewers in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they would definitely exclaim how awesome it is. I think you may not have this opportunity in the future. Mother raised her eyebrows. And Exile, what do you mean? I don't understand. Johnson tilted his head. Will Zhao Qingrong never come again in the future? Chapter 36 Going to India to pan for gold. I said you were stupid, but Aunt Xin said that after this lesson, Zhao Qingrong will not trouble us again. Do you understand? Dora rolled her eyes, wondering why her brother was so stupid. But Zhao Qingrong doesn't seem like the kind of person who would give up just like that. We've made him suffer so much. If he doesn't come to seek revenge, wouldn't he be unmanly? Johnson scratched his head. I don't know if he looks like a man, but he owes so much money, so he must want to make money. YD is a good place to make money, so I believe he must want to go there. The mother said seriously. Johnson was stunned. Gold panning? Aunt Xin, are you sure he shouldn't be suitable for rice panning? I heard that some of YD's gold came from rice fields. Do you think you want to pan for rice or pan for gold? There was a hint of amusement in the mother's eyes. Johnson looked stupid, but he is not stupid actually. He immediately understood what his mother said. Aunt Xin is such a thief. Thief? You little brat, can you speak? The mother was somewhat sensitive to the word thief. When she heard this word, her eyes instantly shot towards Johnson like sharp arrows. Johnson shrank back at the powerful glare. Siuma. It's so scary. Why does Aunt Xin have such a scary look? Aunt Xin, don't pay attention to him. He is just a stupid child. Dora looked at Johnson with disgust. Don't you see who Aunt Xin is doing this for? How dare he say something like that? Aunt Xin, George is back just in time. Why don't you just go to my house and chat for a while we wait for dinner? Marx didn't even look at his younger brother, who lowered the IQ of everyone, and turned to his mother and said, What do you think, George? The mother looked at George, who was not saying much. It's still early. I have something to talk to my mother about. George wanted to ask about why Xiaohu and the others could talk. Yes, in Exile, we saw Chucky in the mountains, and it could actually speak. Didn't they say that animals are not allowed to become spirits after James? How call me? Before Johnson could finish his words, Marx covered his mouth from behind. In Exile, we have things to do, so we'll go back first. We'll come and call you when the meal is ready. Dora chuckled and left with the expressionless Marx and the struggling Johnson. The mother saw them off. She looked at George cautiously and said, My dear son, go into the house first. I'll come back after I clean the floor. George looked at the soybeans and blood on the ground and frowned. Mom, you did that on purpose, didn't you? What? What do you mean by intentional? Why don't I understand? His mother glared at him unhappily. Mom, how could it be such a coincidence that Zhao Qingrong just passed by here and you took out the soybeans and sprinkled them on the ground? George pointed to the soybeans on the ground. The mother fall down on the road? Why not fall down anywhere else? Isn't this just causing trouble? Well, if I say it's a coincidence, do you believe it or not? The mother looked into the distance. Mom, am I your son? George looked at his mother unhappily. He is her son. Did she even deceive herself? Yes. The mother touched his head. So, are you going to tell me the truth? George looked at his mother with a pair of eyes that were somewhat indifferent. She even said she was his biological mother. Was she trying to deceive him? Okay. Aju heard the noise from your side and told me. I was sorting the soybeans at the time, so I took them out. Mother pointed to a fat pig eating not far away. George's expression instantly cracked. Mom, why do I feel like you're looking for someone to take the blame? Really? I'm old, and my hearing isn't very good at all. How can I possibly hear what you're saying? Mother rubbed George's head with a smile. The thick hair is as smooth as a tiger's hair, making you want to stroke it a few times. Carrot, Humph, just pretend. George turned and walked back toward the house. His mother saw him leaving. She quickly grabbed his hand. Son, don't be angry. To be honest, I heard the noise you made, so I deliberately let Zhao Qingrong fall. That's more like it, George said as he glanced at the little tiger who was circling around them boredly at their feet. Shouldn't you explain to Xiaohu and Chucky? It's a long story. The mother twirled her hands in small circles and looked at George with a wronged look on her face. I have plenty of time. If you don't tell the truth, I will run away from home. George stared at his mother, who was a head shorter than him, and blurted out something. The mother's anger was instantly ignited. What did you say, running away from home? The mother raised her voice, like a kitten with its fur standing on end. I want an explanation. If you don't, I'll leave. George looked at her coldly. even if he was related to me by blood. So what? He had never taken care of me in the past 18 years. Now he refuses to tell me the truth. Why can't he run away from home? Do I have to continue staying here? Being cheated? Your son is really naughty. He has the same bad temper as your father. The mother snorted coldly. George turned around and left without caring whether there were any of his things in the room. How could his mother let him go? He attacked him from behind with a knife, intending to knock him out and save trouble. George twitched his ears and moved his feet imperceptibly to avoid his mother's attack. The mother didn't expect that George actually avoided her attack. She attacked George again without giving up. George thought his mother would attack him once, but he didn't expect her to do it again. That's too much. George turned around angrily and grabbed his mother's hand. When he was about to speak, a figure rushed in like a rocket. The speed was so fast that George's pupils constricted and he let go of his mother without thinking. While taking a few steps back, he blocked the opponent's fist with his palm. A powerful explosive force came from the opponent's fist, and George felt that his palm was almost numb. Stop it, you bastard. That's your son. Do you want to kill him? The mother rushed over and jumped directly onto the man and hit him on the head with several big sugar-roasted chestnuts. After hearing his mother's words, George looked at the so-called father in front of him. Tall figure, weathered and simple face, wearing simple clothes. He doesn't look like the father I imagined. My mother say that my father looked a lot like me. How can they be similar with this weathered and simple face? Jeang Chun frowned in pain. Wife, I'm wrong. Come down quickly. What's wrong with you? What if someone sees you like this? Who saw it? Who saw it? The mother pulled his ears left and right and shouted. Chapter 37, Jeang Chun returns. Son. Jeang Chun looked at his son. Tall and handsome. He is worthy of being his son. My son is not an outsider. He won't tell anyone if he sees it. The mother snorted coldly while grabbing the man's hair and stroking it. Jeang Chun sighed softly. If you marry a woman like this, you have no choice but to accept your fate. Okay, look at my son's hand. My punch just now was quite powerful. How's my son's hand? Jeang Chun didn't know that it was his son before, and thought someone was bullying his wife, so he hit him a little harder. I never thought he was my own son. Fuck, Jeang Chun. If anything happens to my son, you'll be kneeling on the washboard for the rest of your life. The mother spoke. She jumped off Jeang Chun's body and rushed towards George. Jeang Chun touched his nose. He had been kneeling on the washboard all his life, but his wife was a little too much. Son, show me your hands. The mother held George's hand carefully and with great concern. The white and powerful palm turned red, but fortunately the bones were not injured. Asshole, it's all your fault. Look at my son's hands. They're all red. The mother slapped Jeang Chun on the body, and her hard chest made a dull sound. George turned his head and looked at a man who was about the same height as him. He was much more muscular than his weak body. This is obviously not the body type that only migrant workers can have. George looked at Jeang Chun and saw that he was looking at his mother helplessly, with doting in his eyes. George suddenly felt out of place and like a third wheel. Sure enough, the parents are true love and the child is an accident. George walked outside silently. The mother wanted to accuse Jeang Chun, but when she saw George ignoring them and walking outside, she rushed forward, hugged George's waist, and cried, Son, don't go. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't run away from home. The mother's screams and howls caused two men, one big and one small, to instantly have 3 lines on their foreheads. A dramatic wife. Drama mom. What is going on? What happened? Why did my son run away from home? And my wife. We agreed that you can only hug me, your only man, for the rest of your life. How can you help my son? His mother aggrievedly. Mother, and George twitched. This man is even jealous of his son. That's too much. Husband, my son wants an explanation. You should explain it to him. If he really runs away from home, you will kneel on the washboard for the rest of your life. The mother let go of George and wiped her face, which was free of tears. She turned around, patted her butt, and went into the house. George looked at Jeang Chun quietly without saying a word. Jeang Chun was stared at like that. He smoothed his hair, which was messed up by his mother, then looked at George's messy hair and sighed softly. Son, what do you want to ask? What is your identity, and why are those little guys talking? George pointed at the little tiger scratching himself at his feet, a typical cat behavior. Oh, 2 questions. This is a bit difficult to explain. Dad will take you to a place where we can relax and talk. Jeang Chun said this and walked into the house. George glanced at him and followed silently. After entering the house, Jeang Chun asked George to go back to the room to get slippers, bathrobe, towel, and other things and go with him. George frowned. What does Qin Shuai want to do? What are you going to do with these? Of course, it's a hot spring bath. Qin Shuai forced a smile and went back to his room to get his things, as if he knew the way. George had to take out the things and follow him to the backyard. The backyard is more private than the front yard. George saw that in the several hundred square meters of the backyard, in addition to the area for growing flowers, there were also some areas for growing vegetables and raising chickens and ducks, as well as 2 houses that looked like bathhouses. Let's go. I haven't bathed in the hot springs at Yuanjing Mountain for a long time. I miss its taste. Qin Shuai sighed and took George into one of the rooms that was nearly 20 square meters. George could see the whole room clearly. The little tiger beside him jumped into the round bathtub in front of him with a splash. George looked expressionlessly at the little tiger swimming in the bathtub and had an urge to kick it out. George, go down. Qin Shuai said this as he quickly took off his clothes and went into the hot spring. George nodded, seeing that there were quite a few scars on his burly figure. The injuries were unusual, like gunshot wounds, and what does his dad do? George undressed and got into the bath. As the temperature of the hot water in the pool increased, George felt a trace of spiritual energy entering his body. There is spiritual energy in this hot spring? George looked surprised. Do you feel it? Qin Shuai looked at the expression on his face and smiled. Is this spiritual energy? Aura? Son, you've given this mysterious power a good name. When Qin Shuai heard George utter the word spiritual energy, he smiled meaningfully. George's expression changed slightly. If this power is not called spiritual energy, what should it be called? A force of nature. Qin Shuai was lying in the bathtub, resting his head on a pillow made of towel. Do you know? 40 years ago, when our flower-growing family was becoming more and more prosperous, some strange things happened all over the country. These strange things did not attract people's attention at first, until later when things became more and more serious. The higher-ups had to pay attention to them. And the first group of people to conduct research were your Grandpa Gua and his friends. You should have met your Grandpa Gua, right? Qin Shuai glanced at George. George nodded. Your Grandpa Gua and his team discovered that all the places where strange things happened were almost all in some very remote mountain villages. Fortunately, communications were not so developed at that time. After we found the places where strange things happened one after another and blocked them off, almost no one knew that there were still strange things happening in this world. But when Qin Shuai said this, a light flashed in his eyes. But what? George frowned. Could his dad please not speak in half-hearted terms? It makes people feel itchy. An enemy infiltrated the flower planting house and dug up some information. Then they set their sights on Professor Gua and other professors who had studied this mysterious power. Therefore, the lives of Professor Gua and others were in great danger. I took over the special forces at the time and was ordered to protect the safety of Professor Gua and his family. I didn't expect those bastards to attack your mother after learning my identity. Qin Shuai looked at George with eyes full of apology. So my mom was attacked in the hospital later, and these people wanted to use my mom to threaten you? After hearing his explanation, George had no idea what was going on. Chapter 38, I don't have a father. My father is dead. Yes. Qin Shuai nodded, as if recalling a scene from the past. His voice was a little choked and hoarse. That year, the flower planting family was still growing, and telephones were not common. Although I was worried about your mother's safety, the mission was more important than my family. Especially if something happened to Professor Gua and the others, it would be a great loss to the flower planting family. I could only arrange a few people to protect your mother, but I didn't expect that they would sacrifice their lives in the process of protecting your mother. There was a hint of pain in Qin Shuai's eyes. Those who protected my mother were his soldiers, and they treated each other as brothers. Who would have known that on this day, they would be separated by death? George sat on the side and listened. Although he didn't know how serious the situation was, he could feel the deep remorse from Qin Shuai's words and the expression on his face. His father must be regretting not protecting his mother and his brothers well, right? What happened next? What happened next? George asked in a low voice. When I arrived, your mother was covered in blood. She had managed to kill more than a dozen people. The person she was holding in her arms was not you, but that imposter. At the time, I didn't know that the child was not you. I only knew that the child was protected by your mother at the risk of her life. Qin Shuai's body trembled slightly. Thinking of the scene at that time, he shed tears for the first time, a man who had never known what tears were. As a result, he was slapped hard by his mother and found out that the child she had tried her best to protect was not her own child. He was instantly angry. I wanted to go and find George. But at that time, he also wanted Professor Gua and his family to go to a safe place, so there was no chance to find George at all. By the time he settled Professor Gua and the others, he found George a year later. By then, George had become the young master of a small family in Beijing. Seeing that his son was living so well, he had no plans to bring him back for the time being. After all, he didn't know when danger would come again. If George lived well in someone else's home, it didn't matter if he didn't recognize him as his son. As for Jeang Chun, coming to their home was also a kind of fate. Just raise him as your own son. Unexpectedly, this guy became more and more disabled as he was raised. What happened next? My mom said you came to see me. George stared at Qin Shuai. His weathered and shabby face didn't look like he was a soldier at all. Only his aura and eyes revealed a little bit of brilliance. Well, seeing that you are doing so well, we think it's fine. After all, your mother and I are in danger all the time, and we can't protect you all the time. Plus, we don't want you to suffer with us, so we haven't thought about getting you back. Besides, they went through so much trouble to replace their son, so how can we not fulfill their good intentions, right? Son, Qin Shuai chuckled twice. Then why did Ben and the others suddenly want to find their biological son? George glared at him. Ben raised George for 18 years. If Ben wanted to find his biological son within these 18 years, it would be impossible for him to find him with his connections and funds. The only explanation is that Ben doesn't want to look for it. Now that Ben wants to find his biological son, there must be someone behind this. This person could definitely be Qin Shuai. Of course, I made the arrangements. After all, Jeang Chun is getting more and more disabled. There is no benefit in keeping him in our family. Besides, you are an adult now and can learn how to protect yourself. In addition, the business I have worked hard for decades needs someone to inherit. So, son, Dad needs you. Qin Shuai sat up and looked at George's gentle face, which looked like a sunny boy. George glanced at him. Humph, carrot. If you need me, I will respond to you. Mr. Qin, I'm not your pet to order around. You have to inherit your career yourself. I don't care. George was angry. It would have been bad enough that his adoptive father treated him badly, but it turned out that his biological father was also plotting against him step by step. It's really too much. Son, doesn't your father want you to live a good life? George pitifully. Go away. If you don't come looking for me, I'm living well too. George thought about the past in the Qin family. Even though Qin Guiye and Sophia were not his biological parents, they were the ones who took him away. But they had treated him sincerely before. At that time, in the amusement park, Qin Guiye was holding him, who was 4 or 5 years old, and was laughing so happily. But now, George closed his eyes with a look of pain in his brow. Qin Shuai sat aside and didn't dare to say a word for a moment. My son is angry. What should I do? It's urgent. Waiting online. Xiaohu looked at his male master without saying a word. The young master's eyes were full of anger. After hesitating for a moment, he swam towards George. Don't be angry, little master. If you're in a bad mood, let the male master kneel on the washboard. Xiaohu shows off his meager IQ. George opened his eyes and looked at it, but said nothing. Xiaohu suddenly didn't know what to do. Qin Shuai scratched his head, feeling very embarrassed. If it were Jeang Chun, he would just rush up and beat the guy up. But the person in front of me is my own son. I can't hit or beat him. What to do? What to do? George felt how difficult it was to coax a child. The two men and the tiger were silent for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, George stood up from the pool. Where are you going, son? Qin Shuai saw him stand up and quickly stood up as well. It's none of your business. George gave him a cold look, put on his bathrobe, and left. Why is it none of my business? I am your father. Qin Shuai shouted anxiously. I don't have a father. My father is dead. George rushed to him angrily and kicked him, sending him flying into the pool. Xiaohu immediately covered his eyes, not daring to look at all. It's scary when the little master is angry. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? I'm still alive. Who said I was dead? Who dares to say I was dead? Qin Shuai rushed out of the pool, picked up his clothes, put them on, and rushed out. The mother was picking fruit in the backyard. She heard the noise coming from the house and saw George coming out without saying a word. Just as she was about to go up to him and ask what happened, she was discouraged by his look. Those were the eyes of a wounded deer. What on earth did the father and son say to each other in there that made George look like that? George said nothing, went upstairs, entered the room, and rushed into the bathroom. Qin Shuai came out of the house and saw his mother looking at George's back with concern. The man in his 40s couldn't help but pull his hair. Why is it so difficult to raise my own son? Husband, what happened? Why is our son so angry? Mother turned and looked at Qin Shuai. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. Qin Shui sighed. It is said that the grace of raising a child is greater than the grace of giving birth to him. I have deeply experienced this time. Our child is now like a wild wolf that looks strong on the outside, but licks its wounds alone on the inside. He is probably still thinking about the Qin family's parents. It's not your fault. I asked for the child back then, but you refused. Now, our presence has not been part of our life for the past 18 years. Now that we have barged into his world, even if we treat him well, he will probably still treat us as strangers in his heart. The mother was so angry that she pounded his chest. Alas, you also know the situation at that time. If he really followed us, we would not be able to give him a better life except suffering. It would be better for him to follow that couple. At least his childhood and youth can be happier. Qin Shuai's words were also the reason why his mother tacitly agreed to his behavior. It's a headache. My son probably doesn't want to see us right now. I'll ask Dora to come over. It will be easier for people of the same age to communicate with each other. The mother suddenly felt overwhelmed when she thought of the look in her son's eyes just now. That's fine. We old men and women are not suitable to communicate with young people like them. Qin Shui sighed softly. Time passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, not only had his son grown up, but he himself had also grown from a young boy into an uncle. The mother called Dora over and turned to look at Qin Shui. Husband, my son just caught your punch with his hands. How much strength do you think he exerted? I don't know about that either. I used only 30% of my strength. According to a normal person's situation, I should have knocked him down directly, but my son took it with ease. What do you think happened to my son? The information I got didn't say that he had learned martial arts. Qin Shui said, touching his chin. It's possible that something happened last night. Mother told Qin Shui what happened last night. Qin Shui didn't figure out the reason either. My son's condition is unclear. I think I'll ask him about it after he calms down and their relationship calms down a bit. Qin Shui raised his head. My own son is really more difficult to deal with than other people's sons. In the room, George came out of shower and saw Dora sitting on the chaise longue in her room, looking leisurely. It's out. Let me smell it. Is it fragrant? Dora saw him come out. She immediately ran up to him and sniffed him. Sister Dora, just tell me what you want to say. I'm not in the mood right now. George glanced at her and really didn't want to talk. Did Uncle Qin make you angry? After Dora came to Qin's house, she listened to Qin Shui and his mother tell her what had happened before. Don't mention him. I hate him. George climbed up the head. Qin Shui said it was for his own good, but did he ask for his opinion? Without asking any questions, his life was arranged. What do you take him for? George, what is this? Dora said as she took off her casual suit jacket, revealing her fair shoulders. And, Sister Dora, what are you doing? George quickly looked away. I wonder what Dora meant by taking off her clothes in front of him. 18 years ago, you're not yet born. I was only 4 years old, and Johnson was only 2 years old. I remember that our family moved around a lot. I was young at the time and didn't understand why we kept moving. We had to move to a new place within a few days of meeting new friends and teachers before we got to know each other. I had a falling out with my family because of this and ran away secretly. Do you know what happened to me afterwards? Dora looked up at George. George shook his head. I sneaked out and was caught by the assassins who were hunting my grandfather. They didn't attack me, but only asked my grandfather to hand over his research materials. But how could my grandfather hand them over? Later, 5 people who were protecting my grandfather died to save me. 5 of them. All of them were killed by me. Dora fell into deep thought. A look of pain flowed from her tightly furrowed brows. Her clear eyes, which were still smiling when George met her, were now slowly shedding 2 lines of tears. As if recalling the past, she stretched out her hand and exposed a little bit of her right chest. See, there's a scar here. This scar was caused by a bullet fired by a killer at that time. And that bullet penetrated the heart of a young man who was only 23 years old and shot in my body. I was in so much pain at that time, but the young man who was holding me still used up his last bit of strength to tell me to live well. George, do you know how much I regretted it that time? If I hadn't rushed out, perhaps that thing would not have happened. That young man would not have died, and his life would not have been forever frozen at the age of 23. Dora cried like a tearful person. George stood there and listened quietly. He never knew that such a thing happened, nor did he know how kids like Dora managed to hold on. Later, I learned my lesson. I couldn't become a burden to the people who were protecting us. However, you didn't know that the people who were protecting us still fell one by one. Your father was the captain of the 5th team that came to protect us. Although casualties were minimal under his leadership, casualties were inevitable. Your father was also seriously injured at the time. After transferring us to a safe place, he went to find your mother with injuries. We only learned about your birth later. Dora wiped the tears from her face. When your father brought your mother back, both of them were covered in wounds and blood, which was shocking. Only Jeang Chun, who was protected in their arms, did not have a single scratch. Later, we found out that Jeang Chun was not Uncle Chin's child at all, and we asked Uncle Chin when he would bring you back. He said that he would bring you back when the motherland is stronger and no one dares to cause trouble. Dora raised her head and smiled brightly, tears streaming down her face. You know what? When we heard that, we knew Uncle Chin was afraid that someone would cause trouble and he couldn't protect you. If you have never been a parent, you will never know what it's like to be a parent. Do you know why Uncle Chin only has you as a child? Aunt Exile didn't get enough rest after giving birth to you. She was running for her life when she should have been recuperating. It took her a year to recover. After she recovered, she could have given birth to a child, but Uncle Chin said that he didn't want Aunt Exile to suffer, nor did he want future children to be in danger. Plus, you are enough, and they don't need more children. You're the only child they have. George, there's a saying that you must have heard. There is no so-called peaceful life in this world. It is just that someone is carrying the burden for you. Uncle Chin, Aunt Exile, and those who died because of us should be respected by us. I don't care how big the misunderstanding between you and Uncle Chin is. I just want to say that Uncle Chin can sacrifice his life and give everything for you and Aunt Exile. Chapter 40 Father and son have no overnight hatred. I think you probably don't know how many scars Uncle Chin and Aunt Exile have on their bodies. If they hadn't relied on the land and mountains of Village 2 over the years, they might not have survived to find you. George, cherish every moment of your life. Don't wait until you lose it and then cherish it. It will be too late to regret. Dora gave George a long look. No matter what the reason was for George and Qin Shuai's quarrel, at least he should understand that Qin Shuai was sincerely doing it for his own good. I have finished what I want to say. It is up to you whether you and Uncle Chin want to put aside your differences. Dora picked up her clothes, put them on, and turned to leave. George was left standing there, lost in thought. Outside the door, Qin Shuai and his mother listened to Dora's words and silently gave her a thumbs up, as expected of a lean artist. The words he said were so emotional that they almost cried. Dora came out of George's room and was surprised to see the two people eavesdropping outside the door. As expected, parents are always worried about their children. Uncle Chin, Aunt Exile, you don't have to worry too much about George. He's fine. He'll come out when he figures it out. Dora deliberately spoke louder, as if she was afraid that George in the room couldn't hear her. That's good. The child just came back, and I'm really worried that he won't be able to adapt in various ways. The mother looked into the room worriedly. Uncle Chin, you just came back. Don't you want to take a rest? I heard that your mission this time was quite dangerous, and you were injured. Dora looked at Qin Shuai. Every time Qin Shuai goes out, he is to complete a task or deal with other things. This time is no exception. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Compared to the previous injuries, this one is nothing. Qin Shuai waved his hand. Dora rolled her eyes. Uncle Chin was usually very smart, so why was he so stupid at this critical moment? Isn't it good to pretend to be weak? Wouldn't it be good to let your own son feel sorry for you? Uncle Chin should rest more, otherwise his old injury will flare up and Aunt Exile will be distressed. Dora said, pointing towards a room. Qin Shuai suddenly understood. It turns out that Dora was telling him to attract her son's attention. So smart. George could tell at a glance whether he had any scars on his body in the hot spring room. So it was quite difficult for him to pretend to be sick. And if George knew that he had lied to him, wouldn't he jump up? No. This disease cannot be faked. It's okay. My son is more important. Qin Shuai waved his hand. I have already made my son angry once. I can't make him angry a second time. If his son ran away from home, he would cry to death. Well, there's nothing for me to do here. I'll go home and get ready. Uncle Chin, I'll host a welcoming party for you tonight. Dora thought that other people might not know about Qin Shuai's return yet. George and his family happened to be going to his house for dinner in the evening, so she might as well treat it as a welcome party for Qin Shuai. Dora, you don't have to be so polite. We are all family. If you were so polite, we will be embarrassed to go to your house in the future. Qin Shuai waved his hand. He has no requirements for food, and now his mind is on his son. Epsilon Tria. It's just that his son ignores him, which is a bit worrying. Uncle Chin, look at what you were saying. Without you, our family would probably be dead now. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon, and I was thinking of going to pay tribute to those who sacrificed that year on that day. Dora's eyes darkened. She had just said to George. She still remembered the voice and appearance of the 23-year-old boy in her mind. The technology at that time was not as advanced as it is now, and there are almost no photos of that young man left. Even if she wanted to find a photo of him as a souvenir, it would be very difficult. Fortunately, with the development over the years, PS technology has become more and more advanced. She used Photoshop to draw the real faces of those who died that year. Everyone who has seen the pictures says they look exactly like them. Even their parents said they looked alike. And that 23-year-old boy was very handsome, the kind of handsome that could be described as a handsome young man with a graceful figure. He should have had a bright future at that time, but he died to protect her. Dora felt really upset. The years go by so fast. It's time for us to visit Lao Ma and his family's home. Qin Shui sighed softly. The mother nodded. Let's wait until the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. I just don't know if George is willing to go with us. Those people sacrificed their lives to protect us. We didn't bring Jeang Chun with us in previous years because he is not our son after all. But George is different. He is our son. It depends on what our son wants. He was just a child back then. We don't need to force him on this matter. We're the ones who owe the favor. Even if we go to hell, we should pay back as much as we can in this lifetime. After Qin Shui finished speaking, he walked away with heavy steps. Those comrades in arms back then also have their own families. Just to protect them, in the end, Qin Shui's figure disappeared at the stairs, and Dora turned to look at her mother. NXN, Uncle Qin still can't let go of what happened back then, right? Don't just say he can't let go. I can't let go either. Who can feel good seeing those familiar faces fall down beside them? The mother was in a depressed mood, and what happened that year left a deep mark in her heart. Sometimes when she woke up in the middle of the night, she could still remember the voices and faces of those people. NXIN, don't think too much, it's over. If George doesn't go, I'll go with you. Dora finished speaking. She heard George's voice. Sister Dora, who said I wouldn't go. George. The mother looked at her son in surprise. You don't hate your father. You are willing to. George glanced at her dimly. There is no overnight hatred between father and son, and he is really doing this for my own good. So you don't hate your dad anymore? The mother felt somewhat relieved. It's okay if you think I don't hate him. Give me a gift. George didn't want to let Qin Shui get away with it. Okay. Mom will go ask your dad for it right away. If your dad doesn't give it to me, I'll make him kneel on the washboard. The mother went to find Qin Shui excitedly. Brother George, are you calm now? Dora looked at George with a smile. She thought George would keep his cool and wait until she left before coming out. The results came out quite quickly. My parents had no choice but to do what happened back then. I think compared to the fact that I haven't seen them for more than 10 years, the families of those who died actually hope that they can come back to life and live on. Chapter 41, George's parents eloped. Yes, those who sacrificed their lives deserve to live. Dora looked out at the sky. The sky is blue and as beautiful as before. It's a pity that the people from that time are no longer with us. Sister Dora, who is Lama my parents are talking about. George had some vague guesses. Old Ma, that's Uncle Ma. He was one of the people who sacrificed his life to protect your mother. His son is 2 years older than you and is currently attending university in Beijing. He will probably be back in a couple of days, and you'll be able to see him then. Dora explained. George felt a little pain in his heart as he listened to her words. In other words, the brother from the Ma family, who was 2 years older than him, lost his father when he was only 2 years old, and all this was because his mother wanted to give birth to him. Doesn't this mean that it was because of him that the other person lost his father? Sister Dora, Uncle Ma's son lost his father when he was so young. Will he resent my parents and me? After all, if it weren't for us, he wouldn't have become an orphan. George's eyes darkened. Jeang Chun is not that kind of person. He knows that his father is a hero who died protecting others. He said that he is proud of his father and wants to be like him in the future. In fact, not only him, but other people are also proud of their fathers. You can get to know them well when they come back. Dora patted his shoulder in consolation. Well, I look forward to meeting them. George nodded. Compared to him being arbitrarily arranged by Qin Shui, those who lost their fathers are unfortunate. Sister Dora, I want to use half of the money I earn from live streaming to set up a foundation to help the families of fallen soldiers who are in need in the future. George didn't know how the families of the victims got over their grief. He just wanted to say that he did his best to help those in need. Foundation? That's not difficult. Lean has its own aid channel. It was Uncle Qin who proposed it. As a father, He has done no less than you have. Dora took out her mobile phone, opened Lean, and found the corresponding channel page for her. This page will show the amount of money you donated and the people who need help. These people have been verified by our Lean staff, and there is absolutely no adulteration. You can donate to our foundation, or we can make a targeted donation. It depends on your own wishes. Donate it to the foundation. I don't have time to pay attention to targeted donations. George now just wants to make money and hopes to help more people. Okay, no problem. Let me handle this matter. But why don't you go and tell Uncle Cheen that you're not mad at him? Otherwise, Uncle Cheen will become autistic. If he can't get over it, then Dora didn't say anything else, leaving it to George to decide for himself. George raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. But when he sent Dora away, he still went to look for Cheen Shuai, but he couldn't find him. After asking my mother, I learned that Cheen Shuai went to my fifth uncle's house to deal with him. George suddenly felt like there were 3 black lines on his head. When did he say he would deal with Uncle Five? Didn't he tell you about introducing his daughter to you during lunch? I told Lao Cheen about it, and Lao Cheen said he would deal with him when he got back. The mother said calmly, "So he really went? Isn't this just a small matter?" George frowned. Is Cheen Shuai making a big fuss? It's a small matter, but it's a big deal to him. He doesn't want anyone to point fingers at his son's marriage. Lao Cheen probably won't come back unless Lao Wu gets beaten badly this time. Do you want to go to your Uncle Wu's house to watch the show? The mother blinked. George suddenly became annoyed. Forget it, I'm not going. He didn't dare to imagine what it would be like when his father beat someone up. Really not going? It's quite entertaining when your dad chases people and beats them up. If I hadn't been attracted by his style of chasing people and beating them up, I wouldn't have thought of marrying him. The mother seemed to recall the past, and the expression on her face softened. Cheen Huai's mouth twitched. He seriously suspected that his mother was showing off her love to him again. Mom, when did you and my dad meet? And for what I heard from Sister Dora, my dad's current status should be quite high. When did I meet your father? It's a long story. Your father is of high status now, but he used to be a poor boy who grew up with his master. I'm a rich girl. I broke off relations with my family for him and eloped here with him. George, do you hate your current life? If you can't adapt, Mom can discuss with your father and send you back to the capital. My mother knows that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. George is used to life in a big city and may not want to live a life he is living now. No, I think life is pretty good now, especially the fresh air, the chirping birds, and the fragrant flowers. Living here makes me feel relaxed and happy, and my body feels a lot more relaxed. George shook his head. If I had heard this yesterday, I would have gone back without saying a word. But after the dream last night, he no longer had any intention of returning to the capital. Especially that place has smog in winter, which is really not good for the body. That's good. Your dad and I were worried that you wouldn't get used to it. The mother touched his head. The countryside doesn't have everything like a city, so most people who can stay here have to be able to endure the quiet. No, it's my habit. George finished speaking. He heard Johnson shouting from outside the door. George, something happened. Someone is hacking us online. Johnson finished shouting. Dora's voice came up. Idiot. Why are you telling George about this? I can handle it. But George is the anchor. He has the right to know about this. Johnson looked at Dora with a look of fear and determination. What happened, Johnson? You said someone was hacking you guys online. The mother looked toward Johnson. George just start live streaming? How could anyone smear George? NXIN. Someone exposed George's identity, saying that you deliberately took the wrong child and deliberately let your own child live a good life. Johnson opened the video of George's live broadcast uploaded by someone. In the comment section below, there were comments about George being taken away by mistake. Mother frowned. If it were her, she would naturally ban these accounts. But even if we ban them, we can't stop them from talking. What's more, the incident that year involved an attack on a hospital. The above means that they don't want people to know about that incident, and it is also for the purpose of better protecting them. Now she had no way to produce evidence, so she could only wait and see what George thought. Chapter 42 Netizen Who Became Conan. George, what do you think of this matter? Just ignore it and let them talk. George glanced at the comments on his phone. No matter who was behind this matter, it was true that he was not Qin Guiye's son. How can this be possible, George? If you don't respond, these people will spread rumors and your image will be damaged. How can you continue the live broadcast? Johnson said indignantly. What are you afraid of? Now they're just saying that my mother exchanged her son for a rich family. Now we just need to prove that the Qin family's parents were just a small family, and that my life in the countryside is no worse than that in the city. Can they still say that my mother took her son away by mistake in order to let her son live a good life? George spoke calmly. Johnson suddenly felt that it made a lot of sense. Also, Aunt Xin has spent a lot of money to treat Jeang Chun's heart disease over the years. Aunt Xin still has the records of the purchase of medicines. As long as we get rid of those records, will those people have anything to say? Dora also stood aside calmly and pulled up the record of Jeang Chun's purchase of medicine at that time. Johnson's eyes lit up. I'll post it and slap them in the face. Come on, you. You're more like posting to start a fight. Dora gave him a disdainful look and said, just wait. Aunt Xin, find all the medical records of Jeang Chun's previous hospitalizations. I'll have someone edit them and post them online. Sister Dora, don't post it now. Wait until they make a bigger fuss. Johnson disagreed with George's words. Why? Why make such a fuss? Stupid, the popularity is not high now, so even if you show the evidence, it won't cause much of stir. If more people pay attention, and you show this wave of evidence later, won't the people behind the scenes feel embarrassed? And by then, you can attract a lot of fans and make your pitiful lean more popular. Dora rolled her eyes. My younger brother is obviously older than George, so why is he as stupid as a pig? Is that so? That's a great idea. I'm going to find the person behind this now and find him out. Johnson said indignantly. Go ahead, go ahead. No one here is good at computers. You have some value in this area. Perform well, or I'll kick you out of the group later. Anyone who lowers their overall IQ doesn't deserve to stay in their group. Woo-woo, angry face. Sister, you can't do this. There are handsome brothers and cute little sisters in the group. If you kick me out like this, they will be heartbroken. Johnson cried bitterly. Go check out quickly. If you don't find out, don't even think about having dinner tonight. Dora finished speaking. She heard Marx calling them to dinner. Haha, sister, it's almost time for dinner, so let's not check it yet. Let's check it slowly after dinner. Johnson said as he ran towards the Guo family. This bastard brother is really infuriating. Dora glared at his back, unhappily. Okay, let's talk after dinner. The mother decided not to take any action. George, don't worry too much. I will take care of this matter. Dora looked at George and was relieved to see that he was not nervous at all. I believe in you. George nodded. No matter who was the instigator of this incident, the one who suffered the most in the end was definitely Jeang Chun. At this time, Jeang Chun was lying on the Simmons mattress, browsing the comments on his brand new mobile phone. An hour ago, he was browsing Lean, the app most loved by young people, and saw the word George on a recommendation banner. He just thought it was a coincidence. When he clicked on it, he found out that it was actually George who stole his identity. He was so angry that he hired some internet trolls to defame George under all videos related to him. Anyway, he has plenty of money now, so he can do whatever he wants. Scold me. I'll scold you harshly. George, don't you want to be famous? I'll make you famous and let everyone know that you are a thief. Jeang Chun held the phone in his hand, cursing and sending comments at the same time. As the host who posted the video, Jeang Chun Shirwang was quite happy when he first saw the 99+ message in the background that there were so many people commenting. But when I saw the comments, I was stunned. Are you kidding me? Where did the black guy come from? So many popping up at once? Pure Time quickly created a group and gathered together people like Chicken Breast is also breast, open pit, and paddling. Brothers, have you seen the comments under my video? Fatties meat with oil. I saw it. I don't know where these people came from, but they came in a swarm. Starting a pit and slacking off. A bunch of level 2 small accounts dare to jump around. They really think our level 5 big accounts don't exist. Ghosts are poor. Do you think what those trumpets said is true? Was the anchor deliberately taken to a rich family by his mother? Driving a rocket to deliver food? I don't think so. The host owns a national treasure. Start paddling. National treasure +1 so cute. Ghosts are poor. What's a national treasure? Didn't the host live in Sichuan? Everyone in Sichuan has a panda. Pure Time. Dear brother above, I am from Sichuan. I watched the host video and asked my friends, and they all said that there is no such place in Sichuan province. Kaiking Pashui. So that means the host is not in Sichuan? Pure Time. Yes, a friend of mine found a tree that looks like a yew next to the lake. Judging from its outline and size, it should be a 1,000-year-old yew. It is a giant panda among plants and a first-class protected plant in China. There are yew trees planted in Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and the southeastern coastal areas. But the tree in the anchor's video is too big and too thick. You can't find such a thick tree in Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan at all. Ghosts are all poor. I admire you so much. Are you going to transform into Conan? Driving a rocket to deliver food. Isn't it? Everyone, tell me where the anchor will be. Chicken breast is also breast. I remember someone said that the host's hometown was the place where he filmed. I'm from a southern mountainous area, but the three provinces of Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan are not considered mountainous areas. Let's rule them out first and look at some other places with mountains and water. Fatty's meat oyster sauce. I think it's possible that it's in Anhui province. Isn't there a waterfall in Anhui province? Plus it's close to Sichuan province, so it must be here. Pure time. What Brother Pang said makes a lot of sense. Let's ask the host if he is from Anhui province later. The fat man's meat is greasy. I suddenly feel that we are wasting our time here. Chicken breast is also breast. Why do you say that? Gaikiol. Brother Pang is right. You guys are wasting your time. I know where the anchor is. Starting a pit and slacking off. The poorest foreigner actually said that he knew where the anchor was. Are you kidding? Chapter 43, ask the group leader to help us criticize the haters. Gaikiol. You don't know this. I just contacted the big guy who said he wanted to sell organic vegetables in the live broadcast room and asked him to buy a pound of organic vegetables. It's a bit expensive, but I know where the anchor is. Fatty's meat with oil. Then tell me where the anchor is? Ghosts are also poor. Don't worry. Do you want to know how much I spent on that pound of organic vegetables? Chicken breast is also breast. I don't want to know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Starting a pit and slacking off. Not interested +1. Pure time. Same as above. Delivering food in a rocket. Keeping up with the formation. Sunabei. It's so lively. What are you talking about? The ghost is also poor. Damn, you are too much. Is it easy for me to get information? Who would buy organic vegetables at 1,000 yuan per kilogram? Delivering food in a rocket. The paratrooper bought it. Pure time. The above is correct. Chicken breast is also a breast. Brother Gue, write down your thoughts after eating it. The fat man's meat is cooked with oil. Brother Gue is really generous. Kai King Pawi. Brother Gue, where's the anchor's address? The ghost is also poor. Humpho at hashtag. I won't tell you, but I can give you a hint. Pure time. Speak quickly. Fatty's meat with oil. That's right, Brother Gue. Tell me where it is. Opening a pit and paddling. It won't be in some mountainous area, right? Even ghosts are poor here. There are 8 mountains, 1 river, and 1 piece of farmland, and the forest coverage rate ranks first in the country. Innocent time? I know. Delivering food on a rocket. Hurry up, speak up. Pure time. 8 mountains, 1 river, and 1 piece of farmland. I saw on Baidu that it mentioned Fujian province and Guizhou province, but Fujian province is the only one with the highest forest coverage rate in the country. Fatty's meat consumes oil. Fujian province? I'm in Fujian province. I want to find the anchor. I want to pet the panda. Ghosts are all poor. Damn, Fatty. When you go pet the panda and come back, you must tell me which hand you used to pet the panda, so I could chop it off and soak it in formalin as a souvenir. Fatty's meat consumes a lot of oil. Open a pit and slack off. That's too much. Fatty is trembling and dare not speak. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Brother Ghost is worthy of being Brother Ghost. Soaking in formalin is a daily routine, right? All ghosts are poor. The truth above is revealed. Chicken breast is also breast. Damn, if this is the case, I will quit the group immediately, and Brother Ghost, don't come to me at night. Kaiking Pashui, Brother Gue, can you follow the network cable to catch those small accounts that are causing trouble? I saw them scolding the anchor, and I was super upset. Ghosts are all poor. Then go down to the sea and spray. It's fun to use a level 5 account to deal with people. Pure time. I think we don't need to spray anymore. Fatty's meat consumes more oil. Why? Chicken breast is also breast. Yes, why? Pure time. The staff from Lean contacted me and told me not to care about those comments, as they will be collecting evidence in the next 2 days. Ghosts are poor. Collect evidence? Is Lean going to fight with these people? Pure time. I don't know. The other party lets us watch quietly or is interested in taking part. Chicken breast is also a breast. What does it mean? Let's do it. How? Delivering food in a rocket. Yes, how? Son of a I just read the comments, and they all said that the anchor was mistakenly taken to a rich family to enjoy life. Is the anchor's mother a bad person? Pure time. I'm not sure, but Lean told us to trust the host. Gaduki, what else is there to say? Lean asked us to trust the host, so we should trust the host unconditionally. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Jeang Chun, go ask the Lean staff if we curse others. Will our account be blocked? Pure time. I've asked, as long as it's not excessive, we can do whatever we want. Fatty's meat with oil. I knew it. There must be a big boss named Lean behind the anchor. Otherwise, how could an anchor who doesn't even have any fans hang a banner on the homepage? Ghosts are all poor. So the question is Lean from the host's biological parent's side, or from the host's adoptive parent's side? Pure time. I think we could just watch the show quietly. Open the pit and paddling. I think so too. Driving a rocket to deliver food. What do you think? I say, why don't you think about the fact that now is the time to show your loyalty? For the sake of our boss George, we must charge forward. Chicken breasts are also breasts. You mean driving a rocket to deliver food? Of course, let's get started, brothers. Fatties meet with oil. I understand, brothers, let's go and have a fight. Pure time. I want to say that as a civilized person, I don't want to quarrel. Chicken breast is also breast. That won't do. You're the group leader, and you must take us with you. The pure time in the small group could not withstand the calls from others and joined the fight against the small accounts. George didn't know what happened on the Lean website, and he didn't know that because of this quarrel, the situation shifted from Lean to Weibo. No one paid attention to this matter at first, until many of George's classmates joined the battle after seeing the content on Weibo. It managed to occupy a place on a list full of celebrity-related rankings. Dora asked people to follow George's case in real time. When she heard that George's case was posted on Weibo, her eyes suddenly flashed with excitement. The greater the fame, the more money you make. Dora waited, hoping the incident would become as big as possible. Dora, has the attack on George been resolved? Mr. Gua had no intention of talking about this matter at the dinner table. If he hadn't seen Dora's excitement, he would never have asked this question. Don't worry, Grandpa. I won't let George get hurt. This matter is under my control and will be resolved soon. Dora smiled brightly. Mr. Guo believed in his granddaughter's ability and did not continue to ask questions. Qin Shuai, who had just arrived, didn't know about this. When he heard that his son was attacked, he became furious. Dora, what happened? Why was George attacked? Uncle Qin, don't worry, it's just a small matter. Dora wanted to reassure Qin Shuai, but she didn't know that Qin Shuai was not reassured at all. A small matter? How can this be a small matter? Tell me, what happened? Qin Shuai didn't want his son to be bullied as soon as he came back. It was really a slap in the face for him. That is, Dora simply recounted how George was hacked again during his live broadcast. I understand. I'll have someone handle this matter. Don't worry about it. Qin Shuai's face darkened. His son has been framed by someone like this. How can he be a father if he doesn't take action? Uncle Qin, George and I have already discussed this matter. We can handle it ourselves. Dora got anxious when she heard Qin Shuai wanted to intervene. This matter is not so easy to handle, and she also wants to build momentum for George. How can Qin Shuai create momentum now that he has destroyed it? How do you deal with it? How do you want to deal with it? Qin Shuai glared at Dora. He has plenty of money and can afford to support his son. There is no need for your son to go out in public to make money. Okay? Chapter 44. Dad sees that you are gifted and have excellent bones. Uncle Qin, you also know that the other party took the wrong child back then, and we also have Jeang Chun's hospitalization records for the past 10 years. As long as we can prove that we are richer than the other party, I think the netizens' opinions will definitely change. Of course, George's reputation is not big enough now. I want them to make things more intense so that when they get slapped in the face, it will be loud. Uncle Qin, what do you think? Dora looked at Qin Shuai with trepidation. Uncle Qin really treats his son as if he were raising a daughter. No one knows what kind of slander he can bear. Qin Shuai was silent for a moment. Dora is a child who does things steadily. When she said this, she certainly already had an idea in mind. But what does George mean? George thinking? Qin Shuai looked up at George, looking a little uneasy. His precious son must still be angry with him now, right? Qin Shuai moved his mouth, wanting to speak, but was afraid of being scolded by George. So sad. The painful psychology coming from the old father. Dad, I think the same as Sister Dora. Seeing Qin Shuai looking at him with a conflicted look, George knew that he wanted to ask him a question, but he didn't know how to start, so he just asked it himself. On the contrary, it is not shameful for a son to submit to his father. Qin Shuai's eyes lit up when he heard George say this. My dear son, you said that you think the same as Dora. Do you agree with Dora? George nodded slightly. Well, if you think Dora's way of solving the problem is better, then use this method. But son, if things go beyond your expectations, you must tell me and Dad will help you vent your anger. Qin Shuai's eyes were somewhat pitiful, as if he was begging his son to look at him more. George hummed and stopped talking. Qin Shuai saw that George only said one word to him and wondered if his son was still angry with him. What should I do? Qin Shuai's mind was in turmoil until a flash of inspiration came to his mind. Got it. Give your son that gift. He will love it. Qin Shuai couldn't wait to go home and give that gift. The Guo family's dinner lasted until around 9 o'clock in the evening. As soon as the meal was over, Qin Shuai grabbed his beloved son's hand and walked quickly towards home. George wanted to ask him why he walked so fast, but the guy came home and asked him to sit in the room, while he went back to the room and rummaged through the drawers for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, George saw him walking towards him cautiously, holding a tattered book and looking mysterious. Son, look what gift I prepared for you. George lowered his head and glanced at the book. There was no text on the cover. What's this? Open it and have a look. Qin Shuai held the book as if it were some treasure. George's mouth twitched. Dad, do you think your current image is a bit like? Like what? George in confusion. Have you seen Stephen Chow's Kung Fu? George's mouth curled up slightly. Who is Stephen Chow? What is Kung Fu? Qin Shuai was completely confused. He had never heard of Stephen Chow or Kung Fu. Is this a cartoon, a movie, or a TV show? You really haven't seen it? George saw that he looked completely confused, as if he had never seen it before. My dear son, tell me why you mentioned this person in Kung Fu. Did you find out that what I gave you is a martial arts secret book? Qin Shuai said excitedly. Dad, I think you should go watch Stephen Chow's Kung Fu before you tell me this. George looked at him speechlessly. Why? Are the two related? Qin Shuai scratched his head. I remember there was a beggar in Kung Fu who looked just like you now. He held a tattered book and said, Child, you have a spiritual light coming out of your head. Did you know that? You are so young, but you have such strong muscles and bones. You are a martial arts genius that only appears once in a century. If one day you can open up your run and do meridians, you will soar into the sky like a dragon. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will? The task of punishing evil and promoting good and maintaining world peace is now handed over to you. This secret book of Tathagata Palm is a priceless treasure. I think it is destined for you, so I will charge you $10 and teach you. George's imitation was 100% similar to the plot in the movie. Does your current appearance look like what I described? Qin Shuai was speechless. Does he look like an old con man who deceives children? Is this a bit too much, dear son? He is the boss, a serious boss. He actually called his father a liar. It hurts him so much. Woo, angry face. Son, you see, those are movies and TV shows. They're not real. Besides, it's normal for beggars to want to cheat people out of their money. But I'm different. I'm your father. Do you think your father would joke with you? I can't say for sure. Mom let Xiaohu scare me to death yesterday. George smiled. Qin Shuai suddenly felt 3 black lines on his forehead. Straight face. It's a bitch. Look at the good things that have been done. Now his son doesn't believe him anymore. The mother just walked to the door with the fruit in her hand, and when she heard what George said, she stopped immediately. My son actually knew about that. Wasn't it too quick for Xiaohu to be exposed? Son, your mother is your mother, and I am me. We are different. You are my blood. How could I lie to you? And I see that you are handsome, with a fine bone structure, excellent physique, young age, and handsome appearance. You are also extremely smart and intelligent, and you are truly a rare genius. The most important thing is that you are like me. If you learn the contents of this book, it will not be a problem for you to lead thousands of troops in the future. Qin Shuai tried his best to sell the tattered book in his hand. Dad, I suddenly realized that it's a big loss to the sales world that you don't become a salesman. George was speechless. How come he didn't realize that Qin Shuai, who looked like a soldier, actually had such a side to him? It really took him by surprise. If he retires tomorrow, we must not waste his talent. It will be better for him to work in the sales industry. Maybe you can make a lot of money later. Qin Shuai wanted to know why his son was so difficult to deal with. No matter how many nice things he said, his son just wouldn't listen. Son, since you're so keen on having Dad enter the sales world, how about if you learn the contents of this book? Dad will enter the sales world. Qin Shuai said with a smile. That's not necessary. I'll just read this book. But Dad, I may not understand what's inside. You have to teach me later. George took the book, which was filled with traditional Chinese characters. Now, he can naturally understand the words inside. But if it were the old him, he would definitely not understand it. Chapter 45, Sleeping with Dad for the first time. Okay, Dad will definitely teach you. Qin Shuai was extremely delighted. My son is finally willing to learn martial arts. But I'm too thin right now. How about we get up early tomorrow morning and do some running? There was a gleam in George's eyes. Didn't Qin Shuai want him to learn martial arts? He just wants to see who will learn martial arts in the end. No problem, son. Go to bed early. Dad is leaving first. Qin Shuai was so happy that he didn't even think about why George agreed so readily. Qin Shuai walked out of the door with the corners of his mouth still raised and saw his mother standing in front of the door staring at him. Qin Shuai, you just said, you are you and I am me? We are different. Qin Shuai's heart skipped a beat. It was over. How did his wife get to know this? Shueqing, wife? Isn't this just to coax our son? Well, don't even think about getting into my bed tonight. Just find a cool place and stay there. The mother finished speaking. She turned back to her room and closed the door. Qin Shuai chased after him, but was turned away. I turned the doorknob, only to find that my mother had already locked the door. Wife, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please let me in. Qin Shuai shouted pitifully. Go away. I have nothing to do with you. His mother's voice came from inside the room, and Qin Shuai scratched his head sadly. Whenever his wife gets angry, he has no bed to sleep in. What to do? Sleep in the living room? There's a mouse in the living room. Only George's room had no mice. The bed was spacious, and it was quite cool. Qin Shuai's eyes lit up. Go to sleep in my son's room. I can even hold my son while sleeping. Qin Shuai rushed into George's room without thinking. George had just washed up and was getting ready for bed in the room, but Qin Shuai suddenly rushed in at this time, shocking him. Dad, what are you doing? Go to sleep. Qin Shuai rushed to the bed and lay down on it. George's mouth twitched. Don't you have your own room? Your mom kicked me out. I had no choice but to sleep here on a bed. Qin Shuai directly occupied most of the bed. Qin Shuai wanted to kick him off the bed. That was his bed. Qin Shuai was too shameless. Then find some other place. This is my bed. Son, Dad has never held you to sleep, so just let Dad hold you to sleep for a while. If I go out on a mission and die, at least I've held my son in my arms in this life, and my life will not be in vain. Qin Shuai sighed softly. George wanted to tell him to get lost, but finally hesitated. Compared to when he didn't know that his parents were not his parents, Qin Shuai and the others must have felt even worse when they found out that the child was not their own. Especially people who should be close become distant because of this relationship. Okay, if you want to sleep in my arms, then go ahead, but you need to wash up. No problem. Qin Shuai jumped out of bed, went to the bathroom outside to wash up, and returned to George's room. After taking off his clothes and leaving only his underwear, Qin Shuai was about to get on the bed when George shouted, Wait. Son, what are you going to do now? George gloomily. He wouldn't want to kick his father out, would he? You have quite a lot of injuries. George didn't look carefully before, but now he found that Qin Shuai had a lot of scars of varying sizes on his body. Although the knife wounds, gunshot wounds, and other scars have faded a lot, judging from the shape and size, Qin Shuai's injuries were still very serious. I don't know what kind of mission I'm doing. It's so dangerous. A lot? I don't think so. It's a symbol of a man's charm. Qin Shuai patted his chest. Unfortunately, I don't like it. George uttered a few words, and Qin Shuai suddenly didn't know how to react. Well, son, there's no scar removal medicine on the market now. Qin Shuai was a little nervous. What should I do if my son doesn't like having injuries on his body? I have a way to get it. I'll give it to you later. But don't get hurt again next time. If you get hurt again, don't acknowledge me as your son anymore. George curled his lips. Qin Shuai raised his eyes slightly when he heard this. It turns out that my son was worried that he would get hurt. This is easy. Just try not to get hurt in the future. Hey, don't worry, my dear son. I won't let myself get hurt again. Let your old father hug you. I have never hugged you since you were a child. Qin Shuai rushed over and gave him a bear hug. George felt a bit disappointed. He has been sleeping alone ever since he could remember. When has he ever slept with someone? I didn't expect that my first time would be given to his father. It's so annoying. George said he hated it in his heart, but when he thought about the regret Qin Shuai had in his heart for more than 10 years, he let it go. It's just that he is a bit annoying. Why does Qin Shuai always hug him before going to bed at night? Son, be good. Dad'll buy you some candied haws. Lying next to Qin Shuai, George listened to Qin Shuai's occasional mumblings and really wanted to say that this father had a terrible sleeping posture. Forget it, forget it. Just once today. If he does it again tomorrow, I'll lock him out. George muttered, closed his eyes, and quickly adjusted his mindset and fell asleep. Qin Shuai, who was sleeping next to him, opened his eyes and looked at his son's face. It was impossible for him to say that he had no regrets. He was not present during his son's childhood and adolescence, so he is a failure as a father. However, in the future he will spend more energy taking care of his son and let him enjoy more fatherly love. Qin Shuai is planning for the future. George had no idea that from now on he would be pampered like a little emperor all the time. A night passed, And when George opened his eyes, Qin Shuai had already gotten up. After he finished washing up, the family of three sat in the small dining room and happily ate breakfast. Yesterday, old Chun said we would go to his house for dinner today. If you two have nothing else to do, let's go to the Chun family early. The mother looked at the two, one big and one small, in front of her. If it weren't for the fact that it was not yet the time to reveal their true faces, the faces of Qin Shuai and George, father and son, would definitely be like looking in a mirror. Let's take a break. I'll take George for a run, and then we'll go to Chen's house. By the way, is George still going to do a live broadcast today? Qin Shuai turned and looked at George. If you ask George what he does for live streaming, it would be much easier to just ask him for money than to work so hard doing it. Well, today Xiaohu and Chucky made a bet to dance hula. George felt that he should be live streaming his rural life, but why did it feel like he was live streaming the life of a wild beast? Oh, hula? I haven't seen them hula for a long time. Your mom said before that they're getting fatter and fatter and will become useless if they don't exercise. So she let them learn Tai Chi and hula. Now that I think about it, it seems like I haven't seen them hula for a long time. Son, I'll watch your live broadcast when you have one. Qin Shuai chuckled twice. Chapter 46, Who has kidney deficiency? Good. George nodded. If the old man wants to see it, let him see it. Anyway, the old men all know each other on the 7th day of the first lunar month, so there's no need to worry that the old man will reveal the secret. After dinner, George followed Qin Shuai out for a run. Halfway through the run, Qin Shuai felt something was wrong. I had been running for more than 10 minutes and was already sweating profusely. George didn't even sweat. Doesn't he sweat? That's impossible. No matter how much exercise one does, one will sweat. Unless you are a person with a physical problem. Qin Shuai had heard before that some people don't sweat because of blocked pores, and blocked pores are usually related to that aspect. Does that mean his son is weak? Being weak at such a young age is not a good sign. Son, are you okay? The worried look from the old father was staring at George. George glanced at him. What do I want? Don't you think you've been running for so long without breaking a sweat? Qin Shuai asked cautiously. Isn't this normal? It's only been a dozen minutes. Dad, you're sweating so much. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? George's words immediately made Qin Shuai furious. Where's his kidney deficiency? Damn his kidney deficiency. How long has it been since he last touched his mother? How can kidney deficiency occur? You're the one with kidney deficiency, you little brat. Then don't sweat. If you sweat so much, what else could it be but kidney deficiency? George continued to provoke Qin Shuai, which made Qin Shuai so angry that he chased after him. I don't know how long they ran. When Qin Shuai was out of breath, he realized that George ran without getting red in the face, out of breath, or sweating. If a person is physically weak, he will definitely not have such a reaction. George's body must be hiding some secrets. He wanted to solve the mystery and find out what his son had done. Son, it's still early. How about we go for a walk in the mountains? Qin Shuai blinked his eyes, and it was obvious that he had bad intentions. George glanced at him indifferently. Is this old man planning to do something bad? He just wanted to see what kind of bad things the old man wanted to do. Okay, let's go for a hop in the mountains. George smiled. It gets light here at around 5 in the morning, and people start having breakfast at around 6. So many people go out at around 7. Now, they had been running for so long, and it was not even 7:15. After going around the mountains and coming back, he dared to say that the Chun family might not be able to cook. George agreed so readily. Qin Shuai silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. Look, his son still listens to him. Qin Shuai was very proud of himself. Following the road Johnson took him up the mountain yesterday, George and Qin Shuai arrived at Yuanjing Lake yesterday. The panda Chucky was hiding somewhere to chew bamboo at this time and was not in Yuanjing Lake at all. Qin Shuai's mind started to move. Son, I saw you take my move yesterday. You didn't look like someone who had never practiced martial arts. How about we have a few moves together? A few moves? Okay, that's no problem for me. But what if you lose? George looked at Qin Shuai with a fake smile. He knew that this bad boy was waiting for him here. If I lose, I will give you another martial arts secret book. Qin Shuai's mind raced. Go away. Who wants your martial arts secrets? George rolled his eyes speechlessly. He took a look at the tattered book Qin Shuai gave him this morning and found that it was not as good as what he learned in his dream. Qin Shuai dared to ask him to learn such childish things. So, what do you want? Qin Shuai couldn't think of what he could give him. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll talk about it after I think about it. Now, Dad, you have to be careful. It will be embarrassing if you lose. George said as he took the lead in the attack. Although Qin Shuai was well prepared and able to handle the situation with ease at the beginning, he was eventually pressed closer and closer by George and was completely unable to resist. Especially George's movement is not only fast, but also quite flexible. When he was fighting in the army, he had seen people with fast speed, but no one was so fast. It was completely beyond his imagination. George have such a fast speed? He asked people to keep an eye on George's movements every day, but the other party never reported on George's martial arts training. George learned such a set of skills? While Qin Shuai was horrified, he did not notice that George turned his body, and a force pushed Qin Shuai directly into the water with the push of George's hands. With a splash, Qin Shuai fell directly into the water and became a drowned chicken. What are you doing, little brat? Do you want to make your dad wet? George fiercely. This brat could push him anywhere else but into the water. Is this going to kill him? Dad, you lose. George's mouth curled up slightly. If he hadn't let him go, Qin Shuai would never have been able to hold on until now. I know I lost without you telling me. Tell me, what do you want to do? Qin Shuai glared at George. I thought I could beat this little guy, but in the end I was beaten by him. It's so embarrassing. Read this book and learn according to what is in it. George took out a book from behind and threw it to Qin Shuai. Qin Shuai suddenly didn't know what was going on. His son was obviously wearing very thin clothes, and there was no place on his body to hide the book. Where did he get the book from? And what does he mean by this? Take revenge on him? Qin Shuai suddenly felt a deep resentment towards his son. Son, you're taking revenge on your father. Shut up and watch here. I'll go around, and when I come back, I want to see that you have achieved something. George felt so relieved when he saw Qin Shuai's frustrated look. Score. Qin Shuai opened the book and saw its contents. He suddenly remembered the scene when he gave the book to George last night. Is this a case of the tide turning? Son, this book. Qin Shuai hadn't finished speaking yet, but where was George? George is missing? When did he disappear? Isn't this speed too fast? Qin Shuai was dumbfounded. When did his son develop such physical skills? Qin Shuai discovered that he didn't understand his son at all. It seems that the previous intelligence was wrong. Qin Shuai was in no mood to think about George's past. He had to complete the task he had assigned him, lest he spread the word that he was not as good as him. Then he, as an old father, would be so ashamed. George left. He searched around the mountain for magical herbs. Judging from the situation of his recent battle with Qin Shuai should have successfully completed the marrow cleansing and entered the Qi training stage. But it is only the Qi training stage and has not yet entered the higher level practice. The book he gave to Qin Shuai could help Qin Shuai improve his realm. However, after that, Qin Shuai also needed to use some spiritual medicine to stabilize his realm. There are quite a few spiritual herbs on this mountain right now, and there is no sign that anyone has picked them. He had to collect some. Chapter 47, The Male Master's Dark History. In the forest, after watching the battle between George and Qin Shuai, the panda Chucky said to his friend around him, Look, what did I say? The little master is unusual, right? You didn't believe it yet. Now you should believe what I said, right? The young master actually beat the male master? Are you kidding? How can the young master be so powerful? A python refused to believe that George from the capital city could be so powerful. Was he kidding them? Who knows? Anyway, the male master has lost now. This is the male master's dark history. None of you can tell anyone. Otherwise, if the male master knows about this, won't he peel off our skins? There are so many of us here. Who can guarantee that others won't tell others? A peacock perched on a tree, looking down on all the animals below. Swear, everyone swears. Panda Chucky glanced at all the animals. I don't think it's any use swearing. After all, when we animals open our mouths, it's like farting. A fox licked its fur and looked at the panda Chucky. You fart. Your whole family farts. Panda Chucky looked at the fox angrily. If you can't speak, don't speak. They are intelligent animals, not just cats or dogs that lick feces. All right. I say all of you stop arguing. It's just a small matter, isn't it? Just pretend you didn't see it. Doesn't the male host have a lot of dark history anyway? Peacock said with a crooked mouth. That makes sense. The others chuckled. The male owner has always had a lot of dark history, not just one or two. These guys know a lot. It's just that that's between the hostess and the host. Everyone in the village knows it. On the other hand, this time it was a matter between the male master and the young master. The male master's loss to the young master was not just a matter of black history, but a loss of face. Okay, let's just leave it at that. Chucky, go and see what the little master is doing. Why is he running into the mountains? What if he encounters danger? Peacock gave the order. I think the little master is more capable than the male master. It's impossible for him to be in danger. Besides, I'm about to compete with the stupid cat. How can I have time to look for the little master? Panda Chucky sat down on a big rock and said lightly. The peacock looked at the other animals. What about you? I don't dare to go. I'm a snake. I'm afraid the little master will mistake me for a bad bug and kill me to make snake soup. The python said, shaking its tail. Me too. A white wolf raised its paw. The peacock looked at the other animals on the side, only to see that they all took a step back, with only one animal licking its own fur. This animal was none other than the fox from before. Fox, it's you. The peacock spoke to the fox. The fox was stunned for a moment. She looked around, only to see that the other animals had taken several steps back, completely exposing her. Too much. It's really too much. How could they do this? The fox sniffed. You guys, you said you were good friends, but you all ran faster than me. Okay, Fox, go quickly. The safety of a young master is in your hands. Peacock said earnestly. Change. I'm so big and white it's hard to hide, okay? The little master is so powerful, he will definitely see me at a glance. Change to a smaller one that can run around in the trees. If the little master finds it, he will definitely ask how there can be such a cute little animal. Then you can show your faces in front of the little master. Isn't that good? The fox's big round eyes rolled around and its tail wagged. The larks and squirrels in the trees heard this and became interested. They don't have a cute appearance, so it's very difficult to make their little owners like them. If they can make a good impression on their young master, perhaps they will be the first favored position in the future. Thinking of this, the lark and the squirrel hurriedly told the peacock their wishes. Peacock looked at the two guys and just wanted to wonder how could they be so stupid that they didn't even know they were being cheated. I don't know if they have brains. Okay, if you want to go ahead. The peacock flapped its wings. Since someone is willing to come out and keep an eye on the little master, it has nothing to say. The two little animals nodded and quickly ran in George's direction. Yuanjing Mountain is very large, and the place where George and his friend were previously located belongs to a side peak of the Yuanjing mountain range. If you look down from a high altitude, if you connect the tops of the nearby mountains with a line, it will form a huge circle. George wasn't looking down from high in the sky, so he didn't notice this at all. He was so busy looking for spiritual herbs that he didn't notice that there were two little guys looking for him in the forest. A place with abundant spiritual energy should have abundant spiritual herbs. Why do I feel that there are so few spiritual herbs on this mountain? Have they all been eaten by the small animals in the mountains? George looked at the few spiritual herbs in his hand. It took him more than 10 minutes to find this result. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy of this mountain began to revive more than 20 years ago, which means that the spiritual herbs on this mountain must be at least 20 years old. Why are the spiritual herbs he has on hand only 5 years old at most? Someone must have picked those spiritual herbs, or they must have been eaten by small animals. The lark and squirrel hiding in the dark felt so innocent after hearing this. They didn't steal any spiritual herbs at all, okay? Little master, please don't slander them. Angry face. Stupid rat. Didn't the young master say that he wanted to find some spiritual herbs? Why don't you take the young master to find it? The lark cast a look at the demon squirrel beside him. But it's very dangerous over there. Even the master doesn't dare to go in easily, let alone let the little master go in. We have several lives that are not enough to pay for it. The demon squirrel said, holding his hands in his pockets. But it's dangerous for my little master to go further and further like this. The lark scratched its head with its wing. The stinky peacock asked them to protect the safety of their little master, but they couldn't let their little master really get into danger. I'll go get the young master back. The squirrel scurried toward George. George noticed an unusual sound of wind coming from behind and turned around to see a little squirrel running towards him. Little master, little master. The squirrel's soft and cute voice reached George's ears. George looked at the palm-sized squirrel in front of him with some surprise. This little squirrel is also a member of the fucking zoo? Who are you? My dear little master, I am your cute and adorable little squirrel N. Asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. N, you can just call me awesome. The devil squirrel jumped onto George and started acting cute in all kinds of ways. Asen, what's the matter? George looked at the little squirrel in confusion. It can call itself Little Master, probably because the panda Chucky told it its identity. Young master, you can't go that way anymore. It's very dangerous over there. The little squirrel pointed to the foggy area in the distance. The climate in the south is usually humid, and many places are shrouded in fog all year round. Like the mountains in the distance, shrouded in fog. It is easy to get into big trouble if you enter without the guidance of someone familiar. Oh, is there something good over there? George squinted his eyes and looked at the mountains in the distance. Few people would go to the place shrouded in fog all year round. What do you want to be there? The little squirrel was stunned. Is it talking about the same thing as its little master? Why does it feel like it and its little master talking about different things? My little master, there are good things over there, but it's too dangerous. You can't go there. The little squirrel said, using the limited brain capacity he had. Is it dangerous? Then I won't go. George's eyes narrowed. He doesn't have the strength to go to dangerous places now, so he will consider going there after he becomes stronger. Well, little master, let's go back. The little squirrel was extremely happy. It thought that its little master would definitely make some noise, and it couldn't stop him no matter what it did. I didn't expect the little master to be so cooperative. It's great. Little squirrel had no idea that George simply felt the journey was too far and the time was too short. After a few rounds of communication, Jeang Chun would probably think he was missing. Chapter 48, Red Umbrella and White Pole eat and lie on the board together. Back to the middle of the mountain, Jeang Chun was still studying George's book, but he couldn't understand it for a long time. When he saw George coming back with a pile of grass. Son, where have you been? What are you doing bringing back all this grass? Here's some food for you. George looked at Jeang Chun dimly, and Jeang Chun instantly felt as if his brain was pinched by the door. How could she give birth to a son who had to be fed grass? It's heartbreaking. It's really heartbreaking. Son, I know I didn't care about you before and let you live in someone else's house for such a long time. I know I was wrong. Can you please stop letting me eat these things? If this gets out, I won't be able to face anyone. Jeang Chun cried and said, what does your having a face have to do with me? It's not like I don't have a face anyway. George rolled his eyes. Jeang Chun is Jeang Chun. What is his relationship with George? Jeang Chun, straight face. Revenge, absolute revenge. His son is taking revenge on him. Jeang Chun watched George wash all the spiritual herbs, including the roots, and handed them to him. Eat. Jeang Chun stared at the grass in front of him and said, son, I don't think it's good to eat this grass raw. I'd better soak it in water and drink it later. No, eat it now. If you don't say I'm your son. George stared at Jeang Chun. These spiritual herbs have a certain time limit after leaving the soil. After that time limit has passed, their spiritual energy and medicinal properties cannot be locked up. The best time is to pick it and swallow it directly. Jeang Chun had a worried look on his face and was struggling over whether to swallow it or not. At that moment, he saw George looking at him with a terrifying look in his eyes. Just die. It was Jeang Chun's fate to die at the hands of his son. What's more, he owed it to George. Jeang Chun frowned, picked up the grass in front of him, and put it in his mouth. The scent of green grass slid down his throat along with a sweet taste, and Jeang Chun suddenly felt that his internal organs seemed to be filled with strength. The animals hiding in the dark watched this scene and suddenly felt that the male owner was so pitiful that he was forced to eat grass by his little master. Master, have you run out of rice recently? Is the little master going up the mountain to pull grass to feed the male master? The fox blinked. It's because you guys eat too much. The master has to prepare a pile of pig food for you guys every time. The peacock stood on a high place, looking down at the people below with disdain. You idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? Who eats pig food? We eat high-quality dog food, which is much better than the bugs you eat. The fox's fur instantly exploded. You stinky fox, who did you say ate bugs? Are you looking down on us birds? The peacock's feathers have not yet stood up, but other birds have already done so. George and Jeang Chun outside could hear it almost clearly. Oh, son, your mother's animals are quarreling, and I need to go and mediate the fight. Jeang Chun jumped up. He was just trying to escape the fate of being eaten by grass, but he didn't expect those little animals to be so powerful. What are you trying to persuade? Are you an animal? George rolled his eyes. What does it have to do with you? You better hurry up and eat your grass. You can't leave here until you finish it. It's miserable. As soon as Jeang Chun uttered 2 words, an idea flashed in his head. Son, I saw many little people dancing. They said they would take me to heaven. Oh, and shall I take you there? George glared at him. It's okay to pretend with him. Let's see who can pretend better. They said I was not far from heaven and would be there soon. Jeang Chun said this and was about to lie down on the ground. Then wait, let's talk about it after you finish eating this red umbrella. If you lie down, I can just ask the little animals to bury you on the mountain. Then the whole village will come to eat, and I guess I can get a lot of free money. George got a bright red mushroom from somewhere and added what he just said. Qin Shuai suddenly remembered the magical children's song that had been very popular among him recently. Red umbrellas, white poles after eating, lie down on the board together. Lie down on the board and sleep in the coffin, then bury the mountain together. Bury the mountain and cry. The whole village comes to eat. There are umbrellas for the meal. The whole village lies down on the board together. After Qin Shuai imagined the song in his mind, he couldn't help but shudder all over. Son, I feel a lot more sober now. Let's give this red umbrella to the little animals. As long as they don't come to harm him, it's okay to harm other people. Oh, wake up. Keep going. You are not allowed to go home until you finish eating this grass. George looked at Qin Shuai sinisterly. He had been pretending with him, but now he couldn't pretend anymore, right? Qin Shuai had a bitter face and could only stuff the grass into his mouth bit by bit. On the other side, the little animals who were originally quarreling heard what came from George and Qin Shuai. The little animals who had sympathized with Qin Shuai at first suddenly lost their sympathy for him. They actually let them eat red umbrellas. The man went too far. Haven't they heard of the song about red umbrellas and white poles? I will never say that the man is pitiful again. He doesn't deserve sympathy at all. You're right. We are so cute, but the host actually let us eat red umbrellas. Is he asking us to go to heaven to find friends to play with? I think we should spread the dark history of a male owner so that more people can know about it. That's right. The male owner is so excessive. We don't need a save face for him. The little animals said indignantly. Poor Qin Shuai had no idea that he had been betrayed by the little animals. After finally finishing all the spiritual herbs, Qin Shuai now feels full of strength. Even the most dull-witted person could feel how special those spiritual herbs were. Not to mention that Qin Shuai himself was not a fool. So how could he not feel that there was something wrong with those spiritual herbs? However, they had always believed that only the things grown on this land could increase their strength by eating them. They did not expect that the power brought to him by those spiritual herbs would be even greater than that brought by those foods. How did his son discover that those magical herbs were different from the others? Qin Shuai looked at his son with more and more eager eyes, which made George feel as if he was about to be stripped naked by him. Dad, do you know that your eyes are quite dangerous right now? George coughed lightly. He is a little afraid of his father. Son, happiness is better shared with others than happiness alone. Let's go find some more spiritual herbs and let the Chun family have a taste of them at noon. Qin Shuai felt a chill on his forehead. George forced him to eat grass? That's perfect. He lets others eat grass too. It's the same thing. Then no one can say who eats grass. Perfect. George looked at him as if he were a fool. Dad, this isn't cabbage from the street. You can have as much as you want. So the grass is gone? Qin Shuai stared at him. No more. I fed you all. George shrugged. Qin Shuai felt as if George was just feeding a dog. The more Qin Shuai thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Could it be that his own son treated him like a dog? The more Qin Shuai thought about it, the more he felt that two cute and furry ears might grow on his head at any time. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. The anchor has a big boss. Dad, it's getting late. We should go back. George saw Qin Shuai lost in thought and wondered what he was thinking about. Hey, it's getting late. Qin Shuai looked at the time on his watch. Isn't it just past 9 o'clock? It's not time for dinner yet. You are sweaty and you want to be a guest in someone's house like this? George frowned. Is his father a stupid person? Isn't it too rude to go to someone's house like this? Qin Shuai looked down at himself and seemed to be in a really miserable state. That makes sense. This is indeed not suitable. Let's go down the mountain. Qin Shuai put away the book George gave him, turned around, and followed George down the mountain. At this time in the Guo family, Dora looked at the Weibo that had fermented overnight. George's attention had increased, but it was not as good as she expected. Buy hot searches for me. Dora took out her phone and spoke to the director of Lean's operations department. Mr. Guo, George is just an amateur. He doesn't have any attention points. Even if he buys the trending search, it may not be able to get on the list. The director of operations had a bitter face. Then, as an insider, disclosed the fact that George, the eldest son of the Qin family, was taken away by mistake. It would be best to buy some marketing accounts first and buy them in the name of Jeang Chun. There was a gleam in Dora's eyes. George had no intention of provoking Jeang Chun, but Jeang Chun provoked him first, so don't blame her for being rude. Mr. Guo, who is Jeang Chun? The director of the operations department was confused. Where did this Jeang Chun come from? Johnson will send you the specific information. You will listen to my instructions and send me whatever I tell you to send. Don't send me more than I want. If I find out that you have done something you shouldn't have done, I will ask your wife to prepare a washboard. Dora threatened. The director of operations trembled instantly. Receiving the first-hand information from Johnson, Chun Qianyu's mouth was so full that he could fit an egg in it. Oh my goodness, Mr. Gua. Isn't this the melon of the Qin family, a top family in Beijing? I didn't expect that you, Mr. Gua, would be in such a good mood to eat melon, and such a boring melon at that. Boring? I remember your monthly salary was about 100,000, right? Isn't that a bit too much? Do you want me to reduce it for you? Then you won't think this is a boring melon. Dora bit her tongue word by word, and Chun Qianyu suddenly wondered why the weather was so hot and why he was sweating so much. Is the air conditioner not cooling anymore? Mr. Gua, the prices in Beijing are too high. I can't afford to support Shui's wife anymore. You tell me what to do, and I will do it without any ambiguity. Chun Qianyu expressed his opinion immediately. Okay, let's end the message out first. Dora gave Chun Qianyu a piece of information, and Chun Qianyu immediately contacted the marketing account to carry out extensive description. At the Qin family in Beijing, Jeang Chun got a bank card with 100,000 yuan from Qin Guoye, and without saying a word, he transferred 10,000 yuan to the marketing account to discredit George. The marketing account that received money from Jeang Chun received anonymous money from Chun Qianyu before it started working. The content it posted was basically the same as that posted by Jeang Chun. My goodness, who did the former young master of the Qin family offend? After losing his noble status, there are still people who are slandering him like this? A middle-aged waiter looked at the photo of George in front of him. George was a handsome young man, and he looked like a very upright person. Why are there people who are black? Whatever. Based on my past experience, there will definitely be a twist in this matter. Another middle-aged man nodded his glasses, sat in front of the computer, and began to write a specious article. A smearing article. That's true. I don't know who will win in the end. The middle-aged man also edited the article quickly. Half an hour later, freshly published smear articles appeared on major public accounts and Weibo influencers. A small number of onlookers rushed forward and began to attack the mother and George in various ways. Jeang Chun held his phone and scrolled through message after message, a smug smile appearing on his fat face. Country bumpkin, let's see what can happen to you and your precious son this time. In Jeang Chun's heart, 18 years of poor life made him suffer all kinds of strange looks from outsiders. Even the girl he liked disliked him because he was poor, short, fat, and ugly. All this is caused by my mother. Fortunately, 18 years later, his family finally found him and allowed him to live his own life. Think about it. Now, when he goes out, everyone calls him young master. How cool and beautiful. This is his life. Jeang Chun thought. Isn't George still thinking about making money by live streaming? He wanted to see what it would be like if George was scolded to death. At this time, George didn't know that the topic about him on Weibo had attracted a lot of attention thanks to the promotion of Dora and Jeang Chun. Not only George's life experience, but also the panda that appeared in George's live broadcast room became the focus of everyone's attention. Qing Chun Shiguang, the captain of the sentimental team, received the tip-off at the first time. When he saw the scolding on Weibo, he suddenly felt that there was a deep conspiracy here. Pure time, brothers, something big has happened. Our anchor has been surrounded by marketing accounts. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Oh my god, I saw it. Weibo has been trending, and it is still at the top. I don't know which big guy did this, but it is said that the position costs 100,000 yuan. Fatty's meat is oily. No way. Which paratrooper spent 100,000 to hang up the anchor? Wouldn't it be better to buy food for our family on the 7th day of the first lunar month with that money? All ghosts are poor. To be honest, I bought vegetables from the big guy who advertised in the live broadcast room, and I pooped for 3 hours. Guess what happened? Paddling. 3 hours? Are you exhausted? All ghosts are poor. I know, I found a layer of dirt all over my body, just like the marrow cleansing mentioned in the novels about cultivating immortals. Pure time. The person above, I think not only your stomach is broken, but your brain is also broken. Fatty's meat is very oily. Brother Gue, are you serious? I want to try it too. Open the pit and paddling. Fatty, are you going to lose your brain too? Ghosts are all poor. Dear colleagues, I plan to buy more. According to the boss, there are not many vegetables. If you miss this opportunity, you will never see that store again. If you don't buy, someone else will. Fatty's meat with oyster sauce. I'll go there now. Brother Gue, can you tell me how long it takes from their shipment to delivery? All ghosts are poor. Soon it's like some dude is using some tool to deliver takeout. Driving a rocket to deliver food. The guy upstairs, are you talking about me? All ghosts are poor. Speak of the devil, and he will appear. Fatty's meat with oyster sauce. Then I'll go place the order now and see how long it will take to arrive. Pure time. Hey, you guys are off topic. We were talking about the anchor being beaten up by a group of people, underscore. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Don't be afraid. The anchor has a big boss. Open a pit and slack off. Yes, the anchor has a big boss. Chapter 50, giving birth, is like pooping. Sunny and white. Roar, my dear brothers, here I come. Catch me. Pure time. Get out of here and don't crush me. All ghosts are poor. Brothers. Lean has released a live broadcast preview, and Panda Chucky is going to compete in hula dancing with a mysterious guest. Pure time, what? Fatty's meat with oil. Please don't use my dialect above. Oh, intersection after intersection. Oh, thank you. Delivering food like a rocket. Quick, enter the live broadcast room. What videos of Panda Chucky are currently being broadcast in the live broadcast room? Chicken breast is also breast. Oh, I want to pet the panda. I want to pet the panda. Following the instructions of the guy driving the rocket to deliver the food, the others stopped chatting and went straight to the live broadcast room. George didn't know that the live broadcast room was rotating the footage of Yuanjing Lake shot by Dora, Johnson, and others. After taking a shower at home and changing into fresh clothes, he just walked downstairs and heard Qin Shuai, who had finished a shower earlier than him, cry to his mother about how she forced him to eat grass. Your son asked you to eat grass? Then go ahead and eat it. Who made you owe him so much fatherly love for so many years? His mother rolled her eyes at him. Qin Shuai scratched his head. So, do you think I should tell him that I have given a lot of money to the Qin family in the past 18 years and have not caused the Qin family to go bankrupt? Come on, did you write your name on the money you gave to the Qin family? Besides, if you don't help the Qin family, will your son starve to death? The mother knocked on his head and said, now that my son is back, I can stop investing in and caring for the Qin family. From now on, whether the Qin family can survive in the capital is their business. They should return from being a third-rate family to the ranks of a ninth-rate family. Okay, let them have a taste of pain first, and then we'll see how to deal with the Qin family when my son returns to the capital. Qin Shuai grinned. Forget about dealing with the Qin family. I think my son still has feelings for them. After all, they are parents who have lived together for 18 years. Even if they are kicked out of the Qin family, the feelings in their hearts cannot be abandoned just like that. The mother sighed softly. She could feel that although George had returned with them, he didn't seem to be back here. If the Qin family hadn't driven away their precious son, I could still be their brother and protect their family. It's a pity that they missed this opportunity, so I can't blame anyone else. Qin Shuai looked at the sky coldly. The Qin family cannot withstand the test of God-given glory, and it will be their loss if they fail to seize it. Okay, let's not talk about them anymore. My son is almost done bathing. Let's pack up and go to Chen's house. Old Chen has been casting me repeatedly. If I don't leave now, they will probably rush to our house. The mother said this. She turned around and prepared to go see if George had finished washing. Wait a minute, honey. Can you smell me and see if I smell good? Qin Shuai blocked his mother's way and winked at her. Mr. Qin, do you think I can have sexual thoughts when I look at your face like this? His mother slapped him and said, thinking about love during the day can easily lead to kidney deficiency. Wife, my son also thinks I have kidney deficiency. I think I should prove myself tonight, otherwise my son will definitely look down on me. Qin Shuai clenched his fist and said, okay, prove yourself tonight. If you really can't do it, let your son get you some more grass to eat. His mother smiled and patted his shoulder. Eating grass again? Qin Shuai twitched his lips. Can you not mention the word grass? Don't like it? Then let's go to Lao Wu's house tomorrow. For lunch, we'll have fried leeks with eggs, fried leeks with bean sprouts, leek dumplings, mixed leeks, fried leeks with squid, leek with dried bean curd and bacon, and scrambled eggs with leeks. For dinner, we'll have dumpling stuffed with leeks and meat, with shrimp and leeks, fried leeks with eggs, fried leeks with peppers, and fried leeks with baby cabbage. Mother named a series of dishes, and Qin Shuai didn't react at first. When he heard the second and third dish names related to leeks, he immediately felt that something was not right. When my mother talked about eating leeks in the evening, my beating heart suddenly turned cold. What is his wife doing? Oh, go. Honey, eating too much leeks will cause heartburn. Should we stop eating in moderation? Don't worry, I won't give it to anyone else. I'll give it to you. It will nourish your kidneys and strengthen your yang. The mother's mouth curled up slightly. Qin Shui suddenly felt as if a dark cloud was looming over his head. He thought that after eating those leeks, he would turn into Red Boy, with fire all over his body, right? While Qin Shui was thinking, George walked out of the room slowly. Qin Shui looked at his son and saw that he looked normal. He probably didn't hear what his mother just said, right? Just when the anxious person was about to feel relieved, he heard George speak with ill intention. Mom, if we're having dumplings tomorrow, prepare more leeks and meat stuffing. I'm afraid Dad won't have enough to eat. Qin Shui. Straight face, is it too late for him to kill this guy now? Don't worry, my dear son. We have grown chives all night long. We have enough. If it's not enough, your fifth uncle, Uncle Gua, Uncle Wong, and Uncle Chiu also have some. I guarantee that your dad will have enough every day, every month, and every year. My mother smiled very brightly. Qin Shui covered his face and looked around. He now wanted to find a hole to bury himself in. That's good. I'm still waiting for you two to give me a little brother. George said this in a serious tone, which instantly made the two old couples blush and want to dig a hole in the ground. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Did your brother say that he can have a baby if he wants? We only need you. Under George's fiery gaze, the mother coughed lightly. That's right. Do you want your mother to feel pain again? When you were born, she felt pain from the afternoon of the first day until about 5 o'clock the next morning. Do you want to let you go through this again? Qin Shui glared at George. He couldn't bear to see his wife suffer, so he didn't have a child for so many years. Unlike Ben's family, Sophia's body was unable to give birth, and she ended up giving birth to a child with heart disease. George had no idea that giving birth to himself was so difficult, and he was suddenly filled with guilt. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know giving birth was so difficult, I thought. It will be as smooth as an old hen laying eggs. George didn't say the rest of the words because he was afraid that Qin Shui would hit him. What do you think? Do you think your mother gave birth to you like a hen laying eggs? Qin shouted in a handsome and rough voice, and looking at the expression on George's face, it was indeed true. You little brat, you're really asking for a beating. George was a little embarrassed. I've seen a lot of videos saying that giving birth is as easy as pooping. I never thought it would be so difficult. Poop? Can you poop for me? Qin Shui was so angry that he chased George and beat him. My mother was pregnant. She had to run around with them, which was so hard. When his mother was a few months pregnant, she suffered from severe morning sickness, so he had to hide her in a small county town to wait for her to give birth. Later, he heard that his mother had been trying to give birth for several hours and was really worried about a dystocia. Fortunately, both mother and child were fine. Just a few hours before his mother was to be discharged from the hospital, Qin Guiya and his wife took George away, leaving behind Jeang Chun with a Jeang Chun label. He was on a mission at the time and did not dare to use his real name for fear that someone would come looking for him. So he used the pseudonym Zhang Zhenghua and named his son Jeang Chun, whose real name is George. Chapter 51. One day, my son's wish will come true. I don't know if it was fate, but George somehow got back the name he gave to George. Let him find him better and watch him grow in the dark. Okay. Are you two going to run to Chen's house again? The mother of the person involved rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything. Why did the father and son have to argue nonsense? George, apologize to your mother. Qin Shui pointed at his mother and spoke sternly to George. George stopped, and the embarrassed expression on his face dropped instantly. Forget it. The child doesn't understand how to have a baby. Don't make things difficult for her. The mother stepped forward to persuade. I don't know. You should know now. In the past, giving birth was like stepping into the gates of hell. If it weren't for the better life and improved medical care, there would probably be more people suffering from difficult births. His mother seriously. They didn't know that the last time they were on a mission, they went to a village where the people were very poor. A girl who was not much older than George refused to give birth in a big hospital because her family had little money. She ended up going to a small hospital where she suffered a hemorrhage during delivery and almost died. Qin Shui has always been full of awe for life. Everyone's life is precious and should not be taken lightly as a joke. George listened to Qin Shui's words and stood solemnly in front of his mother. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know giving birth would be so difficult. If I knew, I wouldn't say that. It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, ignorance is not a crime. The mother touched his head and found his hair very thick and comfortable to stroke. Wife, children need to be taught, not just spoiled. Qin Shui spoke weakly. Then you come and teach me how to pet. His mother looked at him with a smile, and Qin Shui suddenly remembered the leak series he had just mentioned, and couldn't help but shuddered. He'd better not say it. Boss, sister-in-law, why are you so slow? I've been waiting at home for so long, and you still haven't come. I'm wondering if you were snatched away by the fifth brother. Old Chun rushed to the Chin family and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw they were still there. How could that be possible? Lao Wu was beaten up by Lao Qin before, so he is not so presumptuous now. The mother smiled. I told you so. That bastard Lao Wu even dared to say that he wanted to introduce his daughter to his nephew. His daughter is not as good as my daughter. George. Just as Old Chun was about to promote his daughter, he saw his eldest son slowly raise his fist and wipe it with a cloth that came from nowhere. Lao Chun shut his mouth instantly. You can offend anyone, but not your own boss. Losing face is a small matter, but practicing every day will kill you. Old Chun, is your daughter back? Is she of marriageable age? Our George is still young, and Old Chun has brought in a lot of new guys. All of them are tall, long-legged, handsome, and most importantly, single, perfect for your daughter. Let Old Chun give you their photos tomorrow, and you can take your time to choose. It doesn't matter if you can't pick the right one. There are other troops. There will always be one that's right for your daughter. My mother smiled very brightly. Old Chun was trembling. Did he sell his daughter? George listened to his mother's words and silently gave a thumbs up. You see, his mother is still the best. This retort left Uncle Chun speechless. Mom, I'm hungry. George touched his belly. Come on, we can't let our precious son starve. Let's go to Old Chin's house for dinner. Mother took George and walked towards Old Chin's house. Old Chin glanced at Qin Shuai silently, and seeing his sharp eyes passing across his face, he suddenly wanted to become an invisible person. Old Chun, if you have nothing to do, let someone else do the work here. How about you come with me to carry out the mission? Qin Shuai lowered his voice, as if only the two of them could hear it. No, boss, I think farming is good. You see, I feel healthy and my meals taste good after farming here. Old Chun patted his chest as if to prove something. That's good. There shouldn't be any strangers entering the village recently, right? There was an unusual atmosphere in Qin Shuai's calm tone. Old Chin's eyes flashed instantly. There are no strangers, but the people from the first group of the village always come to cause trouble and ask us to give the land to them. Oh, how many years have they been doing this? Why don't they give up? Qin Shuai said indifferently. Boss, what do you mean by that? Old Chin showed a puzzled expression. There are not many farmers in Group 2 of the village, but the area for growing grains and vegetables is quite large. In addition, they have several professors in the village to guide them, so the crops they grow are much better than those grown outside. But in addition to eating these foods themselves, they also provide them to their seriously injured comrades in the army so that they can recover faster. So outsiders have no idea that there is anything special about the things grown by the second group of the village. When the village group wanted their land before, it was simply because they felt that they had too many people but too much land, and they felt unbalanced. But after the land was divided, they settled here, so it doesn't make sense to say those people make trouble every year. Maybe not. Be careful. Other places have been a bit unstable recently. When I came back this morning, I received news that someone had sneaked into the southwest. There was a hint of solemnity in Qin Shuai's eyes. Sometimes these people have to lurk in one place for several years or even decades in order to complete their missions. Unless one day they choose to retire or quit this mission, they must stay in this position until the end. The Southwest is not like here. There's so many illegal immigrants. Boss, if you need us, we can all come out. There was a hint of longing and yearning in Old Chen's expression. The battlefield is the best destination for a soldier. If the country needs him, he will do his best. You guys are out of the mountains? What should we do here? There are many places like this all over the country now. If no one is guarding them, won't there be chaos if something happens in the future? Qin Shuai patted his shoulder. What the boss said makes sense. Don't worry about this place. We will guard it well until the higher-ups say it can be made public. Lao Chen clenched his fists. We have been holding on for 20 years just to prevent those hateful foreigners from stealing everything here. It will be soon. This time won't last long. We will all wait for that day. George in the distance. One day he would realize his son's dream and make his son the richest man in Beijing. Not far away, George was stopped by an aunt before his mother took him to Chen's house. Xiueqing, your Xiangxiang has taken away my cabbage again. Then I'll go back and teach Xiangxiang a lesson. This guy really likes your cabbage. The mother looked at the visitor with a smile. Chapter 52 Top 10 Outstanding Figures Badge of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Isn't it? My tender cabbages were eaten away like this. I'm so sad. The auntie glanced at George as she spoke. That look and gaze was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, The more she looks, the more she likes him. George began to hide behind his mother without being noticed. How about I give you some of the big radishes I have at home? The mother said hesitantly. Carrot? Don't do that. Mr. Gua eats your carrots every day and farts all the time. I thought it was thunder. The auntie quickly waved her hand. Well, I have some other things at home. How about? My mother wanted to apologize to that aunt. Hey, do you think I'm the kind of person who's going to ask you for compensation? The aunt took 2 steps towards George as she spoke, and George was immediately frightened and took 2 steps back. Auntie, you, don't be afraid, nephew. This is not the first time I've seen you. Come, I'll give you something good. The aunt took out a slightly worn envelope from her pocket. George looked down at the envelope. The letter paper had turned a little yellow, but there were not many wrinkles on it. There was only a circular-shaped thing protruding. Sister Jeang, this thing is too precious. My mother saw the envelope. Her face changed instantly. What's so precious about it? This thing is of no use to me, but it can be used as a souvenir for my nephew. Aunt Jeang opened the envelope and took out a badge from it. George was in awe when he saw the words written on it. I can't accept this. Hey, my nephew also knows this thing. A look of surprise flashed across Aunt Jeong's eyes. This is a medal awarded by the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences to the top 10 people with outstanding contributions. I have paid attention to some things of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences before, so I know about it. George said seriously and solemnly. As expected of my nephew, he doesn't pay attention to celebrities, but pays attention to some obscure things. Aunt Jiang smiled kindly. After all, he is Qin Shuai's biological son, which makes him different for Jeang Chun. Aunt, you are making fun of me. It was only under the guidance of my teacher that I started to pay attention to the affairs of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Speaking of which, my teacher's last name is Jiang, which is the same as my aunt's. I don't know if they're the same characters. George scratched his head. There are a lot of people with the surname Jiang, Jiang, or Jiang. I wonder if Aunt Jiang and his teacher have the same surname. Really? What fate. Come, this thing is not worth much, but it is the best thing I have. I gave it to that kid Jeang Chun before, but he didn't even recognize it and said it was garbage, which made me angry for a while. And Xiang, he forced your mom to buy it for him, but in the end he didn't take care of it and just threw it to your mom, which made me so angry. Aunt Jiang stuffed the money into George's hand without waiting for him to refuse. The mother to refuse. George looked at the badge in his hand and felt it was hot and heavy. The 10 outstanding figures of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences are all people who have made outstanding contributions to agriculture, including the famous Grandpa Yuan. George held the badge in both hands and felt like he couldn't let it go. Sister Jiang, let's not talk about the past. Look, you've messed up your child so badly that you can't even put your hands down. The mother watched as her son held the badge as if it were an antique. Oh, look at what I have done to the child. Nephew, if you have any difficulties in the future and need help from the Agricultural Science Academy, show this badge and the people from the Agricultural Science Academy will help you unconditionally. But it can only be used for good things, not for bad things, understand? Aunt Jiang said with a serious face. George nodded. Aunt Jiang, don't worry, I won't use it to do anything bad. That's good. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Shu Etching, come to my place later and get some of the latest vegetable seeds. These are the latest seeds produced by the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. I don't know how they will turn out. Aunt Jiang waved at George and then spoke to her mother. Then I'll go back and try again. Mother nodded. Seeing that she agreed, Aunt Jiang left satisfied. George solemnly put away the badge and looked up at his mother. Mom, Aunt Jiang is an outstanding talent at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Why haven't I seen her in related reports before? What's so strange about this? Not everyone in this world stands in front of the stage like a star, being the center of attention. Sometimes it is more suitable for them to be behind the scenes, so that they can immerse themselves in research in a quiet environment and better serve the society. Moreover, the incident involving Uncle Gua and others had a great impact, and many scientific researchers were killed at that time. In order to better protect them, hiding their identities and being ordinary people is the best way to protect them. The mother touched his head. George's eyes darkened. He recalled some reports he had seen before. Some scientists were extremely talented when they were young, but there was no news about them later. Their contributions and deeds were not announced until after their deaths. It is because of the competition between countries that hindering the development of the other party can enable one to make further progress. So they kill those people. George has not forgotten that there are many painful lessons in history, all of which are worth remembering. Wife, what are you talking about? Qin Shuai walked over and saw that George looked a little strange, so he couldn't help but frown. Nothing. Xiang just ran to Sister Zhang's vegetable garden to pick up cabbages again. Mother shrugged. This pig is getting bolder and bolder. It's the food that's going to be sent to the base, and it dares to go after it. We might as well send it to the base as well and give it to the new recruits as a snack. When Qin Shuai heard what his mother said, he wanted to catch the pig immediately. Husband, you always talk, but never take any real action. The mother rolled her eyes. He said he would send Xiang to be slaughtered, but in the end, no action was taken for a long time. Men's mouths are really deceiving. Qin Shuai was instantly embarrassed. What should I do when my wife ruins my show? Who can give him a way out? Sister-in-law, don't say that the boss is reluctant to part with Xiang, but you are reluctant to part with her too, right? Old Chen quickly jumped out to rescue his boss. The mother chuckled, of course not. My zoo is still lacking a beautiful and charming pig. Sister-in-law, is it appropriate for you to use the word beautiful and enchanting here? When Old Chen heard this, he thought of his wife who loved to dress up. Suddenly, he felt that his wife's face turned into Xiang's pig face, and he shuddered. It's so scary. He felt that hugging his wife at night was like hugging a pig. The scene was so beautiful that he couldn't even imagine it. It's very suitable. My Xiang is also a heartthrob when she puts on makeup. The mother finished her words. They saw a pink pig carrot, carrot walking towards them in the distance, with its pink hooves delicately carrying a large cabbage on its head. Chapter 53. Is the pig stupid, or is he stupid? George rubbed his eyes and looked at the pig that was winking at him, actually able to hold the cabbage steadily. It's like cabbage growing on its forehead. Xiang is eating and taking things at the same time. I don't know who she learned this habit from. Old Chen looked at the big fat pig in front of him with displeasure. I remember that Jeang Chun said he wanted to buy a small fragrant pig as a pet. After he bought the pig, it grew bigger and bigger. In the end, Jeang Chun became disgusted with the fragrant pig and threw it to his mother, who raised it for several years. Nowadays, it is impossible for a normal person to lift something weighing 300 or 400 kilograms. Xiang has been a smart kid since she was little. Now, she has the spiritual energy bonus from the second group of the village. It's normal for her to have some intelligence. Mother picked up the cabbage on Xiang's head. The whole vegetable was dug out of the soil and then washed. Xiang's pig's trotter was not capable of doing this. Someone must have washed it and put it on Xiang's head. The mother thought of Aunt Jiang and was afraid that she was the only one who did this. Come on, these animals have become spirits. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Old Chen sighed softly. Qin Shuai narrowed his eyes. Why think so much? This is not something you should be thinking about. That's true. Old Chen said this and put the idea behind him. George, this is Xiang. You've seen her before. She's our family's guardian deity. No one can escape her punches. You and Xiang have to get along well from now on, okay? The mother introduced George to the side. George was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Aren't there dogs guarding the gates in rural areas? They use pigs as guardhouses. Is there anyone else like them? It's really amazing what her mother could think of. George nodded helplessly and saw Xiang stretch out her pink right pig's trotter. George, straight face. Is this to shake his hand? The pig wants to shake his hand? Is it the pig that is stupid, or is he stupid? George looked towards his mother and saw her looking at him with a smile. Emma, do you really think he is holding a pig's trotter? George had no choice but to silently stretch out his claws and grab the pink pig's trotter. It feels good. It must taste delicious when braised. Several dishes named braised pork trotters, stewed pork trotters, and sauced pork trotters suddenly appeared in George's mind. What should I do if I suddenly want to eat pig's trotters? George's expression suddenly became eager when he looked at Xiang. Xiang looked at George's eager eyes, and her heart was filled with joy. Does the new little master like me? Oops, I feel a little embarrassed. Xiang's tail instantly spun into the shape of a heart. The three adults stood aside with sigma, degree, expressions on their faces. Could it be that this pig is missing spring? You shouldn't. It's not time yet. Okay, let's go back quickly. We are starving. Old Chen greeted George. George nodded and waved to Xiang. Xiang, with the cabbage on her head and her tail raised, headed towards home happily. 10 seconds after watching Xiang leave, George turned to his mother and said, Mom, let's make braised pork trotters tomorrow. I suddenly want to eat it. Xiang, who had not walked far, heard this, and the cabbage fell off the pig's head instantly. My little master, I treat you as a friend, but you want to eat me. It's too much. Xiang whimpered twice and rushed into the Qin family, carrying the cabbage. The mother looked at George in surprise. Are you serious? Fake. George chuckled. He just said it casually, and he didn't really want to eat anything in particular. You kid, you did it on purpose. The mother found it funny to see Xiang's 4 pig trotters running into the house. Mom, I just think the fragrant pig's trotters are quite fat, so I want to eat. George, if you want to eat pig's trotters, your aunt makes good braised pig's trotters. You can come and try it tomorrow if you have time. George very warmly. Old Chun, are you trying to seize old Five's rights? His mother looked at him unhappily. How can that be possible? Old Chen chuckled and quickly took them to Chen's house for dinner. George arrived at Chen's house. He received a watch from Chen's wife. It was a Rolex. The dial looked a bit old, but it was in very good condition. After dinner, Qin Shuai and his wife stayed at Lao Chen's house to chat about family matters. George, a junior, to stay there, so he turned around and looked for Johnson. At this time, Johnson was typing on the keyboard with his 10 fingers. In front of the keyboard is the Weibo interface. Sister, the popularity has already reached a very high level. If we want to continue to increase it, we need more revelations. Johnson saw that the popularity was obviously not increasing, and netizens were already starting to back off because there were no new revelations. Then let's expose the fact that Jeang Chun bought a marketing account. Dora knew very well that this was the time to throw diamonds to attract Jade. Didn't Jeang Chun want to frame George? Let him fall into the vortex. Hey, I'll send it out right now. By the way, sister, Brother Chun said that the Fan family's business has been blocked. Currently, all of the Fan family's goods at the port have been sealed. Johnson chuckled twice. This Fan family is the same Fan family that broke off the engagement. If they were willing to accept George as their son-in-law, the Fan family would have a bright future. It's a pity that people with short-sightedness can only be abandoned. Find someone familiar with the Fan family and go to the Fan family to persuade them to form a marriage alliance with the Qin family now. Dora would never give Zoe any chance to get close to George. The bad girl and the scumbag guy are a perfect match. Marriage now? The Fan family hasn't blackmailed the Qin family yet. I'm afraid the Fan family can't marry their daughter off so quickly. Johnson said, stroking his chin. The Fan family's goods have been seized, and Brother Chun has blocked the Fan family's business. The Fan family's current funds are not enough for turnover, so they will definitely ask for help from the people around them. As long as the people around them don't help, the only people the Fan family can turn to are the Qin family. As long as the two hit it off, this matter will come to fruition. Dora smiled like a fox. But sister, once Jeang Chun's affairs are exposed, he will be the center of public attention. No matter how stupid the Fan family is, they will never marry Zoe to Jeang Chun. They might even find someone better. Johnson thought this was inappropriate. Don't worry, as long as Chun Sijia gets rid of the people that the Fan family might find first, why should we be worried about other problems? Dora raised her brow. Johnson thought about it and realized that his sister was no ordinary person, and her ability to forge ahead was comparable to that of Zhuge Liang. If she says it's okay, then it must be okay. I'll talk to Brother Chun right away. Johnson was about to call Chun Sijia. Then Doris said, I'll go talk to Brother Chun. Forget about it. You have to do a live broadcast with George later. Chucky and Xiaohu are going to do the hula dance today. You have to record it for me. Whether I can make a lot of money depends on you. There was a gleam in Dora's eyes, and Johnson suddenly felt like there were 3 lines on his forehead. She earns money but doesn't share it with me. So why should I work so hard? So wronged. Chapter 54, throwing dirty water at George. When George arrived at Gua's house, Johnson had already posted on Weibo the information that Jeang Chun had bought a marketing account to discredit George. Netizens feel very sympathetic towards Jeang Chun, the child who was taken away by mistake. But after Jeang Chun bought a marketing account to discredit George, netizens suddenly felt that Jeang Chun, who looked pitiful, was actually not honest at all. This is really too much. They have recognized each other's parents. Jeang Chun is pitiful, but his life will be happier than George's in the future. Why do they still want to smear George? Needless to say, George's biological parents deliberately took the wrong child away, just to let George live a rich life. After he inherits the Qin family's property, he will come back to recognize his biological parents. Wouldn't George's parents live a happy life? It's really disgusting. Why are rural people so disgusting? The guy above, did the country people offend you? Why is that disgusting? Are all your ancestors from a city? There's not a single country person. Let's talk about what we mean. No one should attack anyone else. Let's eat melons in a civilized manner. There will definitely be a reversal. I don't believe there won't be a reversal at all. Don't express your opinion. Just eat melon quietly. Who is Jingjing upstairs? Why is she eating melons? I want to be alone and no one should bother me. The one upstairs, you miss Jingjing. Have you asked Jingjing if she misses you? Jingjing is a good girl. No one wants her. The tide is turning on the internet very quickly. Less than half an hour after Jeang Chun posted the message, Sophia called him downstairs. Ben and Sophia sat on a sofa each, looking at Jeang Chun with serious expressions. Tell me, what's going on online? Why are people saying that you're the one who leaked George's information? Sophia looked angry. Jeang Chun shrank his neck. Mom, I don't know what you were talking about. Did something happen? You really don't know what happened? Ben stared at Jeang Chun. That face was exactly like his own, with the same little movements that one would make when lying. Ben's face fell. Or did you do something and not tell us? Dad, I don't know what you were talking about. What happened? Jeang Chun pretended to look innocent, but he was thinking in his heart. Will the thing on the scarf be discovered? What happened? How did the news of George and you being mistakenly taken away end up on the website? Can you explain it to me? Sophia stared at Jeang Chun and asked sternly. I don't know either. Maybe other people saw such a bizarre thing happening in our family and thought they could make some money, so they spread the news. Jeang Chun was extremely flustered, but he had to pretend to be innocent. Okay, that makes sense, but is it true that someone posted that you bought a marketing account? Ben's voice, with a hint of majesty, reached Jeang Chun's ears. Jeang Chun shook his head instantly. I didn't, Dad. Don't listen to other people's nonsense. I stay at home every day, listening to Mom and learning etiquette. I never go out. How could I buy a marketing account? Are you still lying? Jeang Chun, you are my Ben's biological son, and you are lying to me? Ben's anger soared. So what if Jeang Chun looks like him and has his blood? If he can lie in front of his father, what else will he be afraid to do in the future? Dad, I didn't. Why would I do something like that? Jeang Chun just opened his mouth to explain when he heard Ben sneer. There's 20,000 yuan missing from your card. Do you think I don't know? 20,000 yuan? Impossible. How could it be so much less? I only gave them 10,000 yuan. How could it be 20,000 less? Ben in astonishment. His dad must have lied to him. Sure enough, you were the one who did that to George. Why didn't you use your brain before you did anything? You used your real name to transfer the money. Ben is very disappointed. Why are the people in their Chin family so stupid? Dad, don't you blame me? Jeang Chun thought Ben would scold him, but he didn't expect that he didn't blame him at all. You are my son. Is it any use if I scold you? Now that things have turned out like this, can blaming you solve the problem? Ben snorted coldly. Now let's think about how to make up for this matter. If the comments of netizens are too intense, it will also have a great impact on our Chin family's business. Then Dad, let's just throw the dirty water on George. Jeang Chen's eyes rolled around. On George? How? Ben asked. Wasn't George doing a live broadcast yesterday? We sent a message saying that George deliberately wrote, directed, and acted in this drama in order to make his live broadcast room popular. The whole thing about me paying for the marketing account was all made up by George to stir up the heat. Jeang Chun usually pays close attention to things happening in the entertainment industry, so he is already very adept at using this method. Hubby, I think this suggestion for my son is a good one. Sophia was originally a little dissatisfied with Jeang Chun, but the idea he proposed was good. Okay, I'll have someone take care of this, so don't make any more moves. Ben glanced at Jeang Chun. Although he is young, he has learned a lot of viciousness from him. Okay, Dad. Jeang Chun nodded obediently. With Ben's help, he didn't believe that George would not die. Originally, he thought that George was living a good life in the Chin family. As it turned out, although George's life in the Chin family seemed glorious, in fact, he was still controlled by Ben and Sophia, and he couldn't even choose his own partner. Look at Zoe's face and figure. She is so beautiful, like a little white flower. It's a pity that she is a bit wooden and can't be as lively as Zhao Shueshua, the little village girl. It would be great if I could take that little village beauty over. Ben was about to ask the operations department to send out a message when James brought Zoe to the door. Ben and James have always been good friends, so when he saw James coming, he hurried to greet him. Ben, let me get straight to the point. Your son is now back, and my daughter is old enough to get married. Why don't we let them get married next month? Next month is a good month, so let's pick a good date. James' opening speech confused Ben. James, the children are still young. Isn't it inappropriate for you to let them get married so soon? And they haven't even started college yet. What are you afraid of? Aren't college students encouraged to get married early? It's also good to let them get married early so they don't run into some messy people in college and end up with a relationship breakdown. James tried to look calm. Ben is not a fool. James wanted to blackmail him yesterday, but today he is eager to marry his daughter to him. There is definitely a problem. Chapter 55. The rice must be cooked before it is cooked. James, this is not the old society. We don't have arranged marriages anymore. Didn't you say yesterday that Jeang Chun is from the countryside? Do you hope that Jeang Chun can learn more before marrying Zoe? That's perfect. I don't think there's any rush for this matter. Ben said calmly. James heard this. He thought it was impossible. If I don't find a way to get married now, the Fan family will really go bankrupt or something will really happen. Given the Cheen family's character, they would definitely stand idly by. Ben, how can I not be anxious about this? I'll tell you the truth. I don't have many days left to live, and I just want to see Zoe and Jeang Chen's wedding before I die. Even if I die, Zoe will have someone to take care of her. James said as he squeezed 2 tears out of his eyes. Ben sneered in his heart as he watched him act so hard. James is usually in good health. How is it possible that he won't live for more than a few days? Before you cheat someone, you should at least set up the stage properly, so as to avoid being exposed and embarrassed. James, how could you curse yourself like that? Don't I know how you are feeling? Ben patted his shoulder and smiled. I'll try to play tricks on him in my next life. James forced an ugly smile at the corner of his mouth, but secretly cursed Ben as an old fox in his heart. Uncle, my dad's health is not very good. Isn't it that if I can marry Jeang Chun, our Fan family's business can be handed over to you in the future? In this way, my dad can be more at ease. Zoe followed James with a complicated look in her eyes. Just before George left the day before yesterday, the Fan family was doing fine, but starting from the afternoon, all kinds of problems began to arise in the Fan family's business. At first, James just treated it as an ordinary incident, but he didn't expect that it had reached an irreparable point this morning. James looked for help everywhere, but was rejected one by one. He also told them that he seemed to have offended someone. James couldn't remember who he had offended. Fortunately, someone reminded him at this time that if he married into the Cheen family, the 2 families would become a community of life. The Cheen family couldn't just sit back and watch. James thought about it and finally decided to find Ben. Ben looked at James in surprise. James, you look so radiant. How could you be in poor health? Ben, you know I only have one daughter. If you don't want to marry me, I can only find someone else. James said with pain. Ben heard this. How could he let James find someone else? The reason why I originally thought of marrying into the Fan family was because they only had one daughter. As long as George and Zoe get married, won't the Fan family's property become the Cheen family's? If George knew his background, he could just kick him away, and the Cheen family's property would still be firmly in Ben S. hands. I just didn't expect plans to keep up with changes. He found his biological son. James, look at what you were saying. We have known each other for so long, and we will be a family from now on. The wedding will be held next month, as you said. Ben agreed readily. No matter what James's conspiracy is, he must get the Fan family's property first. Well, Ben, do you think we should let the couple go out for a walk and bond a little? James looked at Jeang Chun. That appearance and image are so different from George. But he is the real eldest son of the Cheen family. Zoe is wronged. She has to endure it. Okay, Jeang Chun just arrived in Beijing and hasn't been outside yet. Zoe, take Jeang Chun out for a walk. Ben smiled and asked Jeang Chun to follow Zoe out. Jeang Chun glanced at Zoe. He thought it would be a good idea to refuse a beautiful woman who came to his door. After marrying her, I will find a way to get Zhao Shueshua here and enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives. Zoe took Jeang Chun out. Jeang Chun's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was the news that George's live broadcast room had started. Zoe, I have something to do, so I won't go with you. Jeang Chun took his cell phone and prepared to go to George's live broadcast room to cause trouble. Jeang Chun, do you hate me? That's why you don't want to be with me. Zoe suppressed her nausea and looked at Jeang Chun with a pitiful look. Zoe, I have something to do. Jeang Chun wanted to cause trouble, but seeing Zoe in front of him made him reluctant to do so. What's more important than me? Don't you like me? If you don't like me, just tell me. I'll tell my dad, and I'll marry someone else. Zoe said this with tears falling down her face. Jeang Chun quickly put away his phone. Ben did not reject James' proposal at first because he wanted to bring the Fan family's assets into the Cheen family's pocket. If he rejected Zoe at this time, Ben would be very upset. No, I have nothing to do. I will stay with you now. Just stay with you. Jeang Chun shouted anxiously. Zoe smiled with tears in her eyes, nodded, then tidied herself up, took Jeang Chun's hand, and walked toward her car. Her father said that they must make things settled with Jeang Chun today so that the Fan family can truly be tied together with the Chin family. While Zoe was thinking about what to do with Jeang Chun, George had already gone up the mountain with his tool Johnson. Fuck, I'm so tired. I have to go up the mountain every time I do a live broadcast. It's almost costing me my life. Johnson brought a lot of things this time, not only drones but also cameras. It was impossible for one person to carry so many things, but he wanted to ask George for help. It turned out that George had a lot of bags and bags on him, all of which were food for the small animals. On the other hand, Dora refused to take anything in order to maintain her image. We agreed that brothers and sisters should love each other, and we should love each other wherever we go. Johnson was very angry and wanted to, "Sister, can you please extend your two noble hands and help me?" "No, my hands are precious. If they get hurt, will you work for me?" Dora threw him a look. Johnson moved his lips, wanting to curse, but in the end, he didn't say a word. Half of his pocket money came from Dora's pocket, so he didn't dare to offend Dora. "Don't be a coward. Speak up. Are you willing to work for me?" Dora looked at Johnson with a forced smile, and Johnson whimpered twice and lowered his head. "The situation is stronger than people." "Damn, mean. Sister Dora, Johnson does have a lot of stuff on him." George stood up and spoke for Johnson when Dora said unhappily, "Is it a lot? Is it as much as you?" George is a little thinner than Johnson, but he is just as much stuff. 3 stools, a large bag of food for the animals, and some afternoon tea snacks for the 3 of them. Then Johnson's drone and camera. Chapter 56, The Reason Why the Cute Pet Speaks. George didn't dare to speak for Johnson now. It's because he has so little stuff. "Young master, why did you come just now? I have been waiting here for a long time." A white shadow rushed in front of George. The huge cat face reminded George of the shadow that knocked him away that night. "Xiaohu, come here to your sister. Let your sister love you." Dora saw Xiaohu. Her eyes lit up instantly. "No, I want my master. I want to firmly sit on the throne of my little master's most adorable pet." George like a tree bear. The mistress has already given it to George, so she can't let those bitches take George away. "Oh, you're the cutest pet. You a big guy who picks his feet. Dare to say the word cute. Aren't you ashamed?" Also, a white shadow rushed out. George looked at the shadow and found it was a white fox. George had never seen a fox before, but as he looked at the white fox, he suddenly felt that the white fox looked a bit like a dog. "What are you talking about, stinky fox? Who is the big guy who picks his feet? I am still young, not yet middle-aged. Unlike you, you have to pretend to be young even when you are middle-aged, and you are not afraid of losing all the hair on your face." The white tiger gave the white fox an unhappy look. "Stinky cat, who did you say had all his fox hair fall off? If you have the guts to say it again, I'll bite you to death." The white fox showed its sharp fangs. Come on. Let me see how you bite me to death." Baihu said this with a completely fearless attitude. "Come on, if you have the guts, don't cling to the little master's thighs and follow me." "Ouch, which bastard hit me?" Before the white fox could finish his words, he felt someone hit him hard on the head. "You guys are really getting bolder and bolder. You dare to act so presumptuous in front of the young master." After a white crane hit the white fox, it hit the white tiger on the head again. One by one, fair. "Stinky bird, I suspect you are seeking revenge for personal gain. I will pluck all the feathers off your body." The white fox glared at the white crane angrily. "If you want to pluck my hair, wait until the little master's live broadcast is finished. You can fight me however you want. Now let the little master do the live broadcast quickly." The little master's live broadcast is related to whether the little master can make money. He finished speaking and gave George a gentlemanly salute. It was such an elegant and gentlemanly gift that George found it a little unbelievable. The spiritual energy of Village Group 2 not only enables these animals to develop intelligence, but also enables them to speak. It seems that with more time, these animals may also have the possibility of turning into humans. Come to think of it, now that I'm here, where's that stupid bear? Where's that stupid bear? Is he afraid to come out and compete with me? The white tiger opened its mouth, looking as if it was afraid of Chucky. "Xiaohu, I think Chu-Chi is not afraid to compete with you, but he is more prepared than you." George looked at the panda, Chucky walking towards them not far away. Around her bucket-like waist was a skirt made of some unknown grass, which was as soft as cloth. There was also a circular wreath around its neck made of various flowers that were found from who knows where. With its black and white hair, it looked like it was not here to dance hula, but rather to go on vacation in Hawaii. The three people in front of them all had an image in their minds of a panda lying on a chair with a parasol, wearing a pair of black glasses, sitting with his legs crossed, waiting leisurely. In the distance were long-legged beauties in bikinis. Oh, that picture is so beautiful. Hey, Chucky, you look great. Johnson's eyes were full of stars. It reminded me of the emoticons that are often posted on Penguin on the internet. It feels like you're the big brother of society. Why do I think of Kung Fu Panda? George muttered to himself. My little master, don't be fooled by this stupid bear. This stupid bear is just imitating the panda. When Baihu saw the wreath on Chucky, he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Chucky actually used this trick. It just made a grass skirt without even a flower on it. How can it compare with that stupid bear on the 7th day of the 7th month? Woo, angry face. It's falling out of favor. Study? Do you still have a habit of watching movies? George was a little surprised. Yes, the master is afraid that we will be bored in the mountains, so he prepares movies for us to watch. Xiao nodded. My mother to apply for a wild animal breeding license and a special pass in order to test the effect of the smell here on animals. They also selected animals from zoos all over the country and raised them here. At the beginning, they had no intelligence at all and were no different from ordinary animals. Over the next few years, they slowly developed their intelligence and began to learn little by little, just like human children. It was not until the last few years that they were able to speak the human language completely. Of course, I also gradually learned human pastimes. Tablets, mobile phones, and the like are no problem for them. Later, after the old scholars in the village communicated with them, they found that they were no different from humans except for their appearance, so they stopped studying them. However, because they have developed intelligence, they're not suitable to be sent back to the zoo. After approval from their superiors, they become their mother-s subordinates, responsible for monitoring areas that are beyond their jurisdiction. It's really a series about humans being worse than animals. Johnson wailed. Okay, stop talking nonsense. The live broadcast time is up. George, get ready. The rest of you, go to the side and try not to be in the camera. You'll have your chance to appear later. Dora was directing the scene like a director. Even if those little guys wanted to go out, under Dora's guidance, they could only hide in the dark. George, remember what I just taught you. Dora said and glanced at her phone. She had asked the operations department to make a preview earlier, and with George's popularity on Weibo, there are now quite a few people in the live broadcast room. It's just that some people really come to watch the live broadcast, while some people come to cause trouble. No matter what, once you're in, don't even think about escaping. George nodded and watched Johnson launch the drone into the air, taking a full picture of Yuanjing Lake from midair, then zooming in little by little until his entire body was captured in the camera. Hello, everyone. I'm George. George introduced himself to the camera. He also followed Johnson's camera to introduce the pandas Chucky and Xiao. At this time, the barrage area in the live broadcast room had already gone crazy. Barges of comments passed through the barrage area faster than a second. As the captain of the sentimental team, I didn't expect that when George started broadcasting the next day, the barrage section would be so crazy, with more than half of the haters criticizing George. Chapter 57, the barrage area exploded. Pure time. It exploded, the barrage section exploded. In the group channel, Pure Time just sent a message, and others followed suit. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Oh my goodness, doesn't the anchor know that there are haters criticizing him? How can he still be so calm while doing the live broadcast? All ghosts are poor. I can guarantee that the host must be busy cultivating himself and has no time to read Weibo at all. The barrage area has been completely surrounded by haters, and a few people can only chat in the self-built group channel next to the common area. This is another benefit of Lean. You can find like-minded people to chat with in the same live broadcast room. Avoid black spots dominating the screen. The fat man's meat is oily. No, the vegetables from the host's hometown are unexpectedly good. It took me an hour to finish eating them. Chicken breasts are also breasts. Wait, man, where are you now? Fatty's meat-consuming oil. Isn't this asking nonsense? Brother Gue said he took 3 hours to poop, but it was only 1 hour for me, okay? Chicken breast is also a breast. Ugh, are you texting us on the toilet? Fatty's meat is oily, isn't it? I just got the food sent from the host's hometown and put it in the pot without saying anything. After eating it, my whole body was covered with black mud. I started to have diarrhea before I washed it. I had been having diarrhea for an hour. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Fatty, I remember you placed the order this morning, right? It arrived so soon? Fatty's meat with oil. That's Do you know what the delivery man drives? Pure time. Fatty, are you sure you want to use the word kai instead of chi? Ghosts are all poor. Fat brother, do you think it's good value for money? The fat man's meat is so oily. Worth it, it's really worth it. Delivering food on a rocket. Bro, what's the value of this? Tell me? It can't be delivered by a plane, right? Ghosts are all poor. Haha, brother, you're right. Kaikenpashui. Damn, really? Delivering vegetables by plane? $1,000 is not enough for the fuel, right? All ghosts are poor, isn't it? The fat man's meat is oily. I dare say the host family is not short of money, and he is the only one who can fly plane to deliver goods to your door. Delivering food in a rocket. That's right, the host is a person who owns a national treasure. Pure time. To be honest, I have never seen a panda dance the hula in my lifetime. The host is really an amazing person. Chicken breast is also breast. I have already recorded the screen with my computer. You can watch the recording later. The fatty's meat with oyster sauce. Brother chicken, remember to share it with me later. I'm going to criticize the haters now. Pure time. Wait, fatty, if you go and spray alone, you're probably not going to be able to spray very many messages. So why not use a cheat and spray? I guarantee that even if your account is blocked, it will not affect your main account. The fat man's meat consumes oil. Straight face. The fat man's meat oyster. Brother, you are teaching me to commit a crime. Pure time. How can this be considered a crime? Internal software, absolutely genuine. Only one. No semicolon. Besides, don't you want to make the anchor's live broadcast room more passionate? All ghosts are poor. It's not what I thought. Delivering food in a rocket. We were all pure teenagers. Chicken breast is also a breast. Why can't I understand what you were saying? What are you talking about? Pure time. Brothers, if you're the host fans, fight for him. I feel like our firepower is not enough to kill those black guys. Pure time. Don't be afraid. According to reliable information, the second wave of plot climax is about to come, so everyone be prepared. Fatty's meat consumes oil. Really? What's the plot climax? Pure time. Wait, it won't be long. Everyone in the channel got special software from the Pure Time for the so-called climax plot, and it was effortless for them to fight against the haters in the barrage section. The haters in the barrage area found that they had to wait 10 seconds after each barrage, and these 10 seconds were firmly grasped by Jeang Chun, Wong, and others, and various rebuttals followed. Gradually, the style of the show began to change suddenly. Many people originally rushed into the live broadcast room to scold George and his mother, but were attracted by Xiaohu and Chucky on the big screen. Especially when Xiaohu and Chucky started to dance the hula like humans. Those black spots suddenly became like cassettes, completely silent. Lean has the most advanced defense system. Except for the plugins released by herself, other plugins will have no chance to tamper with Lean's data and comments. Therefore, if those haters want to discredit George, they can only go into George's live broadcast room and curse him while watching the live broadcast. Coincidentally, and precisely because of this, many people, when seeing the images on the screen, really think they have entered the world of the second dimension. No matter how much they understand human language and performance, it is completely impossible to make a tiger and a panda dance in human form to music. But on the screen, why can a bear and a tiger dance so harmoniously? Are they entering the world of the second dimension? Are the panda and tiger on the screen fake? Why is it so magical? Holy crap! Is this host a human or a devil? He actually made a panda dance at such a high level. It's incredible. I suddenly missed the scene of Timon dancing the hula in The Lion King. The one upstairs, you're showing your age. Fuck, you guys, aren't you here to criticize the anchor? Why are you watching a panda dancing the hula? Those of you who don't want to watch, get out of here. I'll scold the anchor later. Let me finish watching the hula dance first. If I can see a panda hula dance in my lifetime, I will die with no regrets. I suddenly remembered the hula dance in Lilo Stitch. It really brought back childhood memories. The one upstairs, you're showing your age. Fuck, you guys, you take the money but don't do anything. The anchor is just as bad as his mother. You're using the national treasure to do bad things here, and you're still watching so enthusiastically. Are you still human? Fuck, what are you talking about? Get lost. You are a dog. Who are you calling inhuman? Can't we just watch it and then report it? That's right. There's no point in reporting it if there's no evidence. Hey, whoever it is, can you please get out of here first? Can you wait until the host shows up before coming back? I say to those haters, can you please stop for a moment? Isn't it nice to see the baby pandas? In front, I'm already recording the evidence. Wait, I'll give it to you after I've finished watching it. Woo-woo, angry face. Look, the baby panda is winking at me. It must be a female panda. Get lost, haters. You guys are done talking nonsense. From now on, I'll become a fan of the anchor and watch Panda every day. It smells so good. That white tiger is really good. My mother asked me why I knelt down, and I said that the spiritual energy had revived and the panda had become a spirit. The guy upstairs is awesome. Awesome. We agreed that animals are not allowed to become spirits after James. So why are all the animals becoming spirits? Chapter 58, bowing down to the cute creature's leg hair. It's not scary that animals can become spirits. What's scary is that animals can become spirits, but we haven't yet become immortals. /. Alas, I realize that I have learned dancing for so many years in vain, and I can't even dance as enchantingly as a panda. I discovered I was attending a fake dance school. Anchor, I don't want to criticize you anymore. I want to become your concubine fan. There are no friends who have practiced Taoism yet. When you learn how to practice Taoism, please let me know. That imperial concubine fan. Did you type the wrong word? It's a hardcore fan, right? Aw, the panda is shaking its butt. What a cute little butt. Oh my god, I want to keep it. I want to keep it. Help. How can there be such a cute panda? None of the ones in the zoo are so flexible. Are you sure it's not a human? Hardcore pink doesn't sound good. Imperial concubine pink sounds much better. They say it's played by a human. Did you see the tiger next door? Are the tiger's legs and claws the same as a human's? I find tiger next door so pitiful. No one supports him. I am your eldest brother from the Chiu family, and I'm sending you a rocket launcher X10. I am your eldest brother in the Chiu family. My seventh brother is awesome. I am your fifth sister, and sent you a rocket launcher X11. I am your fifth little sister. You all bully little kittens. No one loves little kittens, but I do. I am your eldest brother from the Chun family, and I sent you a submarine X10. Get lost, you little brats. These two are both treasures. Don't fight over them. I am your eldest brother from the Su family, and I sent you a submarine X10. How can I do a live broadcast without support? Dear fans, please support my live broadcast. It will bring you a different experience. After the big guys blew out gifts one after another, Pure Time also followed suit and gave gifts, not to mention those concubine-level figures from yesterday. Woo-woo, angry face. The host mother's family is said to be poor. What are these big guys? Boss, we are hired haters. Someone has bribed us to criticize the anchor. Do you want to buy us, and we will help the anchor to criticize back? Damn, I've never seen so much money before. It's a submarine. $10,000 for one soft girl. Hey guys, $1 per message. Is there anyone who wants to hire me? Big guys, 80 cents for one message, please. What's the price? 50 cents a piece. Look at me, big guys. Sanmao wants support. I am your eldest brother in the Chiu family. What the hell is this? Boss, we are haters. You can call us trolls. Boss, we are a marketing account with a dedicated online store. If you want to troll, you can add me. Fuck, you trolls. Stop bothering the boss and don't make trouble. We want to see the pandas. Tai Chi. The panda is going to do Tai Chi. Netizens who didn't pay much attention to the barrage of comments watched as Panda Chucky and Xiaohu finished dancing the hula. Then George stood in front of the camera and told everyone that the next program would be a Tai Chi performance. Suddenly, a series of appeared in the barrage of comments, almost paralyzing the entire barrage area. The anchor is going too far. We said we were going to live a rural life. Is this really rural life? This is clearly an animal world. Does the anchor still need leg accessories? He is good at washing clothes, cooking, sweeping the floor, beating legs, and warming the bed. Host, as a qualified shit shoveler, I think you don't need me in your life. Please look at me. Host, my major is photography, and now I'm a paparazzi. You can have a look at me. I don't want any money. I just want to pet a panda. Everyone upstairs, get out of here. The anchor is mine, and no one is allowed to snatch it from me. Kung Fu Panda. It's really Kung Fu Panda. My mother said that I am not even as good as a panda, and asked me to go back to my mother's womb and be reborn. Woo, angry face. I want to raise a panda. Please give me some advice. My mother said the same thing about the one who went back to her mother's womb to be reborn. Woo, this is too much. It's really too much. This is clearly something out of Kung Fu Panda, and it actually fooled me into thinking it was real. Reward for my little cutie Chucky. There are hundreds of barges in the barrage area on average per minute, which is overwhelming. Dora just glanced at it casually and then turned her attention to popularity. Yesterday, George's popularity was only around 3,000 to 4,000. Even if his brothers gave him money, it couldn't increase George's popularity. Now, with the help of Weibo, the trolls and onlookers who came in will be captivated by the two cute guys, Chucky and Xiao, right? Next, we will wait for news from the capital before we can proceed with the second step of the plan. Dora turned to look at George, with a more complicated look in her eyes. Sister, the Tai Chi is almost over. It's time for the cute animal competition. Please ask the operations department to release the PK page. Johnson saw Dora looking at George and suddenly wondered what she was looking at. Isn't that what George looks like? What's there to see? The operations department will release it when the time is right. There's no rush. Dora said this lightly and then looked away. From hula dancing to Tai Chi, netizens in the live broadcast room were completely fascinated by the leg hair of the two cute animals. After entering the PK session, Chucky made some silly and cute expressions at every turn, which instantly attracted many people to spend money. Please put me on the list. Please put me on the list. I want to suck pandas every day. Is there anyone who wants to form a group with me to find an anchor? Stand up and form a group. My mom said that this panda is definitely a human in disguise. Can you please prove it, host? Yes, host, please give me proof. People spoke in the live broadcast room one after another. George did not say anything. He just announced the number of gifts that the two cute animals, Chucky and Xiaohu, had received at about the same time, and then asked netizens to wait for the next live broadcast and close the live broadcast room. Although the live broadcast room is closed, the carousel is still going on. Netizens who had not left continued to watch the carousels. George before, they're no longer interested in criticizing George. After all, isn't it nice to suck the panda and the brain tiger? George, today's profit is not bad. You can withdraw the money anytime after the back-end settlement is completed, or I can have someone transfer the money directly to your card. Dora looked at George with a smile. The number of people online today has exceeded 20,000. It seems a little too little, but it's only the second day, and it will be up soon. Just put on my card. I'll give Johnson half of it. He works so hard. He shouldn't get nothing for his hard work. George glanced at Johnson, who had tears in his eyes after hearing what he said. George, you're such a nice person. Well, Johnson, are you saying that I'm not a good person? Dora raised her brow. No, sister. Don't get me wrong. You're a good person. You're a good person. Johnson waved his hands quickly. Dora snorted and asked them to pack up their things and prepare to go down the mountain. Chapter 59, Riding a Crane, Returning to the West. Sister, it's still early. Let's stay a little longer. I haven't hugged Chucky yet. Johnson said as he rushed over and hugged Chucky. Chucky's two black eyes instantly revealed a look of despair. Ever since this guy saw him, he has been sticking to him like someone else. Although it knows that it is handsome, it is a male, not a female. Not breastfeeding the child. Xiao Fei Fei, you are too inhumane. We have just met the young master and you want to separate us. You have a very bad conscience. I will tell the master that you abused us. The white fox jumped out, hugged George's legs with its forelegs, and rubbed George's thigh with its fox face as if intoxicated. Dora twitched her lips. You are already old. Don't take advantage of my brother George. If you want to take advantage of him, I'll give you that one over there. Grabbing the white fox by the neck, Dora lifted it up and threw it directly at Johnson. Wow, sister, you are too much. Please don't throw everything at me, okay? I'm also a person of integrity. Johnson shouted angrily. Dora snorted coldly and ignored him. Young master, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. As the animals spoke, they rushed in all directions, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Stop, don't leave yet. If you want to be in the same frame with your little master, raise your hands and sign up. I will arrange for you to show your faces in the live broadcast later. This will also help you earn some food for yourself. Dora grabbed the slowest python by the tail. This guy is getting lazier and lazier. Eat a lot. If you stop working, you will really become a boss. Xiao Fei Fei, if I were to appear on the show in this look, I'd probably scare people to death. I'd rather not appear on the show. Besides, we are responsible for guarding places that our master can't. If we all come here to do a live broadcast, the higher-ups will know. George, who is helpless because of the cuteness of the little white tiger. George turned and looked at them as if he heard them talking. Sister Dora, what are you talking about? What if the higher-ups knew about this? Who do you mean by higher-ups? George frowned. Is there anything wrong with him doing live broadcasts? It's okay. You've already reported your live broadcast to the higher-ups. Even if someone comes to investigate, your mother has a special permit, so nothing will happen. Dora said with a smile. Has it been reported? Didn't you just suggest doing a live broadcast yesterday? How come it was reported so quickly? George looked at Dora in surprise. He always felt that there was some conspiracy here. Yeah, otherwise, do you think no one on Live Panda will maliciously report you? Especially the trolls, they will find all kinds of trouble. Dora raised her phone and let him see the content in the live broadcast room. George suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Can I continue to live stream Chucky and the others from now on? Not only that, you can also live stream rural life, such as following Aunt Exile into the fields to catch snails and lobsters, and to the river to catch fish and shrimps. That's fun that city people don't have. Dora said all this. The various animals that had gathered around George nodded in unison. My little master, do you know what a snail looks like? There was a gleam in by his eyes. George nodded slightly. It is said that you have never eaten pork before you have seen a pig run, right? He had eaten a lot of snails when he was in Beijing. Then, little master, shall I accompany you to catch snails tomorrow? The white crane spread its wings and said, This, Sister Dora, is this okay? George turned and looked at Dora. Sure, why not? It happens that I will send a crane into the village first, and then use the wire to lift you up. Remember to cooperate with Xiujuan, as if you were standing on it, to create a fairy-like posture, understand? Dora rolled her eyes and expressed her thoughts. At the same time, Johnson, who was lying on Chucky's body, looked at Dora with an incredible look. Fuck, sister, you only know what this behavior of yours is called? What's your name? Dora looked at her brother in silence. She always felt that her brother was a dog's mouth and could not produce ivory. Driving a crane, Johnson uttered the word go. He had already gotten off Chucky's body and seemed to be about to run away. Dora heard him utter the word crane. She had already guessed what he was going to say next. Before she could take any action, Johnson directly spat out the words, return to the west. What did you say, you bastard? Dora rushed forward and chased Johnson to fight. It's not my fault. This is what you asked George to do. Johnson did not forget to shout to the people behind him while running. You little brat, come back here. Dora was so angry that she almost took off her high heels and rushed forward. George looked at the two of them unhappily and shook his head, then turned to look at Bai He. It has a red spot on its head, and the feathers on its wings, neck and feet are all black. George remembered that this crane should be the legendary red-crowned crane. Dora say her name was just now? Xiujuan? The name seems unusual. Xiujuan? Is it your name? George reached out and stroked the crane's head. Yes, my master named it for me in memory of an environmentalist who sacrificed her life to save my kind. She was the first crane trainer in the flower-growing family, and her parents and brother were also red-crowned crane protectors. The red-crowned crane repeated the story its mother had once told it. George was silent for a moment. I remember the saying, no one knows a general's grave, but everyone in the world knows an actor's secrets. It's such a good story, but he only knows it now. By the way, there's another song called The Story of the Red-Crowned Crane. You can listen to it, little master. George S. hand with his chin. This song is from a long time ago, and I guess young people today like to listen to songs like this. Before, when his mother played this kind of song for Jeang Chun to listen to, Jeang Chun thought it was so tacky, but he had no idea what kind of true story was hidden in it. Okay, I'll go find him later. How about we work together tomorrow to make more money and donate it to the Red Crown Crane Protection Association? George stroked the top of its head. Now that he has started to make money, he naturally has no shortage of money. Doing something beneficial to society can also help him accumulate more merit. Sister, I was wrong. Let's not run anymore. We are so tired. Johnson paused, breathless. Tired? Do you know you're tired? I'll deal with you when I get back. Dora stepped forward and kicked him, then turned her head, lifted her hair from her face, and looked at George in a very charming way. Brother George, how is your communication with Xiujuan going? We have communicated well, but there are still some details that need to be considered. George was thinking about how to tell the story of the Red Crown Crane. Then you take your time to think about it. We'll take a rest and then go back. Dora took a breath, and even though she was breathing heavily, she still maintained a reserved look. George responded and began to ponder. Chapter 60, Dad, call me Master. 10 minutes later, Dora directed 2 people to carry things down the mountain. This time it was much easier than going up the mountain. George parted ways with the 2 and went straight home. Dora and Johnson entered his house. The cell phone rang. Dora took out her cell phone and was delighted to see the name on it. Brother Chio, what's going on? Don't worry, it's done. We've got the photos of Jeang Chun and Zoe checking into a hotel. Now we're just waiting for you to send out the message. Chio Ching Song stared at the photos sealed in the envelope in front of him. The photos inside were so disgusting. After looking at a few pictures, he quickly turned on his computer and played a video of his red panda to refresh his eyes. Don't worry, Jeang Chun and his men are now counterattacking George. It's time for us to slowly reveal some of the truth from that year. Dora's eyes sparkled. George know about that. Xiao Qing's song frowned. If what happened back then were to be exposed little by little, it might attract the attention of certain forces, which would not be a good thing for George and others. Uncle Qin won't let George suffer any injustice. As for the matter you mentioned, George doesn't need to know it now. Unless one day we can't protect this place, we can tell him and let him choose to stay or leave. Dora's eyes darkened. There are no cowards among the people who left the second group of the village. Jeang Chun is not a member of the second group of the village. Whether he is a coward when he goes out has nothing to do with the second group of the village. But George, he is Qin Shuai's son. He can't let them down. That's fine. With the likes of us guarding him, he doesn't have to do anything. But Dora, ask him to take more videos of Chucky. My little panda is so cute. If I don't take some, it would be a shame to reward him. Xiao Qing Song's eyes sparkled. Haha, Brother Xiao, you gave all your money to George. You didn't want a cent. Go talk to George yourself. Dora hung up the phone without saying a word and called Chinchinu. Spread the news, saying that some netizens dug up the news that Jeang Chun was abandoned by his biological parents and that his biological parents stole someone else's child. TSK, Mr. Gua, netizens are going to explode now. Chun Xinyu has been paying attention to George's affairs these 2 days. George was badly criticized on the website. Although the live broadcast helped him recover a little, some trolls still kept holding on to the matter. Blow it up, blow it up. If Jeang Chun hadn't provoked George, he could have gotten away with it for a few days. Now he's asking for trouble. He can't blame anyone else. Dora gave the instructions and then reported the matter to Qin Shuai. George did, or what happened, Qin Shuai had to make the decision. Just like the live broadcast was not proposed by Dora herself, but a task assigned to her by Qin Shuai in advance. The purpose was to use George to attract those forces and protect other places from being threatened. The times are developing and society is progressing. The assassinations will never stop. Dora believes that Qin Shuai is planning to use Village Group 2 as the main battlefield when he returns this time. The rest of them were advanced soldiers, but George was the pioneer of this battle. I don't know if George can withstand the various temptations in the future. Dora sent a message saying that Qin Shuai was still studying the book given by George and had not figured out anything after half a day. Until he heard the news that George had returned from downstairs. Qin Shuai couldn't wait to rush out of the room to find George. George to give him an explanation for this book. My dear son, are you tired? I cooked bayberry soup and mung bean soup. Mother smiled as she watched George walk into the house. Yangmei soup? Mung bean soup? I just want to give it a try. George looked at his mother in surprise. These are all great tools for cooling off, especially when it's hot at this time. My little master, I want one too. Xiaohu rubbed George's feet. It would be strange if he didn't want such a good thing. Come on, let's go in and drink. George walked into the house. He saw Qin Shuai's tall figure coming down from upstairs, holding the book he gave him. Dad, you're studying the inner strength method I gave you. How is it going? Have you figured out anything? George looked at Qin Shuai, whose face was dark, with a faint smile. No, I haven't found anything. Your book is not at the same level as the book I gave you. Your book is at a higher level. Oh, do you want me to teach you? George said this. Qin Shuai felt something was not right for some reason. You want to teach me? Under certain conditions. Qin Shuai didn't believe that his son would not ask for anything. Yes, if I teach you, you have to call me master. George said with a grin. Qin Shuai, straight face. Call your own son master? If this gets out, will Qin Shuai still have any face left? Besides, Qin Shuai already has a master. If he accepts another one, wouldn't that be betraying his teacher and ancestors? And calling your own son master is so awkward no matter how you look at it. Okay? Dad, think about it slowly, and maybe you'll figure out someday. By the way, you can read this book with Mom, preferably when the moon is full, under the flowers, and brew a pot of cloud tea. Maybe you'll figure out. George gave him a meaningful look and ran to drink his soup. Qin Shuai scratched his head. Why did he feel that there was something else his son was saying? Full moon? It looks like tomorrow will be a full moon. Under the moon and flowers? He also wants to find flowers. Oh, and there's also cloud tea. It seems that there is no Yunwu tea at home, so I have to ask someone to get it from somewhere else. It seems that Mr. Gua has Yunwu tea. Let's go get some. Qin Shuai made up his mind and prepared to take action tomorrow. George felt refreshed and sat on the chaise longue, where he began to stroke Xiaohu, saying strange things while stroking him. Xiaohu didn't feel anything at first, but later he actually felt that his body had undergone unusual changes. Just when it was about to check what was wrong with itself, it heard its mother's voice. "My dear son, Lao Chun is calling us to eat. Here I come." George carried Xiaohu out the door. Ben heard about Jeang Chun and Zoe checking into a hotel. Ben was furious. It had been less than a day since they went out, and they had already checked into a hotel. This was beyond his imagination. "Dad, it was all her. She was the one who took me to the hotel." Zoe in panic. He didn't expect that when he went out, Zoe would bring him into the hotel. Although he wanted to take advantage of Zoe, if he didn't put all the blame on Zoe, Ben would probably look down on him. Ben turned to look at Zoe, but before he could say anything, he heard Sophia say, "Old fan, we need an explanation." Chapter 61 by his company for 20 million. Sophia, this is a matter between two children. Since it has developed to this point, why not just let them get married naturally? James had a smile on his face, but his eyes as he looked at Jeang Chun were somewhat cold and contemptuous. If this were George, he would definitely be a man who dares to act and take responsibility, and he would not just put the blame on women. On the other hand, Jeang Chun was really going too far. It's really unacceptable that after taking everything he has, he still puts the blame on the woman. "Old fan, you can't decide what to do. My son was taken to a hotel by your daughter and was caught by reporters. You can't just let it go." Sophia raised her eyes, and her snobbish look made James frown. "Sophia mean by this? It seems like the one who suffered the loss is his daughter." She made it sound as if her son was the one who suffered the loss. "Sophia, what do you mean? Old fan, tell us honestly, did you encounter any problem?" Sophia stared at James. She felt something was wrong when he asked Zoe and Jeang Chun to go out for a walk. So she called her best friend and asked a lot of people, only to find out that the Fan family's business was in trouble and they were afraid that they would face the fate of being unable to make ends meet and going bankrupt. That's better. Since the Fan family is going bankrupt, what use is there to James' daughter to the Chin family? Sophia wanted to cancel the engagement between Jeang Chun and Zoe, but I didn't expect that the two of them were so quick and actually booked a room. "Sophia, look at what you're saying. How could anything possibly happen to me?" James laughed. "Old fan, this is where you're wrong. Your Fan family is almost bankrupt, but you didn't even tell us. You don't treat us as friends." Ben sighed coolly. James' heart skipped a beat. He knew things would happen quickly, but he didn't expect it to happen this fast. "Ben, I'm just trying not to make you worry." James smiled along. "Old fan, do you want me to not worry, or are you afraid of something?" Ben stared at him like a hawk. The smile on James' face gradually froze. Ben knew his current situation. He should have known to lend a hand and help. What does it mean that he didn't get to the point for such a long time? "Ben, look at what you said. What am I afraid of? Isn't it because if something happens to me, there will be no one to take care of Zoe?" James said, pushing Zoe forward. "Zoe has always been a good girl, and she was chosen to be George's fiancée since she was a child. Her every word and action is in line with the personality that Ben and Sophia like." James pushed her out now, just to appease Ben and Sophia. "Uncle Chin, Aunt Lou, I ask you to help save my father's company." Zoe walked forward and tried to hold Sophia's hand, but she dodged it. "Zoe, I'm not saying anything to you, but how can a girl like you be so ignorant of self-respect? You just asked for a room. Where do you put yourself, and where do you put our Jeang Chun?" Sophia glanced at Zoe with contempt in her eyes. Zoe stood there in amazement. She had seen Sophia look at others with this expression, but she never thought that Sophia would one day look at her with this expression. "Sophia, what do you mean? They're an engaged couple after all, so it's no big deal if they go to a hotel. Besides, with the relationship between our two families, my daughter will sooner or later become the daughter-in-law of your Chin family." Before James could finish his words, he heard Ben speak. "Old fan, I think Zoe is still young and not suitable to be the daughter-in-law of our Chin family. So, you can wait for another 2 years until Jeang Chun graduates from university, and then we can talk about this matter. Uncle Chun, please show him out." Ben didn't wait for James to say anything and asked the housekeeper to kick him out. "Ben, we have known each other for more than 10 or 20 years. I am in trouble now. It's fine if you don't want to help me, but are you going to refuse to help my children with their marriages?" James yelled. Fortunately, he was prepared. Let reporters follow their daughter. Otherwise, my daughter and I would suffer a great loss. "Old fan, you misunderstood me. I just don't want to distract you. After you have settled the company, we can talk about our children's marriage when we have time. Isn't it okay?" Ben looked at him with a wry smile. If Sophia hadn't asked people, he wouldn't have known that James was going bankrupt. Ben, after all you've said, you don't want to help anymore? James' anger was rising. He knew that Ben was a selfish person, but after being together for almost 20 years, he believed that no matter how unkind Ben was, he would not watch him get into trouble. It turns out that he overestimated Ben. Old fan, since you're talking about helping me, then you can give me your company as Zoe's dowry. I won't treat you unfairly, and I'll take your company for 20 million. Ben calmly brushed off the invisible dust on his clothes. James chuckled. Ben, so you were waiting for me here. Old fan, if you agree, you can still live on the 20 million. If you don't agree, not only will you not even have the 20 million, but your daughter will lose her virginity, and I don't think anyone will want her. Ben said with a mocking smile on his face. Zoe's face turned pale instantly. If Jeang Chun doesn't want her, who else can she marry? Without her status as a rich lady, wealthy men would never marry her. What to do? What to do? She didn't want to be like George and go to some crappy countryside to farm and raise pigs. James hesitated for a moment. What Ben said made sense. But he wanted to buy his company for 20 million. Too little. Old fan, don't think 20 million is too little. If you walk out of this door and come back, your company will not be worth 20 million. Sophia glanced at him with a smile. James' company is about 60 million, and even if it is auctioned after bankruptcy, it may not be worth 20 million. Now it's worth it for Ben to spend 20 million to buy his company. Dad, promise them quickly. Zoe became anxious when she heard what Sophia said. Now that you have 20 million, just get it and talk about it first. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this store. What is James still thinking about? Uncle Fan, this opportunity is rare. If you miss it, you will regret it. Seeing that Ben was determined to take over James' company, Jeang Chun approached him with a sly look in his eyes and tried to persuade him in a hypocritical manner. Chapter 62, she doesn't want to be a widow. James was still a little hesitant at first, but finally broke down because of Jeang Chun's, I regret it so much. James gritted his teeth and shouted, Okay, I'll call the secretary over now. Ben listened to this, and a smile broke out on his face. Old fan, this is the right way. Leave the company to me, and you can take the 20 million and take good care of your health. As for Zoe, I watched her grow up, so I will take good care of her, don't worry. James nodded, and the smile on his face was indeed a little ugly. If the company is gone, it means we have lost the bargaining chips. From now on, the Fan family will have to bow down to the Chin family. James, secretary, brought the relevant documents as he requested. An hour later, James received 20 million, and Ben became the boss of Fan's company. Old Fan, I see you're not in good spirits. You should go back and rest early. I'll tell you when a good date is for Jeang Chun and Zoe's wedding, and then you can wait to get married and have a wedding feast. Ben patted James' shoulder happily. James nodded stiffly, forcing a very ugly smile on his face. Anyway, now that the company is gone, it's better to leave the mess to Ben. If the company really goes bankrupt and suffers a loss, it will be Ben's money that is lost, not his money. James brought Zoe back home. Zoe's cell phone suddenly rang. Zoe, check your scarf. Something serious has happened. Zoe's best friend, Yuan Mingxin, came from the phone. Zoe was in no mood to listen or talk about the scarf right now. Just as she was about to find an excuse to hang up, she heard her voice again. Jeang Chun originally had a heart disease and was abandoned by his biological parents, so he was not taken away by mistake at all. What did you say? Zoe was dumbfounded. Jeang Chun has a heart disease? How is this possible? Zoe, look at Weibo. Someone has produced evidence. Jeang Chun was born with a congenital heart disease. His parents knew about this and deliberately switched him with a newborn George. Yuan Mingxin's words made Zoe suddenly at a loss for words. If people with heart disease are not properly taken care of, accidents can easily happen. If she marries Jeang Chun and Jeang Chun dies, wouldn't she become a widow? Zoe thought of the word widow. She rushed downstairs to find James without thinking. She doesn't want to be a widow. Dad. Zoe rushed to James and saw him looking at her with a frown. The courage she had just mustered up was instantly extinguished. Just tell me what you have to say. James felt physically and mentally exhausted. Meng Meng just called me and said that Jeang Chun had a heart disease since he was a child. He was deliberately taken away by Uncle Chin and abandoned. There is evidence on his scarf. Zoe said cautiously with a feeling of trepidation. James was stunned after hearing this. Are you telling the truth? Jeang Chun was abandoned. Dad, look at the image on this scarf. Isn't the person holding the child Aunt Lu? Zoe pointed at a woman in the video. Her clothes were a bit old-fashioned, but her face was fully exposed in the camera. It was Sophia after all. James narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect that Ben and his wife were such people. Dad, you see Jeang Chun has a heart disease. If he has a heart attack after I marry him, won't I become a widow? Zoe gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. That's perfect. If you have Jeang Chun's son, won't the Chin family's assets belong to your son in the future? James glanced at her and cursed. But wouldn't that make me a widow? Zoe was unwilling to give in. For the Chin family's property, you have to gamble your own happiness. What's wrong with being a widow? When you have money, you can support a gigolo or something. Isn't that good? James secretly sighed that he had raised his daughter to be too well-behaved. If you have any intention, you should know how to weigh the pros and cons. Zoe gritted her teeth. James said about supporting a gigolo somehow moved her. If she really had money and Jeang Chun was dead again, maybe she could get money to bring George back. Zoe thought of George's handsome face. She thought of Jeang Chun's face that was so fat that you couldn't see the eyes. They were two completely different sides. Especially when she thought about what she had done with that fat guy in the room, Zoe suddenly felt like vomiting. Okay, go upstairs and get some rest. Don't contact Jeang Chun and the others these days. This online incident will probably be a big blow to them. James wondered if there was any chance for him to fish in troubled waters. At the Chin family, Ben didn't feel happy for long before a phone call came in, a call to terminate the contract. Before Ben could react to why the other party wanted to terminate the contract, the second call came in. Ben instantly realized what might have happened, and then the third call came in. Manager Huang, you want to terminate the contract too? I wonder why. Boss Chin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really a dishonest person. You stole someone else's child and abandoned your own son. That's really a big deal. After Manager Huang finished speaking meaningfully, he hung up the phone. Ben's expression changed slightly. The baby swapping incident has been exposed? How is this possible? In that environment back then, there were no cameras and no other witnesses, so how could this matter be exposed? Honey, what happened? Sophia seemed quite happy before she saw Ben, but her expression suddenly changed in the blink of an eye. It's been exposed. The fact that we swapped the baby has been exposed. Ben said as he picked up his phone and opened his neckband. Jeang Chun had caused trouble on Weibo before, and he suspected that this time someone might have exposed a matter on Weibo as well. Sure enough, as soon as Ben opened Weibo and searched for Jeang Chun's name, a lot of media reports exposing Jeang Chun's affairs came up. Those media don't look like marketing accounts. Each of them has a blue V symbol on it. They're all formal media. Damn, why would the regular media care about his business? There was a hint of gloom in Ben's eyes. Unless someone is deliberately causing trouble. What? Our affair was exposed? Weren't we very careful? How could it be exposed? Sophia's face turned pale instantly. When she found out that her child had heart problems, she didn't want him anymore. But when the doctor in the hospital told her that there was no guarantee that the next child she wanted would survive, she struggled internally. Just then she saw George's cute appearance, and an idea came to her mind. Chapter 63 Hatred from Sophia. Why can others give birth to healthy children, but she can't? Should she live a more painful life than others and be worse off than others? She was unwilling to accept it. If you can't be happy, why should others be happy? Looking at George's cute face, she had an idea, and without anyone noticing, she asked Ben to cooperate with her to replace the child. What she did that day was completely stealthy, and after taking the baby in her arms, she left the hospital. Unexpectedly, something happened in the hospital later, and she heard that many people died. At that time, she thought her child had died on the spot. Who would have thought that 18 years later, Ben would receive a message from an old Taoist priest saying that his biological son was not only alive but also very healthy. If he could get his son back, Ben's career would be greatly developed. Logically speaking, Ben shouldn't believe this. But in the past 18 years, it was this Taoist priest who led Ben step by step from an ordinary poor family to where he is today. Ben firmly believed that the old Taoist priest would not harm him. Naturally, he went to take his biological son back without saying a word, and then drove George out according to what the old Taoist priest said. What Sophia and Ben didn't expect was that after Jeang Chun came back, he seemed different from what they had imagined. Not only did it not bring any wealth, but it also caused a lot of trouble. It's true that only you and I know about this, but God actually let people record this scene, and both of our faces were clearly captured in the video. Ben handed the picture on the scarf to Sophia. Sophia looked at the picture on her scarf, and her whole body trembled instantly. How is this possible? This must be fake. How could there be surveillance cameras at that time? Monitors have been around since the 1960s and 1970s. In the 1990s, solid-state cameras with charge-coupled device, CCD, image sensors were used. Photographic imaging should not be able to reach this level unless. Ben's face turned pale. Sophia saw his expression suddenly change and asked hurriedly, "Unless you say something?" "Nothing. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, more and more people will terminate their contracts with us, and it will be difficult for our Cheen family to gain a foothold in the capital." Ben panicked. "This is not a novel. You don't have to be afraid if something happens." Ben went. The more he realized that people in upper society paid more attention to reputation. For example, he would pretend to donate tens of thousands of dollars to charity every year, making people think that he is a good and trustworthy person. With this reputation, benefits will follow. Now, if his reputation is gone, his benefits will also disappear. He had finally established a foothold in the capital, and he didn't want to leave the capital stage like this. But the other party has evidence to prove this. If we can't provide evidence. Sophia thought about it, the more scared she became. "Why don't you ask the Taoist priest? Since he is so wise, he must have a way to help us solve the problem at hand." Sophia thought of the mysterious Taoist who had helped them along the way. Whenever you encounter a problem, you can always go to him to solve it. Ben raised his head, apparently considering whether to look for the Taoist priest. "Honey, what are you still thinking about?" Sophia was anxious. The more time goes by, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Ben couldn't think of a good solution, so under Sophia's urging, he had to call the Taoist priest and tell him what had happened. "Boss Cheen, this is a big deal. If you want to solve this problem completely, you may need to bleed a lot." The man called Taoist priest was sitting leisurely in a yard of the second group of the village, drinking tea. "Master, I will do whatever you tell me to do. This matter must be settled." Ben said sincerely. "Well, then, hold a press conference and admit what you did. Then donate to some foundations and spend some money to get some celebrity revelations to go viral. Then you can suppress this matter." Ben couldn't help but frown at what the man said. Admitting what they did, isn't that telling others that they deliberately took the wrong child? "Master, if we admit this, the future of our Cheen family will be over." Ben said bitterly. "Boss Cheen, you will be cut if you stick your head out. You will also be cut if you hide your head. It's the same if you die early or late. If you stick your head out now, you will at least have a chance of survival. If you wait until later and things get bigger and bigger, you may not have a chance to save it even if you want to." The man finished his words earnestly and waited for Ben's reaction. "Master, is there no other way?" Ben just didn't believe it. There was no other way to go except this one. "Of course there is. You bribed the person who posted the video. As long as the other party admits that it was a fake, your reputation can be saved. But you also said before that those who posted the video all have blue V signs, which means that official personnel have been involved in this matter. Mr. Cheen, you should know what this means." The man chuckled. Ben is not a fool. The fact that they called him to resolve the matter must have shown that they thought the person who posted the video was not so easy to bribe. "Master, I understand." Ben was silent for a moment and hung up the phone. The man watched the phone being hung up, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face. If Dora hadn't said that she would wait for George to personally slap the Cheen couple in the face, he would have killed Ben and his wife in a minute. The man put away his phone, stood up slowly, and walked towards Chen's house. Cheen Shuai and his friends were having dinner at Chen's house today, and since he had plenty of time, he decided to go over and have a meal and see how his eldest nephew was doing. Old Chen from the Chun family prepared a lot of wild delicacies and was waiting for George and others to come over when he saw a man in his 30s walking in leisurely. "Han Xing." Old Chen frowned slightly. "Why is this guy here?" "Brother Chun, do you mind if I come and have a free meal?" Han Xing looked at Lao Chan with a smile. "Can you please get out of here if you mind?" Old Chen looked at him unhappily. "That's impossible, hee. Han Xing had just walked into the courtyard and went to Old Chen's kitchen to get his bowl of rice. "I knew you were as shameless as your sister-in-law." Old Chun snorted coldly, and then heard Han Xing say mysteriously, "Brother Chun, be careful. Don't let my senior brother hear this. He loves my senior sister-in-law very much. If he knows that you say bad things about her behind her back, do you know what the consequences will be?" "Han Xing, are you threatening me?" Old Chen looked at him speechlessly. "Will this guy die if he doesn't threaten people one day?" "I dare not, I dare not." Han Xing waved his hands. He still wanted to make a living. "Han Xing, why are you here too?" A surprised voice came from behind Han Xing. It was Cheen Shuai's voice. Chapter 64. Chapter 64. Ben is a hypocritical person. Brother, long time no see. I missed you so much. Han Xing said as he pounced forward. George up from behind. George was caught off guard and was hugged by the Korean star. Hey, why doesn't this feel like my senior brothers? Han Xing was confused for a moment before realizing that the person in his arms was actually George. My nephew. Haha, I was wondering why the feel was different. It turns out it's my nephew. Who are you? George looked at Han Xing in confusion. This person seemed to call Qin Shuai senior brother. Just now? Is he his uncle? Han Xing, your uncle. Han Xing nid. Why are you here? Qin Shuai frowned. What was this guy doing here instead of staying at home? Brother, look at what you said. What other reason do I have for coming here? Of course I'm here to have a free meal and visit my nephew. Han Xing patted George's shoulder and smiled. My nephew is indeed my senior brother's offspring. Look at his figure and face. If you say he is not my senior brother's offspring, I am afraid no one would believe it. Han Xing, don't tease my son. Qin Shuai picked up Han Xing and walked outside. Hey, brother, I'm not a little chicken or duck. Don't lift me up like this. Nephew, please save your uncle. While Han Xing was muttering, Qin Shuai had already carried him outside. Qin Shuai watched Han Xing being taken out and turned to look at his mother. Mom, is this Korean star dad's junior fellow apprentice? Why does he look so young? That's just how he is. Leave him alone and let's go in and eat. Mother took George's hand and walked into Chen's house. On the other side, Han Xing was dragged out, and under Qin Shuai's sharp gaze, he had to put away his playful smile. Brother, please don't be upset. I just ran into something and came to report to you. What's up? Qin Shuai frowned. About Ben, of course. Han Xing simply recounted the incident. You want him to admit his mistakes. I don't think it's possible. Qin Shuai snorted. Ben is not stupid. He knows how people in the capital will view him once he admits that he swapped the children. He wouldn't have never thought about it. Why not? Ben always listens to me. It's impossible for him to. Han Xing looked at Qin Shuai unconvinced. Ben listened to you before because his interests were not affected by anything you did before. But this matter is different now. His interests have been affected. I think he will definitely not listen to you now. Instead, he will try to find the person who exposed this matter and negotiate with him. Qin Shuai's words made Han Xing frown. But the Chiu family kid is looking for those Blue V accounts, official accounts. Ben will be a little wary no matter what, right? I'm certainly wary, but you forget one thing. A rabbit will bite when it gets angry. Qin Shuai said in a deep voice. Then I'll turn around and keep a close eye on Ben. If he doesn't want to admit it, I'll make him spit out what he ate. Han Xing chuckled twice. Don't worry. If he doesn't provoke us, we'll just ignore him. If he really insists on that matter, you can have someone give him a beating. I want him to know that my son, Qin Shuai, is not trash. He can take him if he wants him, and he can leave him if he doesn't want him. Xiao Tiger B. OT document anti-piracy. Find a book, robot choose Xiao Tiger, stable reliable. Don't step into a pit. Qin Shuai clenched his fists when he thought of the messages his mother had sent to him before. Brother, can I say that you were jealous that Ben got George's 18 years? Before Han Xing could finish his words, Qin Shuai glared at him so hard that he had to shut his mouth. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. I'm going to eat. Han Xing ran towards Chen's house without thinking. Qin Shuai followed him into the Chen family at a leisurely pace. After dinner, George and his family slowly came out of Chen's house. The countryside is particularly quiet at night, with the sounds of insects and birds everywhere. George looked through the houses toward the rice fields not far away. I saw dots of fluorescent light appearing in the rice fields. That is, firefly? George was a little surprised. He had only seen fireflies on TV and in some videos since he was a child, and he never thought that one day he would be able to see fireflies in real life. Mom and Dad, you go back first. I'll go find Johnson. George wanted to share the scene with others so that everyone could feel his joy. Wait, son, what are you going to do? Mother looked at George worriedly. I'm going to take pictures of fireflies. George shouted and headed towards the Guo family excitedly. This child. The mother shook her head unhappily. Youth's mind. Qin Shuai sighed lightly. He was also young like George. He was pretty much the same as George at that time. They're all young men full of vigor and vitality. Come on, stop sighing. Let's go home. The mother held Qin Shuai's hand. Even though time was unforgiving, the two of them were still as close as when they first met as teenagers, and their friendship remained unchanged. Guoji's Johnson was criticizing Ben and Sophia with netizens. When he heard George coming, he quickly put away his phone. George, why are you here? Johnson, let's go see the fireflies. George rushed to him and saw that he seemed to be holding a mobile phone and looking at something, so he glanced at him subconsciously. Ben deliberately picking up the wrong child was exposed. George frowned when he saw these words. Johnson, what are you looking at? Show me. George took the phone and opened the video without caring whether Johnson agreed or not. The time shown in the video is the day he was born 18 years ago. Sophia and Ben sneakily swapped his and Jeang Chun's label tags and then carried him away from the scene. George, it's over, don't be angry. We will deal with the Ben couple and compensate you for all these years. Johnson wanted to say something, but George smiled. Johnson, I'm not angry, I just feel a little sad. What is Ben so busy about? George. Johnson looked at him a little worriedly. You know, when I was 9 years old, Ben moved to the capital and lived in a luxurious villa, but his brother and sister-in-law lived in a shabby house in the countryside. He never thought about giving his brother and sister-in-law some money, and his brother and sister-in-law were not good people. They were domineering in the village and were sentenced to death for accidentally killing someone. They had a son who was 1 year older than me. At that time, George thought of the child who was brought to the capital by his fellow villagers and originally wanted to come and live with Ben. Unexpectedly, Ben did not take him in, but gave him some money and drove him away. Chapter 65, There is a little boy in my heart. It was a morning in the middle of winter in the capital. He remembered the look in the child's eyes, which were full of desolation, despair, helplessness, and anger. He left with the few dozen dollars Ben gave him. When they met again, he saw that the child was taken to the police station because he had run out of money and had stolen money from a middle-aged woman. Ben took him to pick someone up at that time. When he saw the child again, his face was covered with scars. He didn't say anything and just sat there quietly, and his eyes became as cold and wild as a wolf's. Ben picked him up, warned him, threatened him, and abandoned him again. Finally, he watched the child's tiny figure disappear little by little at the end of the road. That was the last time he saw the child. Later, he and Ben went to participate in an activity to help alleviate poverty in their hometown and met the fellow villager who brought the child to Beijing. From him, I learned that the child did not come back, and no one knew where he went. A 10-year-old child just disappeared like that. A few years ago, Ben's brother and sister-in-law were released from prison and came to Beijing to make a scene, asking Ben to find their child. Ben spent $100,000 to send them away and asked them to sign a guarantee that they would never cause trouble. Ben's brother and sister-in-law saw that Ben chose to give money. They greedily wanted $1 million. Ben had them beaten up severely, and in the end, they could only leave in disgrace with the 100,000 yuan. Later, when he saw what Ben and Sophia did, he sometimes wondered how he could have such parents. How was I born in such a family? Sometimes, even in the middle of the night, I would dream of that little boy's face full of complex emotions. Thinking of the terrible treatment he would suffer, the heart would be condemned by conscience. He once asked Ben and Sophia why they didn't keep the little boy. The answer is that the child of a murderer will become a murderer sooner or later. Who can guarantee that the child will not kill people like his father when he grows up? George was speechless. He was still young at that time and had no ability to help the little boy at all. In addition, he also felt that Ben and Sophia's attitude towards him seemed to be less and less intimate than when they were children. In the end, he chose to remain silent. What he didn't expect was that he was really not Ben's child. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. George, don't think too much about it. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's go see the fireflies. Johnson quickly changed the subject. George also felt that he seemed a little too sentimental, so he nodded and helped Johnson take his things out. The stars are twinkling in the night sky, and the quiet mountain village is far less lively than the explosive revelations that are in full swing on the internet at this moment. The captain of the sentimental team, Jeang Chun, was leading a group of old fans to read comments on Weibo while typing in the small group. Chicken breast is also a breast. Emma, the melon that the group leader is talking about, is really a big one. Fatty's meat consumes oil, isn't it? I have fought with people on Weibo for 800 rounds. Ghosts are all poor. What you did is nothing. I have killed more than 1,000 people. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Awesome. Awesome. Do you know how many Weibo posts I have made without using any swear words? Pure time. How many? Delivering food on a rocket. 500. Opening the pit and paddling. Damn, so little. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Can you blame me? My Weibo account has been blocked. All ghosts are poor. Damn, my account has been blocked too. Pure time. You guys are really good at having fun. Fatties meet with oil. Group leader, you said that now that the affair between Ben and his wife has been exposed, they will not take any action, right? Ghosts are all poor. Brother, I dare say that Ben and his wife are preparing to use a big move. Pure time. Just wait. He has a plan, and we have a ladder to climb over the wall. Chicken breasts are also breasts. By the way, have you noticed that the anchor has been kicked out of the Chin family, and there are a group of big men around him, and now even Lean supports him? To be honest, I have never seen Lean support an anchor. Opening a pit and paddling water. Who said there is no such thing? Last year, there was a host who exposed something and was bitten back by someone. In the end, Lean sent someone to investigate the matter and gave the person justice. Fatties meet with oil. I remember this incident. It was because of this incident that I switched from other places to Lean. Pure time. Speaking of which, I remember that Lean's purpose is to spread positive energy, vindicate the innocent, lend a hand to the victims, pay tribute to the martyrs, and praise the patriots. Chicken breast is also a breast. Yes, that's why I came here. Backslash, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, forward slash. All ghosts are poor. It seems that everyone is almost the same. Everyone, stop chatting. The host has started the show. Go watch it. Pure time. I'm watching it. The host is broadcasting Firefly Live. Fatties meet with oyster sauce. Damn, the group leader didn't even call us. Come to think of it, I haven't seen fireflies in a long time. These days, people in cities probably don't even know how rice is grown. Chicken breast is also a breast, isn't it? It's a great loss that Jeang Chun didn't stay in such a good place. All ghosts are poor. I think Jeang Chun doesn't even know that his original home's vegetables are so unique. Opening a pit and paddling water. Fortunately, he didn't know, otherwise we wouldn't have any share. Pure time. I hope he doesn't react so quickly. George started broadcasting in the live broadcast room. A large number of people poured into the room. Many people were ignorant spectators who had criticized George before. Now, after a new round of evidence has been exposed, everyone is full of sympathy for George and his mother. After entering the live broadcast room one by one, the screen was filled with words of apology. The words of a few netizens who said they came to watch the host's live broadcast were completely drowned out by the sea of comments. It was not until everyone discovered that there were more and more fireflies hidden in the rice fields, flashing like lights, that they began to exclaim in amazement. The fireflies are so beautiful. The place where the anchor is must be a fairyland with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Fireflies have very high requirements for their living environment. The environment over there must be very good. If I could live in that kind of environment every day, I would be willing to spend only 1,000 yuan a month. Anchor, when will Firefly be available again? I beg you to broadcast live every day. Anchor, please send Firefly by express delivery. As everyone was exclaiming in surprise, requests for express delivery of Firefly were also heard in the live broadcast room. George was admiring the stars and fireflies in the night sky. This news came from Johnson. Dear netizens, fireflies have high requirements for the environment. If they are really delivered to your city, these little lives may die on the road within a day. Can you bear to let such beautiful little creatures die in front of your eyes? George's words made netizens express their disappointment. But some people had evil thoughts and started buying fireflies online. Chapter 66 George is Harry Potter. Dear netizens, if you like fireflies, I suggest you go to tourist destinations where there are fireflies. Not only can you see fireflies, but you may also be able to solve the life problems of many single people. George said this while looking at the comments in the live broadcast room. There are quite a few people who buy fireflies. Most of them are people who enjoy life and think they can get anything by spending money. But they don't know that there are many things in this world that cannot be bought with money. Fuck, just because of what the host said. I think I should go on a romantic firefly trip. Anchor, where's your home? I want to go to your home and help you solve the major issues in your life. Anchor, are you in need of someone to give birth to a baby? Anchor, I'm a man. Although I can't do that kind of thing, I can warm your bed. Anchor, please accept me. Everyone calm down. The anchor doesn't look very old. She should not be an adult yet. You will lead her astray if you do this. Aw, look at the host's hand. There's actually a firefly resting on it. Fuck, what are those fireflies doing? George on the screen was no longer looking at the barrage, but instead stretched his hands into the air. Soon, fireflies flew over and gradually formed a shape in his cupped hands. Oh my god, it's a heart. Am I seeing things? The fireflies formed a heart in the host's hand. I didn't see it wrongly. How did the anchor make those fireflies form a heart shape? I'm so shocked. The anchor can actually do magic. I heard that a Harry Potter game was recently released. Did the host learn something from the game? I want to record it. The anchor can do magic. It's really rare in the world. 50,000 people in the comment section witnessed this miracle and were all shocked. Johnson didn't expect George to do this suddenly. The light emitted by those fireflies was not bright, but there was a steady stream of fireflies coming towards George. Just like those people in anime gathering strength in their chests. The light emitted by those fireflies became brighter and brighter. George's face in the fluorescent light was portrayed as gentle as a god. Although George's face is usually handsome enough, at this moment, George cannot be described as handsome. His eyes were as gentle as water, with fluorescence embedded in his eyes, as if there was a sea of stars in front of him. Johnson was not idle and quickly captured George's face at this moment. Especially at this moment, the moon is right behind him, with the Big Dipper and white clouds as his companions. The moonlight fell so gently on George. It's impossible to say that there was no one who didn't like George at this moment. 50,000 people in the live broadcast room were recording and sharing this moment. At this moment, the lean staff also captured George's face and the fireflies in front of him and spent 3 minutes hanging up the large banner. In less than 10 minutes, more than 100,000 people flocked into George's live broadcast room to witness this scene together, and then watch the fireflies dissipate like phoenix smoke. Exclamations continued to appear in the barrage area, and gifts continued to be swiped up. George didn't know that this evening's live broadcast would attract so many anchors to broadcast Firefly live the next night. Dear netizens, today's live broadcast ends here. Tomorrow I will broadcast live with my red-crowned crane friends. Please support me. Qin Shuai raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and that faint smile made many girls in the live broadcast room let out awe sounds repeatedly. Ah, George Huai is so handsome and gentle. How can it be such a good-looking anchor? My mom asked me if that was a live broadcast. I said yes, and my mom said the boy must be Harry Potter. Anchor, please continue the live broadcast. We haven't seen enough. Don't leave. That's right, don't go. One by one wailing. George, do you want to live stream again? Johnson's live broadcast is constantly increasing. If he leaves, the people behind him will have come in vain. George glanced at the number of people in the live broadcast room and nodded. George, we love you. Netizens sent messages one by one. George was thinking about what to do. He heard a rustling sound coming from the rice field. Then a head popped out from the rice field. Under Johnson's camera, a snake's head was exposed in the live broadcast room, facing the moonlight. A group of people in the live broadcast room immediately started shouting. "Oh, snake, snake! Oh, don't move. That snake is a python. If you move, it will wrap around you and eat you. Help! Has anyone called the police? Nothing can happen to the anchor. Where's the anchor? If I can't tell the police where I am, it will be very troublesome." Everyone in the live broadcast room was worried for a long time, and then George looked at the python in surprise. "Xiao Mang, why did you come down the mountain?" "This." The python glanced at the machine in Johnson's hand. It did not forget that Johnson was doing a live broadcast at that time. George saw its expression. He probably guessed that it had some things to say that were difficult to say in front of the camera. "Hello, netizens. Excuse me today. My friend has just come down from the mountain, and I need to talk to him. That's all for today. Good night, everyone." George motioned for Johnson to turn off the live stream. Johnson cut off the live broadcast without saying a word. When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw that the live broadcast was paused, they all started screaming. "George, why? You can't do this. We have to watch the live broadcast." What the netizens said earlier is right. The host is Harry Potter. As expected, he can do magic and communicate with snakes. That's not an ordinary snake, it's a python. The anchor said he was a friend, so he shouldn't be eaten, right? That snake doesn't look very big. It shouldn't be able to eat the anchor. The anchor said there will be a live broadcast tomorrow. I want to see if the anchor will still be alive tomorrow. Help! I watched the anchor's live broadcast, and now I'm so excited that I can't sleep. What should I do? Turning around right now. The people who refused to leave the live broadcast room were like hungry children, waiting for the host's videos to be broadcast one by one. At the same time, topics such as George can do magic, George is the reincarnation of Harry Potter, and George's friend with a python quickly became hot searches. Ben's topic had not come down before, but now it has been pushed up again because of this topic. Many netizens initially thought that George would definitely not be able to adapt to the good life in the countryside. Unexpectedly, George adapted to the countryside better than they imagined. As the trending searches continued, George S. video tonight once again became a hot topic on the internet. Chapter 67 Blame Me. Ben was trying to suppress the trending search, but he didn't expect George S. action to push the previous event to the top again. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn it, that damn George. I have raised him for nothing for so many years. He wants to take revenge on our Cheen family and wants to see our Cheen family fail. He will be happy to see our Cheen family gone, right? Ben was furious. Adopted children are always adopted. How can they be compared with biological children? Sophia was also very angry. She thought George was a very loyal child since he was young. Even if he was kicked out, he would not treat them in this way. It turned out that they were wrong. George was not their biological son after all, so how could he be compared with his biological son? This is all your fault. You insisted on bringing the child back. If you hadn't had that idea, this wouldn't be happening now. Ben glared at Sophia. It's all Sophia's fault for coming up with such a bad idea. Otherwise, wouldn't this be the case? Sophia laughed coldly. Ben, tell me, your son has a congenital heart disease. If you don't change your son, do you think you can afford to treat the disease for a child, even if you spend all your money? And you know that we can only have one child at that time. If we have more, can you and I keep our jobs? You're such a good excuse. If it weren't for your poor health, would there be so many problems? Ben couldn't understand why he married Sophia. Blame me? Ben, you blame me now, don't you? Sophia's voice suddenly rose. She had asked Ben about the matter at the time, and Ben nodded in agreement without saying a word. Now, the blame is on her. Why didn't he say that he agreed with it wholeheartedly at the beginning? Ben Fronet. He was just complaining, and the woman started to get angry. I really can't help it all. I don't know why he fell in love with Sophia, and why he married her. Okay, I don't want to talk about this now. The most urgent thing is to find a way to solve the current problem. Ben crawled over his head. After he finished talking to Han Xing on the phone, he didn't want to do what Han Xing said. Admitting that he had deliberately taken the wrong child was simply pushing himself into the abyss. He can't do that. Aren't you going to ask Gua's people for help? It's impossible for Gua's people to stand by and watch someone die without helping. Sophia reached out and tidied up her messy hair. The Gua family she was talking about is the power behind Dora. This force emerged after they met Han Xing, and it was also this force that brought them to the capital. Over the past decade, they have been living a smooth life relying on Gua. Whenever they have any problems, they just need to go to Gua and he will guarantee that they can solve them. Like the current matter, as long as the Gua family is willing to step forward, they are not afraid of difficulties. I have already called Gua's company. Their boss is not here, so they can't make the decision. And the person in charge said that this is an internal matter of the Cheen family, and they can't interfere lest they be caught by others. Ben crawled over his head. He just asked the Gua family to help remove the trending search. The Gua family gave him a lot of excuses for this small matter, and he was a little worried that there would be no problem here. Isn't the Gua family one of the most powerful families in the capital? Is there a time when they are afraid? Sophia didn't believe it. There are so many people and things to be afraid of in this world. If it really comes to the point where we have no choice, we will just have to go out and admit our mistakes. Ben's eyes narrowed. He had never been so embarrassed since he came to the capital. He didn't expect that the person who made him so embarrassed for the first time was actually his adopted son. It seems like it's time to teach him a lesson before he really becomes ignorant of the immensity of the world. Admit your mistake. Sophia, have never known how to write a wrong word since I was a child. Ben, I tell you, if you want to admit your mistake, go and admit it. Don't look for me. Sophia heard the word admitted. Her face turned dark. This is not an elementary school student admitting his mistake. The matter has become so serious that the only way to appear sincere is to admit the mistake on Weibo or at a press conference. Otherwise, those trolls on the internet would never give up so easily. Sophia, this happened because of you. Do you want to take all the blame and let those idiots blame me, but you don't have any responsibility at all? A mocking smile appeared on Ben's face. Do you know what the consequences will be for the Cheen family if something happens to me? Sophia paled slightly. More than a decade of life as a wealthy woman taught her the word elegance, but she did not learn to grow her brain. When she encountered something beyond her control, she would inevitably panic and be at a loss as to what to do. So what do you say we should do? You should admit what you did. Ben said this. Sophia was shocked. What does this mean? Let her bear all the blame? Isn't this just wanting her to be scolded to death? Ben, I won't admit it, and don't make me admit it. So, you want to see the Cheen family lose its reputation and business because of this? If so, I will have no choice but to divorce you. Ben said this harshly, turned around, and walked towards the study. Several companies have canceled their business with him. If he cannot stop this, the Chin family's business will be completely over. I need to call the Guo family again. Ben walked upstairs. He saw Jeang Chun standing in the corridor. He didn't know if he thought of something terrible or what, but his face was so gloomy that it made people feel a little scary. What are you doing here? Go back to your room. Dad, is what you said before true? Did you exchange your son with that country bumpkin because I have a heart disease? Jeang Chun raised his head. How could he not have seen that video when he checks Weibo every day? Such a clear face. How similar is it to Ben Sophia? He thought that someone must have fabricated this and wanted to frame Ben and his wife. But after hearing what Ben and Sophia said, he knew it was all true. The two of them did not pick up the wrong child accidentally. They did it on purpose. Because he has a heart disease. So he deserves to be abandoned and deserves to be the son of a country bumpkin. Jeang Chun hated Ben, Sophia, and George even more. If he hadn't appeared, Sophia wouldn't have thought of taking him away. It's all his fault. Why doesn't he just die? At this moment, Jeang Chun really wished that George had never been born. Why? You're suffering from such a serious disease. Who knows how much it will cost to cure you? Ben snorted. He was from a poor family at that time. If he had not met Korean stars, he would not have achieved what he has now. Chapter 68 Jeang Chun sees his biological parents clearly. Considering the circumstances at the time, if Jeang Chun were to receive medical treatment, it would only be a matter of time before the family would go bankrupt. Rather than keeping him and squandering the family fortune, it would be better to exchange the son with someone else. If Jeang Chun is lucky enough not to die, we will wait and see if he has any potential when he grows up. If he does, we will recognize him. If he has no future, let him die in the countryside. Anyway, Ben's idea for his son is to make use of him if possible. Ben viciously. He originally thought that his mother and the others were vicious enough. I didn't expect that Ben was even more vicious than them. Suddenly, Jeang Chun felt a little fortunate that his mother did not abandon him and even treated him. Otherwise, if he met someone like Ben, wouldn't he have died early? So you threw me over there, thinking that if other people didn't know about the replacement of their son, they could still cure my illness, right? Jeang Chun opened his eyes wide and squeezed out a gap from the pile of fat. This is your fate. God made you born with a heart disease. Whether it can be cured or not is your fate. Ben said this with almost no emotion. Jeang Chun felt very heartbroken. Is this what he considers a good father? The result was not half as good as Zhang Zhenghua Qin Shuai. Although Zhang Zhenghua has no money, he will do his best to take care of him if he has any discomfort since he was a child. I just don't know when it started, but he heard the gossip outside and started to speak ill of his mother and Zhang Zhenghua. They said they were country bumpkins and that they were not worthy of being students. The originally close relationship between father and mother and son disappeared with the passage of time, until Ben found him. How excited he was at that moment. Everyone in the school laughed at him, looked down on him, and even said all kinds of bad things about him. Now that he is the son of a wealthy family, he wants to see who dares to laugh at him, who dares to say that. Unfortunately, his good days didn't last for more than 2 days before everything changed again. Jeang Chun thought about the past, and suddenly his mind changed, as if he had accepted his fate. Dad, you said that whether the cure is successful or not is also my fate. The matter between you and Mom has been exposed on the internet, so it is also your fate. Just admit it. If you don't admit it, and this matter continues to drag on, your and Mom's reputation will be. Before Jeang Chun could finish his words, Ben slapped him in the face. Shut up, you beast. Not only can you not help me, but you also dare to teach me a lesson here. Ben can make others accept their fate, but he will never accept his own fate. He is the master of his own life. No one can do anything to him. Haha. Dad, you want the Qin family to be completely destroyed, right? That's just right. I haven't enjoyed too many benefits from the Qin family, so there's not much loss for me either. Jeang Chun smiled bitterly. If there is another chance, he would not choose to come back. No matter how much money you give him, he won't come back. You beast! Are you talking like a human being? I brought you back home to give you a good life, and you actually talk to me like this. Get out of here and go back to your room. Ben was angry. He was somewhat rational. This is his son, a child with his blood. Even if you are angry, you can't drive him away. He still has value. Ben coldly and said, I'm leaving. Ben, you will have to pay for the sins you committed sooner or later. If you can't pay it back in this life, you can continue to pay it back in the next life. One day, you will have to pay it back. Jeang Chun laughed loudly, turned around, and rushed towards his room. He's had enough. He wants to leave here. Leave this selfish home. How dare you, you beast, talk to me. Ben is so pissed. He brought Jeang Chun from that remote place, so he should be grateful to Daida for his unconditional obedience to him instead of going against him. In that case, what's the point of him bringing him back? Ben, I find that you look like this, which is particularly in line with that idiom. Sophia stood behind Ben with a sarcastic smile on her face. What do you mean? Ben Fronet. I'm deserted by my friends and family, and I am alone. Sophia left these 8 words and turned to walk towards her room. Okay, you all want to see the Cheen family fail, right? Well, I'll have the company's operations department issue an announcement now. The Cheen family is gone, and I'll see what you guys are going to eat. Ben was furious and walked towards the study with a roar. At this moment, the Cheen family was in imminent danger. On the other side, George, after turning off the live broadcast, looked surprised when he heard Python say that the purpose of coming down the mountain was to patrol. Patrol at night? Isn't this just a simple defense against thieves? George frowned. Logically speaking, it's a small village with nothing to offer. We'll be so bored as to run to such a place. Hee. Young master, you are right. I'm not protecting against ordinary thieves. I am protecting against thieves who want to destroy this Feng Shui treasure land. The python stuck out its tongue. Are you talking about the group of people chasing Grandpagua? They haven't given up yet. George was a little surprised. It had been almost 20 years. Aren't those people too relentless in pursuing him? Isn't this normal? If the flower planting family rises, it will definitely affect Eagle Sauce, Foot Basin Chicken, and others. In order to prevent us from rising, they have done a lot of good things. The python snorted coldly. When it was bored, it liked to watch the rabbit and learn some things about the flower grower. In addition, their masters would tell them about the situation outside from time to time, so they knew very well how many powerful countries were eyeing them covetously. If physical warfare fails, then fight a cyber war. If you lose the cyber war, then fight an economic war. If the economic war fails, then use technological checks and balances. Since technology cannot provide checks and balances now, we can use agriculture to provide checks and balances. In short, if you don't live a good life yourself, you won't let others be happy. This is the nature of the Eagle Sauce. But although there is spiritual energy in the second group of the village, it is still relatively scarce. Even if Jiang and the other Sen people, they may not be able to get rid of it. Why are they so persistent in getting rid of us? George was a little confused. My little master, are you stupid? We have good things that others don't have, so why don't others want to grab them? Even if the things are of no use to them, as long as they can make us fall behind, they won't try their best to mess with us. The python rolled his eyes. George thought about it, and it made sense. Okay, little master, if you're fine, go back quickly. It's late at night, and there are a lot of things coming down from the mountain. It would be bad if someone gets hurt by mistake. The python said, rubbed his feet, and slid into the rice field. George, shall we go back too? Johnson heard a lot of rustling sounds coming from the rice fields, which was the sound of snakes sliding. It is estimated that the python brought a lot of its kind down the mountain. Chapter 69, Curse You to Live Alone. George nodded and listened to the rustling sound in the rice fields. It seems that such sounds can be heard everywhere on the land of the second group of the village. Johnson saw his confusion and briefly explained the situation. It turned out that there was no need to be like this at the beginning. It was all because when they first arrived, the people in the first group of the village couldn't stand the people in the second group of their village being better off, so they did a lot of immoral things. It is not uncommon for people to sneak into their vegetable fields in the middle of the night to steal vegetables and fruits, and even pour rat poison into their fish ponds. It's okay if it happens once or twice. He comes to make trouble every now and then. Finally, the mother led the women from the second group of the village to the first group of the village and made a big fuss, but the people still did not calm down. So Xiaomong had to call some snakes to stay in the rice fields and vegetable gardens in the middle of the night. On the one hand, we were guarding against the people from Village Group 1, and on the other hand, we were observing whether there were any strange people sneaking into Village Group 2 in the middle of the night. In fact, this method is really effective. None of those who dare to steal vegetables will escape being bitten by a snake. Although some people still refuse to believe in evil and want to steal vegetables, their final outcome is predictable. In the middle of the night, screams came from the fields, which were so pleasant that it kept me awake. Johnson has spent several nights in this environment before. There was no such news again afterwards. But occasionally, some people would want to steal vegetables, but halfway through they would encounter a group of snakes and would never dare to come again. The people in Village 1 should be completely quiet now, right? George chuckled. Compared with the struggles in big cities, the little tricks in the countryside are really child's play. Quiet down? Didn't Zhao Qingrong come here to cause trouble before? How could they be the kind of people who would just quiet down when told to? Johnson looked at the lights of the first group of the village in the distance. Although it was a bit far away from them, they could still see the lights over there. Maybe we should think of a permanent solution? George pondered this. You stop joking. How can there be a permanent solution? Johnson sneered. The people from Village 1 and Village 2 have always been at odds with each other. Even if we deal with them today, they will still come to cause trouble tomorrow. There is no way to make them stop. George opened his mouth to say something when he heard a scream in the distance. A unique scream belonging to girls was heard, and the two realized that something seemed to have happened and ran towards that place. That was the sound coming from the entrance of the second group of the village. The two were relatively close to the entrance of the second group of the village, and before others could react, they had already rushed to that place. There are no street lights on the road, so you can only rely on the moonlight to determine the road conditions. At this moment, at the intersection, Zhao Shueshua was in a dishevel, looking at the snake blocking the road with a pale face. She had heard before that it was best not to enter Village Group 2 at night, because you had no idea what you would encounter on the way to Village Group 2. Zhao Shueshua, what are you doing here? Johnson ran over and shone the flashlight, just in time to see Zhao Shueshua's face. Save me, please save me. When Zhao Shueshua saw that the people in front of her were Johnson and George, she burst into tears and was about to throw herself on them. The two men avoided her in disgust. Zhao Shueshua missed her target and fell to the ground. Zhao Shueshua, what on earth are you doing here? Johnson looked impatient. Damn it, he didn't even accept a bunch of women who came to him in Beijing. Just because of Zhao Shueshua's looks, she wants to get close to him? She's dreaming. Are you guys still men? I'm already in such a mess, and you still treat me like this. It's really too much. Zhao Shueshua sat on the ground and screamed. George's mouth twitched twice. This Zhao Shueshua really dared to say that. What is the relationship between them? Why should he be knocked down by her? What if someone saw it? Wouldn't they gossip about him and even slander his innocence? Your name is Zhao Shueshua, right? What are you doing in Group 2 of our village? George's voice was emotionless and sounded cold. Zhao Shueshua looked up at George. He seemed so gentle, but why were his words so cold? Yeah, why are you here in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Johnson looked at Zhao Shueshua warily. The people in Village 1 are full of tricks. Who knows what tricks they are planning by asking Zhao Shueshua to come here? My father wants to sell me. I finally managed to escape. Please save me. I don't want to go back. I don't want to be sold. Zhao Shueshua seemed to have thought of something, and her whole body began to tremble. Oh, that's what happened. It has nothing to do with us. George, let's go back. Johnson responded indifferently, called George, turned around, and left. Zhao Shueshua became anxious when she heard that they were actually leaving. You can't leave. How can you leave? You are men. Don't you have any compassion at all? I have been treated like this, and you don't know how to comfort me or help me. Do you want to be alone forever? Zhao Shueshua shouted angrily. Zhao Shueshua, you are ridiculous. What does your family's affairs have to do with us? Why should we help you? Besides, if you want help, call the police station. The police station will send someone to understand the situation and help you. Johnson had a mocking smile on his face. It's not easy to be a good person these days. If you're not careful, you can easily be blackmailed. He doesn't want to be taken advantage of. And whether they're destined to be alone or not has nothing to do with you. Zhao Shueshua, if you dare to curse my son to be alone, I will let your father marry the old man. The mother rushed out upon hearing the scream. Unexpectedly, she heard what Zhao Shueshua said, and she was so angry that she wanted to slap her to death. George stood aside, listening to his mother's words, and really wanted to say that she was awesome. And Exile, how can you be so vicious? I'm already pitiful enough. Why don't you want to help me? How can you be so inhumane? Zhao Shueshua screamed. She's already in such a mess. Can't they see? Who are you calling inhuman? You are pitiful and it's not our fault, so why should we pay for it? If we don't pay, you will curse my son. What's the logic? The mother stood by George and would never allow anyone to cause trouble to her son. Wife, don't say too much to her. Call the village chief and the police station and ask them to come and deal with it. Qin Shui stood beside his mother and had a general understanding of what was going on. They have no right to deal with such matters, so let the village chief handle it. The mother nodded and called the village chief and the police station. Less than a minute after she finished fighting, Zhao Lizhu and his men rushed out from the first group of the village. Chapter 70, those who spread rumors will be struck by lightning. What? What? What do you want to do to my daughter? Zhao Lizhu shouted loudly. He looked at the people in front of him and Zhao Shueshua sitting on the ground and thought without a second thought that his daughter was being bullied. Zhao Lizhu, you came just in time. I was just about to ask what's going on. Why did your daughter come here instead of staying in group one of your village? The mother stared at Zhao Lizhu with anger on her face. Zhao Lizhu glanced at her and couldn't help but shrink his neck. The tigress of the second group of the village. No one should mess with this woman. Typical of seeking death. Zhao Lizhu thought for a moment. How do I know why this damn girl is not sleeping in the middle of the night and comes here? Maybe one of you asked her to come here to bully her. That's right. One of you must have called her over. Look at her current state. One of you must have bullied her. Besides Zhao Lizhu, a man glanced at everyone present with a sly look. There are more men than women. Before they came, who knew whether those men had done anything to Zhao Shueshue? Yang Wei, you must be responsible for your words. Qin Shuai stood up and looked at Yang Wei coldly. Zhao Lizhu from the first group of the village is selfish and stingy. His wife is fierce, his son is lustful and likes gambling, and his daughter is a nymphomaniac. And this brother-in-law is a person who likes to spread rumors everywhere, just like a typical gossipy old lady. Qin Shuai had seen his abilities many times when he was in the village. Zhang Zhenghua, you're back. If you don't come back, your wife will get together with someone else, and she might even give birth to an illegitimate child. Yang Wei smiled evilly, wanting to see what kind of expression Qin Shuai would show on his face. But he heard a loud rumble from the sky, and then a bolt of lightning struck directly over his head. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Soft and fragrant. Before Yang Wei could react, he fell straight down. Zhao Lizhu and others were stunned for a moment. Yang Wei, Yang Wei. Zhao Lizhu rushed forward and shouted. It was a clear sky, but it was struck by lightning. Even God couldn't stand it. The evil-minded people finally got their retribution. George's cold words made everyone look at him. Son, we should just know it ourselves. Don't tell us. The dead are the greatest. Do you want to make the dead die in uneasiness? Mother said after George finished speaking. It's not to say that they are gloating, but these words are offensive to Zhao Lizhu and others. Mother, my brother is not dead yet. Are you still a human being if you curse him like this? Zhao Lizhu was furious. Zhao Lizhu, there's a saying that goes, tooth for tooth, blood for blood. I am just returning what Yang Wei said to me before, so that he can experience how he feels when he hears what we said to him. His mother glanced at him indifferently. If you get angry and curse at others, then you should experience the consequences of what you said. You are so cruel. His mother fiercely, as if he was going to eat her alive the next moment. Zhao Lizhu, before you say that, first check who was the first to start shouting like an animal. Qin Shuai stood up, his deep eyes seemingly sweeping over him casually, but in fact a sense of pressure came with his eyes. Zhao Lizhu instantly felt a terrible feeling sweeping over him. How could Qin Shuai bring him such terrible pressure? Team leader, Yang Wei's breathing is getting weaker and weaker. Call an ambulance quickly. If we don't call, he may not make it. The other people who came with Zhao Lizhu could never imagine how Yang Wei was suddenly struck by lightning. It seemed like in just a moment, Yang Wei fell down. It's so horrible. I'll do it right away. Zhao Lizhu quickly took out his cell phone and dialed 120. Mom, there's nothing for us to do here. Let's go back. George's eyes darkened. He had just performed the lightning strike technique, and all his spiritual energy was exhausted. He had to go back and replenish it. Let's go. His mother thought he was frightened, so she quickly took his hand and wanted to go home. Stop, mother, please stop. No one is allowed to leave. If anyone dares to leave, I will send him to hell. Zhao Lizhu yelled. The person who was about to leave turned and looked at him. Zhao Lizhu, do you want to break the law? Qin Shuai shouted loudly, like thunder. Zhao Lizhu instantly shrank his neck. When he was about to retreat, he heard his wife screaming, away, away. Don't die. How can you die like this? Yang Wei is dead. Yang Wei is actually dead. Although he was killed by lightning, he came out with himself. He also has an unshirkable responsibility. If Yang Wei's family caused trouble for him, he would have no way to solve the problem. Must be pushed to others. Push it to Qin Shuai and others. Yang Wei died because of them. They must be responsible. We can't let them go now. We have to wait for the village chief and others to come. First they turn the tables and then put the blame on them for Yang Wei's death. In short, they must be responsible. Zhang Zhenghua, mother, you're all the murderers who killed Yang Wei. Everyone here can testify. If you dare to leave, I will bring people to place Yang Wei's body at the door of your village's second group tomorrow. I want everyone to see how heartless the people in your village's second group are. Someone died. Zhao Lizhu became more and more excited as he spoke, completely forgetting that he was afraid of Qin Shuai and the others. At this time, the village chief and others were rushing over quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the figures of the village chief and others appeared on the dim road. Okay, we won't leave. We'll just wait here for the village chief to come over and let him and his men judge the situation. Qin Shuai snorted coldly. Zhao Lizhu and others were born in the year of the dog, real scabby dogs. If this matter is not resolved once and for all, who knows if Zhao Lizhu will really cause trouble? Husband, our son doesn't look very good. Should we let him go back? The mother felt sorry for George, but she didn't know that he had simply run out of spiritual energy. Mom, I'm Fine. The village chief and others should be here. George looked at the tricycle that was getting closer and closer to them. The people in the car couldn't see his face clearly, but who else could appear here at this time, if not the village chief? What happened? What are you doing here? Lin Guodong got out of the car and looked at the group of people in front of him. There were more than a dozen people, and the atmosphere seemed very wrong. Village chief, you are here. My mother's son kidnapped my daughter. I finally caught up with them, but they said I wanted to sell my daughter. Did you say it was not excessive? And my brother-in-law argued with them, and they cursed him to be struck by lightning and died. As a result, my brother-in-law really died. You have to make the decision for me. While crying, Zhao Lizhu did not forget to discredit his mother and others. George was furious when he heard his distortion of the facts. If he hadn't failed to accumulate spiritual energy in the past 2 days, Zhao Lizhu would have really experienced the feeling of being struck by lightning. Chapter 71, 100,000 viewers testified for me. When Lin Guodong heard what Zhao Lizhu said, he instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. It would be fine if no one died, but what if someone really died? Then the consequences will be different. Jungkook, you're here too. Can you tell me what's going on? Lin Guodong did not believe Zhao Lizhu's one-sided statement, but turned to look at Qin Shuai. This man came here with a group of people to open up new land 20 years ago. Village Chief, Johnson and I are both parties involved in this matter, so let us talk about it. George stepped forward. Qin Shuai may not be able to answer this question, so it is better to ask him. That's right, Uncle Lin, you should ask us. We are the parties involved. Johnson patted his chest. Well, then, can you tell me what is going on? Lin Guodong looked at the two of them. He knew Johnson. He had seen him since childhood, but he had only met George once and didn't know what kind of person he was. George recounted in detail what had just happened. During the conversation, Zhao Lizhu wanted to interrupt, but was glared back by Qin Shuai and Lin Guodong. Zhao Shue, is it as your father said, or as George said? Lin Guodong turned and looked at Zhao Shue. Zhao Shue had already crawled up from the ground by herself and stood in a forgotten corner. After being asked this by Lin Guodong, Zhao Shue looked at her parents and then at George. If her words determined someone's life or death, she would choose. What my dad said is true. Zhao Shue shouted. Zhao Shue, how could you do this? What have we done to offend you that you are wronging us like this? Johnson wanted to vomit blood instantly. Are they going to be wronged just because they didn't help Zhao Shue? Isn't Zhao Shue going too far? Zhao Shue, you better think about it, because what you say may become legal basis. George's face darkened, and he looked at Zhao Shue as if he were a dead person. Zhao Shue suddenly felt a little scared. If this really went to court, would she be considered perjury? Don't be afraid, Shue. Dad will protect you. When Zhao Lizhu heard what Zhao Shue said, his eyes lit up. She is worthy of being his daughter. See how much you protect him? Zhao Shue, you have to think carefully about the impact this matter will have on you and George and the others. Lin Guodong frowned. How could he not know Zhao Lizhu's personality? If things are really as George said, then Zhao Shue is lying. The consequences will be serious. Village Chief, what do you mean? My brother-in-law died here, and my daughter has become like this. Do you still think that Zhang Zhengua's family is not at fault? Zhao Lizhu yelled, and his righteous look made Lin Guodong's heart skip a beat. Is it really as Zhao Lizhu said? Village Chief, are the police here? It's a good opportunity for us to ask them to judge the case. George looked at the car approaching in the distance. It was not easy to respond to a police call at night. Lin Guodong nodded. It would be difficult for him to judge this matter, and he might even offend someone. Just hand it over to the police and let them handle it. Zhang Zhenghua, I advise you to admit that your son kidnapped my daughter. Otherwise, when the police come, it will be bad if your son is taken away by the police. Zhao Liju's smug look was like a rooster with its tail raised. Qin Shui glanced at him and sneered. Who is right and who is wrong? We will have a debate after the police arrive. It's useless for us to say anything here. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Zhao Liju was angry and annoyed when he saw that Qin Shui still refused to admit it. I'm going to return this to you. Who is the person who can't shed tears even if he looks at the coffin? Qin Shui stood aside leisurely. His son was standing there calmly, looking fearless. What else could he say? Officer Chun. When a village chief saw the police car parked not far away and 3 people got out of it, he hurriedly went up and told them what had happened. So now Zhao Xuexue was abducted by George? Police Officer Chun was in his early 40s. After hearing what Lin Guodong said, his intuition told him that something was wrong. You have to know that everyone in this area knows that the mother and son were raised by a rich man for 18 years. He has seen all kinds of women. Not only did he have to kidnap them, but he also called the police. Isn't this just walking into a trap? It's something only a fool would do. Is George that stupid? Yes, Officer Chun. So many of us can testify that my daughter was really abducted by George. Zhao Liju said to the people behind him. The people behind nodded one after another, agreeing with what Zhao Liju said. Officer Chen didn't say anything. He just turned and looked at George. You were the ones who called the police and reported that someone was going to be sold by his own father, right? George stepped forward and nodded. Well, where's the person involved? As Officer Chun spoke, his eyes seemed to be looking through him at someone. George pointed at Zhao Xuexue, feeling somewhat confused. The person behind him seems to be Qin Shui, right? Could it be that the person that Officer Chun was looking at just now was Qin Shui? Is there any relationship between them? Officer Chen looked at Zhao Xuexue and said, Little girl, don't be afraid. Please tell us what happened before. We need solid evidence to determine who should be punished and who should be vindicated. If you lied, you'll have to pay the consequences for your words. You must think clearly and don't leave a stain on your life. Zhao Xuexue looked around and saw Zhao Liju constantly looking at her. Zhao Xuexue made up her mind and repeated what she had said before. Officer Chen's eyes narrowed. Little girl, you have to think carefully about what will happen if you wrongly accuse someone. Officer Chun, what do you mean by that? You're saying my daughter wronged someone? When did my daughter wrongly accuse someone? Zhao Liju shouted relentlessly. The people behind him also started shouting. Zhao Liju, what do you want to do? Lin Guodong shouted. Zhao Liju, the leader of the first group in the village, must have given up his job because he has been doing nothing but messing around all day. What are you trying to do now? Assaulting a police officer? Little girl, I don't think you are someone who would lie. You should just confess and I won't punish you. But if you insist on lying, I can only impose civil penalties on you. That will leave a stain on your file and your life. I'm afraid it will. Before Officer Chun could finish his sentence, Zhao Xuexue's face had already turned slightly pale. Xuexue, you are telling the truth. You can't just. Before Zhao Liju finished speaking, George spoke. Officer Chun, if you want to know the truth, I have already broadcast everything that happened before through live broadcast. Now, my 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room can testify for me. Chapter 72, see how arrogant the Zhao family is. 100,000 spectators? What do you mean by 100,000 spectators? Zhao Liju was dumbfounded. How many people are here? Where can we get 100,000 spectators? What nonsense is George saying? George, what did you do? George in astonishment. Is he live streaming? How is this possible? When did he do the live broadcast? Zhao Xuexue, you didn't expect that? From the moment we heard your scream, George asked me to open the live broadcast room in advance to avoid any false accusations. All your ugly behaviors were recorded, including your slander against George. Do you want to take a look? I have recorded the screen. Johnson jumped out and said with a smile. He had already turned on the equipment in his hands halfway through the journey, for fear of encountering any trouble. It turned out that George was right. Something really happened. How could you do this? You are forcing me to die. Zhao Xuexue didn't expect that George would actually broadcast what happened just now live. Wouldn't everyone on the internet know about her behavior now? Zhao Xuexue, I gave you a chance. If you were a kind person, no one would force you to die today. George looked at her coldly. When Lin Guodong asked her, and when Police Officer Chen asked her, she could have told the truth, but she just refused to say anything. Who could be blamed for this? Isn't it her own fault? Officer Chun, the live broadcast is here. You can ask the viewers in the live broadcast room what happened. And if you want to record the screen, I can also make a copy for you. Johnson said to Officer Chun. Officer Chun nodded. With this piece of evidence, Zhao Xuexue cannot escape the charge of slandering others. And there is Zhao Lizhu. Okay, Zhao Lizhu, Zhao Xuexue, and everyone else come with me. As soon as Officer Chun said something to Zhao Lizhu and others, Zhao Lizhu immediately sat on the ground and started to act like a spoiled child. Zhao Lizhu, you are not cooperating with our work. Do you know the consequences? Officer Chin's face darkened. It's unfair, such an injustice. My brother-in-law died so tragically, and not only did you not stand up for us, you also bullied us like this. Is there any justice in the world? Is there any justice in the world? Zhao Lizhu sat down on the ground and began to wail. Johnson recorded his ugly behavior completely in the live broadcast room, and the dissatisfaction of the netizens in the live broadcast room who had been disconnected before completely broke out in this live broadcast. Although the picture is very dim and people cannot be seen clearly. But from the conversations between each of them, it is not difficult to see what kind of person Zhao Lizhu is and what kind of woman Zhao Xuexue is. I feel so sorry for the anchor. He was misunderstood before. If there is no video evidence, he will be misunderstood again. How can Zhao Xuexue be so hateful? Does she know that she will ruin a man's life by doing this? How can Zhao Lizhu wrongly accuse someone and still be so unreasonable? He should be arrested. Speaking of which, did Officer Chun just discover that Zhao Xuexue was lying? So he asked her to confess and give her a lighter sentence? Zhao Xuexue is really a disgrace to us women. How can there be such a woman in the world? The netizens in the live broadcast room were really furious when they saw the scene on the screen. And on the screen, Police Officer Chun did not expect Zhao Lizhu to be like this. Bring out the silver bracelet and handcuff Zhao Lizhu. Also bring Zhao Xuexue along as a false witness. Officer Chun gave instructions to the people around him. Just as the policeman next to him came forward, Zhao Lizhu's wife jumped out. I'll see who dares. I'll fight him. Wife. Zhao Lizhu was deeply moved. Well, if you want to join them, take them along too. Officer Chun saw that these two people liked to keep each other company so much, so he thought that was perfect. He would send them all to keep each other company. Zhao Lizhu's wife thought that after she said and made such a fuss, Police Officer Chun would not do anything to Zhao Lizhu. I didn't expect that he would even catch himself. Zhao Lizhu's wife immediately started howling like a ghost. The whole road was filled with her voice. The two policemen who came with Officer Chun had never seen such a scene before. Almost everyone was scared by her. He's obstructing justice. He's in handcuffs and taken away. Officer Chun had a gloomy face. When he met a fierce woman, he couldn't explain himself clearly. Help, help, police! Before Zhao Lizhu's wife could finish her words, the cold silver bracelet was already hanging on her hand. This time she was completely dumbfounded. This was the first time someone had hung this thing on her. And in public. Does she still want her face? Does she still want to save her face? Is there any conscience left in this world? Anyone else want to make trouble? Officer Chin looked at the people who came with Zhao Lizhu. If they wanted to make trouble, he wouldn't mind giving them a pair of silver bracelets. When those people saw the scene in front of them, they shook their heads. They don't want to die. It's better not to make a fuss. Well, you guys wait here for the ambulance to arrive. As for what to do with the bodies, let their family members handle it. I hope no one will cause trouble next time. If anyone does, the silver bracelet will be given away for free. After Officer Chin finished speaking, he had Zhao Lizhu and his family put into the police car. As for Zhao Lizhu, he is now like a defeated rooster. How dare he make trouble? He didn't know what would be waiting for him when he turned around. The Zhao family's affairs came to an end. George asked Johnson to turn off the live broadcast, and the show tonight was truly over. After tonight, Zhao Lizhu's family became famous in Wangyin Village. After all, not everyone can get a pair of silver bracelets for free. Okay, everyone go back to sleep. The people from the poverty alleviation team will be here tomorrow. People from the first village group, please don't cause any trouble for me again, otherwise the Zhao family will end up like you. After Lin Guodong warned the people in village group 1, he turned around and got in the car and left. We'll go back to. Qin Shui glanced at village group 1, then looked at Yang Wei's body. It was a bolt from the blue. This was not something God had done. This was obviously someone's trick. What on earth had happened to his good son? Is there such a method? Qin Shuai's mind was full of questions, but he didn't plan to ask. George will definitely speak when he wants to speak, and if he doesn't want to speak, it will be useless no matter how much you force him. The Qin family had a good sleep, while the Zhao family spent the entire night in the detention center. This was the most difficult day in Zhao Xue's life. This day made her look bad in front of everyone, and she could not hold her head up in her future career. The night is quiet, but not peaceful. Ben said he wanted to admit his mistake, but in fact he had no intention of admitting it at all. He racked his brains in his study, but couldn't come up with a solution. He called Weibo and asked them to remove the trending search, but Weibo asked for too high a price, and even if he removed it, it would be pushed up again. Just when Ben was at a loss, a ring rang. Chapter 73 as a rabbit. I refuse unreasonable requests. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am Yu Xianghai, the director of Shunla Media Company, Limited. I would like to cooperate with Mr. Qin. I wonder if Mr. Qin is willing to do so. A strange voice came into Ben's ears, and Ben's mind turned. He remembered that he didn't know anyone from Shunla Media, so why did the other party want to cooperate with him? You know, everyone on the internet now knows what kind of people the Qin family is like, and they can't wait to cut off ties with them. Why on earth would someone come to me and ask me to cooperate at this time? There's a problem. Ben said in a deep voice. Cooperation? What cooperation? Mr. Qin, I'm sure you must be very worried about the Weibo issue. If we can help you solve the problem on Weibo, can you let your biological son participate in our exploring the wonders and contesting the beauty? Yu Xianghai's words left Ben a little confused. Director Yu, I don't know what you mean. Why do you want my son to participate in that program? Mr. Qin, you also know that your son is now one of the hottest figures on Weibo. Our program needs traffic, and your son is exactly the traffic we need. If you're willing, we can solve the problem on Weibo. At the same time, if your son can become an actor in our column, it can not only reverse your current situation. Even what? Ben was anxious. Even if your son reveals on the show that his adoptive mother doesn't like him, or that he's treated unfairly in some other way, it will surely increase the public's sympathy for him and damage the other party's image. By then, even if Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin's image cannot be restored, it will still greatly damage the other party's image. Not to mention that your adopted son will be the one who is most directly affected. Yu Xianghai's mouth corners slightly raised. He just didn't believe that Ben didn't hate those people. Even George himself. You are helping me very hard. You're not just doing this for my son's so-called traffic, are you? Ben is not smart. He is somewhat shrewd. The usefulness of one's own son is far less than the value of his reputation. Yu Xianghai must have a good purpose in helping me with so much effort. Mr. Qin, don't doubt me. My purpose is very simple. It's just for the hottest traffic nowadays. If your son wasn't a traffic star today, I wouldn't have come to you. You can think about it, and don't have to agree so quickly. Yu Xianghai finished speaking and prepared to hang up the phone. Ben said without thinking, wait, I can't agree to your conditions, but I need you to remove the trending search immediately, and I also need you to issue a notice saying that you are inviting my son to participate in your show. No problem. Yu Xianghai agreed readily. We will arrange everything for Mr. Qin tomorrow, but I hope Mr. Qin can bring Master Ling to our company tomorrow morning to sign the contract. Only the contract can guarantee the behavior between the two of us, don't you think? Don't worry, Director Yu. I will take my son there tomorrow morning. Ben doesn't care what Yu Xianghai's purpose is. As long as it doesn't harm his own interests, it doesn't matter what Yu Xianghai does. After Yu Xianghai hung up the phone, he glanced at the people around him. Ben to agree to his son's participation in the show as you requested. What should we do next? Find out where George is. I want information about his biological parents and other people around them. Mr. Sir, who is nearly 60 years old, is an authentic Eagle Sauce from Eagle Sauce Country. He came to the flower planting country 20 years ago and then returned to Eagle Sauce Country for some reason. This time he came because he saw a video on YouTube, a video about George. It was that face that reminded him of someone from 20 years ago. George looks eerily similar to that man. He will never forget that face, nor that person. It was because of him that he was sent back to the United States with a feeling of defeat 20 years ago. For 20 years, he was always thinking about how to avenge his bloody humiliation. Finally, when he thought that person would not show up, George showed up. His face reminded him of the man named Qin Shuai. There must be some connection between them. Mr. Sewer, according to the information we have received, George's biological father should be named Zhang Zhenghua, and his mother is Zhang Zhenghua. I'm afraid they have nothing to do with the person named Qin Shuai you are looking for. Yu Xianghai spoke cautiously. Zhang Zhenghua? I don't have any impression of this name. But the mother? This woman's name is familiar. Yu Xianghai, It was said before that Ban's son and this woman's son were taken away by mistake. Where were they taken away by mistake? There was something in Suer's mind reminding him that his mother and Qin Shui must have an unusual relationship. I don't know about that. If Mr. Soul wants to know, we can ask him tomorrow when Ben comes. Yu Xianghai wiped the sweat from his face. He could never have imagined that such a boss would suddenly be sent down from above. It's really difficult for him. That's fine. There's a saying among you flower growers that really impressed me. Don't rush. I've waited for so long. There's really no reason to rush. Soul forced himself to calm down. He has waited for 20 years. Can't he wait any longer now? Yu Xianghai nodded slightly. Mr. Soul, it's getting late now. Let me take you back first. Sure. I haven't been to the flower farm for a long time. The changes here are really great. I really love this place. Yu Xianghai, find me some beautiful women later. I want the original ones. Su'er stood up and said to Yu Xianghai with a smile. Yu Xianghai frowned immediately. Mr. Su'er, I'm afraid this is impossible. Can't do it? Yu Xianghai, you don't want to do it anymore. Soul frowned in dissatisfaction. If you want to be his subordinate, you must meet his requirements. Otherwise, don't even think about being his subordinate. Mr. Soul, this is not Eagle Sauce country. You can do whatever you want. Yu Xianghai reminded him. Yu Xianghai, this is indeed not the Eagle Sauce country, but don't forget my identity. I'm your boss. If you don't want to do this anymore, get out of here. Esura looked at Yu Xianghai viciously. What he needs is an obedient subordinate, not someone who will go against him. Mr. Soul, if you say so, then I have no choice but to resign. After Yu Xianghai finished speaking, he turned and left. He had no way and no possibility of agreeing to Sir's request. Anyone with a bit of blood in his veins knows how unreasonable Suer's demands are, and how much he looks down on the flower-growing people. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Let's see who is miserable. Okay, go ahead and see if you can get out of this place. There was a hint of ruthlessness in Sir's eyes. Yu Xianghai's expression changed when he heard this. Is Su'er trying to kill people to silence them? Just when Yu Xianghai had a bad premonition, Sol took out a gun from somewhere and aimed at Yu Xianghai. Before he could make any move, a peanut shot into Sir's head. Yu Xianghai was dumbfounded. What is going on? Didn't Sir want to kill him? How come Sol died? Yu Xianghai looked at Sir lying on the ground in front of him and couldn't believe that in just 1 or 2 seconds, Sir died in front of him. Mr. Yu, are you okay? A figure climbed in from the window, silently examined Sol's body, and then came to Yu Xianghai. Yu Xianghai looked at the man with a pale face. It's a young face with a familiar look. Who are you? Mr. Yu, now is not the time to talk. Su'er is dead. I need you to do me a favor. The young man did not give Yu Xianghai room to ask questions. His straightforward statement made Yu Xianghai nod without thinking. I need you to have Su'er's men get drunk. They don't need to get too drunk. They just need to keep them somewhat conscious. They don't need all of it. I understand. I'll do it now. But I can't guarantee that Sir's men will obey. Yu Xianghai nodded. He remembered where he had seen this young man before. He seemed to be. It doesn't matter. If you don't obey, I have a backup plan. Just cooperate with me, Mr. Yu. After all, Su'er wanted to kill you just now. The young man raised an evil smile. Yu Xianghai nodded solemnly. After all, this young man had just saved his life, and he would definitely not harm him. Yu Xianghai didn't think much about it. He pretended to be calm and walked out the door, asking his men to find Su'er's men to drink. As for whether Sir's men would obey him, he had no idea what to do. Half an hour later, Yu Xianghai's men came to report that Su'er's men were drunk. Yu Xianghai looked at the young man, wondering what he was going to do next. Mr. Yu, don't worry about what happens next. I need you to sleep well like a normal person. As for what happened tonight, if anyone asks you, just say that Su'er asked you to complete something and he was very happy. He drank some wine and went back. The young man patted him on the shoulder. Yu Xianghai nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. If you ask me about what happened tonight, I will do as you say. Yu Xianghai recognized that the man in front of him was Chun Sijia. The CEO of the largest security group in Beijing is very young, but has great skills. I just don't know how he got here. He also killed Sir to protect him. Very good. You only need to complete the exploration program for the task that Sol asked you to complete. As for other things like finding information, just ignore them. Similarly, if anyone asks about this matter, you can say that Sol only asked you to do this. Understand? Mr. Yu, Chun Sijia thought Yu Xianghai was reliable, so he gave him one more reminder. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. I will do as you say. Yu Xianghai didn't know why Chun Sijia made such arrangements. He only knew that Chun Sijia would definitely not harm him. In less than 5 minutes, Yu Xianghai brought a drunk Su'er out of the villa and got into the car driven by Sewer's men. 10 minutes later, Sir's car hit a tanker truck. In the middle of the night, Qin Shuai was about to hug his beloved wife to sleep when a low-pitched ringtone suddenly rang out. Qin Shuai cursed, glanced at the name on the phone, and went to the hidden compartment in the room to answer the call. What happened? Uncle Qin, you are so heartless. I just did a big thing for you. Do you want to thank me? Qin Sijia spoke with a smile. You little idiot. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to say, just fart. Your Aunt Xin is still waiting for me. Qin Shuai said unhappily. Then I'll get down to business. Qin Sijia instantly changed his tone and told what had happened before. Is Soul sure he's dead? Qin Shuai raised his eyebrows. For 20 years, he never dared to relax, because he knew that the enemy would most likely give him a fatal blow when he was off guard. And because of this, he could take the initiative and monitor his every move as soon as he set foot on the flower-growing family's land. Even Chun Sijia was given special privileges. Unexpectedly, Chun Sijia really surprised him by killing Sol on the first day and creating an accident scene. He's dead, Uncle Qin. You can rest assured. I've checked the body and there's nothing wrong with it. I arranged for someone to fake the accident scene, and the people who put out the fire were all my people. As for the hospital, don't worry. Qiu Qing Song is in charge. I've dealt with the bullet marks on the body, and I guarantee that even if Sewer's family comes, they won't find any problems. Chun Sijia looked like he was asking for praise. Don't be complacent. It's better to be safe than sorry. The Eagle Sauce is not a fool. Someone will definitely make a big fuss about Sewer's death. You have to be careful. Qin Shuai gave these earnest instructions, fearing that Chun Sijia might not listen. I understand, Uncle Qin. Don't worry, I will be careful. But I'm afraid that Brother George has been targeted. Let's not do this live broadcast. After all, our family is not short of money, and we can support Brother George for 10 lifetimes. Chun Sijia thought about the information he had overheard before and couldn't help but worry about George. After all, Qin Shuai and his mother both have the ability to protect themselves, but George is different. You don't have to worry about him. Maybe when you meet him, you will find that he is more powerful than you. As for the live broadcast, you must continue it. Otherwise, how can you catch the big fish and attract those who want to spy on you? Qin Shuai cannot deny that he has his own selfish motives, but more importantly, he wants to let George know that the world is not as beautiful as he thinks. George think if he knows the truth. Qin Sijia suddenly felt very lucky. At least he was not trained like this by his father. How can the fragrance of plum blossoms be so strong without going through the bitter cold? I have been quite easy on him. If it were my soldiers, you know what would happen to them. Qin Shuai's words made the person on the other end of the phone and on the roof suddenly feel that they were not the worst off one. The ones who suffered the most were probably the soldiers under General Qin. Xiaohu, I suddenly feel that my dad is really good to me. At least he doesn't let me get exposed to the sun and rain. George was sitting on the roof, absorbing the moonlight, holding Xiaohu and eavesdropping on Qin Shuai's voice. Meow, meow, little master. The master promised to let me train you, but I found that I can't train you anymore. Angry face. Xiaohu didn't expect George to be so powerful. After jumping out of the window, he was on the roof in the blink of an eye. He was still meditating on the tiles, eavesdropping silently. It doesn't have that kind of skill. Chapter 75, Don't marry if you're poor. George sighed softly, feeling helpless. His father wanted him to be the leader and the bait, while his mother wanted Xiaohu to train him. Why is it so difficult for him to be someone's son? Is God really displeased with him that he wants to torture him like this? Young master, the male master has gone to accompany the master. Can we go downstairs and sleep? Xiaohu raised his cute little face and looked at the handsome face in front of him with anticipation. It also wants to sleep. Why are you sleeping? My energy bar has been cleared. If I don't absorb some spiritual energy from the heaven and earth, I'm afraid I won't be able to cope with it if something happens again. George hit on the head. His spiritual energy has been used up. If he doesn't replenish it, not only will he be unable to deal with the bad guys, he won't even be able to level up. How long do we have to stay up there? Xiaohu had a sad face. Why was George staying on it, dragging along? It wants to sleep. It doesn't want to watch the moon with single people. When the moon disappears, we can go down. George looked up at the moon in the sky. The moon on the 14th was not as round as the 15th, but absorbing spiritual energy under the full moonlight was more effective than practicing in the room. Moreover, from the voice of Qin Shuai on the phone just now, he could tell that someone from the Eagle Sauce country had already been dispatched, and they came for him. It seems that the people of the Eagle Sauce country think that they can force Qin Shuai to surrender. By catching him? Then he can't be caught so easily by the people from the United States. It doesn't matter if Jeang Chun loses face, but we can't lose face for the flower-growing family. My little master, I am so sleepy. Can I go downstairs to sleep? I miss my nest. The little tiger curled up in George's lap and yawned repeatedly. That won't do. You have to be my right-hand man. You can't go back easily. Take in the spiritual energy from me. I will teach you how to practice later. Jeang Chun touched its head. There were not many animals in the mountains that could be brought out. Apart from a tiger cub, there were only foxes, wolves, and birds. The fox is a girl, so it's not convenient. As for the wolf, I heard he has to be on duty at night, so he is also busy. Birds, whether it is day or night, have to pay attention to the environment around village group too, and it is not convenient to practice with him. After much thought, the only option is this cute little cutie Xiao. Who made it want to be the cutest pet? You must have a well-deserved awareness. But little master, it's bedtime now. Master taught us to do things at different times. Now is a good time to sleep, so don't waste it. Xiao Hu suddenly felt so pitiful. If the little master could find a female companion, maybe he could hug the mistress and sleep in the quilt like the male master did. An idea suddenly came to Xiao Hu's mind. It's decided. It wants to find a wife for its young master. Okay, go to sleep. I'll give the position of the cutest pet to someone else. It seems that Mr. Fox and Mr. Wolf are also good. George looked like he was thinking seriously, which made Xiao Hu rush over and hug his legs. My little master, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please don't give the position of the number one cute pet to someone else. Okay. Xiao Hu's eyes were filled with tears. Okay, if you don't want me to give it to others, practice hard. If you become powerful in the future, aren't you afraid that you will become the boss of other small animals? George stroked its head and asked, why is it so difficult to have an obedient follower? Boss? Fine, I want to be the boss. Xiao Hu's head shuddered. George is right. It wants to be the boss. It wants to let all its friends know how powerful it is. After a night, Xiao Hu didn't know when George brought him back to the room. He only knew that he was woken up by a series of noises coming from outside. When I went outside, I saw that the people from the Poverty Alleviation Group had arrived at my mother's store. People from the Poverty Alleviation team come here every year, and Xiao Hu is used to it. Seeing his little master sitting in the dining room leisurely eating breakfast, the little tiger ran to George and howled twice. George picked up the prepared bowl, and just as he put it in front of him, he heard a loud and surprised voice. What a cute little kitten, is this yours? A strange voice came into George's ears, and George raised his head and looked at the woman outside the dining room. She is not very old, and seems to be about the same age as him. Judging from her dress, she doesn't seem to be from Wangyin Village. She must be from outside. George thought about what he heard from Lam Kwok Tung yesterday. This young woman must be from the Poverty Alleviation team. George nodded slightly without saying anything more. Then will you sell it? The woman stroked the tiger cub's back, enjoying the furry feeling under her hands. But unexpectedly, the little tiger got furious the next moment. Meow. Ugly woman. Take your claws away and don't touch me. The little tiger jumped out from under the woman's hand and glared at her fiercely. The woman didn't expect Xiao Hu to suddenly get angry. Could it be because of what she said? Miss, your question is a bit abrupt. Xiao Hu is my friend, not something that can be bought and sold casually. George's face fell. Not only did this woman break into his house for no apparent reason, she also wanted to buy his cat. It's really a bit too much. I'm sorry, I just thought this cat was cute, so I thought about getting one. I definitely didn't mean to offend you. I apologize here. Yuan Yinin apologized very sincerely. George didn't want to buy it. Miss, if you have nothing to do, please leave. This is a private residence, not a main road. Anyone can come in. You're so poor that you have to live in such a shabby place. What's wrong with selling a cat? Do you think we want to come to your shabby place? If it's not for poverty alleviation, who would come? Behind Yuan Yinin, a young girl looked at the furnishings around her with disdain. Not only is it old, but I don't know what's stuck on it. It's dirty, as if it hasn't been washed in a long time. It makes people feel sick at first sight. Are you here to help alleviate poverty? Then you should know what kind of place this is. If you really dislike this place, then don't come. We don't want you. George looked coldly at the two women in front of him, and his temper rose. The little tiger also bared his teeth like an angry little tiger. Oh, isn't that rare? The girl snorted coldly. Look at your family situation. You're so poor. I don't think you can even find a wife. Whether you can get married or not, does it have anything to do with you? Do you need a stranger like you to speak nonsense here? I don't know how your family raised you. You have no manners at all. Dora's cold voice came from behind the girl. The girl turned around and saw Dora's bright and beautiful face. Looking at what she was wearing again, that skirt was much better than the clothes she was wearing. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, She is still a child. Who are you? The girl glared at Dora and spoke. Who do you care who I am? This is not your home. Why are you showing off here? Get out of here, Dora said as she grabbed a broom and swept it towards the girl. Dora angrily. Barbarians, you are all a bunch of barbarians, Sisterine, let's go. Xiao Dai, you can't do this. We are here on behalf of your father to understand the villager's family situation. You can't do this. While Yuan Yinin was comforting the girl, she apologized to Dora. I'm sorry, my sister has always been pure and straightforward. She didn't mean to say that. Please forgive me. Forgive? Haha. Miss, do you think we're persimmons that can be squeezed whenever you want? You are not welcome here. You'd better get out. Dora didn't say anything and grabbed one of them and dragged them out. Yuan Yinin saw that she was obviously thinner than herself, but she didn't expect that her hand was so strong. Let me go, you savage. The girl yelled. What are you yelling for? Yelling in someone else's house shows you have no manners at all. Dora threw the two of them out of the gate and saw her mother and the people from the poverty alleviation team walking towards them from not far away. When the girl saw the person walking in front, she rushed up without thinking. Dad, the people in Group 2 of this village are all bad guys. They are not friendly at all. Xiao Dai, what are you talking about? The middle-aged man walking in front shouted loudly. There are so many people here, and she still dares to talk nonsense. She really has no manners at all. Team Leader Sue, I want to ask where your family's manners have gone. Not only did you break into someone else's house without even saying hello, you also showed off and humiliated others. People who know you will think that you, Team Leader Sue, look down on farmers, while people who don't know you might think that you, Team Leader Sue, are showing off your power. Dora's voice was clear, and every word she said was heard by everyone present. Team Leader Sue suddenly felt that she had put a huge accusation on himself. Dora, what happened? The mother did not forget that Dora was the one who threw her out of her own home. This means that it happened in her home. In Exile, I'm not sure what happened exactly. When I arrived, I only heard her despising your family and saying that George was so poor that he couldn't get a wife. Dora doesn't need to say much. This one sentence is enough. Team Leader Sue, are you here to help the poor or to show off your power? The smile on Michael S.'s face disappeared instantly. He is the head of the second group of the village and Dora's father, so he naturally believes in his daughter. Whatever she says is what it is. What's more, this matter involves George, which is unforgivable. Team Leader Gua, there must be some misunderstanding. Team Leader Sue looked at everyone's eyes on him and couldn't help but want to curse in his heart. Why did he bring Su Xiaodai out? This is clearly holding oneself back and ruining one's own job. Team Leader Sue, am I deaf or hard of hearing? I didn't hear what your daughter said, did I? If so, I have a recording here. I'll play it for you to listen carefully and see if I am deaf or your daughter is brave enough. Dora said as she pulled out her phone. Team Leader Sue's expression changed. Is Dora determined to cause trouble? Miss, it's just a small matter. There's really no need to make such a big deal about it, right? Yuan Yinin came out and wanted to be a peacemaker, but she forgot that she was also one of the people dragged out by Dora. It's a small matter? Do you think insulting others is a small matter? Or do you look down on us country folk? Dora snapped. Su Xiaodai had never been accused like this before, and the little princess instantly became angry. So what if I look down on you country bumpkins? You are a bunch of country bumpkins who don't produce anything, but want to be helped every day. You're really proud of yourself. Did you break your arm or your leg? Do you need help every day? Shut up, Su Xiaodai, shut up. Team Leader Su roared wildly, and he felt a chill on his back. This girl was dissatisfied that he didn't die quickly enough. Do you want to kill him? Su Xiaodai had never seen Team Leader Su like this before and was a little frightened. Haha. Team Leader Su, you heard what your daughter said about us. Do you think we country folk need your help to alleviate poverty? Dora looked at Team Leader Su with a forced smile. Team Leader Su had a headache. If his daughter hadn't pestered him to come and see the scenery of the mountains, he wouldn't have brought her here. As a result, Su Xiaodai really made him proud. My lady, Xiaodai is just a child. As the saying goes, children speak without restraint. Please consider her young age, and Yuan Yinin frowned. In her opinion, it was just a small matter, and there was no need to make such a big deal about it. Young? She looks about 18, right? 18 years old is not considered young. Dora knew that she was definitely over 18 years old. Ms. Yuan, Miss Su is not young anymore. It's a bit ridiculous to say that she is just a child. The mother didn't say anything at first because she saw George coming out of the house and went up to him to find out what happened. The mother was very angry when she learned that Yuan Yinin and Su Xiaodai broke into the house and wanted to buy Xiao. It is said that even if a deal fails, the friendship remains. But it is obvious that these two people have no kindness at all. You're still talking nonsense in their home. Who are you looking down on? How abominable. Team Leader Su, if you are truly here to help alleviate poverty, we welcome you. But I think you have seen the current situation. Your daughter's actions have already caused harm to our team. We don't think it is necessary to accept the assistance you have given us. Michael is not like those women who can curse at each other. In his opinion, Team Leader Su was a smart man, so he would explain it in smart people's words. Team Leader Gua, this is a rare opportunity. Don't you want to get out of the mountains and out of this closed village? Team Leader Su gave earnest advice. Dad, what did you say to these country bumpkins? If they don't want it, then they don't want it. Can we still ask them to do it? Su Xiaodai listened to Michael's words and wondered if he was mentally ill. Such a good opportunity was in front of him, but he refused it. Does he want to eat farts? Get out of the way. You have no right to speak here. Team Leader Su was extremely angry. In front of so many people, he couldn't reach out and hit Su Xiaodai. If there was no one around, he really wanted to question Su Xiaodai and ask her why she had harmed him like this. Chapter 77 Join forces to discipline the city dweller Su Xiaodai. Dad, Su Xiaodai stamped her feet. Her father always listens to her. What is happening now? That's how he treated himself because of those rednecks. Could it be that those country bumpkins are more important to him than himself? Team Leader Su, you still have official business to attend to, so we won't talk anymore. You should just take your people and leave. Michael immediately ordered them to leave. Team Leader Gua, my daughter is so rude. I will teach her a lesson later. But poverty alleviation concerns the future of a village. I hope you won't act on impulse. Team Leader Su smiled bitterly. His daughter went a little too far. But Michael refused to help the poor because of this small matter. Wouldn't this ensure that Wangyin Village could not escape the label of a poor village? Team Leader Su, we can be without ambition, but we can be without backbone. Your daughter has insulted our dignity. You should either give us an explanation or leave. Even if we are poor, we will not take your things just because you look at us. Michael said struck Team Leader Su's heart. Team Leader Su turned his head and looked at his daughter. Asking her to apologize was harder than climbing to the sky. Dad, since they don't want us to help them, there's no need for us to care about them. Let's go now and let them die in poverty for the rest of their lives. Su Xiaodai snorted coldly, walked forward, grabbed Team Leader Su's hand, and was about to leave. Team Leader Su was being stared at by everyone, and he felt like a thorn in his back. That's enough, kid. I indulged you too much in the past, allowing you to become so lawless and without any principles. You must apologize to me now and apologize to everyone. No, I won't apologize. These country bumpkins don't deserve my apology at all. Su Xiaodai raised her head proudly. She's a city person. Why should she bow down to the country people? Is it a loss of status? Team Leader Su, there's nothing to say. Take your daughter away. We can't accommodate a big Buddha like your daughter here. Michael had a cold face and chased the person away. Do you think you want to stay in this shabby place of yours? Dad, we... Before Su Xiaodai could finish her words, she felt something wet, like water, and a little warm at her feet. When she looked down, Su Xiaodai discovered that Xiaohu was actually peeing on her feet. Su Xiaodia's face changed drastically in an instant. Ah, dead cat, stinky cat, get out of my way. Su Xiaodai kicked toward Xiaohu, but Xiaohu was very agile and immediately ran behind George. Get out here, stinky cat. Get out here now. Su Xiaodai was so angry that she rushed towards George and wanted to catch Xiaohu. George saw Su Xiaodai rushing towards him and quickly dodged. At the same time, Xiang rushed out from nowhere and hit Su Xiaodia's butt directly, catching everyone off guard and pushing Su Xiaodai into the ditch less than half a meter ahead. Xiaodai! Team Leader Su watched his daughter being pushed into the ditch by the pig. He had no time to get angry. The most important thing was to save his daughter as soon as possible. Yuan Yinin didn't expect things to develop to this point. When she was thinking about following Team Leader Su to rescue Su Xiaodai, Xiaohu behind her pushed her into the ditch with force. In an instant, the two women let out screams that could be heard from far away. George stood aside, looking at the two women at this moment, and just felt relieved. If it weren't for the fact that the other person was a woman, he would have done it long ago. But the other person was a woman, so he really didn't dare to bully her. What are you still standing there watching? Why don't you hurry up and save people? Team leader Sue was so angry when he saw the person who came with him standing there stupidly, not moving at all for a long time. The others didn't react for a while, until team leader Sue said this. They came to their senses. Just as they were about to step forward to rescue people, Xiang directly blocked their way with her huge body and tapped the ground with her pink pig's trotters. For a moment, those people dared not move. No one wants to be pushed into a ditch by a pig, even if the ditch looks quite clean. Who knows if there are any animals pooping or peeing in it? Woo-woo, Dad, you have to help me make the decision. That pig bullied us like this and didn't even treat us as human beings. Su Xiaodai was crying in a miserable state. Yuan Yinin didn't cry, but she was just as frightened as Su Xiaodai. She turned to look at George, the kitten beside him, and the pig. She dared to say that the cat and the pig were venting their anger on George. Aren't they just animals? How can one be so smart? George trained them. My dear daughter, don't say anything. Come up first, and we can talk about what we want to say later. Team leader Sue feels sorry for his daughter. No matter how bad she is still my daughter after all. Woo-woo. Su Xiaodai finally climbed up with the help of team leader Sue. Half of her body was wet, and the other half was covered in mud. Yuan Yinin is similar to her. Team leader Hua, no matter what, my child is at fault, and you can't let these beasts bully two innocent children. Team leader Su might have been easy to talk to before, but now he is completely angry because of Su Xiaodia's matter. Beast? Who are you calling a beast? George looked at team leader Su. He doesn't criticize women, but he can criticize men. At least people won't think he's bullying the weak, right? George, let team leader Su speak, and we'll see how team leader Su wants to resolve this matter. Mother walked over to George and patted his shoulder. George received his mother's gaze and nodded slightly. Apologize. I want you to apologize. Team leader Sue was angry, but he also knew he was in the wrong. After all, it was his daughter who said those words first. It would be strange if people didn't get angry. Team leader Sue, do you think we should ask Miss Sue to apologize before we apologize? After all, she just scolded all of us. There is no way she can justify it, right? The mother turned and looked at team leader Sue. Team leader Sue's face turned livid. I heard before that the people in Group 2 of the village are not easy to deal with. It turns out that the people in Group 2 of the village are not so easy to talk to. What explanation do you want? Can't you see what I've become? Su Xiaodai was furious, and then she looked at the pig not far away, which seemed to be leisurely. She was really pissed off. You deserve it. Dora didn't even think about complaining. You bully people, Dad. I want to go home. I don't want to stay here. Don't bother with these country bumpkins. Let them die of poverty. Su Xiaodai yelled. Team leader Sue was overwhelmed. This kid is such a headache. Team leader Sue, we don't need that little money. You should go somewhere else. We can't accommodate your eldest daughter like a Buddha here. Michael made a gesture of invitation, and team leader Sue wanted to say something, but in the end he had to give up because Su Xiaodai kept calling out. Chapter 78, George protected by a pig. Team leader Gua, that's all for today. I'll come back another day. Team leader Sue finished his words hurriedly and left with the two of them. As for asking the two of them to clean up the filth on their bodies here, I'm afraid no one else would agree at all. After watching team leader Sue and others leave, Dora gave Xiang a thumbs up. Xiang is awesome. Next time if there are bad guys bullying your little master, remember to protect your little master like this. Ho ho ho. Xiang nodded happily. George stood aside and touched his nose. He felt that he didn't need to be protected, right? Why do they all treat him like a little baby and protect him so carefully? Xiao Fei, there's still me. I can protect the little master. When Xiaohu heard Dora only praise Xiang, he immediately became dissatisfied. It also has output, okay? Dora praise it? Forget about you. But when that woman was bullying George's brother in your house, you didn't even bother to rush over and bite her. Dora looked disgusted. Xiaohu's mouth twitched. Its mouth is so small now, what can it bite? Okay, let's not talk about team leader Sue and the others anymore. Today was such an unpleasant experience, so the poverty alleviation plan is probably going to fail. But we didn't expect them to be able to help. The road from the national highway to our village's second group has started construction today. You should all behave yourself recently and don't cause conflicts with the villagers. Michael glanced at the two young men in front of him. George has always been as well-behaved as a model student, but his daughter is really a bit like her mother. Dad, look at what you said. We are very obedient, okay? Those are the ones who are not obedient. Dora curled her lips. She never bullies others, okay? They were all bullied by others. Okay, do you think I don't know you? If you have nothing to do, spend more time with George in the group. George doesn't know some people yet, so you should guide him. Michael finished speaking. He was about to pull Jeang Chun to discuss something. My dad treats me as a babysitter. Dora curled her lips, looking unhappy, but she was worried but not unhappy at all. Do you want to be a babysitter? The mother said jokingly. No, but I'm happy to be a babysitter for Brother George. Dora smiled and patted George on the head. George suddenly felt like someone had confessed to him. That's good. The 5 little girls will be back today. You can introduce them to each other. The mother thought about how the 5th brother had said before that he wanted to introduce the little girl to George as his wife, and she didn't know whether George would feel embarrassed to see the girl from the 5th family. The little girl is coming back. Dora's eyes lit up. Hey, this is going to be fun. George, that's your 5th uncle's daughter. She's so pretty. I'll introduce her to you later. George nodded slightly. What the 5 little girls look like actually has nothing to do with him. What he cares more about is whether the family is happy or not. And there is no danger to a company. Oh, my grandfather said that the road should be built within a month. If we start today, won't we not have to use the road inside the village to return to Group 2 in a month? Dora rolled her eyes. Don't have any ideas, kid. Mother frowned slightly. And Exile, we don't want to see the first group of the village and the people in the village, so we will dig up the road over there and prevent those people from coming over and harassing us all the time. Dora has long been dissatisfied with the people in the village. It would be a good idea to cut off that road. We'll talk about this later. Has George finished his breakfast? The mother remembered that George did not come down for breakfast today and thought that George might have slept a little late, so she did not call him. George didn't come out until now, and I don't know if he's at breakfast. Have eaten? George nodded slightly. I stayed on the roof yesterday until around 5 o'clock this morning, then went back to my room and slept for 4 hours. I can't say I'm sleepy now, but seeing the energy bar is full, I feel good. That's good. You and Dora can go and have fun. Remember to have lunch at your uncle's house at noon. The mother touched his head. After all, she was no longer young and could not get along with young people. George responded, and just as he was watching his mother leave, he heard a rumbling sound coming from the distance. When I turned around, I saw it was a crane. Here they are. They are really slow. We asked them to come earlier, but they're only here now. George, go to the mountain and bring Xiujuan down. I will find a suitable place first. Today's shooting is in the field, not on the mountain. Some places are difficult to operate. Dora said a lot, and George thought about what she said yesterday. I immediately knew that this was for the live broadcast in the afternoon. George then went home, carried some food that the animals liked to eat, and headed back to the mountains. Xiaohu followed beside him. As for Xiang, she continued to pick cabbages in a good mood. The mountain was much cooler than the foot of the mountain. Not long after George and Xiaohu reached the top of the mountain, they saw a lark flying down from a tree and landing directly on his shoulder. Little master. Hello. George chuckled and turned to look at the lark. It's chubby and looked a bit like a parrot. So cute. Well, the lark can't speak fluently yet, but it can still speak some simple language. My little master, you are here. There was no panda chuki by the Yuanjing Lake, only 2 small animals, a red-crowned crane and a fox, who seemed to be chatting leisurely. They just looked up at the sky from time to time, and I don't know what they were looking at. What are you looking at? Is there something in the sky? George looked up at the sky in confusion. The sky was clear, and there was nothing unusual to see. Yes, we heard a buzzing sound this morning, which sounded like a drone. At first we thought it was the young master and that kid coming. In the end, we didn't see you, but we did see a drone in the sky. Xiujuan opened her mouth. Yes, little master. At first we thought you hadn't gone up the mountain yet, so we wanted to wait for you to go up the mountain before coming out. But we waited and waited, but you didn't come. We felt something was wrong because there was more than one drone in the sky. The fox sat aside and said while wagging his tail, Not just one. Did you go down a mountain and tell my mom about this? George didn't know how many people in the village had drones, but he figured no one except Johnson would come to the mountain, especially since it was filmed with a drone. We thought that Xiujuan would have a live broadcast with you this afternoon, and you would come early, so we thought we could discuss this matter then. Chapter 79, The Drone Under Attack. Hui thought that George would also go up the mountain in the afternoon, so there would be still time to discuss this matter then. They did not take the initiative to go down a mountain. Moreover, they heard that people from the poverty alleviation group would come today, and it seemed a bit unpleasant to let people see these wild animals running around. Who knows, those people might suddenly get shocked and send them to the zoo. They don't want to be watched like their parents did. My little master, you won't be angry, will you? The red-crowned crane was uneasy. How could that be? I'm just worried about your safety. George patted its head. I don't know whether those drones have captured these little animals. If so, what is their purpose? My little master. Suspicious rushed to George and rubbed his feet. George was about to say something when he heard Mr. Wolf's voice. Ooey, I heard the drone again. It seems to be coming towards us. Hide first. George's eyes narrowed. Here we go again. Who could it be? He just came here without consulting the animals on the mountain. It looks like it might be someone from outside. George remembered the call Jeang Chun made last night and couldn't help but worry. Could it be that those people found this place? George didn't have time to think too much and hid in the woods with the little animals. Just as George and his friends hid in the forest, two drones appeared in the sky. They flew lower and lower, and after circling around Yuanjing Lake, they returned to the sky, but did not leave, as if they were waiting for something. George looked at the drone that was looking in all directions from time to time. It didn't seem like it was taking pictures of the scenery, but rather like it was investigating something. George immediately determined in his heart that the drone definitely did not belong to the team members. Xiaoling, go find some birds to knock down those two drones. George said to the lark on the side. Okay, little master, I'll go now. The larks don't ask why. Obeying orders is all their mothers tell them to do. In less than 10 seconds, the larks summoned birds such as eagles. According to George's request, they pretended to knock down the drone in midair, mistaking it for a bird. This process was a bit difficult, but the eagles cooperated with each other and treated the drone as if it were prey, fighting for it. Finally, the two drones collided with each other, making a crackling sound, and then fell to the ground. In the distant Wang Yin village, two people were trying hard to control the drone. Not long after the entire Yuanjing mountain was included in the camera, several eagles flew into the drone screen. Fuck, where did this eagle come from? As soon as one of the two finished speaking, one of the eagles grabbed at the screen. Then the drone began to shake violently. The two men didn't know what was happening and tried to control the drone to fly past the eagle. But they didn't expect that the eagles would hold on to the drones tightly. No matter how hard they tried, the two drones could not escape the eagles' control and were tightly held by the eagles. In the end, they could only watch as the drone fell from the high school. Fuck, where did this stinky bird come from? My drone is finished. How am I going to explain this to the higher-ups? Go to the second group of the village. Even if the drone is broken, we have to find a way to get it back. The two had not expected to encounter such a thing, and their faces turned quite ugly. As soon as I walked out of the door, I saw Yuan Yinin and Su Xiaodai getting out of the car, both covered in dirt. Yinin, Xiaodai, what happened to you? The two men surrounded him. Brother Lin, Brother Wang, the people from Group 2 of the village are bullying us. They let the pigs push us into the ditch. Woo! Angry face, we are so pitiful. Su Xiaodai cried loudly. The two were a little stunned. What's going on? How can they treat you like this? Isn't it said that private individuals cannot raise pigs at will? How can they raise pigs at will and let the pigs come out to hurt people? Lin Hao was so angry that he wanted to find a way to provoke Su Xiaodai. When Su Xiaodai heard this, she seemed to think of something. Yes, now private individuals cannot raise pigs at will. They dare to raise pigs at will. This is against the law. Dad, we are in the poverty alleviation team. We can't let such things happen. Team leader Su's heart skipped a beat. This girl has become like this, and she still wants to suffer? If someone reports him to the police later, will he still want to keep this position? That's enough. Can you please just calm down? Dad, you don't love me anymore. Su Xiaodai started to cry again as she spoke. Xiaodai, don't cry yet. I think the people in the second group of the village are not so easy to talk to. If your uncle just goes to trouble them casually, it will be easy for them to find a handle. I think we should let someone ask about this matter first. Maybe they have some kind of certificate. It's not good for us to accuse them rashly. Yuan Yinin stood aside. Although she looked disheveled, she didn't look depressed at all. Look, Yinin is sensible. You're not like that at all. Team leader Su sighed softly. It turns out that other people's daughters are better. Su Xiaodia's face was full of grievance. If it were someone else, she would definitely shout out in dissatisfaction. But the other party was Yuan Yinin, and she could accept it. Dad, I know you dislike me for being immature, but the people in the second group of the village are really too much. Su Xiaodai wanted to complain, but she heard team leader Su say okay, helplessly, and she closed her mouth reluctantly. Yinin, go to the bathroom and clean up first. You can stay here and rest later. You don't have to follow me in the afternoon. After team leader Su finished speaking, he turned around and went to discuss the matter of Wang Yin village with other people. Dad, Su Xiaodai stomped her feet in anger. Shout I, your dad won't let you come with us, so tell us how you were bullied by the pig. We'll buy the pig later. Whether you want to eat pig's trotters or pig's ears, we'll make them for you. Lin Hao shouted anxiously. Su Xiaodai burst into laughter instantly. Real. Of course it's true. I'll do whatever you want. In order to show his sincerity, Lin Hao named a bunch of dishes. Su Xiaodai nodded with satisfaction. Then let's make a deal. You make me whatever I want to eat. Well, let's go now. Lin Hao said this and was about to walk outside. Lin Hao, there's no rush for this matter. You can go in the afternoon. Yuan Yinin thought about asking Lin Hao and others to go in the afternoon and go with Team Leader Su. If anything happened, with Team Leader Su there, she believed that the two of them would be safe. No, we can't wait. Wang Chung shook his head. They still had to go and retrieve the drone. Why can't you wait? Su Xiaodai looked at them in confusion. Chapter 80. They are in the same group. Didn't we launch the drone to film Wang Yin Village this morning? Wang Chung looked at the two of them. Yeah, what's the problem? Su Xiaodai asked doubtfully. The drone was attacked by an eagle and has now fallen on the back hill of Village 2. We have to go and retrieve it now. Lin Hao explained. Su Xiaodai instantly became furious. Village Group 2. Why is it Village Group 2 again? This Village Group 2 is simply a bunch of garbage. Xiaodai, Yuan Yinin said helplessly and pointed in the direction where Team Leader Su left. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Am I afraid of him? Su Xiaodai shouted with red eyes. Xiaodai, don't worry. We will go to the second group of the village to vent your anger. Lin Hao and Wang Chung walked out without thinking. Be careful. The people in the second group of the village are not so easy to talk to. Seeing the two were about to leave, Yuan Yinin quickly reminded them. The two did not take her words seriously. In their opinion, no matter how difficult the person is to talk to, they can just give him some money and the matter will be settled. Wangyin Village is such a poor and remote place, and those people may have never seen money in their entire lives. They want to see if these people can remain indifferent for the sake of money. At this time, George came down the mountain with the red crown crane and two drones that were almost turned into scrap metal. Dora was walking on the country road at the foot of the mountain, looking at the angle to make George look more handsome. Sister Dora. George walked up to Dora and was about to talk about the drone. Dora immediately saw the tattered drone in his hand. This is just found in the mountains. George briefly recounted the discovery of the drone. Dora's face suddenly became serious. Someone actually used a drone to explore the back hills of Village 2. When did this happen? Xiaojuan and the others said it happened around 8 or 9 this morning, which is more than half an hour ago. George didn't know the seriousness of the matter, and Dora looked unhappy. He suddenly remembered the phone call last night. Half an hour? No problem. Leave the rest to me. Take Xiaojuan to the fields to familiarize herself with the environment. Don't confuse field snails with golden apple snails, or you'll make the netizens laugh to death. Dora finished speaking. She heard a voice. Drone, it's our drone. How did it become like this? Lin Hao had his back to Dora and didn't see her face clearly, but he saw the drone she had just received from George. Who are you? Dora's ears twitched. Looking for a drone? What about their identities? Miss, this is our drone. Please return it to us. Wang Chun walked forward and looked at Dora's charming face with a look of surprise. How could there be such a beautiful and charming woman in this remote place like Wangyin Village? What a surprise. You say this is yours, so it's yours? Do you have any evidence? George frowned. The two men in front of me are so young that I don't know what kind of jobs they do. We are from the County Media Center, and this is our work ID. Wang Chung handed over his work ID and glanced secretly at Dora. Somehow, he found that there was a very special temperament in Dora. This temperament made him feel that Yuan Yinin and Su Xiaodai were like country girls in front of her. The one from the County Media Center? What are you doing here? Dora knew that people from the County Media Center often went to the countryside to collect folk songs. But why did they come to Wangyin Village at this time? Could it be that they were with... We came here to take some photos and videos for material, but we didn't expect the drone to be suddenly attacked by an eagle and fall. Wang Chung said this, glancing at the white crane beside George. You won't know unless you see it. I was shocked when I saw it. Isn't this the legendary crane? Tang Bohu had painted this animal before. I see. Now your drones are in this state. I'm afraid they are scrapped. Dora returned the drone to them with a bit of regret. It's all because of those eagles. If it hadn't held on to the drone, this wouldn't have happened. Lin Hao said viciously. Eagles? Where did you shoot? How could you encounter eagles? Dora asked calmly. On the mountain. Oh, didn't our drone fall on the mountain? How did it appear here? Wang Chung looked at the two of them in confusion. What's so strange about this? Your drone fell on a mountain where my brother lives. My brother happened to be in the mountain and saw it and picked it up for you. But I say you should not fly your drone randomly next time. There are many wild animals in the mountains near Group 2 of our village. If they mistake your drone for food, that would not be good. Dora glanced at the two of them calmly. Why would these people shoot anywhere else but the back mountain of Village 2? Aren't they seeking death? Food? How can these things be compared to food? Lin Hao is extremely angry. Sir, what you said is a bit funny. Your drone flew to the back mountain of our village Group 2 without our consent. When have those animals ever seen a drone? If not prey, what else do they regard you as? Dora snorted coldly. This is because they came early if they had come late. This drone is probably going to be completely destroyed. Miss, what you said is wrong. Is there anyone in the world who... Lin Hao was about to say a lot of things, but he was interrupted by George the next second. Sir, you have got the drone. You can leave our group now. Little brother, they say that guests are welcome. You are clearly trying to drive them away. Lin Hao was very unhappy. What do you mean by guests? Are there guests who come uninvited? Dora snapped. Wang Chung frowned instantly. Dora seemed gentle before. Why is she so angry now? Please leave. George made a gesture of invitation. Little brother, this is wrong. We haven't offended you. How can you treat us like this? Lin Hao's face darkened. It is said that you should not hit someone who smiles at you. Are they trying to make enemies? Are you in the same group as the people from this morning? We don't welcome you. George didn't know what their relationship was with Yuan Yinin and the others. He roughly guessed that there was a relationship between them. Little brother, you're not a good person. We can. Before Lin Hao could finish his words again, a beeping sound came from behind him. I saw a red Ferrari coming from a distance. Chapter 81 fun that comes to your doorstep. It's the little girl from the fifth family who's back. Dora shouted to George happily. The car. George stared at the red Ferrari. Wasn't that the car Dora gave him? Why is the girl from the fifth family sitting here? Didn't your fifth uncle go to pick up his daughter early in the morning? Aunt Xin gave him the key before you even got up. Dora was explaining. A red Ferrari stopped in front of them. The car door opened and a pretty girl walked down. Sister Dora, long time no see. Did you miss me? Yes, of course I would. You said you would come back to see your dad being beaten up. It's a pity that you didn't come back when your dad was beaten up. Otherwise, I guarantee you would have cheered for the scene. Dora had a smile on her face. Didn't the little girl from the fifth family want to see her father being punished? It's a pity that Qin Shuai came back earlier than her. She could no longer see the scene of her father being taught a lesson. Shoo, Sister Dora, my dad is still here. Don't let him hear this. If he hears it, he will definitely punish me. Wu Xiuli instantly glanced nervously at the man in the car, fearing that he might hear what she said. You look so nervous. Your dad loves you so much. Why would he punish you? Don't you think so, Uncle Wu? Dora was talking. She called out to the person behind Wu Xiuli. Wu Xiuli suddenly felt the hairs on her body stand up. What you say is true. Take care of this girl? Why should I take care of her for no reason? Lao Wu felt a little confused. Of course. Dora could finish her words. Wu Xiuli covered her mouth. No, nothing. Dad, didn't you say that Uncle Zhang's son is back? Which one of them is it? Wu Xiuli quickly changed the subject. Need I say more? Of course he's the most handsome one. Lao Wu looked at the two extra young boys and frowned slightly. Where did these two people come from? The most handsome one? Wu Xiuli looked among the three young men and finally ran to George. After looking at them all, this one is still the most handsome. Lin Hao and Wang Chung both felt as if they were being despised. Not bad, not bad, you have good vision. Lao Wu nodded with relief. Fortunately, his daughter did not recognize the wrong person. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing. You must be Brother George, right? My name is Wu Xiuli, which means beautiful mountains and rivers. My father said that he likes to see the magnificent and beautiful appearance of this country the most, so he named me Xiuli. You can call me Xiuli directly, or Fifth Sister, they all call me that. Wu Xiuli smiled playfully. George felt her sincerity and smiled. Then I'll call you Fifth Sister, along with everyone else. Yeah, Brother George is so gentle. Come on, I'll take you to our house. My dad said you'll come to our house for dinner today. My mom has prepared a lot of delicious food and is waiting for you to come. Wu Xiuli held George's hand, like a little sister looking forward to having her brother. Fifth Sister, wait, George and I have something else to do. You go back first. I will bring George to your house later. Dora glanced at Lin Hao and Wang Chung, not knowing how long they wanted to stay here. What is it? Wu Xiuli asked with great interest. Get rid of them. Dora uttered two words, and Wu Shiuli turned to look at the two people next to her. Is that them? That's right. Dora nodded. Miss, please be reasonable. We haven't offended you. Is it appropriate for you to treat us like this? Wang Chung originally had a good impression of Dora, but now, all the good impressions were gone. Why is it inappropriate? You are not from our village. If you don't leave now, do you want us to keep you for dinner? Wu Shiuli put her hands on her hips, looking like an old lady scolding on the street. George originally thought that this little girl was just a little lively and smart, but he didn't expect that she actually had this side. It was really beyond his expectation. Miss, you don't understand the situation. Lin Hao was about to explain when he heard Wu Shiuli say, I don't understand the situation, but I believe my family. Since they don't like you, you must be bad people. Our village doesn't welcome bad people. You should leave. You're going too far. You are so barbaric, and you still want your village to get rid of poverty. You are just dreaming. Lin Hao was extremely angry. In other villages, they were all treated well. When had they ever been treated like this? Oh, then look at the car over there. Do you know how much it's worth? Wu Shiuli pointed at the red Ferrari, and Lin Hao and the other man took a look at it. They all know a little bit about cars. Naturally, I know what the brand of that car represents. I don't think you know either, and I can't explain it to you guys. Brother George, let's ignore them and go home to eat. Wu Shiuli turned her head and looked at George with a smile on her face. Sister Dora has something else to do, so I won't go over for now. George touched Xiujuan. Wu Shiuli suddenly thought of something and screamed. Brother George, are you going to live stream picking snails this afternoon? How about I pick them with you? Wu Shiuli's eyes flashed with excitement. George didn't dare to agree. After all, his live broadcast was not just a simple live broadcast. George looked at Dora. Fifth sister, George is doing a live broadcast. If you appear on camera, won't you steal George's limelight? Dora patted her head unhappily. Is that so? Then I'll just watch from the side. It's just the right time for me to be George's assistant. Wu Shiuli was not angry either. The children in Group 2 of the village all know when they grow up that the people in Group 2 are extraordinary and have their own reasons for everything they do. That's fine. George just happens to be in need of a girl to serve tea and water. You are suitable for this position. Dora originally wanted to arrange a reliable assistant for George, but the situation in the second group of the village was not easy to tell outsiders. Forget about this assistant. Good. Wu Shiuli nodded. Just when they were about to let Lao Wu drive back first, they saw a car driving towards them. Until they arrived in front of them, Wu Shiuli saw several people getting off the car, including someone she was somewhat familiar with. Isn't it her old classmate, Su Xiaodai? It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. Here they come again. George looked at the person getting off the car and couldn't help but frown. Come on, let me see what they want to do. Dora had just finished speaking and was about to start the battle when she heard Su Xiaodai exclaim, Wu Shiuli, are you Wu Shiuli? Su Xiaodai, I didn't expect that after so many years. You still remember me? I thought you didn't recognize me. Wu Shiuli grinned. Very good. She was just worried about having no fun, and Su Xiaodai came to her door very consciously. You're really great. Chapter 82, because you don't deserve it. It's really funny. How could I not recognize you? You're the poorest student in the class, and you've been fighting for scholarship since you were a child. Why? You're not going to school now. Su Xiaodai hated people like Wu Shiuli the most since she was a child. If you were poor, you should be more self-aware, drop out of school, and help your parents at home, and go out to work when you're old enough. Why do you have to go to school and act like you're so awesome? Acting pitiful and miserable? What is the difference between being a beggar? Fortunately, Wu Shiuli did not continue to middle school after finishing elementary school. She thought Wu Shiuli must have dropped out of school and was raising cattle at home. But someone she knew told her that someone was supporting Wu Shiuli's studies, but the person was not in this county. She didn't know where Wu Shiuli went to study, but poor people are poor anyway, no matter how much they study. Yeah, I'm not going to school anymore. Are you happy and satisfied? Are you crazy? Wu Shiuli raised her middle finger towards Su Xiaodai. Su Xiaodai knew that Wu Shiuli was very straightforward, but she didn't expect that she would dare to treat her like this in front of so many people. That's too much. Dad, did you see that? Does someone like her need poverty alleviation? Su Xiaodai had been scolded by team leader Su many times before, but this time she had learned her lesson and wanted team leader Su to help her deal with Wu Shiuli. Team leader Su looked at Su Xiaodai with a headache. My daughter's ability to get into trouble is really too strong. He was really scared. I guess he won't be able to keep this position any longer. Poverty alleviation? Brother George, do you think we want to alleviate poverty? Wu Shiuli looked at George. George felt that it was nice to just be a background figure and watch the show. Why drag him in? Brother? Wu Xiuli, aren't you an only child? Where did your brother come from? I'm afraid he's not your lover. Su Xiaodai looked at Wu Xiuli with disgust. My dear brother, isn't that Brother Qin? Wu Xiuli chuckled twice. George's face turned red as he listened to her words. He suspected that Wu Xiuli was driving, but he had no evidence. Shame on you. You really are shameless. Su Xiaodai opened her big, Caroline eyes wide, looking incredulous. She had never seen a woman like Wu Xiuli. She felt that Wu Xiuli really refreshed her worldview. Not only her, but everyone around her was shocked. Only Lao Wu looked at Wu Xiuli happily. Daughter, are you serious? You and George. Really, Dad will go to your house and propose marriage right now. George suddenly straight face. Propose marriage in person? He is a man, so he should be the one to come to the door, okay? George thought about this and suddenly felt something was wrong. He and Wu Xiuli haven't developed to the point of discussing marriage yet, right? George pinched his palm. I feel that I should wake up and not be led into this ditch by Lao Wu. Dad, you are serious. Brother George's surname is Qin. What's wrong with me calling him Brother Qin? Even if it's wrong, the children in our village love each other. You said that Sister Dora is my biological sister, so George is not my biological brother. Wu Xiuli said this and smiled at George. Brother Qin, am I right? George's mind was full of black lines. He felt that Wu Xiuli had taken advantage of him, but he had no evidence. Wu Xiuli, you are playing tricks on me. Su Xiaodai shouted with gritted teeth. So what if I'm playing a trick on you? Your IQ is not high enough, and every time you take a test, you get less than 60 points. You said your brain is so useless. Why didn't your dad buy you 6 walnuts to replenish your brain? Wu Xiuli sighed softly. It seems like Team Leader Su is very mean to Su Xiaodai. Su Xiaodai was so angry that she said, Who said my dad didn't buy them? There are not only 6 walnuts, but also 7 and 8 walnuts. 7 walnuts, 8 walnuts? Your father bought a fake product, right? No wonder they say you don't have a good brain. It turns out you drank too much Sanlu milk powder and ate too many 7 or 8 walnuts. Wu Xiuli thought that it was not easy for her to remain naturally beautiful, even though she didn't have those things. Su Xiaodai could tell that Wu Xiuli was scolding her, but how could she refute? Team leader Su stood aside, worried about his daughter's IQ. How could he, who was so wise and brave, have given birth to such a daughter? It's so embarrassing. But if he were to speak up and teach a little girl a lesson and this word were to get out, would he still have his reputation? Team leader Su felt that he had never overused his brain so much before, and this time his head was really going bald. Little sister, you have a really vicious tongue. It's no wonder that poor mountains and bad waters produce unruly people. When Lin Hao saw Su Xiaodai being humiliated, he couldn't help but stand up and speak for her. Su Xiaodai was feeling a little helpless at first, but when she heard Lin Hao's voice, she nodded quickly. It would be nice if someone spoke up to help her. Big brother, do you know that birds of a feather flock together? Su Xiaodai looks down on the poor so much, it's obvious that you look down on us poor people deep down. In this case, you should stop pretending to be charitable. You say one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. This is hypocrisy in a nice way, and it's fake and pretentious in a bad way. Wu Xiuli sneered. Look at the people who came to help with poverty alleviation before. They were really serving the people, but now these people are using the banner of poverty alleviation while looking down on the poor. Then what are you doing here? Lin Hao didn't expect Wu Xiuli to be so powerful in her words, and he didn't know how to refute her. After all, she said it was true. George stood aside and watched Lin Hao being speechless after hearing what Wu Xiuli said. He couldn't help but want to give Wu Xiuli a thumbs up. Team leader Su, my father has already said that we don't need poverty alleviation. Just let our team go and focus on other villages. I believe you will achieve results soon. Dora said this and pointed at Lin Hao and Wang Chung. Also, Team Leader Su, please take these 2 people away. They are really hindering our work here. Dora pointed casually, and Wang Chung felt as if they were being treated like trash. Dad, you heard it. They don't need us to help the poor. Let's go. Su Xiaodai was about to leave, but she couldn't help but look back at the red Ferrari. She knew that this brand of car was very expensive, but she didn't know how such an expensive car could appear here. Su Xiaodai, what do you think of this car? Wu Xiuli rolled her eyes and saw Su Xiaodai looking at George's Ferrari, and a fox-like smile instantly appeared on her face. Su Xiaodai frowned. What do you mean? It's nothing. I just want to tell you, don't look at my brother Qin's car with such a cannibalistic look because you don't deserve it. Wu Xiuli's last sentence is simply a recipe for a famous dish that is familiar to the world. Shrimp and Pork Heart. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. This face is from the sun, not from being beaten. Su Xiaodie's face turned as pale as day in an instant. Not to mention her, no one else would have thought that George, a boy who looked only 18 years old, actually owned a car that they would never be able to buy in their lifetime. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be constipated and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Especially Su Xiaodai, who mocked George for being poor an hour ago. It turns out that this poor man actually has a car worth 1 million. That's really awesome. It's such a slap in her face. Su Xiaodai now felt a burning pain on her face. She thought she must have a fever. Yes, it must be because the sun is too big. She must be suffering from heat stroke now. Mr. Gua, can you check the position of the crane? A young man dressed as a worker walked up to Dora and spoke to her respectfully. Wait, let's wait until we have resolved the matter here, and then we'll see. Dora glanced toward the crane, and the position seemed okay. Pretend, just pretend. I don't believe you have that kind of money, and you're still pretending. You're a bunch of poor bastards, and you're putting on an act. Dad, I think they must be scammers. Maybe they bought this car and other things by cheating people out of money. Then they pretend to be stupid on purpose to cheat more people out of their money. I even think that these people might have cheated on women. You can ask the police to investigate. Maybe they can find out something. Su Xiaodai was now furious and started to attack wildly. Wu Shili clicked her tongue twice and said nothing. Su Xiaodai is so pitiful. She actually made her crazy because of her. Team leader Su had always seen his daughter as willful and capricious, but she had never been like this, like a crazy woman. How does this look like his daughter? Just strangers. Looking at Dora, George, Wu Xioli, and the autistic old five, each of them exudes some extraordinary qualities. Team leader Su suddenly felt that this village group 2 was really not simple at all. That's enough. Are you crazy? You dare to say anything. Dad, Su Xiaodai was heartbroken to see that her father didn't understand her. How can this still be her loving father? Ms. Gua, since your village group does not want to provide poverty alleviation, we will not include village group 2 in our consideration. Team leader Su took a deep breath and said, Team leader Su, if village group 2 wants to develop, we will rely on ourselves, not on others. We will not become a burden to the country, so you can rest assured. Dora said this. What else can team leader Su say? In that case, we'll take our leave. Team leader Su felt very sorry. He didn't believe that the red Ferrari belonged to George, but the other party's temperament and rejection made it difficult for him to start. We can only take one step at a time and see what happens. Team leader Su took Su Xiaodai and others away. When Wang Chung left, he took a special look at Dora. This woman is very much to his liking, but I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Dora didn't know what Wang Chung was thinking, but seeing him paying attention to her many times, she felt that there was something wrong with this man. It seems that I'd better be more careful next time I encounter it. They've left, Dad. You should go back first too. Wu Xioli kicked Lao Wu, who was hiding in a corner and drawing circles in autism. Did what she just said hit him hard? It shouldn't be that case. The old guys are all trained on the battlefield, so they should have strong ability to withstand pressure. I'm not going back. I want to see you guys get better before I go back. Everyone, straight face. What bullshit is he talking about? He must be sick and confused. Is it because I am old and have nothing to do? The three young men present looked at Lao Wu with strange eyes, which made Lao Wu's scalp tingle. Uncle Wu, Uncle Chin slaps must be very comfortable. It must be very pleasant every time he spanks your butt, right? Dora said seriously. George was stunned. What kind of lewd words are these? Wu Shili blinked. Here it comes, the big, really delicious scene. She wants to see. She really wanted to see it. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Lao Wu suddenly became serious. She just likes seeing her dad. Sister Dora, tell Uncle Chin quickly. Wu Shili looked expectant. George, you are such a good daughter to your father. Lao Wu, did I hear it right? Daughter, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand you? Lao Wu selectively forgets. I said the wrong thing before. Sister Dora, please don't tell your dear uncle that my dad is going to arrange a marriage. If Uncle Chi knew about this, he would definitely want to spank my dad. When the whole group knows about this, my dad will be very embarrassed. Do you understand? Do you understand? What Wu Xioli said sounded like there was nothing wrong with it. But the more Lao Wu listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Why does he have a feeling that there is something fishy going on here? Lao Wu became alert instantly. Could it be that his precious daughter wanted to see his dark history? I understand. I will definitely not tell Uncle Chin. Dora smiled. Lao Wu suddenly felt that the smile seemed a bit fake. Dad, go back first. Just help me get my luggage to the room. When Wu Shioli saw her father's suspicious look, she quickly asked him to leave. Otherwise, if my dad comes to his senses, wouldn't I be in trouble? It's better to let him leave quickly. Okay, I'll go first. You two can have a good chat and improve your relationship. George with a smile, and automatically ignored Dora, who was standing aside. Wu Shioli twitched her lips. Her father really wanted to die. After seeing Lao Wu off, Wu Shioli breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Dora, don't take what I said before seriously. Uncle Chin cares so much about Brother George. You must not tell Uncle Chin, understand? Wu Shioli blinked her eyes. George, I know. You really want to tell your dad. Fifth sister, don't worry. I will definitely tell Uncle Chin what you mean. Dora smiled. This girl won't be willing to see her father being punished, right? It's great that Sister Dora understands what I mean. I feel relieved now. Let's watch the show. Wu Shioli smiled brightly. Her father could just wait to be beaten. George looked at the two people plotting in front of him in frustration. He just wanted to say one thing. Aren't you afraid that I will tell on you and you two will get beaten? While George, his two companions, and a crane were preparing for the afternoon live broadcast, Ben brought Jeang Chun to Shungla to sign the contract. Mr. Yu, the contract has been signed. Shouldn't we fulfill the promise? Ben looked at Yu, Shanghai indifferently. Of course, of course. Yu Shanghai nodded with a smile. Chapter 84. Excessive favor. Don't worry, Mr. Chin. I will take care of this matter. You just need to wait for notification later. The show will start filming within a week. I hope you can give us your support then. Of course, of course. As long as Mr. You can guarantee that my company will not have those negative impacts, I will naturally support your program. Ben said he supported it, but didn't show any expression. Yu Shanghai didn't mind either. Anyway, Chun Sijia said that as long as we do as he said, there will be no problem. The news of Sol's death had already spread this morning, and Sol's superiors also contacted him to inquire about the relevant matters. He responded to them according to what Chun Sijia said. It's just that the people above didn't say what he should do next. But he felt as if he was involved in some serious incident. If possible, he really didn't want to continue doing this. Who knows when he will die? Ben off, and Yu Shanghai was thinking about whether to resign. A phone call came in. After listening to the content of the phone call, Yu Shanghai suddenly felt overwhelmed. Mr. James, I've already said that the police have already issued a report on Mr. Sol's death, so you can rest assured. If you think there is something unreasonable, you can come to the flower grower's house. With your identity, you will definitely be able to find out what's going on. Mr. Yu, I will go to the flower growing house. I have already booked the ticket. Wait for me. I will complete what Sue Air has not completed. James said viciously. Okay, Mr. James, I look forward to seeing you. Yu Shanghai felt that a storm was about to come. I just hope I don't die too soon. Yu Shanghai hung up the phone and quickly told Shinsiji about this. Very good, Mr. Yu. It's time to start filming the Exploring the Wonders and Contesting the Beauty column. Shinsiji's mouth corners slightly raised. It feels so awesome to watch the little eagles fall into the trap one by one. Mr. Chun, the celebrities and guests we want to invite haven't been decided yet. I'm afraid there will be a delay in the start of filming, right? Yu Shanghai smiled bitterly. Don't worry. We only need 1 or 2 celebrities, and the rest can be ordinary people. The most important thing is that the gimmick of exploring the strange and the beautiful is to experience life. People from all walks of life and all regions have different lives. Shinsiji was talking on the phone while watching George's video. I'm just handsome as Uncle Chin. Mr. Chun, I'm afraid this won't attract anyone, right? Yu Shanghai felt that no one would read this kind of content. Don't worry, Mr. Yu. It doesn't matter whether it attracts people or not. I'll personally invest 200 million yuan. Even if I ask you to take pictures for fun, I think Mr. Yu won't refuse, right? Shinsiji smiled. Yu Shanghai suddenly felt that the way rich people played was really different from others. No, of course not. That's good. I'll have someone contact you about the rest. Don't let me down next time. Shinsiji's words made Yu Shanghai shudder, and he inexplicably recalled the scene where Sol was killed. He wouldn't encounter such a thing, would he? Yu Shanghai began to sweat coldly. The afternoon sun was scorching, and George lay under a big tree in his yard to enjoy the cool. According to Dora's request, today's live broadcast will start at 3 p.m. and end at 5 p.m. You need to be exposed to the sun for a full 2 hours. The climate here is subtropical, with daytime temperatures in the 30s. It's so hot that people are dying. He dared to say that if he was exposed to the sun for 2 days, he would really get a layer of skin peeling off. Qin Shui sat aside and looked at his own boy quietly. He looked so leisurely that he seemed to be more bossy than him. Son, I am thirsty. Qin Shui was also lying under the big tree, Mumbling, George glanced at him and said, "If you're thirsty, go and pour it yourself. Why are you asking me to do anything? Don't you want me to pour it for you? I have never drunk the tea poured by my son." George aggrievedly, and George twitched his lips. Why does this dad act like a child? Look at Ben. He at least looks a bit like a father. Okay, I'll pour it for you. George sighed. A son or a dad needs to be pampered. What are you pouring? Jeang Chun has never been asked to pour a glass of water for him in this house. Yet he is ordering you around. The mother snorted coldly. Jeang Chun was treated friendly in this family, like a guest, and did not have to do any housework. Does Qin Shuai now think that because George is his biological son, he can order people around at will? Has Jeang Chun never poured a glass of water for dad in this house? George recalled that when he was in school, his teachers had taught them how to respect their parents. Later, when he went home and poured tea for Sophia and the others, he only got the reply that it was a job for servants. Did he want to be a servant? George said nothing. For Ben the same way, but Ben just glanced at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a stranger. Afterwards, he stopped doing such things. George regained his composure, went into the house, poured Qin Shuai a cup of tea, and held it in front of him. "Dad, have some tea." Just 3 simple words, but Qin Shuai's eyes were inexplicably moist. It was the tea poured for him by his own son. It was the first time in his life that he drank tea poured by his son. "Very nice. My dear son, you are really my dear son." Qin Shuai held the tea poured by George and drank it with relish, even though it was just plain water. "Hee. Now you know your son is good. You had such a good son back then. Forget it. I won't say anything more." The mother snorted coldly and turned to look at George. "Son, ignore him. Let's go to the fields and pick up some snails and lobsters to bring back to Chin's house tonight. We'll make stir-fried snails and spicy crayfish. By the way, there's a pond not far away with some good grass carp. Ask your dad to catch one so we can have an extra grilled grass carp tonight." George swallowed and nodded rapidly. His mother really won his heart. Qin Shuai became annoyed immediately when he saw his greedy look. George's profile showed that he liked to eat this kind of food very much, but in the Qin family, Ben thought it was not presentable, so he did not make these for George. So even if George wanted to eat it, Ben wouldn't cook it for him. Only occasionally, George would sneak out to eat something before going home. At that time, it was Qin Shuai who arranged for someone to take George to have an affair. It really breaks his heart as an old father. "Okay, for the sake of our precious son, I'm going to go fish, okay? Long live Dad." George rushed forward and hugged Qin Shuai. "Come on, you're happy as long as you have food to eat. You're really a child." Qin Shuai touched his head. In the eyes of their parents, no matter how old a child is, he is still a child. The mother smiled faintly and was about to go out with George when a phone call came in. Chapter 85 Jeang Chun's show-off. "Country bumpkin, do you remember who I am?" Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. The mother's eyes narrowed instantly. It was Jeang Chun. What was he calling himself for? "You dialed the wrong number. How would I know who you are?" The mother finished speaking. She did not hang up the phone. She was waiting to see what Jeang Chun would say. "Haha, country bumpkin, it doesn't matter if you didn't recognize me, but I have to tell you that I will be more powerful than your own son," Jeang Chun said boastfully. "Oh, are you done?" His mother thought he had something to say, but it turned out he was just here to show off. "Country bumpkin, isn't your son doing a live broadcast? Only country bumpkins would do something so vulgar. I'm telling you, I'm going to be on TV, and you'll see me on TV. I'm definitely more handsome than your son, and I'll be more profitable. Do you believe it?" Jeang Chun said viciously. "I'm not interested. Didn't you say before that if you want to cut off ties with us, then don't contact us anymore? Isn't it better for each of us to live our own lives?" The mother said this and hung up the phone without waiting for his reply. Jeang Chun didn't expect his mother to hang up the phone just like that. Does this mean she really doesn't want him anymore? Jeang Chun gritted his teeth and thought of the scene when his mother came to Qin's house that day. She said to George at that time made him quite uncomfortable. He didn't get that kind of treatment in the Zhang family, so why should George get that kind of treatment? He wanted to let his mother know that he, Jeang Chun, was much better than George. After hanging up the phone, the mother met the gazes of George and Qin Shuai and smiled. "What are you two doing? Why are you showing such expressions?" "Hey, honey, was it Jeang Chun who called you? What did he say?" Qin Shuai coughed lightly. "Nothing much, just that he's going to be on TV." The mother spoke unhappily. "Oh, on TV? What's so great about that? If my son wants to be on TV, I will just buy a TV station and let him be on TV every day." Qin Shuai thought it was something else. Even so, he still disdained it. George's mouth twitched. His dad has a hole in his head. He appears on TV every day, but he is not a TV host. Work in the office every day. Son, don't worry about your father. Let's go pick snails. The mother rolled her eyes, and Qin Shui did whatever he wanted without even asking her son whether he liked it or not. Do you really think your son wants to be on TV? If he hadn't instructed to do the live broadcast, George probably wouldn't have chosen to make money in this way. George nodded and followed his mother out the door. Qin Shui touched his nose. Did he say something wrong again? He felt that he didn't say anything wrong. Qin Shui turned around and saw Xiaohu and Xiang staring at him with their eyes wide open. What are you looking at? Am I handsome? Qin Shui snorted coldly, walked into the house, called Chun Sijia, and then took the fishing net to catch fish for his son. George's live broadcast room, the audience who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer wait. Pure time. Dear netizens, what did you see? Ghosts are all poor. Group leader, what do you want to tell us? Chicken breast is also a breast. Needless to say, you have it, I have it, and everyone has it. After Qin Chun Shirwang saw that the names of the people who popped up were all preceded by the words, Big House Manager, he suddenly fell silent. Damn it, he was so happy for nothing. The results are all there. Did Lean's people put them all in the housing management? Angry face. The fat man's meat with oil. Oh, intersectioners for intersection. Oh haha. I'm dying of laughter, group leader. So you want to talk to us about the housing management? Chicken breasts are also breasts, isn't it? Seeing the group leader so smug, isn't it because he has the title of housing manager? Kaiking Pashui. Hey, have you noticed that there seem to be a few more people in the property management? Driving a rocket to deliver food. Old Leo, Dolly Bang, Xiami Anbo, Di Jioshang. Where are these people from? All ghosts are poor. Group leader, please ask Lean where all these came from. Pure time. Wait, let me go ask now. 1 minute later, the pure time returns. Pure time. I asked, and these are all fans of the host's biological mother, the author. All ghosts are poor. Oh, it's amazing that the anchor's mother also has fans. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Why not? I think the host's mother is very unique. Is it strange to have fans? Sunabei. Oh my, I just came online and saw the notification. I became the property manager? Open pit paddling, isn't it? Our team has grown stronger. Sunny Bai, really? There are new comrades joining. Pure time. I will add them to our small group right away. After a while of operation by Qin Chun Shirwang, several people were immediately pulled into the small group. But before they could open their mouths, the picture appeared in George's live broadcast room. A group of people were getting a little impatient waiting in the comment section and started commenting quickly. At this moment, a group of cranes flying gracefully in the air appeared on the screen, accompanied by swirling smoke, which was magnificent. It's a paradise in heaven. Beautiful, beautiful. Is this the crane that the immortal rides on? Oh my God. Is the anchor going to become an immortal during the live broadcast? Yesterday, the host said that they would talk about the Red Crown crane today. I looked up some information and found out that the Red Crown crane is the legendary crane. It is so beautiful. No wonder the host's family runs a zoo. Amid the comments of the crowd, under the blue sky and white clouds, a man was flying through the air riding on a crane. The camera slowly moved until the figure gradually became clear, and then everyone realized that figure, that body was clearly George. Fuck, the anchor is going too far. He's stepping on a crane. Is he going to become an immortal? My mother asked me why I knelt down again, and I said that the anchor not only knew magic but also fairy arts. Woo-woo. Host, will you accept me as your disciple? I am naturally beautiful and have excellent bones. Woo-woo. I need to warm the anchor's bed. 666. I said your family gave a reward. Old Leo rewards. Pure time reward. Great help reward. Small bread reward. Emperor Jioshang rewards. Barges of rewards flashed across the comment section. George on the screen couldn't see the tip. He floated down from the crane and smiled at the camera. Hello, everyone. Today is another sunny day. I plan to go to the fields with Xiaojuan to pick snails. Now, let me introduce Miss Red Crown Crane to you. George spoke. He slowly told the story he heard from the Red Crown Crane. That is the story of a girl who loves cranes. This is also the story of the first generation of crane protectors in the flower-growing family. George tell this story in the live broadcast room was moved by it. Woo-woo, let's start protecting the Red Crown cranes from me. Brothers, there's a donation channel nearby. Let's all donate some money to the Red Crown Crane. Chapter 86. Chapter 86. It is not a foot basin chicken crane. It is a fairy crane, a Red Crown crane. I read in the news that when the red crane was first discovered by foreigners, it was not called a red crane, but a red-crowned crane. Now there are no red cranes in the red-crowned crane area, only in our flower-growing country. Its current name is a red-crowned crane. I learned something new. 666. Fuck, the person who just sent such a long comment was the room manager. Surprised to see the housing manager. Don't be surprised. Wait a minute and see what kind of show the host brings us. The room managers, sensing that the topic was off, quickly ran out to guide the audience. I think everyone must be familiar with the red-crowned crane now, so let us show you the posture of the crane and the crane dance. George said and walked off screen. The red-crowned crane crawled towards the camera, then flapped its wings. Its head, with a hint of red on its elegant and slender neck, drooped slightly as if it was saluting. When everyone saw it, the word elegant came to mind. At the same time, some people started writing poems about the red-crowned crane. A clear cry spreads across the universe, and the body stands tall and stands alone to await the immortals. In the cold forest, I search for the top of the cinnabar tree, and the dew is soaring in the wind that it blows across the sky. The red-crowned manhwa is lighter, and she can reflect the blue sky. What does the white crane fly in the sky? The green field and purple canopy are dependent on each other. While I was busy reading these contents in the comments section, a red-crowned crane fluttered gently with its elegant figure, accompanied by the green rice fields. The combination of green and white created a unique natural beauty. A song called "The Guest in the Clouds" then started playing in the live broadcast room. At this time, someone remembered that the immortal crane has the beautiful name of the guest in the clouds. Woo-woo, angry face. The anchor's live broadcast is really a breath of fresh air in the live broadcast industry. I love it, I love it. Mom, I want to raise a crane too. What a beautiful crane host. I want to travel to your place. Ai heto no omega eruti. No, the anchor didn't even mention the place. Have you noticed that the animals raised by the anchor all listen to what the anchor says? Wow, this crane actually knows martial arts. Look, it can do the crane fist. 5 animal exercises. I'm returning them all to master. There were various comments in the comment section. Dora looked at the comments with a slight smile on her face. George's live broadcast this time was quite successful. After the crane dance, the wires on George were untied. Touching the red-crowned crane's head, George gently asked, "Are you tired? Drink." The voice of the red-crowned crane is not as hoarse as that of a duck, but rather very clear. In front of the screen, it couldn't speak. It could only rub George's face with its mouth and hug George with its broad wings. Woo-woo, I want a crane's hug too. The anchor is going too far. Why should we hug just because you do? Many people in the comment section shed tears of envy. And at the same time, George also took the red-crowned cranes to the fields. It is not yet the harvest season in the fields. There's still water flowing in the green rice fields, and a man and a crane are flying back and forth in the fields. Johnson used a drone to broadcast the rest of the live broadcast so that everyone could see George's movements more clearly. Oh, the anchor is going to the fields. Look, the anchor picked up snails. The anchor is picking up snails, right? There are not only field snails in the fields, but also golden apple snails. The host, who has never been to the fields, actually knows the difference between field snails and golden apple snails. It's really not easy. Netizen in front, I also noticed what you said. Didn't the anchor man say that he is from the city? How can he tell the difference between field snails and golden apple snails? I just can't tell the difference. Wow. Look, the red-crowned crane is helping the anchor pick up snails. She is really a thrifty crane girl. Emma, if you want to marry a wife, you should marry Miss Crane. When you marry a wife, you should marry Miss He plus 1. When you marry a wife, you should marry Miss He plus 10,086. I don't know how many comments were posted in the comment section. When George and the red-crowned crane had almost picked up enough lobsters in the field, they started digging lobster holes and looking for lobsters. The audience was amazed again, and they wanted to rush to where George was and dig lobster holes as well. Even after the live broadcast, everyone was still not satisfied and watched the replay in the live broadcast room. Fifth sister, take the snails and lobsters that George picked up to your house. George, take Shojuan home and take a rest. Dora felt that it was too hot standing in the sun, even with an umbrella. Not to mention that George didn't have an umbrella and was directly exposed to the sun. He would be sunburned to death. George nodded and sent the red-crowned crane back without refusing. Before going back, he gave some small fish caught by Jeang Chun to the red-crowned crane as a reward. Dora returned home. She counted George's income for the day and found it was over 100,000 yuan, which was really unexpected. Chun Xinyu, today's donation to the Red Crown Crane will be doubled and donated to the Red Crown Crane Conservation Area. It will be sent in the name of the crane-loving netizens and George. Dora finished collecting the data. She called Chun Xinyu, the director of the operations department. Chun Xinyu had known for a long time that George was going to donate money, so he was not surprised at all. Don't worry, Mr. Gua. I'll donate right away. Also, Mr. Chun sent me a message to cancel George's trending search. And Jeang Chun has signed a contract with Shangla's Exploring the Wonders and Fighting for Beauty program. It is expected that he may be able to. Dora understood what Chun Xinyu said, even though he didn't say anything else. I understand. Just do as Chun Xinyu says. Okay, Mr. Gua. Chun Xinyu agreed with a smile. As an insider, he also knew that Dora and the others were playing a shocking game. Not only the Eagle Saw side, but also the Foot Basin Chicken and all the thieves who want to covet the flower planting house will be wiped out in this game of chess. By the afternoon, the hot searches for George on Weibo dropped, while the hot searches for celebrities immediately climbed up. On a certain film set, popular actress Zhao Yinyin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her trending search finally appear. Finally, I made it up. If I hadn't made it up, I would have thought I was going to be hidden in the snow. How could it be possible? Nian Yin is a popular actress. How could she be hidden? If you ask me, it's all because of that damn internet celebrity. This is not the only way to become famous. You have to dominate the trending searches. Did you see that the popular guy next door? On the surface, he said nothing, but in fact, he hated that guy named George to death. As soon as Xiong Shuoyan, the assistant, opened her mouth, Zhao Ninian became excited. Really? Brother Tian really hates that internet celebrity. Isn't this nonsense? Who would want to let an internet celebrity take up all the hot searches, especially since this is the time when you're preparing to wrap up your new drama? When Xiong Shuoyan mentioned the word wrap up, Zhao Ninian suddenly remembered something. Shuoyan, have you decided on the contract you mentioned earlier for the Exploring the Wonders and Fighting for Beauty column? No, you don't like that show, right? Xiong Shuoyan shook her head. I don't like it, but after the show is finished, I want to change my taste. Zhao Ninian supported her chin and said that acting in idol dramas for a long time was not a solution. The audience would get tired of it after a long time. Transformation is the right way. Chapter 87, A World for Two. Zhao Ninian thinks that she is not just a vase and has considerable ability, but her fans in the entertainment industry only think that she relies on her looks to make a living. Some people even compared her with the internet celebrity George. This is simply an insult to her. But the column Exploring the Wonderful and the Beautiful is an adventure and curiosity column, which requires exposure to wind, sun, and rain. I'm afraid you can't stand it. Xiong Shuoyan said worriedly. I'm just going to participate in a few episodes to make a little impression on people, but I'm not going to be a permanent guest. Zhao Ninian raised her delicate hands. These hands were so beautiful. She didn't want them to become rough and ugly. Then how many episodes do you plan to do? So I can communicate with the director. After Xiong Shuoyan heard what she meant and realized that she was not stupid enough to wait for a long time, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. 3 issues is too few. Let's set it to 5 issues first, so that those fans know that I am not just a vase. Zhao and Yinyan thought about it. In the 3rd issue, fans definitely don't see her perseverance. 5 issues, not more, not less, just right. Then I understand. I'll arrange it now. Xiong Shuoyan nodded, turned, and walked out. The Exploring the Wonders and Competing for Beauty column also issued an announcement shortly afterwards, inviting popular young actors and actresses to join, as well as mysterious guests. For a while, people on Weibo were discussing who the mysterious guests were. In the end, many netizens also recommended George. He is a current internet celebrity, especially the crane he live broadcasted today, which is really unique. Many netizens instantly turned into encyclopedias and started introducing cranes. Some people kept watching the picture of George riding a crane, wondering if there was a wire hanging behind George. After all, live streaming is not like screen recording, which can be modified. They all wanted to pop their eyes out, but they didn't find any trace of wire work. But some sharp-eyed girls had already discovered some clues and shared them on the website with netizens. George, who was the subject of discussion among the people, followed Johnson for a leisurely walk on the village road after dinner, just like an old man. As for Qin Shuai, he held the book given by George and walked towards the mountain with his mother. Qin Shuai, what are you doing? Why are you going up the mountain so late at night? The mother didn't know that George had given Qin Shuai a book. Seeing Qin Shuai pulling her away without saying anything, the mother couldn't help but frown. My good son gave me something good and asked us to try it out. I thought the time is right now. Let's try out what kind of surprises our son can bring us. Qin Shuai smiled mysteriously. The mother thought it was nothing and just smiled unhappily. I see. Seeing you being so secretive, I thought something had happened. Wife, it's rare that our son gives us such a good thing. Shouldn't we treat it well? His mother before he could finish his words. What's good about that? Have you forgotten what day it is today? Today is the 15th? What's the problem? Qin Shuai touched his head. What month's 15th? The mother looked at him, speechlessly. Everyone knows it's the 15th, but hasn't he figured out which month it is? Qin Shuai fell silent for a moment. Look at me, I was so obsessed with my son that I forgot today is July 15th. Isn't it? Today is the 15th day of the 7th month, and you drag me into the mountains. This is not the 15th day of the 8th month. His mother hit him on the head. Although they're getting older day by day, the relationship between them is as strong as that of a teenager. Forget it, forget it. Now that we are here, let's see what's so wonderful about the book my good son gave me. Qin Shuai said as he walked to a hidden path beside Yuanjing Lake. There was a wooden house covered by big trees. This wooden house happened to be where the tea George had asked him to have was stored. Qin Shuai followed George's instructions, drank tea with his mother, stood under the tree in the moonlight, and opened the book. My son said he wanted to read the book together under the moonlight, so I wanted to ask him, why should we read this book under the moonlight? How can we read the words clearly in such dim light? Qin Shuai couldn't help but complain. My son must have a reason for saying that. Let's just see. Mother believed that George would not deceive them in a blatant way. Okay. Then let's see what my son is up to. Qin Shuai looked at the book with some doubt. As the book was filled with the aroma of tea, moonlight fell on the written words. In an instant, the words on the book seemed like relief, with a silver light flashing across them. Then, the two people were caught off guard and were wrapped in a gentle light and disappeared. It was past 10 o'clock in a blink of an eye. When George returned home, his mother and Qin Shuai had not returned yet. TSK, you haven't come back yet so late at night. Maybe the moonlight is so beautiful tonight that you don't want to come back. George clicked his tongue twice and went back to his room to sleep. As for Qin Shuai and his mother, they will come back naturally when they have completed their dual cultivation. The next morning, George got up early, but didn't see the two of them yet, and couldn't help shaking his head. He hasn't come back yet. This is too slow. George came to the kitchen, looked at the table without breakfast, and immediately showed a straight-face expression. My mother would have prepared breakfast by this time. At this time today, my mother hasn't come back to prepare food, so it seems I have to cook it myself. My little master, where are the master and the male master? Why haven't they come back yet? The little tiger rubbed his eyes with his furry little paws. My mother and Qin Shuai have not been seen since last night, and they didn't say where they were going. It was as if they had never come back that night, which was really worrying. We are in a world of two, and we are so affectionate with each other. How can you come back so quickly? George was looking at what was in the refrigerator. He turned on the induction cooker and boiled some water. We spent some time alone together yesterday. It's because I forgot that yesterday was the 15th of July, so I asked them to study the book together under the moonlight in the middle of the night. George said coolly, yesterday was the 15th day of the 7th month. They went to the mountains to study. Little master, aren't you afraid that they will be seduced away by some ghosts? Xiaohu really didn't know what to say about George. What are you afraid of? There are. Are you guys there in the mountains? George could finish his words. He saw two embarrassed figures walking in from outside. Chapter 88 Qin Shuai is so manly. You little brat, what the hell is that book you gave me? It's like your mom and I are having a nightmare. George angrily grabbed his collar and almost threw him out. Qin Shuai put it down. He is your son, not an outsider. I won't allow you to treat my son like this. His mother rushed over and grabbed his hand. A loving mother often spoils her son. Look, he asked us to read books, but ended up asking us to stretch our muscles. Damn it, I was caught completely off guard and nearly got killed. If he wants to inherit my property, he should at least wait until I transfer the property to his Ming family before letting me die. Fuck, he wants me to die before I give him my property. How can he not hate? George angrily. Dad, look at what you're saying. How could I possibly let you die? In that book, at most I'll let you fail and start over, but I won't really kill you. Don't be too pessimistic. Just like you said, I haven't inherited your property yet, so why would I let you die? George grinned. That's right. How can my son let us die? Son, what kind of book is that? Why is it so magical? Mother looked at George curiously. After the light, she entered the book, which was a virtual world. In that world, houses are connected together. She and Qin Shuai passed all the levels as required and were able to get out of the book world. At first, she and Qin Shuai thought it was just a show, but they both looked very embarrassed. It's impossible to think of it as a dream. As soon as Qin Shuai came out, he went straight back to find George, wanting him to explain what was going on. This is a little hard to explain. I had a magical dream on the first night I came here. George explained briefly. You said that this book was taken out from that door? Then can this book still be used? If it can make. Qin Shuai wanted to let more people in, because the experience and items gained in this book can be completely taken out of this book. If others can become stronger from this book, it will be good for them too. Dad, this book can still be used, but you have to use it with caution. Also, this book can only be used during a full moon. If you want to let someone in again, you have to wait until the next full moon. And no more than 10 people can enter at a time. This is the basic condition. George looked at his flickering eyes and thought that those people were probably his subordinates. Although he had never seen Qin Shuai's subordinates, he could understand from his mother and others their desire to become stronger. I understand. Let's leave it at that for now regarding the book. Don't tell anyone else about this. Honey, let's go upstairs and clean up first. Son, please make breakfast first. After Qin Shuai finished speaking, he took his mother and left. Since my son has been so deceiving for them, to be honest, there shouldn't be anything wrong with cooking a meal for him, right? George originally wanted to wait for them to come back to cook, but he didn't expect that he would still have to cook when they came back. Forget it. Since you are my parents, I will make breakfast for you. George muttered something and started to make breakfast. Just when the meal was half done, Johnson ran in. George, is your uncle here? Yes, what's the matter? George glanced at him. Why was he running so fast? It's because the villagers found out that we were going to open a road from the national highway yesterday, and now they're making trouble. Johnson said, looking left and right. Why? Didn't we buy the land over there? Why are you still making trouble? George was a little confused. Isn't it normal to exchange money for goods? Why do you still want to make trouble? That's right. Johnson nodded. But after those people found out we were going to use it to clear the way, they regretted it now and are making a scene. What about Uncle Gua and Sister Dora? They're not here. George frowned. Michael and Dora should be able to handle such a thing. So why didn't they step forward? They had something to do today, so they left the village early in the morning and haven't come back yet. Uncle Chun and Uncle Wu have already gone to the scene, but I don't know if they can keep the situation under control. After all, the village is different from the big city. In the big city, you just need to show your identity, but in the small city or even the countryside, it's all about who has more people. That's why Johnson came here to find someone. It is said that those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. This is often the case that rural people are more courageous than those in the city. After all, if the city people tell them to sue or something, they will be afraid. On the contrary, rural people are different. They think they have nothing, so they will do whatever they want. George had seen the movie Blind Mountain before and had also read reports of rural residents blocking the national highway near their homes and demanding tolls. Thinking of this, George didn't bother to cook. He went to call Qin Shuai and his wife down and told them about this. Qin Shuai and his wife did not expect the situation to be so serious. Let's go and take a look. Qin Shuai said this and was about to go out. Fortunately, he has cleaned it up. Otherwise, how could he face others in such a miserable state? You guys go ahead, I'll cook at home. The mother said to Qin Shuai, then turned to look at George. Son, you should go too. Boys, be more imposing, and others will be afraid of you. George nodded. The three of them quickly went out the door. To get to the national highway from here, you need to go around the village and then get on the national highway. Otherwise, they had to go through the fields. But that would make the road much more difficult. George and the other two went out. The Ferrari had not been driven away. The three of them got into the Ferrari, and Qin Shuai drove directly into the village and onto the national highway. On the national highway, about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Wangyin village, people from Wangyin village blocked the excavator in front of it and refused to let it work at all. Lao Chun, Lao Wu, Marx, and others were there. At this time, Wu Xiuli and her mother were arguing with the villagers as if they were in a street, and it felt exactly like a vegetable market. George saw the scene. He thought a fight was about to break out. What? Qin Shuai got down from the car and shouted loudly. When the people in Wang Yin's village heard his shout, they couldn't help but tremble. Uncle Jean, you're here. Wu Xiuli looked at Qin Shuai with golden light in her eyes. Uncle Chin is so handsome and manly. Chapter 89. Do you want to be sued? Qin Shuai nodded and looked at Wu Xiuli, her mother, and other people in the village. What happened? Laoli, what are you doing? Qin Shuai glanced at the other side of the crowd, and the leader happened to be Uncle Li, whom Qin Shuai had met once before. Uncle Li, who was named, shrank his neck. This incident was not caused by him, so why are you keeping targeting him? Zhang, why didn't your group tell us about buying the land? Why didn't you notify us when you were going to build a road? When one person saw that Laoli was getting scared, he immediately stood up. It's really funny. Why do we notify you about this? Do you still want to pay for the road repair? Wu Shili jumped out. Her mind works very quickly, especially after she learned a lot of rural tricks from her mother. Now she is quick to criticize people and ignores their management, as long as she can make them angry to death. Bullshit. If we knew you were going to use it to build roads, we would never sell it to you so cheaply. The man glared at Wu Shili angrily. He thought that the people in the second group of the village bought the land just to farm, but he didn't expect that they were going to build a road. If it is for road construction, the price would be a bit low. Oh, you think we paid too little, right? In that case, we don't want this land anymore. Just return the money to us. Qin Shuai thought it was no big deal. It turned out that these people felt that the previous land selling price was low. Okay, they don't want it anymore. Money returned. He wanted to see who would be reluctant to return the money. When they heard the word refund, everyone's face changed. Are you kidding? They have finally got the money in their hands. How can they just spit it out? Zhang, you can't go back on your word. Since you've said you've bought it, you can't go back on your word. That's right. You have already bought this land. You can't just give it up. Everyone said something, and they all seemed reluctant to spend the money. Qin Shuai scanned the faces of everyone present. These are the people who sell land. Old 5, have you notified the village chief? Qin Shuai spoke to Lao Wu, who was standing beside him. I've notified you. The village chief is busy right now and said he'll be here in a few minutes. Lao Wu stepped forward and answered. Then wait for the village chief to come and be a witness. If anyone doesn't want to sell the land, they can return the money. If not, we'll go to court. Anyway, we have plenty of time now, so we can play with them however they want. Qin Shuai raised a faint smile. His mission now is to attract those lurking in the flower-growing house here to deal with them and to provide cover for other places that also need research. Since the higher-ups want them to be in the open, it shouldn't be a problem if they act a little arrogant. This is also a way to attract the other party's attention, isn't it? Oh, underline. Oh, good. Lao Wu thought that Qin Shuai would keep things quiet this time. I didn't expect this time. These villagers should really be shown what it's like to deal with a troublesome little devil. Zhang, don't bring this small matter to court. Today, we only want 1 cubic meter of your land plus 5,000 yuan. We don't care what you do. Even if you want to build a high-rise building, it has nothing to do with us. Someone who thought he was at a loss added 5,000 chips as soon as he opened his mouth. George was surprised. 5,000 chips is not a small amount, at least more than twice the price of the previous land purchase. The price these villagers asked was too high. 5,000? You guys are daydreaming. Do you really think we don't have this way? Qin Shuai snorted coldly. If George hadn't been reluctant to pass through the village, they wouldn't have mentioned opening this road. Of course, roads have always been connected in all directions. As long as you have money, why worry about having no way out? Zhang, if you don't want to pay more, we won't sell this land. The man shouted arrogantly. The others nodded as well. Joke. They use this land to grow vegetables and earn some income every year. Now a piece of land can be sold for tens of thousands of yuan. But for them, that little money is not enough. Okay, I don't want to buy it anymore. You guys give me your money back. If you don't, I'll sue you in court right now. Let's see who can waste more time. Qin Shuai feels quite bored now. Isn't it good that someone comes to him to give him a reward? Zhang, you have turned our land into this, and you are still saying we should return the money. Who should we ask to compensate us for our land? The man's eyes moved. The road in front of them has been under construction for at least 10 meters. Qin Shuai doesn't want to buy the land, so that's perfect. Just restore their land to its original state. Don't worry about this. We have a contract. Whoever violates the terms of the contract will be responsible for compensation. Your current price has exceeded the price in the contract. It is a breach of contract, and you need to bear the corresponding legal responsibility. Think about it. Do you want to refund the money or pay more? It's up to you. Qin Shuai looked at them calmly. The land in rural areas is of little use, especially since the road he opened was built along wasteland. How much money can they make guarding the wasteland? If we don't sell the land to them now, who else can we sell it to? The man originally wanted to blackmail Qin Shuai and others, but after hearing this, he suddenly remembered that they had indeed signed a land sale contract before. If Qin Shuai took this contract to court, they would have no foothold at all. Brother Liang, you can't be a coward. A voice came from behind the man, which instantly made the man turn around and slap him. Do I look like a coward? Let me tell you, I am a smart person. You want me to be the first to take action? Dream on. The man called Brother Liang roared. The person who was slapped became anxious when he saw that Brother Liang was not willing to take the lead. They came here just for money. If I can't get the money, won't I go back empty-handed? So what are they wasting their whole morning doing here? Make trouble. Make trouble. You are making trouble again. Lin Guodong came running over hurriedly. Can't they just be quiet all day and let him be the village chief? He's so tired. Village chief, you've come at the right time. How do you think we can solve this problem? Qin Shuai asked Wu Xiuli to tell him what happened here. Lin Guodong scanned the faces of everyone present and focused on the people in the village. Do you guys know how to write the word shame? Village head, you see, village group 2 bought our land just to build a road. Isn't that a waste of our land resources? Is it right for us to ask them to pay us more? The shameless person takes it for granted, right? That's right, you big-headed ghost. I've made it clear here today. You all signed contracts to sell the land. Your price is twice as high as the price of the land sold in the neighboring village. It's already a big bargain. If someone still doesn't flatter, then we'll see you in court. Anyway, you guys are full and have nothing to do, so it's a good opportunity to do something. The village chief put the matter aside. Chapter 90, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. There are also some people who are not afraid and were about to go forward to seek death. When they heard George say to Lao Wu, Uncle Lao Wu, are Zhao Xue's family still detained in the police station? They're locked up. They made a mistake, so they definitely won't be able to get out so soon. Lao Wu not dead. He didn't quite understand why George suddenly asked this question. Weren't Zhao Xue and the others locked up just last night? Lao Wu didn't know that George's words were a warning to those who wanted to be arrogant, so that they would know the consequences if they continued to make trouble. Shuddered after hearing what George said. Village chief, I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Some people want to just run away. George quickly stopped him. Uncle, the matter has not been resolved yet. Isn't it inappropriate to leave so early? Boy, I want to leave so I can leave. Why are you stopping me? Get out of here. The man was about to push George, but George quickly dodged. The man failed to push and fell forward because of his center of gravity. Chinagu, let's make it clear here today. Otherwise, if you dare to cause trouble after we leave here today, I will break your bones. The village chief glared at the man fiercely. The man heard the village chief's call and hurriedly got up from the ground. Chinagu. He hates being called this name the most. The village chief is really going too far. Calling his name in front of so many people must be very embarrassing for him. Okay? Chinagu. George felt a little annoyed when he heard the name. He never thought that there are still people with this name now. It was really beyond his expectation. What are you shouting for? Do you think you can call Chinagu a dog? Chinagu roared at George. It's too much that even a little kid looks down on him. Chinagu. Isn't your name for people to call you? Don't you call yourself a gu? Or a mayo? When Qin Shuai saw his son being yelled at, his eyes instantly became fierce. Not everyone can talk about his children. Zhang Zhenghua, do you think you have a good name? Isn't it still called Steamer? Chinagu laughed. George couldn't help but laugh when he heard the word steamer. Sure enough, his father's name is really interesting. He couldn't think of any. Chinagu, you don't know the meaning of this name, so you naturally find it funny. If you have a patriotic heart, you should take this name seriously. Qin Shuai looked at Chinagu with a serious face. Anyone can insult the name Qin Shuai, but no one can insult the name Zhang Zhenghua. It was a code name given to him by his superior. It is also the name that enables him to walk in the world. Chinagu didn't know his identity. He only knew that Qin Shuai was clearly pretending. Okay, I won't bother with you today. I won't add any more money for the land, and I won't cause any trouble for you, and you don't have to cause any trouble for me either. After Chinagu finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the village chief. Village chief, I won't cause any more trouble. Can I leave now? Lin Guodong nodded. Remember what you say now. If you come back to pursue this matter, you know the consequences. Don't worry, if Lao Li hadn't asked me to come today, I wouldn't have come. Chinagu looked at Lao Li meaningfully. Old Li's face changed. Chinagu has exposed him. He wants to kill himself. Old Li. Zhang Zhenghua looked at Lao Li. It turns out that he was the one behind this. You are really great. Zhang Zhenghua, this wasn't my idea. It was Brother Liang's. It was his idea. Oldly pointed at Brother Liang. Brother Liang was furious. What does Lally mean by this? Want to kill him? Yo, you guys are pointing at each other. That's pretty good. Qin Shuai also wanted to see who was leading them. I didn't expect that they would talk to each other about it themselves, which is good. Then let's fix it together. Village Chief, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Qin Shuai asked Lin Guodong. I've said before that if something like this happens to the Li family again, they will move out of this village. Lin Guodong thought that Lao Li would be quiet for 2 days, but he didn't expect that Lao Li started again. It really doesn't make me feel at ease at all. Village Chief, this is not my fault. It was Brother Liang who asked me to do this. He said that the second group of the village made me lose face, so I just happened to come back. Lao Li has not forgotten the conflict between George and them that day. They lost face in the village. They just wanted to make the people in Group 2 of the village bleed or something. Unexpectedly, the clown turned out to be themselves. Liang, did you instruct them? Lin Guodong frowned. Liang has always been a lazy person in the village. He had been taught a lesson by the people from the second group of the village and had been quiet for a long time. He thought Liang had learned well. How come it suddenly became like this? It's me. What? Do you want to take me to the police station? Liang raised his head proudly. He is solely responsible for this matter. Do you have a grudge against Village Group 2? Lin Guodong thought about it, and thought, it seems that Liang has not had any conflicts with the people in the second group of the village recently. How? Village Chief, you know what kind of feud I have with the people in Village 2. Liang said in a nonchalant tone. Although Qin Shuai had not been in the village for a long time, he still knew everything going on in the village. Ever since Liang was taught a lesson last time, he didn't dare to go against the people from the second group of the village. There must be someone behind him instigating him to do so. Village Chief, I think someone asked Liang to do this. Liang is clearly protecting that person now. Qin Shuai trusts his intuition. Don't talk nonsense about something that doesn't exist. Liang gritted his teeth and his face turned red. Lin Guodong is also a shrewd man. How could he not know that Liang was clearly standing up for someone? Liang, I heard that you seem to be interested in Zhao Xuexue from Zhao Liju's family. Did Zhao Liju approach you before and say that he would give Zhao Xuexue to you? Thinking of the gossip his wife had heard, Lin Guodong connected the dots. Zhao Xuexue was arrested, and Liang was so angry that he stood up for Zhao Xuexue. But with his IQ, he couldn't come up with any good ideas. When I saw that the people in the second group of the village were repairing the road, I started to think about it. I didn't expect that the attempt to draw a tiger would end up with a dog. The clown turned out to be himself. George stood aside and watched the show quietly. He didn't expect that Liang liked Zhao Xuexue. But he looks to be in his 20s, almost 30, right? At such an old age, being paired with Zhao Xuexue, a girl in her teens, doesn't Zhao Xuexue seem to be at a disadvantage no matter how you look at it? George felt sorry for Zhao Xuexue. He did not feel sorry for her. It is said that there must be something hateful about every pitiful person. Zhao Xuexue doesn't deserve sympathy for treating herself like that. That's not true, Lin Guodong. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 91, I just want to see her dad being punished. Brother Liang's face turned red. He didn't have that thought. You can think about it, but you can do it. Haha. Liang, I don't care what kind of plan you and Zhao Liju have. If Zhao Xuexue disagrees, you'll be forcing a woman's will, and you'll go to jail. You have to think clearly about the consequences of doing so. Lin Guodong shouted coldly. Liang instantly felt a stream of cold water pouring down on his head. Lin Guodong, this matter has nothing to do with you, so mind your own business. Do you think I want to manage? If you hadn't come here to cause trouble, would I have come here? Liang, you promised everything when we signed the contract. Now, do you want to sell the land or not? If you don't want to sell it, I will ask Zhang Zhenghua to return the land, and you will return the money to Zhang Zhenghua. But from now on, everyone will know that you, Liang, are a dishonest person. I want to know how you, Liang, will survive in this village in the future. Lin Guodong rubbed his temples. These people really have no morals at all. If they're not taught a lesson now, they will be like a monkey becoming king when there is no tiger in the mountain. When Liang heard this, he immediately became anxious. He doesn't have much ability, otherwise he wouldn't be single until he is in his 30s. The gossips in the village also tried to introduce him to girls, but they looked down on him because he had no money. If Zhao Chengrong hadn't gotten into trouble this time, Zhao Liju would have been unable to borrow money and would have negotiated with him that as long as he could come up with $200,000, Zhao Shueshua would have been given to him as his wife. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of selling the land. Of course, the money from selling the land was far from enough for 200,000. Just when he was looking for something to do, Zhao Lizhu and others entered the police station. In order to vent Zhao Shueshua's anger and gain Zhao Lizhu's favor, and to ask for less betrothal money, he did this. If there is no benefit to be gained, he would never get himself involved. Village chief, I won't make trouble anymore. I'll give the land to them. Liang said, turning to look at Qin Shuai. Brother Zhang, I am blind. I just want to make more money to marry a wife. Please forgive me. I still want to stay in this village. If I lose this reputation, I will have nowhere to go in the future. Okay, since we are from the same village, I won't make things difficult for you. From now on, let's keep to ourselves and don't cause trouble for each other. We should all live in peace. Otherwise, if you don't let us live well, don't expect us to let you live well. Qin Shuai has always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless they offend me. If the other party really wants to cause trouble, he is willing to join in. Did you hear that? Don't think that Zhenghua and his friends are good-tempered. They just don't want to make a big fuss with you. It would embarrass you, make you lose face, and bring shame to your children. If your children knew that you, as parents, are so dishonest, then in the future, let alone going to school, no one would hire them even if they were looking for a job. As Lin Guodong said this, he drove them all away. Whether they understand it or not, let them be. If you don't listen to others' advice, you'll have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Jungkook, they've all left. Now you can start working. Lin Guodong sighed softly. Thank you, village chief. Qin Shuai nodded and asked the workers to continue. Jungkook, I'm not saying anything bad, but are you really planning to open a new path on your own? Lin Guodong did not agree with Qin Shuai and others' approach before, but since Lin Guodong insisted on paying the money, he had no reason to object. But this would make the relationship between Village Group 2 and the village. As the village chief, Lin Guodong had to think more. Well, the relationship between our group and the villagers is not very good. Brother Lin, you have seen it. If we were to come and go in the village every day, wouldn't the villagers see us as a thorn in their side? Qin Shuai smiled bitterly. Although he said this, he actually knew that once this place became a battlefield, it would be better for irrelevant people to stay away. Who knows if those involved with them will be exploited or caught and used to threaten them. Alas, it's been more than 20 years, and they still don't treat you as locals. Lin Guodong knew what those people were thinking. They simply thought that Qin Shuai and the others were outsiders, and that they had occupied a feng shui treasure land after coming here. It just so happens that these locals didn't get any benefits, so they just feel unhappy. But who could be blamed for this? Originally, the area of Village 2 was also a bare mountain. If Qin Shuai and his team had not reclaimed it, would they have known that Village 2 was a feng shui treasure land? Brother Lin, let's not talk about these things anymore. Just be well and be well. Qin Shuai didn't care whether those people regarded them as locals or not, as long as they were all from the flower-growing family. That's right, you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go back first. Lin Guodong sighed lightly, turned and left. As soon as he left, Wu Xioli and others surrounded him. Boss, there is nothing for us to do here, so we are going back too. Lao Wu said this and tried to leave quickly. Wait, Lao Wu, you're the supervisor here. Get them to build the road within 1 day. Qin Shuai called him. When Lao Wu looked at the sun, he found it was so damn big. Qin Shuai let him stay here, obviously wanting to sunbathe him to death. When Lao Wu was about to wail, he heard Wu Xioli say, Dad, I'll help you supervise the work here. It's so hot. What are you doing here? You should get back home. Lao Wu Thou Wen. It was such a hot day, not to mention that he, an old man, couldn't stand it. Even a young boy might not be able to bear it. Not to mention that Wu Xioli was just a delicate little girl. No, I'm not going back. Wu Xioli shook her head. She knew that Qin Shuai did this on purpose. After all, Dora told her this morning that Qin Shuai knew what Lao Wu said yesterday. So, he, ****, General Qin, is here to seek revenge. How could you not listen, kid? It's so hot. Want to follow him and eat dust? Fifth sister, this is not a place to play. Let's go back. George felt sympathy when he saw that Wu Xioli, a delicate little girl, was going to stay and be exposed to the wind and sun. I know this is not a place to play, but Brother George, I want to stay here with my dad. And by the way, I can also see if there are any treasures to dig up from the land here. Wu Xioli said with a smile. George glanced at the land ahead. Half of it was wasteland and half was field. What treasures are there to dig up? He thought Wu Xioli had some purpose. Are you sure you want to stay with your dad? little girl. Qin Shuai had the same idea as George, but he felt that the little girl just wanted to see her father being beaten badly. Chapter 92, A Room Full of Memories. Yes, I've only been back for a few days, so of course I want to spend some time with my dad. Uncle Qin, you guys should go back first. Wu Shioli smiled and took Lao Wu's hand. Lao Wu suddenly felt that his daughter was really his little baby. Look, she was still thinking about him after only being back for a few days. He was really flattered. Okay, since you want to stay with your dad, then stay. Qin Shuai asked George to get in the car and took the three people back. As for the others, they walked back or waited for him to pick them up. As soon as Qin Shuai and the others left, Gui Zixiao looked at Lao Wu meaningfully. Uncle Wu will go back first too. Go ahead. Lao didn't think much about what Gui Zixiao's look meant until a bastard told him that Wu Shioli made a bet on him being beaten up by Qin Shuai. Then he really felt that his little cotton-padded jacket was a black-hearted one. Look at other people's little girls. They all care about their parents, but not like her, who actually makes fun of her own parents. He was really pissed off. George returned. He thought about Qin Shuai leaving Lao Wu there, and he really felt that it was intentional. Dad, did you hear something? So you left Uncle Wu there on purpose? Silly son, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm afraid that someone will cause trouble again, so I let Lao Wu stay over there. Don't misunderstand me. Qin Shuai refused to admit that he did it on purpose. He is a man who cares about his reputation. George snorted with a forced smile. I'd be foolish to believe you. Son, what's that expression on your face? Don't you believe your dad? Qin Shuai frowned and reached out to pinch his cheeks. George was caught off guard and was pinched on the face by Qin Shuai. I want to talk, but there is no way to talk. You're really not cute. Not even as cute as when I was a kid. You haven't seen me as a child, so how do you know if I'm cute? George gave him a speechless look. To be honest, when he left the Qin family, he brought nothing with him except himself. I'm afraid Jeang Chun has destroyed all those old photos and stuff. Those are all his past memories, just gone like that. Silly boy, come with me. Qin Shuai touched his head and took him to a locked room on the first floor. Jeang Chun had never entered this room before. His mother and Qin Shuai had always told him that it was a place to store miscellaneous items. When Jeang Chun heard that it was used to store miscellaneous items, he lost interest in it. Therefore, Jeang Chun never realized that this room contained everything related to George. George walked into the room and saw a lot of things that looked like children's toys and some books that looked like photo albums. There will be relatively few things here. I have kept most of your photos and videos at home in Beijing. Once things are almost done, we can go back. Qin Shuai walked to the quaint table, picked up the photo album on the table, and opened it. Look, this is what you looked like when you were a kid. Qin Shuai pointed to a photo of a baby and said. George walked up and took a look. His face suddenly darkened. The photo that Qin Shuai pointed to was actually of him taking a bath when he was 1 or 2 years old. He was completely naked, without even any mosaics. When did you take the photo? The person in this photo is not me, right? Haha, why not you? After Sophia took you away, she never thought about taking good care of you. She didn't even want to give you a sip of milk. It was only because she found someone else to feed you that you didn't starve to death. Qin Shuai said with a bit of a sneer. George was a little surprised. Sophia took him away without even giving him a bite of food? Isn't this a bit too crazy? So I grew up drinking other people's milk? George didn't dare to think about how those days went. Well, Sophia refused to feed you, but she didn't want you to die, so she found a woman with some milk left to feed you. After more than a year, I found you and planned everything step by step. I arranged for someone in the Qin family to take care of you every bit. Qin Shuai flipped through the photo album in his hand. Although these photos are old, your childhood appearance is imprinted in your mother's and my mind. I asked people to pay attention to your life every day and took a lot of photos of you, about 10 photos every day. In total, there are no less than 10,000 photos of you, and they can be connected to make a comic strip. Qin Shuai's words left George at a loss for words. If this guy wasn't his father, he would have wanted to sue this guy. Are you bored? Why are you taking so many photos? George was horrified to see that he was wearing open crotch pants in the photo. His dad is really idle. I can't hold my son, so I can only hold his photo to satisfy my craving. Qin Shuai said this with a wronged look on his face. His love for his son is evident to all. Think about what George looked like when he was 2 or 3 years old. He was so much cuter than Jeang Chun. When I really couldn't stand it anymore, I would secretly plan to get George out and give him a hug. Until George began to remember things. He never hugged his son again. The old father shed sad tears. Why don't you take me back? George was speechless. Son, you were too young at that time. And since I took you back, Jeang Chun had to be sent back. You also know that Sophia is a cruel woman. There's no guarantee that she won't abandon Jeang Chun a second time. Most importantly, he didn't want to put George in danger. I don't believe your lies. Anyway, I know you're doing this for my own good. I don't want to hear anything else. George didn't want to hear about Ben and his wife. Well, we won't talk about the other things. These are all your old things. If you miss the old days, you can come here and take a look at these things. Qin Shuai touched his head. His mother said that he didn't bring anything with him when he left Qin's house, not even the most familiar things. Fortunately, he had prepared this room long ago. Now George will more or less feel that there is something familiar around him. I don't think about the past. I just feel like my first half of life would be blank without these things. Qin Shuai sighed. That's nothing. It's good to have your parents accompany you for the rest of your life. Qin Shuai said unhappily. You mean you want to follow me like a ghost? George raised his brows slightly. Yes, anyway, you're not a girl yet, so you don't need to get married. Qin Shuai chuckled twice. When his son came back to him, he could rub him however he wanted. George instantly felt 3 black lines on his forehead. Is this dad extremely possessive? If he were a girl, she would never get married. Chapter 93, get it done within 3 days. George didn't want to pay attention to Qin Shuai, so he simply kicked him out of the room and looked at the things collected by Qin Shuai by himself. There were very few things before he was 1 year old, and that was because Qin Shuai hadn't come to find him yet. There are quite a lot of things after the baby turns 1 year old, and there are all kinds of things. It could be a museum. George stayed there for a long time. Outside the door, his mother held Qin Shuai's hand and whispered, "Why did you bring your son to this room? If he sees those things, he might think of Ben and the others again. What are you afraid of? No matter when, as long as our son wants to think, we can't stop him from thinking. Moreover, we have been following him for more than 10 years. Don't we know him well?" Qin Shuai looked towards the door. George has always had people around him to change his outlook on life since he was a child. Otherwise, according to the education of Ben and Sophia, Qin Shuai would probably be educated to become a selfish person. That's true. Mother nodded. By the way, Qin Shan called back and said he wanted to see his son sometime. Do you want to arrange it? When did you call? Qin Shuai frowned slightly when he heard the name. He called when you were out. Mother wanted Qin Shuai to make the decision. Don't let him come back yet. He still needs to guard that place. What is he going to do with it? Qin Shuai was obviously unhappy. Don't you want to see your little cousin? Come to think of it, my son also has a knot in his heart that needs him to untie, right? The mother thought of the previous information that said George had a relatively deep secret in his heart. Qin Shuai pondered for a moment. Okay, sooner or later something will have to come to light. Let him do it. Then I'll ask him to arrange the work over there. The mother said this. She was about to make a phone call. George stayed in the room for a while and felt a little hungry. Then he remembered that he had not had breakfast yet. As soon as I walked out the door, I heard Aunt Zhang's voice. Xu Etching, where are you going to eat today? Today I went to the old Ma family. The elder sister of the Ma family said that her son would be back today. I was thinking of introducing George to the son of the Ma family. Is that so? I was wondering when you could come to my house. I can't finish eating all the newly grown vegetables, and Xiao Shuai didn't even bother to ask someone to pick some and send them over. Aunt Jiang complained to Qin Shuai, who was standing aside. Qin Shuai felt helpless. Sister Jiang, aren't there many vegetables grown in the village recently? To be honest, there aren't many. The good kid asked for some, saying it was a gift for the fans in George's live studio, so I gave him some. But I have too many Chinese cabbages that are about to mature. Even if the old man, Xiang, and I eat them every day, we can't finish them, not to mention the other vegetables that are about to mature. Aunt Jiang was a little worried. In the past, Qin Shuai would deliver their dishes at a fixed time. But this time, Qin Shuai had not made any move, which made her curious about what Qin Shuai was planning. 3 days, Sister Jiang, give me 3 days. Once the road from the national highway is connected to our place, we can deliver the vegetables. Qin Shuai planned that this time the vegetables from the second group of the village would not be transported through the village, lest the villagers would be jealous when they saw their vegetable transport vehicle. That's good. I was just worried that the vegetables would rot if they were left in the ground for too long. Aunt Jiang felt much more at ease after hearing Qin Shuai's words. Sister Jiang, look at what you said. How could I let the vegetables I worked so hard to grow rot? 3 days later, the truck arrived on time. Qin Shuai gave assurances several times before Aunt Jiang left with peace of mind. Husband, you can't go back on your words. You have to find a way out in 3 days, which is not an easy task. Mother glanced at Qin Shuai. 3 days and 5 miles of distance is not something that can be covered with mere talk. It's easier to get things done if you have money and people. Just wait. It will be done in 3 days. Qin Shuai said this and went to make a phone call. George looked at his mother in confusion. Mom, if Aunt Jiang really has a lot of vegetables, why don't you take them to the market to sell? That won't work. Those vegetables are specially cultivated and they are not ready for mass marketing yet. The mother shook her head. And if someone eats this vegetable and gets diarrhea and black mud comes out of their body, how will you explain this to them? And if they know that these vegetables are problematic, what kind of trouble will they cause? Have you ever thought about it? George thought about it and felt that what his mother said made sense. So Dad can really finish the 5-mile journey in 3 days? George frowned. 5 miles is 5,000 meters. Such a long road cannot be completed in a week, let alone 3 days. Trust your dad. After all, he was involved in flood control and earthquake rescue operations. This little thing won't be a problem for him. The mother smiled. The bright smile made George feel relieved. As long as my mother thinks it's not difficult for Qin Shuai, it's fine. By the way, son, did your recent live broadcast go smoothly? The mother heard from Dora that many people had sent private messages to George in the background, but those messages were blocked by her, so George could not see the content at all. But there is no guarantee that no one has contacted George through other channels. It went smoothly. I did what Sister Dora said, but I don't know if what I did attracted the attention of those people. I didn't help Dad. George shrugged. The mother had a faint smile on her face. She knew that her son was always smart. Plus, he had taken out that magical book not long ago, so his mother felt that there was nothing she couldn't tell George. You know everything? A little bit, not much. George shook his head. He wanted to hear his mother and Qin Shuai talk to him about this. Then wait for your father to explain this to you. However, after knowing this, you must sign a confidentiality agreement and cannot tell anyone about it. The mother touched his head. Ever since he came back to this place, he has never been out of the loop. What confidentiality agreement? What are you talking about? After Qin Shuai finished the call, he came back and heard what the mother and son said, and his brows frowned slightly. Talk about my son doing a live broadcast. The mother briefly recounted the content of her conversation with George. Qin Shuai listened to this, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Oh, George knows a lot of things, so there's no need to hide it. After breakfast, follow me to a place. Again? Where do you want me to go this time? George looked at him in confusion. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Ma Kingong, Marathon. This dad is really mysterious. I wonder if he will take him to see some place with dark history again. You'll know after breakfast. Qin Shuai said as he pushed him into the dining room. Xiaohu had finished his meal before them and was happily lying on the side, playing with a fat rat that had appeared out of nowhere. George looked at the sleek mouse and actually showed an expression of despair. He suddenly wondered if the mouse had become a little humanized. Xiaohu, didn't I buy you a toy? Why are you playing with Xiaopeng again? Qin Shuai looked at Xiaohu helplessly and rescued Xiaopeng from his chubby little hands. Haha, male master. This fat rat just said that someone bailed out Zhao Xue and the others from the police station. While Xiaohu felt sorry for losing his toy, he did not forget to tell Qin Shuai the news conveyed by the little fat mouse. Qin Shuai didn't look too surprised, but George was a little surprised. After what happened last night, shouldn't he be released after being locked up for a few days? It's not a big deal. As long as someone goes to bail him out, he can be released at any time. Qin Shuai touched his head unhappily. Could it be the person Liang went to protect? George thought about what happened this morning. He felt that Liang didn't get any money from extortion, so he would probably try to gain Zhao Liju's favor. I don't know. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Qin Shuai shook his head. He didn't want to bother with the affairs of these little people. He just wanted to know what actions those people outside the country would take. Seeing that Qin Shuai didn't want to talk about this, George didn't continue the topic. As for what happened to Zhao Xue, it was indeed not something he wanted to care about. After breakfast, George followed Qin Shuai to Guo's house. At this time, Mr. Guo and his wife were sitting in the yard eating snacks and basking in the sun. When they saw the father and son coming over, they quickly stood up. Hey, George is here. Let Grandma see if he has gained weight in the past 2 days. Mrs. Guo took George's hand and asked with concern. George didn't know how to answer, and then he heard Johnson say, Grandma, you saw George yesterday. Why are you asking him if he's fat now? You didn't even ask me if I've gained weight. I see you every day, kid, and I still don't know if you've gained weight. Grandma Guo hit him on the head. Johnson was suddenly very sad. It turns out that he is not his biological son. Uncle Gua, I want to borrow your secret room for something. Qin Shui didn't bother to pay attention to Johnson, who was showing off. When the word secret room was mentioned, the smile on Guo Lao's face suddenly turned solemn. We need to use the secret room. Come on. Mr. Gua took the two of them into the Gua family. Johnson saw this scene. He felt a little curious, but he still held back. Half an hour later, George followed Qin Shui out. Johnson couldn't help but move closer to ask something, but was glared at by Mr. Gua. The words that I wanted to ask were stuck in my throat again. Uncle Gua, let's go back first. Qin Shui walked to the door and just finished saying hello to Mr. Gua and was about to go back with George when he saw 3 cars driving up the road. It's my sister and the others who are back. Johnson looked at the cars with great delight. Why are they so high profile? Mr. Gua frowned. Weren't these kids very low-key before? Why are you so high profile now? Uncle Gua, don't worry. It's fine for them to be like this. This is the effect I want. Qin Shui's mouth corners slightly raised. If you want to attract fire, how can you not find a way to get other people's attention? Qin Shui, tell me, is there really no peace here anymore? Mr. Gua's bright and lively eyes dimmed a little. Uncle Gua, if you like a quiet place, I can arrange for you to go somewhere else. But here will be the first line. Qin Shui knew that Mr. Gua had feelings for this place. To be honest, he was afraid that he would be reluctant to let them leave. Qin Shui, let me ask you, can you guarantee the safety here? Mr. Gua stared at Qin Shui. They have lived here for more than 20 years and have long regarded this place as their home. So naturally, they are reluctant to move away. Able. Qin Shui nodded. This is where they have lived for more than 20 years. How could they just give up on it? That's good. That's good. After saying okay twice, Mr. Guo went into the house. Michael saw his father walk in after speaking and turned to look at Qin Shui. Xiao Shui, what did you just say to my dad? My dad. I told Uncle Guo that this is a frontline matter and Uncle Guo might not be able to accept it. But don't worry, the management is very strict now. Even if those people can pass the heavy screening, only a few can get in. You can rest assured that there will be no problem with the second group of the village. Qin Shui assured. Well, I believe you. Xiao Shui, we have lived here for so long and have developed feelings for this place. If we leave here because of this incident, I think everyone will feel very sad. Michael looked at Qin Shui deeply. Qin Shui understood this feeling. Brother Gua, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to the second group of the village. Qin Shui patted his shoulder and was about to take George away when he saw a young figure dragging a suitcase towards them. Uncle Qin, I haven't seen you for a long time. Do you miss me? You kid, you actually follow Brother Gua and the others back. Qin Shui walked up to him and gave him a hug. We just happened to meet each other, so why not ask them to pick me up? Uncle Qin, that's your son, right? He looks exactly like you. Ma Chenggong hugged Qin Shui and turned to look at George. It's hard to ignore such a handsome guy, isn't it? How can my child not look exactly like me? Qin Shui smiled and waved at George. My dear son, this is your little brother Ma Chenggong. Immediate success? Immediate success. George raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the name. Uncle Ma named his son so casually. For success. Yes, I'm the one who succeeds as soon as possible. Brother George, this is our first meeting, so I don't have anything good to give you. This is a little thing I researched myself. See if it can be used. Ma Chenggong said as he was about to get something. Qin Shui quickly stopped him. Look at you. You just came back. Take care of yourself first, then talk about other things. Yeah, Xiao Ma, you should go home first. You can give me gifts later. George suddenly felt a little embarrassed as everyone stuffed gifts on him. He can't bear it. Okay, I'll go back first. Come over for dinner later. Ma Chenggong said this as he picked up his luggage and rushed towards him like flying. George's mouth twitched. This speed was not too fast for Marathon. It just so happened that they both had the same character Ma in their name. Chapter 95 Qin Shui also has his moments of flirting with women. Let's go sit with your uncle. Qin Shui pointed towards the 2-story wooden house not far away. George suddenly thought of the Korean star he had met before. He seemed to be living alone. Dad, is my uncle a single guy? George said this. Qin Shui immediately laughed. Hey, you found out. He's indeed a single guy. So, do you want to introduce him to someone? Dad, I'm single myself, okay? George looked at him depressedly. He couldn't even take care of his own affairs, let alone help Korean stars find partners. Hee, you're already thinking about sex before your hair has even fully grown. This is not a good sign. George meaningfully. He had a fiancée when he was in Beijing before, but she was not his type at all. If it weren't for Ben, He would not have agreed to get engaged to Zoe. George felt as if he was choked by something when he heard this. Dad, do you know what you're doing? What behavior? Jeang Chun didn't think there was anything wrong. You know how to be a hooligan? George looked at him unhappily. What am I doing? When we were in the hot spring, didn't I see your whole body? Don't I know how many hairs you have? And you're still being stubborn with me. Wait until you're 26 or 27 and your hair grows out before you start dating. It's too early to date now, and you don't understand a girl's mind. If you get cheated, won't you cry to death? Jeang Chun said seriously. George just wants to say, you want to keep me until you grow old. He is still 26 or 27. Don't say that you won't let him get married, even when he is 30 or 40 years old. Be single all your life. Before George could say anything, he heard his mother's voice. Oh, someone said that you should wait until your hair grows out before dating. Then who kidnapped me when I was 18? Jeang Chun's heart skipped a beat. How come he didn't notice that his mother was nearby? Wife, our era is different from this era. Girls in this era are more thoughtful and serious. Look at our son. He is a good-looking man, but his mind is a little too simple. I am afraid he will be deceived too easily. His mother with trepidation. I guess she hasn't forgotten about Zoe. Their son is very simple. Any gentle words from a little girl could really draw away their son's soul. Hee, do you think your son is you? If you say he can be seduced away, he can be seduced away. The mother sneered. George stood aside and listened to their conversation and suddenly felt that there seemed to be something going on between the two of them. Hey, those things in the past were just acting, not real. Please don't hold on to them. The Ma family kid is back. Let's go find him. Jeang Chun quickly changed the subject. The mother snorted twice, and no bird wanted to pay any attention to him. Mom, Dad is with another woman. George looked back and forth at the two of them with some confusion. For what Jeang Chun said, it seemed that he was still in contact with certain people. That's not true, son. Don't overthink or make random guesses. Dad, I really didn't have an affair. Jeang Chun was afraid that if he didn't explain, George would probably suspect that he was unfaithful to his mother. Oh, so what did you mean by acting? George looked towards him. This is a bit complicated. I'll tell you later. Let's go to the Ma family. Let's go to the Ma family. George continued to ask him questions. All the bad things in the past would probably be dug up. But didn't you say before that you were going to Uncle Master's house? Now you're not going. George frowned. What are you going to do at Han Xing's house? Mother looked at Jeang Chun. Nothing much. Just going to sit down and catch up with some friends. Jeang Chun laughed twice. Do you think I will believe you? The mother snorted coldly. Honey, when have I ever lied to you? I just want our son to know more about the unusual aspects of each of us so that he knows what we are responsible for. George didn't hide anything from his mother. After all, he also brought his mother into the group, and the two of them are now a community of life. With the addition of George, the three of them are now not only a complete family, but also a complete community of life. Oh, go ahead if you want to go. I'll go to Ma's sister's place first to see if there's anything I can help with. The mother said this. She turned around and went to the Ma family. Son, let's go too. Jeang Chun gave George a look, then skipped along with him towards Han Xing's house. At this time, Han Xing was thinking about where to go for a free meal while answering Ben's call. Mr. Qin, the almanac says that 3 days from now will be a good day. If you want to marry Miss Fan, you can only choose that day. Otherwise, you have to wait until next month. Han Xing spoke lightly. Ben heard this. He thought about how James was urging him to take care of the two children's affairs. Otherwise, the fact that the two children checked into a hotel room would be exposed. He knew that if the matter was exposed, it would be of no benefit to anyone, especially since his son just came back and hasn't found his feet yet. How could I be framed like this? 3 days later, huh? I see. Taoist priest, do you think Miss Fan's birth date is suitable for my son? Ben thought about what happened after Jeang Chun came to Beijing. At first, he wondered if Han Xing had calculated wrongly. If Jeang Chun could bring him good luck, how could he have caused such a mess? Later on, Han Xing said that Jeang Chun's luck was a bit low and was affected by the luck of some people in Beijing, so it would be fine with just a slight change. George on Weibo has been completely suppressed, and the Guo family is now willing to discuss cooperation again. It's a perfect match, The match between Turtle and Mung Bean. Han Xing suppressed his smile. Zoe wants to stand with Jeang Chun. How can he not add fuel to the fire? Ben felt relieved when he heard Han Xing say this. As long as it was beneficial to them, he didn't mind Zoe becoming one of them. But if Zoe and Jeang Chun are not a good match, it will affect the future fortune of the Qin family. We must find an opportunity to get rid of Zoe. Master, then my career. Ben is most concerned about whether his future career can go one step further or even break into the celebrity circle in Beijing. Don't worry, Mr. Qin. As long as nothing unexpected happens, everything will go smoothly. Han Xing said something and hung up the phone. No accidents. What I want is for you to help me solve those accidents. Ben wanted to call Han Xing again, but then he thought that Han Xing always spoke ambiguously. If you continue asking, you probably won't get any answers, so it's better to wait until the next time you encounter a problem. Now, let's prepare for Jeang Chun and Zoe's wedding. Chapter 96 George's Truth. Ben was getting ready while Han Xing hung up the phone and prepared to go out for a meal. As soon as he went out, he saw Qin Shuai and George walking towards him. Oh, what a coincidence. Senior brother, where are you taking George to eat? Han Xing smiled and rushed forward without saying a word. If you're not active in eating, there's something wrong with your brain. To your house. Qin Shuai spoke coldly. My home? Brother, are you kidding me? You know I never cook all year round. If you come to my home, you'll only have to starve. Do you want the three of us to starve at noon? Hong Xing gled at Qin Shuai. At this moment, a scene emerged in his mind of three people standing under the scorching sun, drinking the wind and shouting that they were full. That picture is really, the wind is whistling and the E River is cold, and the warrior is starving after leaving. Uncle Master, my dad is joking with you. We're going to Aunt Ma's house for lunch. George didn't dare to think about that scene. I feel hungry just thinking about him. The Ma family? Ma's wife cooks very well, especially the braised pig's trotters, which are simply amazing. Han Xing couldn't help drooling as he spoke. Look at you. You are really useless. Qin Shuai looked disgusted. You are the only one who has a promising future. Okay, I'm also happy to hug your thigh. Is that okay? Han Xing chuckled twice. It doesn't matter whether he has a promising future or not. The important thing is that Qin Shuai is willing to support him and ensure that he has enough food and clothing. Qin Shuai was speechless for a moment. Some people are even more shameless than him, but there's nothing you can do about it. Uncle Master, you have been with my dad for a long time, right? George was very curious about their past. Seeing how close they were indeed a little different from other so-called brothers. It's been a long time. Ever since I was old enough to understand, I have been with your father. We grew up together, and we wet our pants in the middle of the night in the same way. As soon as Han Xing finished speaking, Qin Shuai's fist came towards his face. Han Xing took 2 steps back without thinking, and Qin Shuai failed to hit anyone. You little bastard, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll seal your mouth. Qin Shuai's face darkened. What does Korean Star want to do by bringing up this dark history from the past? Let his son laugh at him? TSK, brother, you can't be so violent. Your son is watching. Han Xing stuck out his tongue. George, your father is so violent. You better be careful in the future. You don't know when he will beat you. What you said makes sense, so how about you be my father? George said lightly, and Han Xing was stunned for a moment. Hey, what does nephew say? Qin Shuai also frowned on the side. Why do you feel like the grass was green above his head? Nephew, please don't say that. Your father will beat me to death if you do that. Han Xing quickly spoke up. That's perfect. I found a reason for my dad to beat you up. George had a small smile on his face. Han Xing suddenly felt that his nephew was not as naive as he appeared to be, but was actually a dark and treacherous person. Han Xing wanted to run away to avoid being killed by the father and son. As a result, before he could even start running, Qin Shuai grabbed him by the collar. When did Qin Shuai get behind him? Han Xing immediately showed this expression, oh, don't you want to run? Let's see how you can run now. Qin Shuai patted his face. Brother, I won't run away. I won't run away. Okay, I'll tell you something. It's about Ben. Han Xing quickly tried to change the subject. Oh, Ben's thing? Ben's thing. Qin Shuai let him go. Ben called me earlier and told me that he wanted Jeang Chun and Zoe to get married. I said that 3 days later would be a good date, so they should hold the wedding in 3 days. Han Xing finished his words in one breath, not giving Qin Shuai any chance to interrupt. Qin Shuai heard this and turned to look at George. I'm a little worried that my son can't bear it. After all, she was my ex-fiancée, so I still have some feelings for her. Son, a crooked tree is not worth your lingering. There's a large forest waiting for you. George with some fear, fearing that Han Xing's words might irritate George. That's right, nephew. Brothers are like limbs, and women are like clothes. You. Ouch, brother, why did you hit me? Han Xing wanted to persuade George, but was hit hard by Qin Shuai. I'll beat you up every time you say that. You don't respect women. How can I not beat you up? but I just want to comfort my nephew. After all, this incident is a blow to him. Han Xing felt that he was not wrong. Uncle Master, I have nothing to do with Zoe anymore, not to mention that I don't like her at all. George felt that this matter needed to be explained. But you treated her before. Qin Shui heard from his mother was that George seemed to still have some feelings for Zoe. I just regarded her as a friend and playmate. He was just feeling a little lost at the time, and it wasn't because of any feelings between a man and a woman at all. Is that so? You just feel that she's not on your side as a friend. Qin Shui knows his son quite well. He's just more sentimental. George nodded. This is a fact. Oh, then you don't have to worry about you feeling hurt after hearing this news. If you ask me, the two of them are a perfect match, a turtle and a mung bean. Han Xing clapped his hands, showing his contempt for Zoe and Jeang Chun. Yes, son, they're a perfect match. Qin Shui also followed Han Xing's words. Well, they're going to get married then. Will they get married? George looked toward Han Xing. I don't know about this. Do you want to go to the scene? Han Xing felt that it would not be a wedding scene anymore. It would be a Shura field. No, there's nothing good to see at their wedding. George shook his head. So what are you going to do? Han Xing asked cautiously. I just wanted to see if they needed anything for their wedding and give them some gifts. George didn't want to ruin their wedding. Since they are all from the same nest, there is no reason to destroy the relationship between them and let them hurt others. Give a gift. What gift do you want to give? Han Xing's heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that the gift George gave was inappropriate and would ruin the relationship between the two of them. Of course, it's a gift to wish them a happy marriage. After all, there is no relationship between us anymore. If I don't give them a good gift, they will definitely resent me. Instead of giving them something that makes them unhappy, it's better to give them something that blesses them, so that if they break up, they won't harm others. George said calmly. Han Xing only felt that the last sentence was his true statement. Chapter 97 Priceless Shirt. As expected of my son, you are so tolerant and generous. Qin Shui laughed out loud. Only Han Xing wanted to say one thing. What a bullshit magnanimity. It's obvious that he is just trying to cheat people. Nephew, tell me what you want to do, and we will cooperate with you. Han Xing complained in his heart, but kept the same smile on his face. How could such a sinister team be without him? There's no rush for this. I'll think about it first. George spoke calmly. Han Xing nodded. Okay, let's talk about it after you think it through. Okay, let's go eat. Qin Shui carried Han Xing. He did not forget that this guy was going there just to get a free meal. Brother, I'm not a chick. Don't hold me like this. It's so ugly. Han Xing felt quite embarrassed when he saw himself being picked up again. What are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't been picked up before. Qin Shui rolled his eyes. He has been criticized so many times since he was a child. Is he still afraid of what others say? But you made me embarrassed in front of my nephew. Han Xing covered his face. It's too much. It's really too much. Don't give him any face at all. Why are you afraid of losing face? It's not like you haven't lost face before. Qin Shui snorted coldly. Korean star, straight face. So he can stop caring about his face, right? Han Xing was crying in her heart, but she was still taken to Ma's house obediently by Qin Shui. The Ma family is not far from Han Xing's family, right next to Aunt Zhang's family. The two-story villa was built by Ma Chunggong with the money he earned in recent years. The cost is not as high as buying a house in a big city. You only need 300,000 or 400,000 to build such a beautiful house in the countryside. To be honest, it is quite worth the money. George walked to the door of the Ma family. He saw a field of blue flowers hanging from the Ma family's yard, which was very beautiful. This kind of sky blue flower is very rare in the city. Even the parks in Beijing, you may not be able to see such a sea of flowers. George, how's it going? Isn't it beautiful here? Han Xing saw that George's attention was attracted by the sky blue flowers and laughed. Beautiful. There are no flowers like this in big cities. George nodded. That's right. This is called blue snowflower. Aunt Ma is the only one in Group 2 of our village who likes to grow flowers and raise silkworms. You don't know the silk she raises. The clothes she makes are comparable to the vests made of heavenly silk in martial arts novels. While being carried by Qin Shui, Han Xing did not forget to introduce Aunt Ma. A vest made of natural silk? The kind that is invulnerable to swords and guns. George was a little surprised. When he was at Qin's house, he heard Sophia chatting with others, and she always said that the clothes she bought were made of natural silk. When he was studying biology, he learned about silkworms and knew that silk is divided into white silk, golden silk, and ice silk. I have never heard of the existence of such thing as natural silk. Right. Han Xing knew it. It turned out that his nephew was really smart. But if this silk is as powerful as you said, what should we use to cut the silk thread? George looked at him in confusion. Well, I don't really understand this either. Go in and ask Aunt Ma. She will give you the answer. Han Xing was afraid that the more he explained, the less clear he would become. It's better to let others answer it. A pair of scissors made from black iron. Qin Shui stood aside and spoke lightly. Hee, senior brother is really awesome. You are the best person to answer this question. Han Xing gave him a thumbs up with both hands. Heavenly silk, black iron? Why do these things feel like they only exist in novels about cultivating immortals? George was a little surprised. He thought those things only existed in dreams and never expected that they also existed in reality. Haha, nephew, let me tell you, any living creature that enters the second group of the village will basically change drastically in just 20 to 30 years. Things like Tianqin silk are nothing at all. Look, Xiaohu and the others can even talk. Korean stars are no longer surprised. Then your bodies should have undergone quite a few changes, right? George looked back and forth between the two. Although Han Xing has a sloppy face, judging from his skin, if he takes good care of himself, he should only look to be around 20 years old. Hey, I've become a little stronger, so that should be considered a change, right? Han Xing scratched his head. He had never gone out for a physical checkup, so how could he know if there were any changes in his body? George's eyes twinkled. Han Xing seemed a little sloppy, but upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to find that his aura had at least entered the qi refining stage. It's just that they are afraid that they don't have any method to practice. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to reach a higher level. Okay, let's stop standing here and talking nonsense. Let's go in. Qin Shui touched George's head, and his deep eyes seemed to have something he wanted to say to him. But due to the current situation, he couldn't say it out loud. Let's go, let's go. I can already smell the fragrance. Han Xing sniffed hard. It's so nice to have free meals every day. It would be great if I could eat like this for the rest of my life. The three people walked into the Ma family's yard. In a yard of nearly 200 square meters, Ma Chenggong was helping his mother kill fish and preparing to make lemon fish. When he saw them coming in, he quickly killed the fish and threw it to his old mother. Uncle Qin, Uncle Han, Brother George, you are here. Come into the living room, quickly. The gift I prepared for Brother George is inside. Ma Chenggong said this and led the three people into the living room. There's a large table in the huge living room that can seat 12 people. There was a gift box on the table, but no one knew what was inside the box. Ma successfully took out the gift box and took out a shirt from it. Is this the gift you gave George? When Han Xing saw the gift that Ma Chenggong took out, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. At least they know how to give gifts like airplanes and drones, or even jade rings, badges, and other priceless items. He actually used a shirt. Uncle Han, you can't underestimate this shirt. It's made by our research team using natural silk. There's only one in the world. And Ma Chenggong looked at Han Xing speechlessly. What a clueless guy. Do you know how expensive this shirt is? Oh, didn't you say that you would use the silk to make bulletproof vests? Why did you use it to make shirts? It's a bit of a waste of natural resources, isn't it? Han Xing suddenly felt heartbroken and excited. Damn, this kid didn't even know to get him one. There's enough material for bulletproof vests. Ma Chenggong glanced at him, and the expression on his face betrayed him. You want this shirt? No way. Then Ma family boy, can you give me 2 pieces too? The Korean star looked at Ma Chenggong with a cute face, Omega. If you want to make it, wait until my mother raises some silkworms to see if they can produce enough silk. If there is enough, I'll make 2 for you. Ma Chenggong did not criticize the Korean star. After all, this guy gave him a lot of candy when he was a child. Chapter 98 is what your father said true. Okay, it's settled. Han Xing spoke quickly and happily, as if he was afraid that the other party would go back on his word. What do you want a shirt for? You're not going to any party. Qin Shui looked at Han Xing speechlessly. This guy stays in the village like a turtle every day. When will he go out? Brother, please let me stock up on 2 of these rare items. When I return to the capital and shine, I will look so handsome wearing these clothes. Han Xing said this and shook his greasy hair. No, you don't. Qin Shui shook his head. You do. Very much. Han Xing gritted his teeth. This senior brother who betrayed his younger brother and his son, wouldn't he want to take him somewhere again? Seeing the 2 adults in front of him staring at each other like children, George was too lazy to pay attention to them. Taking the shirt from Ma Chenggong, George touched the texture and found it was so soft that it felt like lying on feathers. Thank you, Ma. I like this shirt very much. George said sincerely. That's good. I was wondering if you would look down upon my gift. After all, compared to my other brothers and sisters, I don't have much to offer. Ma Chinggong said somewhat embarrassedly. That's nothing, as long as you show your intention. Qin Shuai touched Ma Chinggong's head. The child lost his father at a young age and became a little sentimental, always worrying that he might not do something well. In fact, he has done a great job. He is just a 20-year-old boy now. Brother Ma, this is for you. George took out a box from his trouser pocket, and inside the box was a bracelet. 5-color bracelet. This was the first time George gave something as a gift. Ma Chinggong had never seen any of his friends in the group receive a gift from George. When he saw that George actually gave him a gift, he was extremely happy. I will always carry with me the gift that my brother George gave me. Ma Chinggong was very happy. Even though the bracelet looked very ordinary, it was a good gift for him. You should always wear it. It will bring you luck at critical moments. George doesn't need to say much, just a reminder. Ma Chinggong's eyes flashed. There seemed to be something else in George's words. Is there something wrong with this bracelet? Wow. Nephew, you said this to bring luck, but is there anything that can bring luck? I just need luck. Han Xing feels that he's extremely lacking in love now. You're missing some peach blossoms, right? I'll arrange a company of overlord flowers for you later. See if you're still missing some peach blossoms. Hin Shui looked at Han Xing sinisterly. The Korean star instantly wanted to bang his head against the wall. I can't take it. I can't take it. Brother, your son is already so old. Maybe he'll even have grandchildren someday. But I'm still alone now. Don't you have sympathy for me? What is there to sympathize with? Didn't you tell your master before that you would be single for the rest of your life? Before Qin Shuai could finish his words, he covered his mouth with his hand. Oh my God. He was just talking casually at the time. Qin Shuai actually took it seriously. Is this telling him that he will be single for the rest of his life? Woo-woo. He wants to marry a wife and have kids to play with. Uncle Master, if you keep covering my father like this, my father will probably suffocate. George watched his old father rolling his eyes repeatedly. Although he is not about to suffocate, if he continues to cover his body like this, who can guarantee that his father will not die? When Han Xing heard this, he quickly let go of Qin Shuai. You don't want to be single, right? Isn't Jeang Chun and Zoe's wedding day in 3 days? You go to deliver the gift on behalf of my son. After that, you will stay in the capital in your true identity to help me handle affairs. And you can also look for your sweetheart, by the way. Qin Shuai wiped his mouth in disgust. When Han Xing heard Qin Shuai talking about giving gifts, he blinked. Giving gifts? No problem. Absolutely no problem. But brother, are you really willing to let me stay in the capital? Certainly, Qin Shuai said without blushing or breathing heavily. Han Xing was immediately excited when he heard this. When he gets a wife, he will come back here to live a leisurely life. How wonderful. Then I'll leave tomorrow. When George decides what to send, tell me. I promise to complete the task. Han Xing's heart seemed to be about to fly out. George looked at him a little pitifully. Didn't Qin Shuai say that before? Ask him to help with the affairs. It could be seen that Qin Shuai just wanted to find a tool. And the Korean star actually jumped in without even thinking. Why? It seems like you're destined to be a tool. George didn't remind him. After all, if Han Xing didn't become a tool, Qin Shuai would probably have to return to Beijing soon. It was a rare occasion for the family to get together, so George naturally didn't want Qin Shuai to leave him so soon. We had a meal at the Ma family. Aunt Ma was very hospitable, and George ate a lot. Son, do you have a live broadcast today? Let's do a live broadcast of Tyne Cancy. Qin Shuai said this as if he was speaking casually. George looked at him. What is this old man planning? Live broadcast of Tyne Cancy? Xiao Shuai, I don't look photogenic this live broadcast. When Aunt Ma heard about the live broadcast, she immediately shook her head. She has never been photogenic. If she were to do a live broadcast, wouldn't she be scolded to death? Sister Ma, you and Ma don't have to be on camera. Just let my son come this time. You just need to tell him the relevant content. Qin Shuai glanced at the two of them. Not letting them appear on camera is to protect them. The Ma family had already sacrificed one person back then, and they couldn't sacrifice more. And in this live broadcast, as long as the bulletproof vest is mentioned and the 3 words new technology are added, wouldn't those people be eager to take action? Uncle Qin, you're going to make George a target for the enemy. Ma Chinggong is not stupid. Everyone in the group knew about George's live streaming, but none of them thought that George's family was so short of money that he had to rely on live streaming to make money. The only explanation is that someone wants to use his face to lure out certain people. It's dangerous, right? I know that. George knows that too, and he's willing to cooperate. Qin Shuai looked at George. In the secret room, he told George about the flower-growing family situation, the spiritual land, and their current mission. if George is unwilling to continue the live broadcast and lure those potential enemies. He will replace someone else to do it. He respected George's opinion because he is not only his son, but also an ordinary citizen. And George lived up to his expectations and took on the task. Therefore, all the live broadcast contents from now on will be formulated by him, not only to broaden the horizons of netizens, but also to catch potential personnel and those who are targeting them. George, is what your father said true? Ma Cheng-gong looked at George. Chapter 99, Are you a dog? Real. George nodded. In the secret room, Qin Shuai explained the relevant matters and introduced Mr. Wa's research and the work of others. Only then did he realize what they were holding on to. You are still young. How can you do such a dangerous thing? Ma Cheng-gong wanted to persuade George, but was interrupted by him. Brother Ma, I've made up my mind. Even if I want to stay out of it, with my face, others will point their spearheads at me. Rather than passively waiting for others to come and deal with me, I might as well take the initiative. George looked at Ma Cheng-gong. He did not forget that he was only 2 years old when Ma Cheng-gong's father died. But his father died to protect his mother. So, he had no reason to back off. Hee, nephew, what you said makes me feel like you've boarded a pirate ship by mistake. Isn't it? He's been on this pirate ship since he was brought back. Qin Shuai chuckled. He is the captain of the pirate ship. So once George got on his boat, it would be difficult for him to get off. Hee, you are very proud, aren't you? His mother pulled his ears. Qin Shuai cried out in pain. No, how could I be so proud? Don't misunderstand me. It's not true. How dare he be proud? My wife's claws are more powerful than anything else. Han Xing hid aside and secretly took out his mobile phone to take a picture of this scene. George sat quietly gnawing on the pig's trotter, not even thinking of going forward to help. Xu Etching quickly let Xiao Shuai go. Look at what you two look like now. If the children see you, they will laugh at you. Aunt Ma became angry when she saw the two of them fighting like children. They're all parents, and there are children here, so they don't pay attention to their image. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. What do I have to be afraid of? Honey, don't you agree? The mother smiled at Qin Shuai, who was standing beside her. Her gloomy smile was frightening. Yes. Qin Shuai nodded. What else can he say? The wife is the most important person in a big family and a big business. You guys, I really don't know how to say hello to you. Aunt Ma shook her head helplessly. Uncle Qin, George doesn't understand the properties of Tianquan silk, so I should do the live broadcast with him, so... Ma Cheng-gong wanted to help George take some risks, but Qin Shuai immediately objected. No, this must be done by George alone. No one else can be involved. Brother Ma, you listen to my dad. Qin Shuai raised his head and looked at Ma Cheng-gong. He was the only one needed for the live broadcast. Others can't get involved too much. That's right, Ma boy, if you get involved, Qin Shuai will have to find someone to protect your safety. Isn't it a waste of manpower and resources? You'd better listen to Qin Shuai. Besides, George is not as simple as you think. Don't worry. There was some sincerity in Han Xing's eyes. Ma Cheng-gong pursed his lips. 1 or 2 people have said so. What else is there for him to say? Since you all said so, I will listen to you. That's right. Don't worry. George will be fine with us here. After Han Xing finished speaking, he started eating carelessly. Ma Cheng-gong nodded. Since the elders had said so, he didn't know what to say. He just hoped that nothing would happen to George. During the break after dinner, George used it to study the process and production methods of Tianquan silk. The live broadcast will start on time at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. This time a live broadcast was watched not only by people in China, but also by people from overseas. One of them was James, who had previously learned from Saul that George looked very similar to the man back then. At first he thought Saul must have seen it wrong. After all, the people in the flower-growing countries think that the foreigners look almost exactly the same. So don't they think the people in the flower-growing countries look the same? It wasn't until he saw the live broadcast that night that he was shocked. That thing that looked like a special effect. In fact, he suspected that George had mastered some kind of secret technique. They have always believed that there must be something unusual about the ancient flower growers, such as the legend that Qin Shi Huang had some elixir of immortality or that Lu Dongbin became an immortal. It deeply attracted their attention and fascinated them. Especially more than 20 years ago, a report by Mr. Guo on the biological field made them pay attention to the unusual existence of flower growers. To this end, they spared no effort to sneak into the flower-growing family, trying to steal Mr. Guo's achievements and plan to bring him back to the United States. I didn't expect that Mr. Guo would rather stay here than go to America. In order to prevent the flower-growing family from becoming stronger, They planned to secretly assassinate Guo Lao and others. Unexpectedly, Guo Lao and others were protected by a large number of people, so they ultimately failed in the assassination and returned to the United States. This time it lasted for more than 20 years. They're getting older now, but their ambition is stronger than before. Especially George's move, it was like the magic of an ancient flower grower. It was impossible for James not to be obsessed. As George's live broadcast began, James watched netizens in the comment section continue to express their opinions, and Ty Kansi also made an appearance. Shuete, has the rabbit from the flower farm become so powerful? James still thought that the situation in the flower-growing countries was the same as it was 20 years ago, when they were poor, backward, and some people even didn't have enough food to eat. Unexpectedly, he was so amazed by the Tianquan silk in the video that even when George used a knife to scratch the cloth made of Tianquan silk, no marks were left. What you're seeing now is the characteristics of Tianquan silk. Although it can block the penetration of knives and guns, it is inevitable that the human body will still suffer some damage. Because if Tianquan silk is to be made into bulletproof vests, it requires multiple processes. I will not go into details here. The live broadcast will also end here. Before ending, I want to remind everyone that Tianquan silk has not yet appeared on the market. Be careful of counterfeiting. George finished speaking. Johnson immediately went off the air. The netizens in the live broadcast room still had a lot of questions to ask, but when they saw George go off the air, they immediately started to complain. King Chun to Shiguang and others quickly comforted the netizens. Fortunately, the netizens who watched George's live broadcast were relatively rational and did not cause any trouble. And in the small group, ghosts are all poor. Today's live broadcast style is unusual. The host actually talked about silk. Chicken breast is also breast. That's right, I thought the anchor would broadcast live about animals today. The fat man's meat is greasy. If you ask me, the host must have been instructed by someone to do this. Pure time. Everyone, please don't make random guesses. No matter what the anchor broadcasts, it reflects their life there, and I don't think there is any problem. All ghosts are poor. Captain, that's what you say, but I smell something unusual. Innocent time. Are you a dog? Still smelling. Chapter 100 Zhao Shue is getting married. All ghosts are poor. Zoo 3. Red Heart Captain, you are right, I am really bored the year of the dog. Pure time. Straight face, I don't want to talk to you. Chicken breasts are also breasts. By the way, have you noticed that the gossip about the anchor on Weibo has disappeared? Fatty's meat lacks oil. It's easy to imagine that someone must have lowered the trending search. Otherwise, how could the host gossip not be on the trending search with such potential for reversal? Kaiking Pashui. By the way, have you noticed that Jeang Chun, who swapped children with the anchor, is getting married? Pure time. I saw it. And the object was the host's ex-fiancée. Chicken breasts are also breasts. I don't know if the host saw it, whether he would be sad and want to hang himself. Fatty's meat oyster sauce. Look at what you said. What kind of person is the anchor? Will he be sad? Pure time. I think I should order a song called It's Not a Sin for a Man to Cry for the Host. All ghosts are poor. It would be better to give a song wishing you a happy breakup than that. Start a new journey. Are single love songs bad? Driving a rocket to deliver food. Enough is enough. You guys are going too far. Don't you know that the host is still young and can't have a relationship? All ghosts are poor. Emma, this made me suddenly feel that the host seemed to have just become an adult and didn't seem to understand many things. Pure time. Well, that's enough for everyone. As fans of the anchor, we can't laugh at the anchor like this. Fatty's meat with oyster sauce. Hey, stop guessing. The host might be very happy right now. He is not as pessimistic as you think. Ghosts are poor. Fatty, aren't you closer to the anchor? Go and see the anchor. Kaiking Pashui, you are right, Fatty, go watch the host. Fatty's meat house oil. Oh my god, the host and I are in the same province, but I don't have the address of the host. Pure time. Didn't you place an order? Shouldn't there be an address on it? The fat man's meat is fried with oil. No, it was delivered in a frame. I don't know where it came from. All ghosts are poor. I can prove this. It really was delivered in a frame with nothing on it. Pure time. Come on, then I don't know where the host is exactly. Kaiking Pashui. Then let's not say so much. We will know what the host is like when we watch the live broadcast tomorrow. All ghosts are poor. That makes sense. Let's wait until tomorrow. Everyone was worried about George. George had just returned home with Qin Shui and the others when he heard someone outside shouting, Zhenghua, is Zhenghua here? I'm here to deliver the wedding invitations. A familiar voice reached George's ears. George turned around and saw that the person outside the door was Zhao Liju. He still dares to come? Zhao Liju, what are you doing here? The mother frowned. What kind of trouble is Zhao Liju going to make after being released? Sister XN, don't look so hostile. I'm just sending you an invitation. Invitation? Why send an invitation for no reason? Mother frowned. Hey, isn't it? My daughter is getting married. I would like to invite your family to the village ancestral hall for dinner. Zhao Liju looked at her with a smile. Zhao Shueshue? Isn't she still young? Why is she getting married so early? The mother heard what he said. She suddenly remembered that Zhao Shueshue might have been married to Liang Liang by Zhao Liju. Such a good girl was stuck in cow dung. It was also drunk. What's the big deal? Girls are supposed to get married when they grow up. Otherwise, why keep them around? They're not boys. Zhao Liju snorted. If he wasn't short of money to pay off his debts, he wouldn't want to marry Zhao Shueshue like this. Who did Zhao Shueshue marry? The mother already had an idea in her mind. She wanted to know whether the person Zhao Liju was talking about was Liang Liang. Liang Liang, the one from Murakami. Zhao Liju said this casually, and his mother showed an expression of astonishment. It really is him. Congratulations. Thank you. Remember to come with your whole family. After Zhao Liju finished speaking, he handed the invitation to his mother. Your mother refused to accept it. After all, it is a wedding and you cannot afford to deny her face. When is your girl's wedding? My mother took the invitation, opened it, and was immediately shocked by the time. TSK. Jeang Chun is getting married in 3 days. Zhao Shueshue was also scheduled to get married in 3 days. What a coincidence, this timing. 3 days later, Zhao Liju said with a smile. After all, the longer the night, the more troubles one may have. He was really afraid that his daughter would run away someday. What a great day. Okay, let's go there as a family. Mother took the invitation. According to the amount of gift money given in Wangyin village, 300 yuan per family is the maximum. Zhao Liju invited them to dinner, but no one knew what delicious food he would give them after they gave him the 300 yuan gift money. Mom, are we going to Zhao Shueshue's wedding? George came out and looked at his mother with some confusion. They and the Zhao family have been in such a mess. Isn't it a bit awkward to go to their wedding? Why not? If there's a wedding or a funeral in the village, if we have a good relationship, we will take the initiative to help. We don't have a good relationship with the Zhao family, so we won't help them. When the gift package arrives, we'll just have a quiet feast. My mother had no interest in the banquet. And just as George thought, they had a bad relationship with the Zhao family. Zhao Shueshue was getting married and invited them to the wedding wine, but they didn't even know what kind of wine it was. George responded, and then heard Qin Shuai's voice. I think this banquet is a bad one. We may have to go home and eat our own food later. Okay, we all know who Zhao Liju is. If the food is not good this time, we could just come back and eat our own food. My mother had no expectations about what the Zhao family's banquet would be like. George wanted to see what good things the Zhao family could come up with. Over there, Zhao Liju was distributing invitations door to door. According to the gift package money in the village, each family gets 300 yuan, and there are 80 households in Group 2, so the minimum amount is 24,000 yuan. With the help of the first group of the village and the people in the village, Zhao Liju thought that this time the money Zhao Chungrong owed could be repaid. In addition, Liang Liang gave 100,000 yuan and an IOU for 100,000 yuan. TSK, at least I made a lot of money. It's just a pity that Zhao Shueshue has to be like this. Zhao Liju was still somewhat disappointed. I had originally hoped that Zhao Shueshue would be able to move everyone to a big city, but now my hopes are dashed. After all, it was all because of that damn Zhao Chengrong. Zhao Liju couldn't help but feel a headache again when he thought of his son. I told him not to gamble, but he just wouldn't listen. He just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars like that. Doesn't he feel any pain at all? Zhao Liju sighed softly. As soon as he left the second group of the village, George immediately received messages from Johnson and Ma Qinggong on his mobile phone. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, the Zhao family want to share money. George, Zhao Liju is here to deliver the invitation. Did your family receive it? George, our family received Zhao Liju's invitation. Did your family receive it? Johnson and Ma Qinggong sent 2 messages one after the other. George was too lazy to reply to them one by one, so he simply pulled them into a group to discuss the matter. Johnson, Ma Qinggong. George, okay, aren't you asking the same question? Let me answer you. My family has received an invitation, and my dad is going. Johnson, TSK, the Zhao family doesn't feel embarrassed, but I do. Ma Qinggong, I'm a little surprised that Uncle Qin decided to go. Johnson, isn't it? I was surprised too. We were having a big fight yesterday, and today Zhao Liju came to deliver the invitation with a playful smile on his face. It's really something. George, I think Zhao Liju came here for money. Johnson, money? What money? Share money. George, isn't Zhao Qingrong in debt? Isn't Zhao Liju unable to get the money? Isn't he planning to marry Zhao Xue off? Johnson, so Zhao Xue agreed to Liang Liang's proposal? George, who knows? It has nothing to do with us anyway. Johnson, that's right. I also went there on the day Zhao Xue got married. It was a good opportunity to see how they got married. Ma Qinggong, remember to give 300 yuan as a gift. Johnson, it's only 300 bucks. That's nothing. It's not 30 million. I can still afford it. Ma Qinggong, brother Taheo, you are so rich. When will you support my career? Johnson, you still need support? You're making more money than me now, right? Ma Qinggong, no way. Didn't I use all my money to build a house? Johnson, yeah, they all went into building the house. Ma Qinggong, why do I find that you don't seem to believe it? Johnson, of course, how much money can your house cost? You must have saved it to get married, right? Asterisk. Ma Qinggong, hey, there are children here. If you talk about this in front of them, Uncle Qin will accuse us of corrupting the children. George, I don't mind, as long as you are happy. Johnson, that's right, look at what George said. He doesn't mind at all, so you better stop looking like you're teaching the kids bad things. Ma Qinggong, then I won't say anything. I'll go help my mom and the others make dinner. George, remember to come to dinner on time in the evening. George, I see. George, holding his phone, sighed softly. He really came here to eat at 100 restaurants. Johnson, Ma Qinggong, I also want to go to your house for dinner. Ma Qinggong, it's okay for you to come. Will Grandpa Guo agree? Johnson, why wouldn't my grandpa agree? They'd be happier if there was one less person to cook for, right? Ma Qinggong, then come on, it's just cooking one more meal anyway. Johnson, that's it. Johnson finished sending the message. He heard a stranger's voice outside. Team Leader Hua, I heard that it was your decision to open a road from the National Highway into Village 2. I wonder why Village 2 had such an idea, and where did the money come from? Reporter Wang, is this the question you came here for? Michael looked at Wang Chung. Why does this reporter from the county town give me a feeling of being up to no good? Team Leader Gua, the decision of Village Group 2 is good or bad for the development of Wangyin Village. We also want to find out. Otherwise, if every village does this, I'm afraid. As Wang Chung spoke, he glanced at Dora from time to time. Dora is young, has a dignified and beautiful appearance, and has her own charm. With a casual suit, she looks very intellectual and beautiful. Wang Chung has always liked women like this. It's a pity that such a beauty is rarely seen in their small county. This is the first time they have seen such a beauty. What are you afraid of? I opened this road with approval from above. I spent my own money. Whether it is good or bad for the development of Wangyin Village, what does it have to do with our village's second group? Reporter Wang, if you have nothing to do, please leave. Michael's face darkened and he shouted. The second group of their village was building a road, and this group of people came here to make a fuss. There is no one else like him. Team Leader Gua, do you know what the consequences will be if you open this road? Wang Chung suddenly lost his composure. How can these country folk be so selfish? They only think about themselves and have no sense of collectivism. What are the consequences? Can you tell me? I want to know what the consequences are. Michael looked at Wang Chung coldly. How can such a confused person be a journalist? Dad, don't be angry. There's no need to be angry over such a person. Dora frowned. Wang Chung was talking about the affairs of the second group of the village, but he was actually looking at her from time to time. What did this mean? I'm not angry. Why should I be angry? We followed the procedures. What did we do wrong? Michael gave her an unpleasant look. It's not like she doesn't know what he looks like when he's angry. Reporter Wang, if you think there is a problem with the road construction in Group 2 of our village, you can report the situation directly to the relevant departments instead of coming to our door and telling us some nonsense. We ordinary people can't stand such trouble from you. So please go ahead. Dora made a gesture of invitation. Ms. Gua, I see that you are also an educated person. Don't you know that many villagers oppose your opening of this road? Wang Chung stared at Dora and found that she really had a fascinating aura. It makes people unable to stop. Oh, objection? Who did you say objected? Dora looked at him calmly. Looking at her with that kind of eyes, did he want to enjoy the feeling of sharing a rice field with Zhao Qingrong? Of course. Wang Chung wanted to say a few names, but then he thought, wouldn't that be tantamount to making enemies? Reporter Wang, if you can't explain it, then don't say anything. You should take those people with you to report it to the relevant departments. Dora said this and asked Johnson, who had just come downstairs, to throw the man out. Before Wang Chung could finish his words, Johnson pulled him out of the Guo family. Ew, why are you so barbaric? You know we are barbaric, but why are you still here? Do you think you have lived too long? Or do you think you can be more lenient because you live in the sea? Johnson's contemptuous look made Wang Chung extremely angry. How can you talk like that? No wonder your village group 2 is hiding in this place. You're simply hopeless. Then why don't you come here? Johnson kicked him without thinking. Chapter 102 Chapter 102, I'll get you out of here in 3 minutes. How do you hit someone? Wang Chung didn't expect Johnson to actually take action. TSK. How do you become a reporter? I use kicking, not beating. Johnson sneered. This Wang Chung had already had an unpleasant experience with him last time, and this time he dared to cause trouble. It really won't work if we don't show some color. Wang Cheng's face instantly turned red, and he looked angry. If he didn't have an official identity, he would have called long ago. How abominable. How could there be such a person in the village? Reporter Wang, you should go wherever you want. It's not your turn to take care of the affairs of our village group 2. Also, please don't look at me with your eyes from time to time. It makes me feel sick. Dora stepped out and stared at Wang Chung with a cold face. Wang Chung thought that no one had noticed his little thoughts, but he didn't expect that Dora had such good eyesight that she actually noticed that he was staring at her. Don't talk nonsense. How could I stare at you? Wang Chung refused to acknowledge this. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Anyway, don't set foot on the land of Village 2. We in Village 2 dislike your dirty feet. Dora looked at Wang Chung with disdain, as if he was not worthy of her at all. Wang Chung had never been disliked like this before. This is the first time I've been disliked like this. Dora really went too far. Ms. Guo, even if you are from Village Group 2 is not your personal property. I can come if I want to, and you have no right to drive me away if I don't want to. In order to save face, Wang Chung spoke. Oh, I don't have the right to chase you away? Fine, go if you want. Dora turned and went into the yard. She has already given Wang Chung a chance. Since Wang Chung doesn't want to seize it, don't blame her for being rude. My sister asked you to leave, and if you don't leave, then wait, you'll have a bad ending. Johnson had a mysterious smile on his face. Wang Chung didn't think that Dora could really be so omnipotent. How could a little country girl take away his job? Whose fate are you talking about? I want to see what you can do to me. Johnson coldly. 3 minutes. I promise that in 3 minutes, you will escape from here. Johnson made a 3. Wang Chung didn't believe that the Guo family had such ability. Okay, I want to see if you have such ability. After Wang Chung finished speaking, he took out his cell phone. He wanted to see what kind of surprise would appear in 3 minutes. As time passed, Wang Chung saw that 3 minutes were about to arrive. Just when he was about to proudly tell Johnson that he was fine, he heard his cell phone suddenly ring. His boss's name happened to be displayed on the phone screen. Wang Chung was shocked. Could it be that what Johnson said was true? Wang Chung picked up the phone, but before he could say anything, he heard a voice coming from the other end. Wang Chung, what are you doing? Who told you to go to Wangyin Village to cause trouble? Why don't you get back here as soon as possible? Editor-in-Chief, I'm here. Wang Chung wanted to explain, but he heard the other party say, what do you mean by I? If you don't want to come back, you don't have to come back in your lifetime. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Wang Cheng's expression changed slightly. Are you trying to fire him? Hey, what did your editor say? Why don't you go back quickly? Johnson asked gloatingly. Wang Chung glared at him. Ms. Guo has gone too far. She really can't tell right from wrong. I will make sure everyone knows what your village group 2 did. Okay, I'll wait for you. Otherwise, people will think we're afraid of you. Johnson chuckled. Wang Chung gritted his teeth. He's going to go back and figure this out. Doradu. Wang Chung left the second group of the village in a bit of panic. They arrived at George's house. George did as Johnson said and deliberately poured dirty water on Wang Cheng's car. Wang Chung wanted to come down and argue with George, but the editor-in-chief kept cassing, so he had to hurry up and go back. On the other side, George didn't know what was going on. After pouring the water, he thought Wang Chung would come down to cause trouble for him. As a result, Wang Chung drove away without saying anything. George was confused and didn't know what was going on, until Johnson came running over. Johnson, what do you mean by asking me to throw water? Why do you want to throw water for no reason? It's all because of that reporter Wang. Johnson recounted what happened with a look of disgust on his face. George finally understood. This reporter Wang is quite annoying, but who did Sister Dora call? Otherwise, Why did reporter Wong leave so quickly? She is probably Grandpa's student, and she is the county lord in this county. Johnson didn't say anything specific, but George understood. With such a person around, it would be strange if Wong Chung didn't get scolded. Okay, nothing else, I'll go back first, Johnson said as he was about to go back. George stopped him. Wait, I just happen to have something for you. Take a look at it when you have time. It will be good for you. What's so mysterious? Johnson took the thing George gave him suspiciously, and it turned out to be a book. By the way, Brother Zxiao can also take a look. If you don't understand the contents of this book, you can come to me. George patted his shoulder and prepared to go back to pack up and go to Ma's house for dinner. All right. Johnson held the book but did not open it, intending to take a closer look at the contents of the book when he returned. He wanted to see what kind of book George had given him. Back in the house, George was caught by Jeang Chun, who had a pair of extremely bright eyes, before he could pack up. Son, what good things did you give to that Johnson kid? Why? You want it? George looked up at him. Hey, things made by my son are naturally good. Can I refuse them? Jeang Chun rubbed his hands and looked at him with a smile. That's the secret to keeping fit. You want me to give it to you? George said as he turned his hand, and a book appeared in his hand. Jeang Chun immediately felt like he had found a treasure. He hugged him and kissed him hard on the face, then ruffled his hair, treating him like a child. George was speechless for a moment. With a look of disgust, she wiped the place where Jeang Chun had kissed her. Dad, I'm not a child anymore. You're treating me like one. You are just a child in my eyes. There is nothing wrong with that. Jeang Chun didn't care at all. George becomes an old man. He is still his son. Their relationship will never change. George didn't want to explain. Maybe Jeang Chun wants to make up for the fatherly love he once lost? Chapter 103, Raising a Son for 100 Years, Worrying for 99. Raising a child for 100 years means worrying about him for 99 years. George at some point kicked off his legs and jumped directly onto George's shoulders. Xiaohu, when did you learn to use such elegant words like humans? George looked at its little tiger head and found it was really different from ordinary people. My little master, don't think that just because I'm a tiger, I'm really a tiger. I'm an intelligent animal. So isn't it normal for me to learn some human language? Little tiger opened his tiger mouth. Can you brush your teeth? George suddenly asked this question. Xiaohu suddenly didn't know how to answer. It seems that its tiger claws cannot hold the toothbrush. My dear little master, I'm not a human being. How can I brush my teeth? At most, I can grind my teeth. My dear little master, do you want to watch me grind my teeth? Forget it. What's so interesting about you grinding your teeth? It's more interesting to watch you brush your teeth. George shook his head. All small animals grind their teeth. So what's the big deal if a tiger cub grinds its teeth? That's right, Xiaohu. I'll customize a toothbrush for you later. Can you show me how to brush my teeth for my son? As soon as Jeang Chun saw that George was interested in Xiaohu, he immediately stood on his son's side. Xiaohu, straight face. Can it refuse? These two guys are so abominable. Treat it like this. I wanted to refuse. Before Xiaohu could even finish his words, Jeang Chun glared back at him. Woo-woo. The male owner is a bully. That's too much. In fact, not only you, little tiger, but other animals should also learn to brush their teeth. It is important to pay attention to oral health. George flicked Xiaohu's forehead. Aussie, can I refuse? The little tiger kept crying. That's fine. I'll leave the chicken-flavored toothpaste for the other little animals. George nodded slightly. Xiaohu jumped up instantly. What? Chicken-flavored toothpaste? There's such a thing. Yeah, that toothpaste is edible. How about giving a try? George asked. Yes, there's such a good toothpaste. Why didn't the little master tell you? The tiger licked his teeth. I said the word toothpaste, and you hated it the moment you heard it. How can you still want to brush your teeth? George raised his brow. Hee, little master, if you had told me earlier that there was such toothpaste, I wouldn't have resisted. The tiger cub stretched out his paw and patted George on the back. So you don't regret it, right? Then I'll place the order for you. George hadn't thought of buying this for Xiaohu. If Xiaohu hadn't been so close to it and smelled a very fragrant odor, he wouldn't have thought of buying it. Well, Xiaohu said two good words repeatedly. Stinky little tiger, as long as you have something to eat, it's fine. Jeang Chun stood aside and spoke unhappily. What else can I say? Master, you never even thought of buying me toothpaste. Xiaohu said aggrievedly. It's really not my fault. I didn't even know there was such a thing. Jeang Chun shrugged. He only knew that small animals nowadays can wear clothes, but he didn't know that they can brush their teeth. What a surprise. Woo-woo, the little master is still the best, so considerate. Xiaohu rubbed George's shoulder. Okay, Okay, I'll go ask my mom for the address here, and then I'll place the order for you, George said as he lowered it from his shoulder. Yeah, Xiao was very happy. George asked his mother for the address and went online to buy toothpaste and some snacks for Xiaohu and several other animals. Seeing that the time was about the same, George and the other two walked towards the Ma family as the sun set. In the county town, Wang Chung had just returned to the office when he was called by the editor-in-chief. Editor-in-chief, what happened? What happened? You still dare to ask? The road in Wangyin village was approved by the higher authorities, but you were trying to confuse right and wrong. You could do anything else, but you have to make trouble all the time. The editor-in-chief, who was in his 40s, was almost pissed off by him. Editor-in-chief, I went there based on the public's feedback, and I did nothing wrong. How could I have confused right and wrong? Wang Chung felt that he was wronged. You're not wrong? You haven't even done any investigation, yet you're just making things up. Have you forgotten what your nature as a journalist is? The editor was disappointed to see that he had no intention of repenting. I haven't forgotten. How could I forget? As journalists, our job is to uncover the truth and seek justice for the people. That's why I went to the second group of the village to ask Team Leader Gua. I didn't expect that they were a group of selfish villains who only thought about themselves and not others. Wang Chung said this almost with his own selfish motives. Wang Chung, when you say others are selfish, have you ever thought about who you are? The editor-in-chief looked at him deeply. Editor-in-chief, don't you know who I am? Wang Chung looked at the editor-in-chief speechlessly. The editor-in-chief doesn't know what's going on with him? I don't know. I really don't know who you are. Hand over the matters at hand to Lin Hao. I will suspend you for a week, and then I will see how to deal with you. As soon as the editor-in-chief said this, Wang Chung immediately quit. Editor-in-chief, I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you punishing me? You haven't made any mistakes yet? People have reported you, and the higher-ups are discussing your case. I'm already doing well enough to ensure that you won't be fired. If you still want to know why, I just want to say one thing. If you want to die, go and die on your own. I won't accompany you anymore. The editor-in-chief sneered. No matter what he said, if Wang Chung still remained so self-righteous, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Editor-in-chief, why are you like this? Tell me who reported it, and I'll go and argue with her. Wang Chung already had an idea in his mind, but he wanted to know from the editor-in-chief whether it was Dora. Theory? How can you argue? 10 minutes ago, someone put the report materials in front of the leader, which recorded all kinds of articles you made up for personal selfish desires, as well as your acceptance of gifts. Do you dare to say that you have never done those things before? As the editor-in-chief spoke, he took out a document from the table beside him and threw it in front of him. Wang Cheng's expression changed instantly. He did those things quite secretly. How could anyone know about them? Editor-in-chief, this is slander, absolute slander. Slander? Wang Chung, you really treat everyone as fools. The editor-in-chief looked at him with an expression that said, You are hopeless. Editor-in-chief, I'm absolutely wronged. Wang Chung knew that if this matter was really exposed, his life would be ruined. Unjust? Wang Chung, you know whether you are wronged or not. The editor-in-chief didn't want to say more and was about to ask him to leave. Then I heard voices from outside, looking for Wang Chung. Here I am. Wang Chung, go talk to the leader yourself. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Wang Cheng's End. The editor-in-chief said as he went to open the door. The person who was looking for Wang Cheng outside the door saw someone opening the door and happened to see Wang Chung. Wang Chung, please come with us. Wang Chung didn't recognize the man who finished speaking, but he recognized the clothes he was wearing. In an instant, Wang Chung knew that he was really doomed. Half an hour later, a call came to Dora's cell phone. Okay, thank you, Uncle Sue. You're welcome. If you encounter something like this, you should tell me earlier instead of holding it in. Don't worry, Uncle Sue. I'm not someone who will suffer any loss. If anyone dares to bully me, I will definitely tell Uncle Sue. Dora chuckled. That's good. Please say hello to your grandfather and your father for me. Yes. Dora nodded. After hanging up the phone, Dora saw Johnson looking at her curiously. Sister, what did Uncle Sue say? How is reporter Wang dealt with? Since there's a record of him making mistakes, he will naturally be removed from his position and the whole county will be notified. Dora said lightly. That's it. Didn't you let that guy get a layer of skin off? Johnson's eyes widened. He was very dissatisfied with the result. Isn't this enough to justify a loss of skin? The county town is so small. Once his affairs are exposed, who would dare to hire him? Dora rolled her eyes. There's a saying about this little place. What people say is scary. Once Wang Cheng's affairs are exposed, You'll have to experience the feeling of being pointed at by others. That's true. Wang Cheng's life is probably ruined, right? Johnson asked, blinking. That's about right. Anyway, this incident has made him completely lose face in this small county. But I think it would be fine if he just changes his mind. If he dares to cause trouble again, we will have to be rude to him. Dora's eyes sparkled. Johnson finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Dora didn't seem to be soft-hearted. That's good, that's good. People like this can't be treated politely at all. Okay, it's getting late. Go back and rest. You have to get up early tomorrow to help Aunt Jeang harvest cabbages. Dora said as she shooed him back to his room. Collecting cabbages? Why would Aunt Jeang want us to collect her cabbages? When the driver arrives, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to collect the cabbages, Johnson said and went back to his room. The next morning, George heard a sharp sound coming from outside while he was still asleep. How can the people in Group 2 of your village be so evil? Brother Wang Chung came here to investigate the truth of the matter, but you actually framed him. How vicious are your hearts? How disgusting are you people? Hearing the sound, George opened the window and saw Su Xiaodai and Yuan Yining standing not far away, cursing. Where did you come from, you wild girl? Why are you here so early in the morning to cry about your father's death? Did your father die, or your mother? Why are you crying so early in the morning? Wu Xiuli's mother went out early in the morning to drive the ducks to the fields. When she heard Su Xiaodia's voice, she responded bluntly. Over there, Su Xiaodai heard the voice of Wu Xiuli's mother. She never expected that someone could be more vicious than her. How can you talk like that? You have no manners at all. You're talking about character? If you respect me, I'll respect you. If you're here to cause trouble, I'm sorry, I can only fight back. Wu Xiuli's mother looked at the two of them coldly. It's early in the morning, and some people are still sleeping, but they come here to make a scene. How can they make people happy? You, call out that woman from the Guo family. Su Xiaodai glanced at Wu Xiuli's mother. She didn't want to bother with this woman. She wants to find Dora and ask her to withdraw the report. The woman from the Guo family? Who are you talking about? The young one. Su Xiaodai didn't know Dora's name. She only knew that the woman was pretty. Dora? What do you want from Dora? Wu Xiuli's mother frowned. It was obvious that Su Xiaodai came with bad intentions. There must be something wrong with her looking for Dora. So her name is Dora? How did her parents choose her name? In ancient times, concubines were all given to others as concubines. Is this Dora going to be someone's concubine or mistress? Su Xiaodai seemed to have caught something, and a hint of contempt appeared in her mouth. Wu Xiuli's mother didn't expect Su Xiaodai to say that, and immediately wanted to tear her mouth apart. But before she could take any action, Xiang came out from the side and pushed the unsuspecting Su Xiaodai into the ditch again. Su Xiaodai only had time to let out a scream before she took a big gulp of water. Xiang snorted twice at Su Xiaodai, turned around, twisted its big butt and farted towards Su Xiaodai, then knocked Yuan Yining, who was on guard but could not resist Xiang, into the ditch. It would be fine if it happened once, but it happened twice. Su Xiaodai was so angry that she wanted to kill Xiang, but Xiang farted towards him again. The two men almost fainted from the fart before they could even shout for help. George walked over in a pair of slippers with a big yawn. Fifth aunt, what happened? What's the situation with these two women? George glanced at them and didn't look at them again. The temperature is too high in the summer, and the clothes these two people are wearing are relatively thin. After being soaked in water, some parts of their clothes are really transparent. I don't know either. You're yelling here so early in the morning. Fifth aunt shook her head. She didn't know what happened either. Over there, Su Xiaodai covered her nose, but couldn't block out the stench. She didn't speak until the stench disappeared. You are a bunch of troublemakers. You slandered Brother Wang Chung and treated us like this. We will call the police and have you all arrested. Arrest us? We didn't do anything to you. If you want to arrest us, you need evidence. George snorted. He remembered that this woman was the one who had come to his house and looked down on him before. I didn't expect she'd dare to come here. She's really not afraid of death. There will be evidence, and we are the evidence. George fiercely. It's all this person. She has been unlucky ever since she saw this man. I'm still unlucky now. I really don't know if this man was a plague god in his previous life. That's great. We have evidence too. If you come to our village group 2 to cause trouble, we can call the police. Dora's voice reached Su Xiaodai's ears. Su Xiaodai looked at her and called her a bitch. Bitch, it's all your fault. Otherwise, Brother Wang Chung wouldn't have become like that. Oh, bitch, huh? Johnson, did you record this? Dora looked at Johnson on the side. It has been recorded. I also recorded her previous remarks. I can post it online anytime I want. Chapter 105, What is their relationship? Johnson said struck Su Xiaodia's heart. Su Xiaodai suddenly felt like she was going to faint from anger. How could they be so mean? That's too much. Yuan Yinin climbed out of the ditch and looked at George and others with her eyes like a deer. Mr. Qin, Ms. Gua, we are here today to reason, not to cause trouble. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined if you treat us like this? Reputation? You can't eat that. Besides, other people have their own mouths, so they can say whatever they want. We can't control them. Dora spoke lightly. If they cared so much about their reputation, they would have been drowned by all the spit long ago, right? You said you were here to reason, but you came here so early in the morning, yelling and harassing the people around you. Is this what you call reasoning? George said coldly. That's right, that's right. Your voices can be heard by people all over the place. You said you came here to reason, but I want to ask what kind of reason you were talking about. Johnson jumped out. He didn't hear what Su Xiaodai said before, and didn't know what Su Xiaodai was talking about here. They're here for reporter Wong from yesterday. George saw that Johnson looked confused, so he gave him some advice. Reporter Wong? The man who looked at my sister shyly? TSK. Someone actually came here, just for him. It seems like you guys really have feelings for him. Johnson looked at her with disdain in his eyes. Just like Wang Chung, he feels that only ordinary women are worthy of him. The two women in front of him did not look like ordinary women, but their eyesight was indeed a bit poor. You're talking nonsense. Brother Wang Chung is not that kind of person. No matter how pretty your sister is, how can my brother Wang Chung be interested in her? Yes, your brother Wang Chung doesn't like my sister, but my sister doesn't want to be liked by him. Johnson rolled his eyes. Su Xiaodai still thought that Dora was willing to be noticed. Sister Dora, what should we do with him now? George didn't want to listen to that nonsense and looked at Dora on the side. Call someone to take them away, Dora said as she was about to take out her cell phone. Then I heard the sound of a car approaching in the distance. It seems that someone is coming without us having to call him. Dora put down her phone. Su Xiaodai listened to the sound coming from afar and then looked at the car coming. Wasn't it her father's car? Here she comes. Her father is here to see her. She wanted to tell her father that she was bullied. You came just in time. George thought he had to wait until Dora called for the other party to come, but he didn't expect that the other party would come very quickly. Just wait, my dad is here. When he sees you bullying me like this, he will definitely avenge me. Just wait and see. My dad will not let you go. Su Xiaodai said proudly. Oh, then we have to see how your father will not let us go. Dora gave her a meaningful look, and then she saw the car stop and a middle-aged man rush to them. Xiaodai. Team leader Su looked at his daughter, who looked wet and pitiful. This was the second time this had happened. The last time he watched his daughter fall into the water and was too late to save her. This time he arrived a little late, after all. Dad, they are bullying me and Sister Yinin. You have to stand up for us. Su Xiaodai accused with tears in her eyes. George stood aside, thinking that she was really good at acting. Look at that little face. It really makes me feel sorry for her. What happened? Please explain clearly. Team leader Su knew his daughter's ability to cause trouble, and if this incident was his daughter's fault, he was willing to admit it. But if this was not my daughter's fault, but George and the others, then don't blame him for being rude. I'm here to seek justice. Not only are they unreasonable, they also let that damn pig push us into the water. Dad, you must seek justice for us. Otherwise, we have suffered such a great injustice. Su Xiaodai complained a lot about Dora and the others, and even called George a plague. George felt inexplicably implicated. Su Xiaodai didn't realize that her words, George is the plague god, had caused dissatisfaction among Dora and others. Said they could, but they were not allowed to say George. Team leader Su, speaking of this matter, we have a screen recording here. Would you like to take a look? Dora reached out her hand to Johnson, who immediately handed her the phone he was using to take the video. Ms. Gua, I believe in your character. This is what you said it was. Team leader Su had already asked about everything concerning Wang Chung before coming here, and knew that Wang Chung had brought this upon himself. In addition, after someone specifically told him why Wang Chung was reported, he immediately realized that the people in the second group of the village were not so easy to mess with. Dad, how can you believe them? If they say something wrong and slander us like they slandered brother Wang Chung, wouldn't we be wronged? Su Xiaodai became nervous. She thought her dad would stand by her. Dora's side now? Your brother Wang Chung was not wronged. He did something wrong. He deserved the fate he suffered. He cannot blame anyone else. Team leader Su said in a deep voice. How did I do something wrong? Su Xiaodai didn't believe it. Doesn't this mean that she should admit her mistake? She was unwilling to accept it. This matter is a bit complicated. Let's talk about it when we get back. Team leader Sue said this and prepared to take the person away. How is it complicated? What's complicated? Dad, can you explain it clearly? Su Xiaodai glared at team leader Sue. She won't leave today without a clear explanation. Explain clearly? How can I explain clearly? Can I tell you about public affairs casually? Team leader Sue shouted. Su Xiaodai was not clear-headed, but he was not to the point of being unclear. Team leader Sue, I think you'd better explain it to Miss Sue. Otherwise, she won't even know how she died when she comes back. Dora looked at Su Xiaodai coldly. If team leader Sue was an unreasonable person, she could get rid of him without much thought. But unfortunately, team leader Sue has some brains. What do you mean? Tell me what you mean. Su Xiaodai vaguely felt that there was something wrong. Wang Cheng. Team leader Sue knew that Wang Cheng's affairs would be made public sooner or later, so he just said it directly. Su Xiaodia's face turned pale instantly. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's not true. What's your relationship with Wang Cheng? Why are you so protective of him? Are you his woman? Johnson sneered. Su Xiaodai glared at him fiercely. You're talking nonsense. Brother Wang Cheng and I are innocent. What about his innocence? If you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend or lovers, would you defend him like this? Chapter 106 Chapter 106 James is coming. Johnson looked at Su Xiaodai as if to say, I don't believe you two have no relationship. Su Xiaodai was a little exasperated. She is the daughter of a good family. How could she be slandered like this? Don't talk nonsense. We're not talking nonsense. You're defending reporter Wang so much. Why are you so excited if she is not his woman? George didn't want to confront Su Xiaodai at first, but seeing that Johnson lacked an assist, he simply stood up and spoke for him. It was Su Xiaodai who scolded Dora before. That's right. That's right. Johnson saw George come out to speak. He quickly added fuel to the fire. You two, are you still men? Bullying a weak woman like me like this. Su Xiaodai was almost furious. George touched his face. Did we bully you? Aren't what we said the truth? You're talking nonsense. You are a bunch of rubbish, you. When Su Xiaodai wanted to refute, she was slapped by team leader Su. Su Xiaodai has always been team leader Su's favorite since she was a child. She has never been beaten like this before. You hit me. How could you hit me? Su Xiaodai screamed loudly, like a madwoman, completely losing her image. George and others had never seen such a woman before. It was really an eye-opener. Team leader Su felt that he had never been so embarrassed. It's all my fault for not teaching her well enough, which is why Su Xiaodai has become like this. And they did such a thing in public. You disappoint me so much. How could I raise you to be like this? Team leader Su was so heartbroken. In front of so many people, he felt like he had lost all his face. Team leader Su, if you want to teach your daughter a lesson, please take her home and teach her a lesson. Don't let her out to bite people again. If she accidentally loses your position, then either she or you will cry. Dora gave team leader Su a meaningful look. Is he starting to reflect on his behavior now? What have you been doing so far? Was shocked when he heard what Dora said. He thought that the county lord was behind Wang Cheng. Although I don't know what the relationship between Dora and the county lord is, anyone who can be related to the county lord is not an ordinary person. He had heard before that the people in the second group of the village were not easy to mess with. Now it seems that they really have that ability. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Gua. I'm here to apologize on behalf of my daughter. I'm taking her away now, and I will never let her appear in front of Miss Gua again. After team leader Su finished speaking, he took Su Xiaodai away without any explanation. Su Xiaodai was not a fool. When she heard the words her position was taken away, her heart trembled. If her father loses his job, how will he support the family? Because of Wang Cheng, her father lost his job. Not worth it at all. Su Xiaodai wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. After watching them leave, Johnson spoke to Dora. Sister, as the saying goes, if there's a first time, there will be a second time. I think Su Xiaodai will come back again. Why don't we teach them a lesson so that they will remember it? There was a hint of ruthlessness in Johnson's eyes. Although they all grew up in the second group of the village, they learned a lot after arriving in the capital. The most typical saying is that being merciful to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. He kept in mind. George, what do you say? Dora turned and looked at George. Su Xiaodai had said before that he was the god of plague. He wouldn't just ignore it, right? 3 times the limit. If there's a next time, teach her a lesson. George thought about it and decided that the other party was a man like Wang Cheng, so he could deal with him however he wanted. But Su Xiaodai is a woman, and she just talked about it, but didn't take any real action. Besides, Xiang pushed them into the ditch twice, which was already a great punishment for them. Hey, George, you're just being sympathetic and don't want to hurt her because she's a delicate flower, right? Johnson winked at George. George was speechless. The other party was just talking nonsense and didn't hurt me. Why should I hurt him? Besides, the most taboo thing for those who practice Taoism is to take action first. What? Tell me now. Johnson hated it when he only spoke half his words. It's okay. You'll understand later. George, shut up. Hey, I'm your brother. Don't act like I'm your little brother. Tell me what. Johnson walked up to George and put his arm around his shoulders. How about we go to the side and talk quietly? What are you talking about? Don't force George to say anything he doesn't want to say. If I see you bullying George, I'll kill you. Dora hits him on the head. Oh, sister. Who is your brother? Johnson whimpered twice. George. Dora said without hesitation. Sure enough, there is really no love. Johnson twice. Okay, stop being cute. Go home, change your clothes, and go work in the fields. Dora patted his body. Working in the fields? Sister, am I fit for that kind of work? Johnson looked up. His handsome face made Dora grab his cheek without thinking. Why? You are very capable, right? Have you forgotten that your grandfather, your father, and your mother have been to the fields? It hurts. I'll go right away. Johnson whimpered and left quickly. Seeing that there was nothing for her to do here, Fifth Aunt said a few words to George and left. Dora was about to say hello to George and leave when she heard George say, Sister Dora, I have something to ask you. What is it? Dora was a little surprised. George spoke to me in such a tone. About the live broadcast. George finished speaking. The cell phone in Dora's pocket suddenly rang. Wait, George, let me take a call first. George responded and watched Dora pick up the phone. Hello, Dora. James has just arrived in Beijing and has asked you Shanghai about sewer situation. He currently has no doubts about sewer situation. As for George's situation, James has asked you Shanghai to investigate. Please sort out some information about George for me, and I will give it to you Shanghai. Chun Sijia briefly explained the situation. I see. I'll get back to you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Dora was about to hang up when she heard Chun Sijia shout, Wait, there's one more thing. I intercepted a strange signal from my hometown this morning. That signal used Morse code. Yo, someone else is using Morse code? What do they say? Dora was a little surprised. We're still waiting for the translation, so just take it easy. If there are any strangers coming in or out of the second group of the village, check them carefully. There is no more information about Chun Sijia, so we can only wait until the password is cracked. Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Go and ask George. I see. Dora said this, chatted with him for a few words, and then hung up the phone. Sister Dora, did something happen? George looked at Dora worriedly. It's not a big deal, but I think there's a traitor here. Dora touched his head and said, Don't worry. With us here, the other party won't succeed. Sister Dora, do you think they won't succeed? But there are spiritual lands everywhere. It shouldn't be difficult for them to just take some spiritual soil from the spiritual land and leave. If they take some and study it, can't they come up with something? Why have they been sneaking into the flower-growing family so frequently for the past 20 years? George felt it was a bit strange, as the other party didn't seem to be such an incompetent person. You think they didn't bring it? Dora gave him a meaningful look. So they haven't figured it out yet? George raised his brows slightly. Logically speaking, in the past 20 years, those foreigners should have figured out something, right? But from what Dora said, it seems that they haven't figured out anything. Well, the soil they brought out from here is completely useless once they leave here, unless it is plants. However, the only edible things in this spiritual land are the things grown in the land, the water from the mountains, and the mountain delicacies. But these things are usually guarded by people, and those people can't sneak in. Dora chuckled. George finally understood. If those people wanted to take something valuable away from the spiritual land, they could only choose food. I see. Based on what he knew, George understood why Qin Shuai and the others stayed here. It's like there is a treasure hidden here. If you want to prevent people from peeping and coveting it, you can only guard it. Until one day this treasure can be completely excavated and presented to the world. Okay, you should go back soon. I guess you haven't had breakfast yet. Dora thought he was really cute in the cartoon pajamas that Johnson bought for him. George didn't know he had to eat breakfast until he was reminded. After this reminder, he remembered to eat breakfast. I quickly said hello to Dora and went back to eat. On the other side, after Su Xiaodai was taken back by team leader Su and was severely criticized, although she was angry, she did not dare to say anything. It was not until Wang Chung called her that Su Xiaodai told him all her grievances. Wang Chung was still thinking that Su Xiaodai could help him teach Dora and the others a lesson, but Su Xiaodai turned out to be just a lot of noise but little action. Xiaodai, no matter what, I still want to thank you, Wang Chung said with false sincerity. Su Xiaodai was relieved when she saw that he did not blame her. Brother Wang Chung, you don't have to be polite to me. I can't help you at all, and I feel embarrassed myself. Xiaodai, please do me a favor and help me figure out who that Dora called to report me. Wang Chung has now been suspended, and the specific information has not yet been released. So when he went out, no one looked at him strangely, but he felt that the news would definitely get out soon. He didn't dare to think about what fate he would face once the news got out. This, Brother Wang Chung, I'll go ask for you. Su Xiaodai hesitated for a moment and didn't want to ask about this matter. After all, team leader Su had said before that this was a public matter. Thank you for your help. After Wang Chung said these 4 words, he waited for Su Xiaodai to ask. Wang Chung, what did Xiaodai say? Is there a solution to this problem? Lin Hao stood beside Wang Chung and looked at him anxiously. He only found out about Wang Cheng's dismissal last night. He immediately called Wang Chung and learned that he was already at home. He quickly asked what had happened. Was reported because of Dora. But how could Dora be so capable? Fearing that he would be implicated by Wang Chung, he hurried over here to inquire about the situation. Fortunately, only Wang Chung was seeking death and he was not implicated, otherwise he would not know what to do. No. Wang Chung scratched his head irritably. Who was behind Dora through Su Xiaodai? He might be able to think of a way to deal with it. What are you going to do? Lin Hao thought that he could not help him and just hoped that he would not cause trouble for him. Dora woman hooked up with through Su Xiaodai? Maybe I can think of a way. Wang Chung lit a cigarette, as if only this could help him calm down. If you ask me, that woman seems to care a lot about that boy named George. And it was because of the conflict between Su Xiaodai and that boy that all these things happened. Why don't you go talk to that boy? Maybe if that boy is willing to give in, your problem might be solved. Lin Hao was glad that he had something to do yesterday and did not go with him. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Wang Chung. George. Wang Chung narrowed his eyes. Looking back at what happened before, Dora and the others seemed to be very protective of George. When they went there, George seemed to be doing a live broadcast. Yes, I remember he seemed to be preparing for a live broadcast when we went there. Lin Hao said as he turned on his phone. There are only a few live streaming platforms, so it is relatively easy for them to find George as live streaming. As long as he doesn't use a weird name, it should be relatively easy to find him. Got it. I'll do a live broadcast on Liyin. George on Liyin opened it and saw that the character in it was indeed George. Wow, he has over 1 million fans? That's incredible. Lin Hao originally thought that George was just an anchor with no talent, but he turned out to have millions of fans. Didn't we see a red-crowned crane next to him before? I didn't expect he also had a panda and a white tiger. Wang Chung stared at the recorded screen on the screen at this moment. Not everyone can keep a panda. George actually owns a panda, which shows that George feels he is not an ordinary person. At this moment, Wang Chung felt that the people in the second group of the village might not be from a big boss village. It cost hundreds of thousands to buy the land for the road, and with the road repairs, it would cost at least 500,000 or 600,000. Such a large amount of money would be an astronomical figure for any family in the village, let alone just a few dozen households. Wang Chung thought of the leader who ordered his dismissal. The words between the lines said that his superiors had ordered severe punishment. Who is this above? Be able to make even your leader dare not cover up for you. Now that he thought about it, the other party status was probably higher than he had imagined. Such a big panda and a white tiger. Are they privately raised? It is illegal to privately raise these animals, but he dared to take pictures of them? Isn't he afraid that someone will cause trouble for him? Chapter 108 Chapter 108 The Double-Faced Yuan Enin. Lin Hao stared at the picture on the screen. They even let the pandas perform hula and tai chi. Oh my god, George know what he is doing? I think he dares to do this, so he must have an explanation. Wang Chung is not a fool. There is no other explanation for why he dared to film it so blatantly, except that he had obtained a special breeding license. No, he was a young master of a wealthy family in Beijing before. If he said he had the ability to do this, I would believe it. But now he doesn't have that status anymore. He is just a small figure in a small mountain village. How dare he do this? George's identity from the comment section, and checked on Weibo, and found that it was indeed a huge melon. He was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. If these animals were brought in from outside, someone would have seen them and said something about it. But no one in the village mentioned this. We can only say that this panda and tiger were probably already in this mountain a long time ago, or were brought here a long time ago, but no one knew about it. The more Wang Qing thought about it, the more he felt that village group 2 was too mysterious. When Lin Hao heard him say this, he felt that they seemed to have discovered something incredible. Wang Chung, I think you should go find George and ask him for help. Otherwise, Lin Hao didn't dare to say anything extra for fear that he would be implicated and get into trouble. Wang Chung smoked irritably. I need to think about this. Then you take your time to think about it. I'll go back first. As Lin Hao spoke, his pace quickened. Wang Chung looked at his leaving figure, who seemed a little impatient and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. People can only share wealth, but not adversity. Not long after Lin Hao left, Yuan Yinin rang the doorbell of Wang Cheng's house. Wang Chung thought it was Lin Hao who came back. Unexpectedly, when I opened the door, I saw Yuan Yinin, and my brows couldn't help but frown. Miss Yuan, what are you doing here? Of course I'm looking for your cooperation. Yuan Yinin spoke lightly. Wang Chung thought to himself that he had become like this now, and Yuan Yinin still wanted to work with him, which was simply a huge joke. Miss Yuan, you are making fun of me. Reporter Wang, you have become what you are now. Don't you feel resentful? Yuan Yinin came to see him specifically because she saw that he was dismissed from his position. Is resentment useful? Wang Chung sneered. So cooperate with me, and you can get a lot of rewards after the success. Yuan Yinin seduces Wang Chung. Reward? Miss Yuan, do you want me to deal with Dora? Wang Chung looked at her with a wry smile. Yuan Yinin has always been as quiet as a chrysanthemum, which made him think that Yuan Yinin was a fairy who was not concerned with worldly affairs. Unexpectedly, this woman had the same vicious intentions. No, I want you to deal with George. Yuan Yinin uttered 2 words that Wang Chung was not expecting. George, the boy who looks like he's just come of age, do you have a grudge against him? Wang Chung raised his brows slightly. He made me fall into the water twice. Do you think I have a grudge against him? Yuan Yinin looked up at him. That reason is a bit far-fetched. You know that Dora next to George has a relationship with someone. Wang Chung didn't believe that she didn't know that he was taken off. And what happened to Su Xiaodai today? I know, so I also know that if I want revenge, I can't rely on myself alone. I must have someone to cooperate with me. I wonder if you're willing to cooperate with me. Yuan Yinin said as she took out a check. When Wang Chung saw that the amount on the check was 50,000, he couldn't help swallowing. What do you want me to do? As the saying goes, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. I want you to help me sort out the information about George and his parents. And you became like this because of that woman Dora? Don't you want to investigate that woman too? Yuan Yinin didn't believe that even after taking out the money, Wang Chung was still not tempted. Dora? Isn't she a country girl? Wang Chung looked at her in confusion. Cha George has reasons to say. Check Dora. There seems to be no reason. A village girl? Would an ordinary village girl have the ability to contact the county lady? When Yuan Yinin said this, Wang Chung was shocked. How is this possible? If you don't believe me, investigate it yourself. Yuan Yinin didn't want to say anything extra. She felt that it was an unwise decision to cooperate with Wang Chung. But there is no one around me who can be used. I will investigate. Wang Chung gritted his teeth. Dora and the county lady, they seem to be several dozen years apart in age. What is the relationship that allows these 2 people to communicate with each other? And punish them like this? I won't say more. If you have any news, let me know. Yuan Yinin doesn't think Wang Chung is a reliable person, but the person behind her says that Wang Chung can be used. She can only do as the other party arranged. I don't know if Wang Chung can live up to their expectations. As soon as Yuan Yinin left, Wang Chung started to study George. This study took more than a day. He went to find George. It was Zhao Xueshue's wedding day. Wang Chung used the excuse of taking photos for Zhao Xueshue and waited for George's family to arrive. It was the first time for George to see a wedding held in the countryside. At Dora's instruction, he specially filmed a different live broadcast. Live broadcast about folklore. Netizens in the live broadcast room never expected that George would actually broadcast live so early in the morning and broadcast different content. We agreed to watch Animal World, but the host showed us this today. Emma, the anchor, is attending a wedding. Where is this wedding? It looks a little different. Excuse me, why does the bride wear a dragon eye around her neck? Yes, I've only heard of brides wearing necklaces around their necks when they get married, but I've never seen brides wearing longan. The bride can't get out of the house and needs to be carried by her uncle? Oh my God, what can she do without her uncle? That's right, What should I do without my uncle? Netizens in the live broadcast room saw such a peculiar way of getting married for the first time and were all very surprised. I want to see what the host is eating at the local wedding banquet. Seeing so many people coming to watch the ceremony, how many people were invited? There are a lot of curious babies in the live broadcast room. Similarly, George was also curious about why the way of getting married here was different from that outside, especially Zhao Xueshua's outfit, which actually has a bit of ethnic style. Mom, why isn't the clothes Zhao Xueshua is wearing Shoha clothes? George knew that in recent years, many people wore Shoha clothes or wedding dresses when they got married. When getting married in big cities, people usually wear Shoha dress to get married, then change into wedding gown at the hotel, and finally change into toast dress when giving a toast. In rural areas, people basically only get one set of clothes. Therefore, Shoha clothes are more convenient than wedding dresses. Shoha clothing is for film and television. It's not popular here. We either wear wedding dresses or local people's clothes. Zhao Xueshua and her friends are locals, so they naturally wear clothes that locals wear. I remember this is a bit similar to the Hakka people's clothes, but Zhao Xueshua and her friends are not Hakka people. The mother stood aside and acted as George's narrator. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Wedding held in the ancestral hall. So, this isn't Hakka clothing? It just looks more similar. George had a lot of question marks over his head. He had never seen Hakka clothes, so he didn't know what ethnic group the clothes Zhao Xueshua was wearing belonged to. But my mother has been here for a long time, so she must know as much as he does. The culture here is different from that of the capital, and it is more primitive. And because of the complexity of the language, the clothes they wear are naturally different. The mother finished explaining. She saw the crowd was already heading towards the ancestral hall. Let's go to the ancestral hall. Zhao Xueshua needed to go to Liang Liang's house first to get married. But Liang Liang's house was not big, and they had not received an invitation from Liang Liang, so they decided not to join the fun. Seeing that George and the others were about to leave, the netizens in the live broadcast room began to wail. Host, please don't leave. Continue the live broadcast. We want to see what it's like to get married over there. That's right. That's right. How can the anchor leave? The host is going too far by not letting us see the bride. Let me be honest. This family must have invited a lot of people to their wedding. Look, the streets are full of people. Didn't you hear what the host said? We invited everyone in the village this time. Come to think of it, isn't today also the day to marry Jeang Chun, the one the anchor mistakenly took away? Fuck, if the person above hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that today is Jeang Chun's wedding day. Isn't he marrying the anchor's ex-fiancée? It hurts my heart. You guys said such things in the anchor's live broadcast room. You really need to sentence the anchor. What are you afraid of? If the old doesn't go away, the new won't come. Insist that the next one will be better than the last one. I said, after all the talk, didn't you realize that the anchor never reads the comments? In the comments section, one barrage of comments covers another, and from many of them only bits and pieces can be seen. Dora doesn't even look at useless information. Zhao Xueshua is getting married today and has invited everyone in the village to have a drink. Right now, the second group of the village is short of staff, so she has to stay and help Lao Wu and Lao Chun and see if the trader will take this opportunity to show up. George and his mother reached the road where Village 1 and Village 2 met. They saw that Qin Shuai did not follow them, but walked towards Village 2 instead. Mom, Dad isn't going to the wedding? George looked at Qin Shuai's back in confusion. Qin Shuai doesn't go with them at this time. Is he planning to go home? Village Group 2 must be guarded, so he brought a few people to guard it. In addition, the cabbages in Aunt Zhang's vegetable garden need to be harvested today, so he has to help. The mother lowered her voice. George probably didn't know about the trader, and she didn't want George to know too much and add to his burden. Then let's come back and help after we finish eating. George was not very interested in eating, but Dora asked him to continue the live broadcast, and Qin Shuai asked him to try to film all the people in the village, so he understood Qin Shuai and his team's plan. Trader, if no one shows up at the wedding, and if something happens in the second group of the village, 100%, those who didn't show up are traitors. George understood this, so he naturally took Johnson everywhere to shoot. Many netizens in the live broadcast room came from all over the world and had never seen a wedding scene like this in the countryside. Through the interaction between the mother and George, netizens in the live broadcast room learned about the local customs. In the small group, Fatty Ruxio excitedly posted a message. Fuck, I know where the anchor is from. Pure time. Tell me, where's the anchor? Fatty's meat consumes oil. Terpene City. Chicken breast is also a breast. Terpene City? I haven't heard of it. Is it some place with howling mountains? Fatty's meat with oil. Isn't this nonsense? If it weren't for the mountains, how could such juicy vegetables be grown? Delivering food in a rocket. Excellent. Asterisk. Pure time. Fatty, is Xiqing a city? The host seems to be in the countryside. There should be a lot of countryside in Xiqing, right? Fatty's meat consumes a lot of oil, for sure. Bread who loves dried fish. I know. Driving a rocket to deliver food. Oh my god, the official appointed house manager shows up. Hello, little bread. Xiao Bian Bao, who loves dried fish. Brother, are you really delivering food on a rocket? I want to order some crayfish from the anchor's house. Will you deliver it to me? Driving a rocket to deliver food. Sorry, brother, I really can't deliver this, but the host family uses airplanes to deliver things. You can contact me. I am your eldest brother in the Gua family. Little bread who loves dried fish. Brother, is what you said true or false? Food delivery by plane? Driving a rocket to deliver food. It's true, absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I will eat shit on live broadcast. Old Leo who loves prawn porridge. Awesome, you're really awesome, man. Pure time. I've taken a screenshot and saved it. I hope the guy driving the rocket will keep his word. Fatty's meat consumes a lot of oil. Screenshot +1. Dolly Bang. Screenshot +2. Emperor Jiushang Feng. Screenshot +3. Paddling and digging. Screenshot +10,086. Delivering food in a rocket. Are you kidding me, guys? Have you all taken screenshots? All ghosts are poor. I also took a screenshot, but I believe in you, man. Delivering food on a rocket. You've experienced it yourself. How can you not believe me? I feel a little wrong for driving a rocket to deliver food. Pure time. Okay, everyone look. The hosts have arrived at the ancestral hall. Ghosts are poor. Fatty, aren't you from the same province as the anchor? Explain to the anchor how a wedding in the rural area of their hometown is held in an ancestral hall. Fatty's chest consumes oil. I guess it's to worship the ancestors. At least I remember that in the countryside, when holding banquets, usually only the ancestral hall has a larger area. Bread who loves dried fish. Yes. Old Leo who loves prawn porridge. You see, there are actually 2 pictures on the screen, and one of them was shot with a drone. All ghosts are poor. Damn, land in the countryside is really free, and this ancestral hall is really big. Open the pit and paddling. Pause to count the tables. Pure time. I recorded the screen. I can count them slowly later. Fatty's meat with oyster sauce. There must be at least 100 tables of this. Chicken breast is also breast. Can anyone tell me where to get so many tables? Zio by Ambo, who loves dried fish. Is there any need to ask this? Generally, there's so many tables in the ancestral hall. After all, if there's an event in the ancestral hall, all the villagers will go, so there will definitely be so many tables. Fatty's meat cooked in oil. This is what rural ancestral halls look like. After netizens explained, those who didn't understand the custom finally understood why there were hundreds of tables in a small ancestral hall. At this time, George and 2 others were running around under the guise of live broadcast, trying to capture everyone in the frame. In the distance, after the ceremony at Liang Liang's house, Zhao Xueshue was sent to the bridal room to wait to go to the ancestral hall. Chapter 1:10 Hate George. Zhao Xueshue sat in the bridal room without a smile on her face the entire time. She was so young, and yet she was forced to marry a 30-year-old man. She felt very unwilling. Why should she sacrifice herself for Zhao Chengrong? Xueshue, today is our wedding day. Smile a little, and I will buy you a gold necklace. Liang walked into the room, already impatient for the bridal chamber. But they still had a banquet waiting for them. We can only wait until night, and have a good bridal chamber at night. I don't want it. I don't want your things. Zhao Xueshue gritted her teeth. She tried hard not to cry. Zhao Liju said that whether she held the wedding or not, she would become Liang Liang's person, unless she dies. But death is easier said than done. Zhao Xueshue is also a person who is afraid of death. How could she easily die? It doesn't matter if you don't want it. We will be husband and wife in the future anyway. I could buy it any time if you want. Liang said he would buy it, but actually he was thinking about getting Zhao Xueshue. What was he buying for? Zhao Xueshue looked up at him, then turned away angrily. No matter how good Liang is to her, a man in his 30s just can't compare to a young, handsome guy. If only George had been willing to save her. If she could become George's bride, she wouldn't have to see the old man Liang anymore. Why? Why didn't George want to save himself? Zhao Xueshue hated George, Johnson, and everyone in the second group of the village. I don't want it. I want you to do something for me. Zhao Xuexue's eyes were filled with hatred. What's up? Liang Liang looked at Zhao Xuexue with some surprise. This was the first time she asked him for help. Deal with George and everyone in the second group of the village. Zhao Xuexue said through gritted teeth. But the people in village group 2 are not so easy to deal with. Liang Liang frowned. Zhao Xuexue actually asked him to deal with the people from the second group of the village. What a joke. Are the people in village group 2 so easy to deal with? I don't care. I want you to help me deal with the people from the second group of the village. Otherwise, I will cancel this wedding now. Zhao Xuexue held back her tears. If the people from group 2 of the village didn't pay any price, what would be the point of her getting married? Liang Liang didn't expect her to say such a thing and hurried to comfort her. Okay, I'll help you deal with the people from village group 2, okay? It's almost time. Let's go to the ancestral hall. Are you serious? You'll help me deal with the people from the second group of the village. Zhao Xuexue didn't know Liang Liang. She only knew that this man looked at her strangely from time to time. Yes, yes, don't worry, let's go out now. Liang Liang responded with 2 perfunctory words, not noticing at all that Zhao Xuexue would secretly record the evidence and use it to blackmail him later. As time went by, more and more people came into the ancestral hall. Johnson followed George back and forth several times, and finally waited for the bride and groom to come and held a simple ceremony of worshiping their ancestors and filling out the family tree. And then the banquet finally began. George was led by his mother to sit at the same table with people from the village. The people from the second group of the village also dispersed, and there was no table filled with people from their group. It seems that this is an attempt to build relationships with the people in the village, but in fact, only the people in group 2 of the village know what the plan is. Sister Exile, your Zhenghua is not here. Village Chief Ling Guodong was a little surprised when he saw the 3 people sitting at their table. He knew that Zhao Lizhu had invited the second group of the village, but he thought that the people from the second group would not come. Unexpectedly, not only did they come, but quite a few of them came. He is busy harvesting cabbages in the field today, so he won't come over. The mother chatted with Lam Kwok Tung like an ordinary woman. Hey, can't we harvest the cabbage at any time? Why are we harvesting it now? I'll call him and ask him to come over. Ling Guodong said he wanted to make a phone call. Village chief, the cabbage harvester, is a bit impatient. He said earlier that he couldn't wait any longer. Now that he sees that the road to Village 2 is open, he's rushing to bring people to harvest. The mother said, as if they were also in a difficult situation. Sister Exile, look at the vegetables from Group 2 of your village. They are so juicy and delicious. Every time I see your vegetables in the vegetable garden, I envy them to my heart's content. How come you grow them so well? The other people at the table really wanted to know how the vegetables in Village 2 were grown, but unfortunately, every time they asked their mothers, they wouldn't tell them, or they were vague about the answer and never told them the secret at all. Sister Chun, you ask this question every year, so I'll tell you. The mother looked helplessly at the woman who was much older than her. Really? Tell me now. Sister Chun didn't expect her mother to say it, but she didn't expect that her mother would be willing to tell her this time. It was really a surprise. My mother nodded slightly. Let me tell you, we have relatives working at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. You know the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, right? Agricultural Science Academy? What is that place? Sister Chun was a little confused, and the people at the same table also looked confused. They're all country people and have never heard of anything like the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. It's agriculture. My mother mentioned a place that Sister Chun and others had never heard of, but they inexplicably felt it was very prestigious. Sister Exile, your relatives work at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. What do your relatives have to do with the vegetables you grow? Sister Chun asked anxiously. Of course it matters. The vegetable seeds and fertilizers we grow all come from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Do you think we can grow bad crops? The mother was all smiles. Sister Chun and others suddenly realized what was going on. When the people at the next table heard someone say that the mother had revealed the secret of growing vegetables, they immediately came over. After hearing this, someone remembered. Agricultural Academy. Isn't Grandpa Yuan also from the Agricultural Academy? He has spent his life studying rice. I heard that the rice he studied was cultivated in Chengdu and is taller than a human. Isn't it? I saw in the video that it is more than 2 meters high. I have never seen rice this tall in my life, and I don't know when it will be popularized. With rice this high, wouldn't the rice grains be as big as soybeans? Who knows if it's that big? Anyway, Grandpa Yuan is working for our benefit. Everyone who gathered around spoke one by one, and Sister Chun and others became anxious after hearing what was said. Sister Xin, you know someone at the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, so can you help us get the same seeds and fertilizers as you do? Sister Chun and others watch the people in Group 2 of the village make a lot of money every day. It would be a lie to say they're not jealous. I can't help you with that, but I heard that the latest high-quality varieties have been developed and will be available in less than a month. You can go and buy some. Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Did you find the wrong person? The mother said this. Everyone present was excited. That meant they would soon have meat to eat. Less than a month? Then we have to prepare well and go back to buy new seeds. Sister Chun slammed the table and stood up. George looked at Sister Chun and suddenly felt that rural people were really easy to fool. Sister Chun, don't be too anxious. We could take our time. Look, the food and wine are on the table. Let's drink and eat first. The mother was greeting people. Sister Chun might have been a little hostile towards her mother before, but now that she's got the answer she wanted, her hostility towards her mother has naturally decreased a lot. Okay, drink. Sister Chun nodded generously. The first thing that came up was a platter of cold dishes, all of which were braised food. Johnson gave a close-up. Although the presentation is not as exquisite as in big cities, the portions are really abundant, making people in the live broadcast room salivate. Oh, it's pig ears. I love pig ears the most. Damn, I'm hungry just looking at this. I'm eating instant noodles. Why do you want to watch this? That's too much. The instant noodles in my hand don't smell good anymore. Look, boiled shrimp, mantis shrimp, 8 treasure red sturgeon rice, lobster, turtle soup, abalone, boiled chicken, sugar water chicken. This is a rural banquet. I love it. The food in big cities is not so rich. This is really generous. Netizens in the live broadcast room were clamoring. George, his mother, and others on the screen had no idea that Zhao Liju would prepare such a rich variety of dishes. It's really worth it. It feels so rich. The netizens in the live broadcast room were really envious and jealous when they saw this scene. Son, the red sturgeon rice is good. Come and try it. Mother specially scooped a bowl of red sturgeon rice for George and added a large pair of tongs. Netizens in the live broadcast room shed tears of happiness as they looked at the mother's loving eyes. Wow, the host's mother is so gentle. Who said this mother is a bad person? I think she's the best mother in the world. Who said that the countryside was bad before? Look at the fish, shrimp, crab, abalone, chicken, and duck on the table. Even the banquets in big cities are not as rich as this. I envy the host so much. I also want to go to the host place and taste the feast. Look, is that glutinous rice cake? Woo, love it. There are a lot of city people in the live broadcast room. At first, they thought that the countryside was not good, but now it seems that the food in the countryside is really several times better than that in big cities. Halfway through the meal, Zhao Xuexue and Liang were seen in the live broadcast room toasting. George had never introduced this couple before, and netizens were not interested in knowing them. But this frontal photo made netizens wonder how Zhao Xuexue, who is so young, could marry a man who looks to be in his 30s. Zhao Xuexue, although there's a little conflict between your family and my family, today is your big day, and I won't argue with you. This meeting gift is a little gift from me and George's father. Please accept it. The mother took out 2 red envelopes and handed them to Zhao Xuexue, with the mother's name and Jeang Chun's name written on them respectively. George had heard from his mother before that in this place, if a relative in the family gets married or holds a full-month banquet, in addition to the gift package, there must also be a meeting gift. It's just that George's family has no relationship with Zhao Xuexue's family at all, yet they still gave this gift, which made Zhao Xuexue feel inexplicably ironic. Especially the red envelope made Zhao Xuexue feel particularly uncomfortable. Zhao Xuexue looked at George on the side and saw that he seemed to be out of touch with the world. I feel very uncomfortable. Thank you, Xin. Seeing that Zhao Xuexue didn't move, Liang quickly took the red envelope from his mother's hand and pulled Zhao Xuexue to the next house. Netizens in the live broadcast room noticed the expression on Zhao Xuexue's face, but because they didn't know her relationship with George, they didn't dare to say much. However, someone went to look through other netizens' previous screen recordings and found screen recordings of their conflicts, and instantly knew the relationship between them. Everyone doesn't know whether to express their blessings or ridicule for Zhao Xuexue's marriage. The scene turned to the dishes on the table again, and everyone realized that only half of the dishes were served, and the other half was still there. They were so envious of the people in the live broadcast room. By the time the banquet was over, those in the live studio who hadn't eaten had already been full from watching the show. So how could they be in the mood to eat? George. When George and his companions were about to leave, a voice was heard. George looked in that direction and saw Wang Chung. TSK. Wasn't this reporter Wang fired from his job? Why are you here instead of staying at home and thinking about your life's major events? Are you here to attend a wedding? Reporter Wang, what's up? George looked indifferent, as if he was keeping people at a distance. Wang Chung was angry that George didn't treat him well, but then he thought that he needed a favor from George, and he also needed to get information from George, so Wang Chung spoke humbly for the first time. I have something I want to talk to you about. Talk to me? What? George felt that he and reporter Wang had nothing to talk about at all. Let's talk aside. Wang Chung looked at George and saw people on both sides. To talk about it here is a huge and embarrassing thing. Reporter Wang, if you have something to say, please speak up. We have to hurry back. Johnson frowned, thinking, does Wang Chung feel that being robbed is not bad enough? Is he going to cause trouble for George? Wang Chung glared at him. He did not forget that Johnson was also Dora's younger brother, and he was equally annoying. Reporter Wang, it seems that there is no relationship between us, and there is no interest involved, right? You came to see me. Aren't you just a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken with ulterior motives? George's eyes seemed to see through Wang Chung. Wang Chung quickly shook his head. George, I know that I was prejudiced against your village group too, because of Su Xiaodia's incident. I apologize to you here. I also ask you to forgive me and give me a chance to make amends. Oh, you're here to beg for mercy? Johnson clicked his tongue twice when he heard this. He thought Wang Chung was here to cause trouble, but it turned out he was here to beg for mercy. What a surprise. Reporter Wang, you got the wrong person, didn't you? George was a little stunned. If he wants to ask for mercy, shouldn't he go to Michael or Dora? What do you want to see him for? It wasn't him who masturbated Wang Chung. No. Wang Chung saw it clearly from the side. Johnson was speaking for George and even acted like George's assistant. He didn't believe that George had no status in the second group of the village. Chapter 112 Wang Chung and Zhao Xue are in cahoots. Why not? I have no grudge against you, right? You came to me to beg for mercy. So you must have come to the wrong person, right? George was puzzled. That's right, Reporter Wang. If you want to admit your mistake, shouldn't you go to my sister to admit it? Why are you looking for my brother George? Johnson smelled something unusual. George looked at it. He was like a transparent person in front of Wang Chung. If Wang Chung wants to find someone, he shouldn't look for George. Because I saw that you were all very nice to George. So, I thought of asking George to be a peacemaker. Wang Chung said somewhat embarrassedly. So, you want to ask George to be the peacemaker, but what kind of relationship do you have with George? If you ask George to be the peacemaker, does that mean George has to be the peacemaker for you? Johnson couldn't figure out what Wang Chung was thinking. Even if he wants to find someone to act as a peacemaker, shouldn't he find someone he is familiar with? George, and he had nothing to do with each other. So he asked George to be the peacemaker? Isn't that a joke? Reporter Wang, I don't care who you want to find as a peacemaker, but my son won't be your peacemaker. Son, let's go. With a cold face, the mother grabbed George's hand and turned away. Johnson didn't even look at Wang Chung and followed the two of them away. George, I know I left a bad impression on you before, but I will change now. Please. Before Wang Chung could finish his words, he saw George had been taken away by his mother. His words seemed to be ignored. No one listened to him at all. Wang Chung, let's go back. Seeing that Wang Chung was completely ignored, Lin Hao silently shed tears for him. Damn it. How can I look down on me like this? George and the others fiercely. He's already been so humble. What else do they want? Do they want him to kneel down and beg them? How could they have a nerve to make him kneel down and beg them? Wang Chung, since they don't want to be the peacemaker, let's find another way. Lin Hao patted his shoulder and sighed softly. I originally thought that since Wang Hao's matter had not been made public, there was still room for maneuver. But Wang Cheng's affairs had already been made public this morning. Now that many people knew that Wang Chung had been fired, they did not dare to apply for his position at all. No one in Wang Yinsun knew about this yet, so he was able to ask Liang for such a filming task. George happened to be there, so Wang Chung came over. Originally, this matter might not be able to be negotiated successfully, and there was no need for Wang Chung to act like he had no integrity and righteousness if the deal failed. How will we get along if we meet again in the future? Zhao Xue had not left yet. Seeing what was happening here and hearing Wang Cheng's words that seemed to be full of resentment towards George, she suddenly had an idea in her mind. Reporter Wang, I would like you to take some photos for me. Do you have time now? Zhao Shueshua walked to Wang Chung and said lightly. Wang Chung turned and looked at Zhao Shueshua. What does she want to do with herself? Yes, yes. Miss Zhao, wait a minute. As Lin Hao spoke, he handed the camera to Wang Chung and asked Wang Chung to help Zhao Shueshua take pictures. When Wang Chung saw that there was a business coming, he took out his camera and went to take pictures of Zhao Shueshua. I had no idea that the two of them would reach a consensus by taking this photo. And he learned about George's parents from Zhao Shueshua. George, who was unaware that Wang Chung and Zhao Shueshua were already in cahoots with each other at this moment, just returned to the second group of the village and saw many men a few years older than him harvesting cabbages in the fields with sickles. The fat and big-eared Xiang Xiang was sitting on the ground, staring at the cut cabbages with his big eyes from time to time, feeling a pang of pain in his flesh. These are all its cabbages. Pain. It really hurts. Meow. When the tiger cub saw George coming back, he used his claws and jumped directly into George's arms. Has Xiaohu eaten yet? George stroked its head. Most of the people in Group 2 of the village went to Zhao Shueshua's wedding at noon today, so eating became a problem for the remaining people here. Qin Shuai had told him before that he didn't need to worry, and he didn't know what they were going to eat for lunch. Meow meow, little master. Let me tell you, the master prepared a lot of delicious food for us at noon today. I almost ate too much. Xiaohu burped as he spoke. My dad cooks. George raised his brows slightly. Qin Shuai prepared a lot of delicious food. How did he prepare it? Does he cook it himself? George doubted that with Qin Shuai's appearance, what he cooked would be no different from pig food, right? George shuddered as he thought of that scene. Bullshit. If the male owner cooks, will that food still be edible? Only Xiang Xiang would probably think it's delicious. Tiger rolled his eyes. George thought that the subtext of his words was that only pigs would eat the food his father cooked. Isn't the same as pig food? TSK, TSK. Xiaohu, what are you having for lunch? Johnson was curious because it seemed that those who stayed here all couldn't cook. What can the little tigers eat at noon? Of course, it's a chef who cooked the food. The host specially invited the chef from outside. By the way, I'll continue to cook it tonight. You're in for a treat. Xiaohu looks silly and cute when he smiles. Johnson felt as if something was fishy. You guys are always thinking about eating. After we go to the village at noon, will anyone come to Group 2 of the village? The mother looked at the three boys in front of her with displeasure. Don't they have anything else to pursue besides eating? Master, let me tell you, you have been idle for several hours, but no one has come to spy on you. It's really strange. Xiaohu was still thinking that if someone came, he could make a great contribution and get a lot of money to buy some meat. Now no one comes. It just keeps itself lonely. I guess he was somewhere observing your every move and noticed something was wrong, so he didn't come. Mother doesn't care. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I will move first. There are plenty of opportunities. But if this happens, they won't have the chance to spy again after today. Xiao Hula shrugged his head. Its prize grew wings and flew away. Don't worry, we will create opportunities for them. The mother touched its head. If there is no opportunity, create one. George being such a big bait and the unusualness of Village Group 2, I don't believe that it won't be able to attract those guys to come one after another. Yes. After George did the live broadcast for a while, those people were ready to make a move, right? Johnson said excitedly. But it seems that only one popped up. George spoke quietly. Sewer, the guy who died before he could accomplish his mission. No pity. There's someone emerging from the county right now. Let's wait for him to show his hand. Let's go see how your father is doing with the harvest. Mother is more patient than these young people. Having been here for more than 20 years, my heart has long been as steady as a rock. Chapter 113 Chapter 113 A village full of big guys. Hey, NXN, my stomach hurts. You guys go first. I won't go, Johnson wailed. He had not forgotten that Dora had asked him to help Aunt Jeong harvest cabbages. It's such a hot day. If he went with them to harvest cabbages, wouldn't he be sunburned to death? You're not going? Are you sure you're not going? George looked at him and knew that he was definitely pretending. Is it so difficult to get him to the ground? No. I must have had an upset stomach from the food I ate at lunch. I need to go back and rest. You guys go first and help if you can. Johnson finished speaking. He ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in a flash. George saw that his speed was almost as fast as some kids' Hot Wheels. Mom, Johnson really doesn't plan to go to college? George looked at his mother with a bewildered look on his face. He did not forget that he was only 2 years older than him, and this was the best time for him to go to college. Does he really want to stay with me in this small mountain village? What university should he go to? The Guo family's children are all smart. A guy like Johnson, who is usually cynical, can become a boss in a big company even if he doesn't go to university. The mother said this. She suddenly wondered if her child wanted to go to college. Son, why are you asking about this? Do you want to go to college? No. I just think it's a waste of Johnson's time and life for him to do a live broadcast with me. George shook his head. Epsilon sad face Omicron asterisk. Hey son, don't think too much. He's just going to college to have fun. He might as well do something with you. Besides, he can easily make hundreds of thousands of dollars by designing software. You're thinking so much about him. Why not think more about yourself? The mother looked at George with mixed feelings. Johnson, who could earn hundreds of thousands or even millions every month if he worked hard. What an unnecessary worry. George moment dash underscore dash. Johnson, who he thought was eating for free, is also a big boss. Young master, you are right. Even though that kid always says he has no money, he actually uses all his money for investment. George with his big round eyes. George suddenly felt that he was the only one who was not a big shot in the village. George was about to say something when he saw Wu Shioli rushing towards him not far away. Brother George, you're back. That's great. Come with me to the county town. What are you going to do in the county town? George was a little confused. The county town of Xiqing has only 2 streets, which can be walked through in half an hour. Why does she need to go to the county town for something? Of course, accompany me to the class reunion. Wu Shioli blinked her eyes. Class reunion? George heard these 3 words. He thought of the messages his former classmates had sent him, and he suddenly felt a little resistant. Yes, my classmates know that I have a brother in a cool car, and they're all envious. So what you have to do is to act smart, understand? Wu Shioli directly pointed out the purpose. Mother frowned slightly. Shioli, I'm afraid your classmates are difficult to get along with. This class reunion will probably not be a good one. You can just let Johnson or Guo Zixiao accompany you. Why do you want George to accompany you? NXIN, let me tell you, I originally wanted to go with me, but Uncle Qin said that George has to show off his prestige. Wu Shioli spread her hands. It's not that she doesn't want to find someone else. It was Qin Shuai who wanted to treat George as a tool. She had no choice but to take Qin, tool, Huai, people away. What does Qin Shuai want to do? The mother couldn't understand what Qin Shuai was playing. I don't know what Uncle Qin meant by doing this, but I'm taking Brother George away anyway. Wu Shioli said this while taking George's hand and looking at him with a smile. George handed the tiger cub to his mother. Shioli, you have to take good care of George and make sure nothing happens to him. In his mother's eyes, no matter how capable George was, he was still her son after all. I'm really afraid that he will suffer a great loss. And XIN, don't worry. I will definitely bring Brother George back safely. After Wu Shioli finished speaking, she took George and left. But at this time, George began to have difficulties. He doesn't have a driver's license and can't drive. Are the 2 of them really going to drive to the county town like this? Shioli, can you drive? George asked this. Wu Shioli laughed instantly. Brother George, has no one told you before that you shouldn't underestimate the people in the second group of the village? Yes, but you look young. Not necessarily a driver's license. Before George finished speaking, Wu Shioli raised a small notebook. Driving license. Really? He still can't underestimate Wu Shioli. Don't worry, Brother George. I've already prepared this. George with a smile. They will prepare these things in advance. After all, if the situation really becomes a last resort, they will really need these things. That's good. Where's your class reunion? It looks quite early now. Do we need to go there so early? George looked at the sun in the sky. It was only 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Isn't it a bit too early to go there now? It's getting late. If we go there now, we'll just catch their tea party. Then we'll have dinner and then go to the river beach for a barbecue. We can come back after the barbecue is over. After Wu Shioli finished explaining the process, George was dumbfounded. Doesn't this mean that I have to wait until 11 or 12 o'clock at night to come back? We're going to have a barbecue tonight? You guys are really good at having fun, aren't you? Brother George? Don't blame me. Weren't you the same as us when you were in Beijing? Wu Shioli gave him a look that showed her understanding. George suddenly remembered the past. It just that he felt that those things seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. I can hardly remember what it was like before. Since he had that dream, he felt as if a century had passed in his life. Then don't think about it, come on, let's go drive. Wu Shioli took him to drive the red Ferrari out. George sat in the co-pilot seat and looked at Wu Shioli's familiar operation and couldn't help asking. Shioli, how many years have you been driving? 3 years, right? I've been learning to drive for 2 years. That should be 5 years. Wu Shili calculated the time, and it seemed to be that long. 5 years? Didn't you just turn 18 this year? George was dumbfounded. Wu Shili was pregnant after he was born, so it can be said that the two were pregnant at the beginning of the year and the end of the year. And Wu Shili actually spent 3 years learning to drive. Doesn't this mean she had to start learning to drive at the age of 13? Chapter 114, Wu Shili's past. Yeah, what's the problem? Wu Shili looked at his shocked expression, which was exactly the same as the expressions of those people in the institute when they knew she was the director. She felt that George must have been hit hard by her. It seems that I shouldn't reveal too many things to him. 13 years old, should be in the second grade of junior high school, already learning to drive at this age. Where do you find the time? George thought back to when he was 13 years old and realized how completely different he was from Wu Xioli. We need to make time to come out. My mother said that children born in the second group of the village are destined to be extraordinary. We need to learn various skills so that we can lead everyone to move out of the poor mountainous areas. Wu Shili blinked. Back then, her mother used words like the family was poor and she had to study hard and improve her skills to make her believe that her family was really living a hard life. As a result, in order to reduce the burden on her family, she continued to receive scholarships and learned various skills under the arrangement of her parents. Unexpectedly, when she went to Beijing for further studies, she found that her family was not poor, but wealthy. So, since she was cheated so badly back then, it was natural that she felt a little resentful towards her parents. But when she thought of her parents' good intentions, she just wanted to comfort herself by using her parents' dark history. That's why she rushed back when she heard that George was going to deal with Lao Wu. She was so miserable back then, but her parents hid in the dark and laughed at her. You have to vent your anger somehow, right? George never knew this and thought about what Wu Shili said. I heard from Sister Dora and the others that they only found out about their family situation after they went to the capital. Did you also find out after you went to the capital? Isn't it? I really don't know how to describe my feelings at that time. As Wu Shili drove along the new road, she talked about every detail of her trip to the capital. George realized that Wu Shili had appeared beside him before. According to what you said, many people in the capital know that I am my father's son, but why didn't they tell anyone? Your father usually has a spokesperson to speak for him. His face is known to his best friends and loyal subordinates, and only his former enemies know his face. That's why no one recognizes you, even though you look a lot like your father. It's because the familiar people know that your father is on a mission, and the enemies will certainly not attack you without knowing your identity. After Wu Shili's explanation, George finally understood. He must have been recognized by some people a long time ago, but everyone chose to turn a blind eye. Haha, he really is worthy of being his father's good friend. He really hit it very well. Then what do you think would happen if I returned to the capital as my father's son? Haha, young Master Qin, of course there will be thousands of people welcoming you. But I don't think you would want that kind of pomp and ceremony, or else you'll be followed by a bunch of followers wherever you go in the future. Wu Shili has a deep understanding of this. The ceremony was grand and impressive enough. But in the future, in order to prevent someone from framing them or assassinating them, they will have to have dozens of people follow them whenever they go out. There is no freedom at all. For the sake of your own life, it is better not to make a fuss. George nodded. The 4 words, young master of the Qin family, reminded him of a family in the capital city. They seemed to be at the center of the first-class families in the capital city, but no one had ever seen anyone from this family. All I know is that when this family has something to announce, a masked man will always appear and tell them the decision of the family members. At first, everyone suspected that all the members of this family were too ugly to be seen by others, and it turned out that some of the families below were also like that. I heard that people from these families never participate in activities organized by people in the circle, and they always wander on the edge of the circle. But as long as there are some small waves in the circle, it is basically related to them. When Ben told him about this, he thought the other person was just trying to show off. Now that I think about it, doesn't this mean that you're just showing off? Xioli, what else do you think the Qin family in Beijing has? I want to know some things about my family. George spoke calmly. Excitement accompanied his voice, and Wu Xioli could hear some concern in his voice. I don't know much about the Qin family, but I know that the Tamingshan Villa district where Ben lives is the property of your Qin family. George wouldn't know if Wu Xioli didn't tell him. As soon as I said this, I was shocked. The villa area on Mount Taiming is all his family's property, which means that Ben and the others should really reflect on who is the boss. Really? I don't have much education, so don't lie to me. Of course it's true. If you don't believe it, you can go ask Uncle Chin. Wu Shioli looked at him unhappily. George used to stay at Ben's house, which was indeed too narrow-minded. Wu Shioli only thought that George was narrow-minded, but she didn't know that George was just worried that General Chin would become too successful and threaten the emperor. I'll go ask later. George made a note of this. Wu Shioli saw that he looked serious and indeed had some of Qin Shuai's style. It would be nice if I could broaden my horizons a little bit. From Wangyin village, Wu Shioli took less than an hour to reach the outskirts of the county. There's a park here. The tea party was held right here. Wu Shioli parked the car in the parking lot. As soon as she got out of the car, she saw Su Xiaodia's figure not far away, looking at her with an uncertain expression. It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. George got off the car. He saw Wu Shioli looking at Su Xiaodai. Seeing Su Xiaodai appear, George couldn't help but frowned. Shioli, why is she here? She's my classmate, so she's here for the tea party. Brother George, let's go. Wu Shioli said this, then retracted her gaze and left with George. Su Xiaodai, who was not far away, saw that they clearly saw her but did not come to say hello. What did that mean? Did you treat her as heir? That's really too much. Xiaodai, look at that person. Isn't she Wu Shioli? Wu Shioli is driving a sports car with a handsome guy. Is she here to show off her wealth? A woman next to Su Xiaodai spoke up. Su Xiaodai suddenly felt a little heartbroken. Originally, Wu Shioli's poverty could be used as a topic of conversation for them. But now Wu Shioli is driving a sports car with a handsome guy. What is she trying to do? Tell others that she is so rich that she can even support a man? I don't know, maybe. Let's ignore them and go up to see if the others have arrived. Su Xiaodi avertet hergaze. Now her father's position is in jeopardy. If she does something bad again, their family's income will probably go through the roof. Chapter 115. Chapter 115, attending Wu Shioli's classmates' reunion. Hey Xiaodai, what's wrong with you? Haven't you always been at odds with Wu Shioli? Don't you think there's something wrong with her now, that she's like this? The female classmate standing next to Su Xiaodai felt that something was wrong with her. If it were any other time, Su Xiaodai would have already ridiculed him. Why is it so quiet today? Are you scared? It shouldn't be. What's the problem? The car isn't hers. Su Xiaodai rolled her eyes at her. It's not hers? Could it be that handsome guy next to her? There was a gleam in the female classmate's eyes. She saw that the car had a gorgeous appearance and was a Ferrari brand, so she knew it would be impossible to buy it without spending several million. It can be seen how rich the boy next to Wu Shioli is. It's him. Su Xiaodai thought of the scene when Dorothy said the car belonged to George, and her face instantly darkened. George's family was really rich. Why didn't they renovate the old wooden house? Instead, they bought a car? I really can't understand it. Xiaodai, do you know what their relationship is? Where does that handsome guy live? The female classmates were very excited. I know, you want to meet him? Su Xiaodai looked at the expression on her face and sneered. What a nymphomaniac. Did she know about the relationship between that man and Wu Shioli? If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, would she break them up? Think about it, Xiaodai. Let's not talk about it here. Let's go over there quickly. The female classmate took Su Xiaodia's hand and walked towards George and the others. At this time, the tea house was full of Wu Shioli's classmates. Many people were surprised to see Wu Shioli coming with a handsome guy, while some also found that George looked familiar to them. Ah, George, you're George. Someone recognized George and rushed to him without thinking. George was taken aback by the others' enthusiasm and took a step back. Luo Karen, you scare my brother. Wu Shioli quickly stopped the other party. Your brother? Wu Shioli, what did you say? He's your brother? Luo Karen looked incredulous. Isn't it said that Wu Shioli is an only child? How could she have a brother? Besides, George's last name is Chin. Even if he is found by his biological parents, isn't his biological father's last name Jeang? She has nothing to do with Wu Shioli? Yes, he is my brother. Didn't you hear that I have a brother in a cool car? Wu Shioli looked at a girl not far away with a smile. The girl was from Wangyin village, just like them. George was taken out by Dora before she happened to see George in the red sports car. It was for this reason that when she promoted George's affairs in the class, she did not forget to bring her along. After all, the people in the second group of the village have always been very close to each other and treat each other as brothers. To say that George is her brother. Yes. When we heard Xiaolin say this, we couldn't believe it was true. I never thought your brother would be George. You don't know how envious I was of your brother's video before. He could actually interact with pandas and tigers. The female classmates shouted excitedly. She hadn't forgotten what George had shown her. It was truly amazing. Yes, Brother Shioli, are those pandas and tigers real? George eagerly. George nodded slightly. Are they in Wanyin village? I want to touch them." The female classmate made a sound like a groundhog. When the others heard the words panda and tiger, their eyes opened wider than copper bells. These people had just finished the college entrance examination and had not even left this small county town. Therefore, no matter what you tell them about pandas and tigers, they can only see them through channels such as television. Unexpectedly, these little animals are right next to them. Pandas? Tigers? Do we have these animals here? Lu Qingqing, you are not kidding. Are there really such animals here? Everyone looked at Lu Qingqing. Of course, didn't you watch Brother Xiao Li's live broadcast? Lu Qingqing looked at them in confusion. George's live broadcast is so popular, they should have heard about it at least. Brother Xiao Li's live broadcast? Which platform is it on? Yes, which platform? Not only did a group of people surround Lu Qingqing, they also surrounded George and Wu Xiaoli. George has a headache. He really doesn't want to attend such a class reunion. Lian, my brother's doing a live broadcast on Lian. If you want to watch it, you can go and watch it. Wu Xiaoli raised her voice a lot. When the people present heard this, some of them directly opened Lian to search, while others, like Lu Qingqing, waited for George to answer her question. Xiaoli, can you ask your brother for us if we can go see the pandas and tigers? Lu Qingqing looked at Wu Xiaoli pitifully. Wu Xiaoli knew the situation of the second group of the village and knew that it was not the right time yet. That's not convenient. Those pandas and tigers are domesticated by someone in our group who has a special private breeding license. They're not open to outsiders for viewing at the moment. If you want to see them, you'd better wait until that person is willing. I will notify you and let you go to see them. Will that make us wait for a long time? Lu Qingqing looked at Wu Xiaoli with some disappointment. She thought she could see the pandas earlier. Don't worry, it won't be long. George saw that the girl in front of him seemed to really like Chuki Xiaohu, and his heart softened. Really, Brother Xiaoli, can we add each other on WeChat? George pitifully. Qingqing, my brother doesn't add strangers on WeChat casually. Anyway, I will notify you if there is any news here. Wu Xiaoli must be aware of what Lu Qingqing and the others are planning. George is a boy, and he is embarrassed to refuse some things. She is different. A girl can do whatever she wants and won't be labeled a bully. Brother Xiaoli, I'm the only one who's going to be added, and you don't want to? Lu Qingqing doesn't have any thoughts. What else could she have? Qingqing, you know my brother is now considered a semi-celebrity. If I give this WeChat to others, if others know my brother's WeChat from you, won't they harass my brother? Wu Xiaoli glanced at everyone unhappily. Lu Qingqing looked around and saw that other people also wanted to add George on WeChat. If she was the only one who added George on WeChat, I guess a lot of people would come to her to ask for it. Will she give it or not when the time comes? Lu Qingqing felt that she might cause a lot of trouble to George at that time. Well, if you can see those little animals later, you must let us know. Don't worry, since everyone loves animals so much, I will definitely not let you down. Wu Xiaoli smiled and nodded. Chapter 116, we must go to the capital to take a look. Although everyone was a little disappointed that they couldn't add George on WeChat, they were still excited to see George in person and took photos with him. George didn't want to take a photo with them at first, but after Wu Xiaoli's persuasion, he took a photo with each of them. Xiaoli, I want to take a photo with your brother. Were so excited when they heard people around them talking about Wu Xiaoli and George. It turns out they're not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. That's great. George better. Lin Lulu, my brother is from the countryside. He is not worthy of a noble person like you. Forget about this photo. Wu Xiaoli frowned. This Lin Lulu is just like Su Xiaodai. She often looks down on her and likes to make trouble for her. George now. It would be strange to say there is no problem. Wu Xiaoli, what are you talking about? When did I ever say that I am of noble race? Lin Lulu thought that Wu Xiaoli would not say such things in front of her brother, but she did not expect that Wu Xiaoli would embarrass her in front of her brother. This mean you don't want her to get close to George? Lin Lulu, didn't you look down on me like Su Xiaodai before? Then don't get close to us, lest our country atmosphere infect you. Wu Xiaoli snorted coldly. The cold voice poured in the lively tea party like a chilly wind. Suddenly, everyone fell silent and looked at the two people. Wu Xiaoli, it's been such a long time since this happened. Why are you still taking it to heart? Aren't you too petty? Lin Lulu looked at her unhappily. They haven't seen Wu Xiaoli for 3 years and heard that she was sponsored to study somewhere else. Even though I don't know where it is, 3 years can at least allow people to forget a lot of things, right? I'm petty? Haha, just think of me as petty. Anyway, I just don't want you to take a photo with my brother. Wu Xiaoli looks like a little bully. Lin Lulu was so angry, but she didn't know what to say. If I keep pestering her, I'll definitely be accused of being shameless. Brother Shioli and I haven't seen each other for 3 years. You see, she's still so petty. Why don't you come out and try to mediate? Lin Lulu cast a resentful look at George, who was watching the show on the side. George looked at that look and suddenly didn't know what to say. He just wanted to eat melon quietly. What's more, why should a man like him be involved in a war between two women? You ladies should solve your own problems. I can't help you. George shrugged. If I get involved and side with Wu Xioli, they will definitely say that I side with Wu Xioli and bully Lin Lulu. It would be better to just watch the show from the sidelines. Are you still a man? I need her permission to take a photo with you. Are you two really brother and sister? I think only a girlfriend would be so jealous, right? Lin Lulu said this deliberately. She wanted to see if George would explain. Lin Lulu, I think you really should go to the ophthalmologist. So many people here have taken photos with my brother. If I'm really jealous, how long will it take for me to get jealous with so many people? Wu Xioli chuckled. When others heard what Wu Xioli said, they felt embarrassed not to stand up and help her. Yeah, Lin Lulu, since Xioli doesn't want her brother to take a photo with you, why don't you force it? Besides, you're definitely not a fan of Xioli's brother, so this photo is of no use to you. Lin Qingqing was the first to stand up. Although her relationship with Lin Lulu was usually average, after saying this, she also knew that her relationship with Lin Lulu would inevitably become strained in the future. Yes, Lin Lulu, if Brother Xioli disagrees, you shouldn't force it. It's just a tea party. Shouldn't everyone have a good time? Luo Karen couldn't understand. Wasn't the relationship between Lin Lulu and Wu Xioli not bad? How dare she take a photo with George? This made them feel that the shamelessness was so thick. Lin Lulu saw two people speaking, while the others seemed to be hesitant to speak. It seems that they're all on Wu Xioli's side and are going to oppose her, right? Lulu, come here. Don't you want to take a photo? Let's take a photo together. The squad leader quickly came out to adjust the atmosphere. He didn't want a classmate to have a bad relationship. Lulu, it's just a photo. He's not a big star. What's the point of taking this photo? Su Xiaodai stood aside and looked at Lin Lulu's angry expression, which was exactly the same as hers before. That's true. He's not a big star. Why do I need this photo? Lin Lulu shouted loudly, looking as if she looked down on George. George and Wu Xioli were not angry either. In their minds, celebrities are as good as shit, and it is really an insult to them to equate them with celebrities. Okay, no matter what conflicts we have in the future, can we just laugh it off? After all, we'll all be in college, and I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again. The monitor glanced at everyone. These are all junior high school classmates. Compared to high school classmates, they have known each other for nearly 9 years. They knew each other for a full 9 years, from elementary school to junior high school. Speaking of which, the school I applied for this time is in the capital, and I don't know if I can get in. If I can, you can come to the capital to visit me in the future. The deputy monitor said to everyone. Beijing is so far away. There's smog there. I think it's better to stay in my own province. Yes, this province is great. It's close to home, and it's convenient to go home. Brother Xioli is from Beijing. His accent is not like our locals. Brother Xioli, can you tell me what fun things there are in Beijing? George with curiosity. George heard her mention the capital, various scenic spots, and historical sites in the capital emerged in his mind. The Forbidden City, the Great Wall, the Ming Tombs, and George mentioned a lot of places. Lu Qingqing and others listened with longing on their faces. I only know the Forbidden City and the Great Wall in Beijing, and I don't know anything about other places. Brother Xioli, have you been to these places? Luo Karen asked curiously. Well, my teacher took me to those places when I was in school. George recalled that when he went to those places, his parents were not around, and he went with his teachers. Wow, your teacher is so nice that he actually takes you to those places. Our teachers won't take us to those places. Those who heard his words showed envy and jealousy. If you go to study in the capital, you will also receive such treatment. George laughed. One advantage of studying in the capital is that you can often visit some famous places of interest and appreciate the local customs. Wow, we must go to the capital to have a look. Chapter 1:17 Chapter 1:17 Shura Field. Wu Xioli's classmates all showed longing expressions. Especially when George talked about food, everyone couldn't help drooling. Places like Huanjude are what they yearn for. Not to mention that they were drooling. Even Su Xiaodai, who had always followed team leader Su to enjoy the good life, couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she heard what George said. She had always thought that George was poor, but now she realized that she was the poor one. How could a man like George be poor? He had fun, eaten well, and even drove a luxury sports car in Beijing. Can such a person be poor? She doesn't believe it. I really don't believe it. Brother Shioli, please stop talking. If you continue, the things in our hands will not smell good at all. One person wailed. George with resentful eyes. George touched his nose. He didn't say anything. He just talked about food. They didn't need to look at him like that, right? That's right, Brother Shioli. You know we are all people who have never seen the world. Do you know how desirable what you said is? I envy Brother Shioli so much for being able to go to those places. Everyone looked at George with envy. George on Weibo and immediately sneered. Emma, you all know that he is a live broadcaster, and you all envy him for having been in Beijing. How come you don't know that he was taken away by mistake? Lin Lulu, do you want to pick a fight? Wu Xiuli's face suddenly darkened. There was a reason why George was taken away by mistake. Lin Lulu wants to use the fact that George was taken away by mistake to ruin George's reputation. Lin Lulu, those things have nothing to do with us, so don't talk about them. The squad leader and deputy squad leader's expressions changed slightly. Such a good atmosphere. Does Lin Lulu want to ruin it? If you don't say it, doesn't it mean it's not the truth? Lin Lulu deliberately sang a different tune. She wanted to see how Wu Xioli and George had the nerve to stay here. Lin Lulu, I want to advise you that there are some things you can say and some things you can't say, lest it be considered as defamation. I can ask my lawyer to send you to jail for a while. By then, your file will have your dark history on it, and I want to know which school will accept you. As soon as Wu Xioli said this, not only Lin Lulu, but also the faces of other people in the class changed after hearing this. They're all students. Defamation, lawyers, and the like are really too far away from them. It seems that Wu Xioli says this all the time. Otherwise, how could she say it so fluently? Thinking that Wu Xioli might have had some contact with a lawyer or something, everyone present suddenly felt that the situation was a little serious. Ms. Lin, if you have any opinion on my being taken away by mistake, please feel free to tell me. I will see which of your words constitutes defamation. George didn't want to argue with her. Since Lin Lulu doesn't want to let me go, there is no need for me to be polite to her. Lin Lulu was stunned when she heard his words. She hadn't expected George to say that. How could she continue? Squad leader, I feel a little uncomfortable. I'm going back first. Su Xiaodai saw that Lin Lulu was obviously intimidated by George and the other man, and she knew that she would not get any benefit from them at all. In this case, there is no point for the two of them to stay here. Su Xiaodai, are you leaving? The monitor was a little surprised. In this situation, shouldn't it be Lin Lulu who finds an excuse to leave? How could it be Su Xiaodai? Sociality Nadith. She was afraid that if she stayed here for too long, she would become depressed sooner or later after seeing George and Wu Xioli. Su Xiaodai, are you going to run away? When Wu Xioli heard her say that she was leaving, she chuckled twice. That expression made Su Xiaodai feel that Wu Xioli was clearly mocking her. What do you mean by running away? I didn't want to run away at all. I just felt unwell. Su Xiaodai refused her and said the word escape. How would other classmates look at her? You're not feeling well? Are you really feeling unwell, or are you just pretending to feel unwell? Wu Xioli deliberately dragged out the sound. Su Xiaodai looked at the others with suspicious eyes and became very angry. Whether I'm really uncomfortable or not, what does it have to do with you? I'm just not happy with you and your brother Qin, okay? It's really disgusting. Have you spoken your mind? Wu Xioli chuckled twice. When other people looked at this scene, they felt that this was not a class reunion at all, but a Shura field. Why is the atmosphere so tense and scary? They still want to live well. Well, classmates, can we put aside any grudges for now? Today is a class reunion, so don't make the situation awkward. After all, this is probably the last class reunion in our lives. Let's cherish this moment together, okay? The squad leader stood up and expressed his attitude. Wu Xioli smiled and said, okay, I won't make trouble with her. Su Xiaodai, what about you? The monitor looked at Su Xiaodai. Okay, no problem. But all expenses today are split equally, so George should pay for his share. Su Xiaodai pointed at George. The monitor listened to this and glanced at George. George nodded slightly. No problem. That's good. Brother Xioli will take care of his share. The squad leader breathed a sigh of relief. Today's class reunion is truly the most terrifying class reunion ever. He really didn't want to see such scenes happen again in the future. Brother Xioli, can you tell us about Panda Chuki? Under the gaze of the deputy monitor, Lu Qingqing said something to George. When the others heard the word panda, they also followed Lu Qingqing and started asking. Yes, Brother Xioli, tell me about the panda and the little tiger. How did they appear in Wang Yin village? It seems that there have never been any traces of pandas and tigers in our mountains. Isn't it? We have never seen any pandas or tigers. Openings one after another set the mood. George didn't want to ruin everyone's reunion, so he also tried to adjust the atmosphere. Under the persuasion of the class monitor, Su Xiaodai and Lin Lulu finally chose to compromise temporarily. We chatted until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and the group was reluctant to leave. In particular, they learned a lot about the capital and small animals from George, and they had endless topics to talk about. If it wasn't for the fact that it was getting dark and they were all hungry, they wouldn't have ended the topic. Squad leader, has the place been decided? Wu Shili looked at the squad leader. It's settled. It's at the largest restaurant in the county. We'll ride the yellow bikes there later. Do you want to take a ride or drive? The squad leader heard from Chiolin that George had a nice Ferrari. Chapter 118. Everyone wants a ride in George's car. This place is some distance from the county seat, so we should drive there. Wu Shioli was worried about leaving the car here. Who knew if someone would do anything to it? Shioli, I see your car can seat 2 more people. I didn't ride a bike here. Can I take your car? Lu Qingqing looked at Wu Shioli excitedly. Yes, Shioli, I didn't come here by bike either. Can you let me ride in your bike as well? Xiao Lin walked up, her greedy eyes unable to be hidden. Others also wanted to ride in George's car, and they all followed Lu Qingqing's lead. Wu Shioli smiled and said, My apologies, students. There are so many of you. I can't fit you all on the bus. You should just take a taxi or ride one of the shared bikes. Shioli, please let me ride in that car for a while. I have never ridden in such a luxurious car since I was a child. A girl walked up to Wu Shioli and acted coquettishly. Wu Shioli smiled faintly. See, as usual, you see, if I let you take the bus, what about the other students here? They also want to take the bus, and I can't just take all of you with me, right? How many people would that overload? Thank you, Zhu. You all came here on the yellow bikes, so why don't you ride them back? Otherwise, do you want to be fined if you leave them here? The squad leader looked at the group of people in front of him with a headache. Just like Wu Shioli said, everyone wants to ride in her car, so her car should at least have so many seats available, right? Oh well. Xie Zhu uttered 3 words with regret and sorrow. Squad leader, I didn't come here on a share bike, so can I take Shioli's bike? Lu Qingqing looked at the squad leader with a pitiful face. I don't have the final say on this matter. You should ask Shioli. The squad leader doesn't want to do anything to offend others. Let Wu Shioli handle this matter. Even if he offends someone, it won't be him who offends them. Qingqing, there are only 2 seats in my car. If I let you sit there, other students will definitely object. Why don't you discuss it with others and see who wants to sit in my car? Wu Shioli smiled and looked at the others who wanted to say the same thing. Anyone who rides in her car will face the fate of becoming an enemy of others. As for her, it doesn't matter who she makes enemies with because she doesn't take other people seriously anyway. After hearing what she said, Lu Qingqing suddenly felt that there was some truth in what she said. After all, whoever rides in this car will always be unhappy. Okay, classmates, whether we take a car or not, isn't our destination to go to the restaurant to have a meal? As long as we can get to the restaurant, it doesn't matter what car we take. After the monitor finished speaking, he asked the deputy monitor to ask everyone else to leave. George followed Wu Shioli to the front of the car. Other people in the distance were still looking at them eagerly, as if they were waiting for them to invite them to get in the car. It's a pity that George and his friends didn't call them until they drove away. I never thought that Wu Shioli, who was so poor before, now not only has a powerful brother, but also drives a luxury car. What's there to be resentful about? If we had a brain as smart as Wu Shioli, maybe we could also ride in a luxury car. What does this have to do with a smart mind? The car belongs to George, not Wu Shioli. Wu Shioli can at most be said to be George's driver now. What is there to envy? That's right. It would be easier if the car belongs to Wu Shioli. Everyone rode their shared yellow bikes, complaining about their dissatisfaction in their hearts. The monitor and deputy monitor looked at them one by one and really didn't want to say anything to them. 9 years of compulsory education have all been wasted. Teachers taught them from a young age that only hard work can lead to wealth. George and Wu Shioli, which one is not walking on the path of diligence? It's their ability to make money, isn't it? Instead of talking about their envy of others, they should think about when they can make a lot of money. Let them say whatever they want. The class monitor and the deputy class monitor just want to say goodbye to everyone else after this class reunion and never see them again. On the road, George sat next to Wu Shioli and watched Wu Shioli make a phone call. Uncle Chin, everything is normal now. I will take Brother George to the restaurant now. Well, be safe. Qin Shuai's voice came from the phone, and George, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What is going on? Shioli, what did you and my dad say? What did you mean everything is normal? Brother George, congratulations, you become the bait. Wu Shioli smiled, and George was a little confused. How did he become the bait again? Became the bait? Who's bait? George looked at her in confusion. Could they discuss with him every time they push him out as bait? Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he would fall into the trap with a plop. This is a long story. We received news at noon today that a few chickens came to the county town. You know how shabby the county town is here. Foreigners generally don't come here. So Uncle Chin suspected that they came here for a purpose. He asked me to take you out for a walk to see if those chickens can notice you. Wu Shioli explained it to him slowly, and George suddenly had only one thought in his mind. His father was so handsome when he was born that so many people will never forget his face. But aren't we going to the restaurant? Are they going to the restaurant too? Qin Shuai looked at her in confusion. Correct. They are also having dinner in that restaurant tonight. Wu Shioli did not expect to encounter such a coincidence. It would be unreasonable to say that it was not arranged by God. George chuckled twice. So my dad knows you're going to attend the class reunion. So he wants you to take me for a walk? Isn't it? Your face has made many people afraid in the past 20 years. Wu Shioli smiled. George touched his face and said, I haven't even seen my father's true face. Does he really look exactly like me? They look exactly like each other. If you really want to see Uncle Chin's true face later, can't you just ask him to take off the makeup on his face? Wu Shioli felt a bit regretful when she heard George's words, and suddenly thought that it seemed like she hadn't seen Qin Shuai's true face for a long time. George's mind moved. Maybe he should let Qin Shuai take off his disguise and let him see. Brother George, we're almost there. Don't be nervous. Just eat and drink after you get in. If there's any fighting, let me do it. Wu Shioli patted her chest. Chapter 119. She wants to marry a chicken with a foot basin. George looked at her small body. She was only 1.65 meters tall, thin, and looked gentle. To say that she could fight was simply a joke. George's handsome face was full of disbelief. Wu Shioli looked at the expression on his face and showed a hint of helplessness. Geniuses are always misunderstood. It doesn't matter. When she shows her skills, you'll know how powerful she is. George saw Wu Shioli's little face suddenly become proud, and he didn't understand what she was thinking about. The car stopped in the parking lot near the largest restaurant. George had heard from Wu Shioli and the others that although they were going to pay AA this time, they didn't have much money. They couldn't afford the best hotel, so they could only choose the best restaurant. A restaurant is different from a hotel. There are no suites or anything like that. It is simply a place to eat. George got out of the car and came to the restaurant under the guidance of Wu Shioli. The restaurant was bustling with people coming and going. George stood at the door and looked inside. It was really crowded with people. Brother George, it looks like they will take a few minutes to arrive. Let's go upstairs and wait for them. Wu Shioli glanced at the time, and it was almost 7 o'clock. The restaurant starts doing business at 5 o'clock. If they hadn't booked a private room in advance, they probably wouldn't even have a seat. George nodded. It was a good opportunity for him to go in and take a walk to see if he could run into the chickens that Wu Shioli mentioned. Led by the waiter, the two walked through the busy hall and went up to the second floor. The private rooms on the second floor are relatively elegant and quiet. George went upstairs. He found that the sounds downstairs seemed to be isolated, and he could hardly hear any sounds from upstairs. You two, this way, please. The private room you reserved is right in front. The waiter made a gesture of invitation. As the two were about to follow her over, they saw a door not far away suddenly open. A figure walked out and shouted to the waiter. The voice had a thick Japanese accent. George raised his brows slightly. Is this a piece of cake? If we say we will meet here, will we really meet here? Is it just right? Sir, wait a moment. I will take these two guests to the private room first. The waiter had a smile on his face and didn't intend to embarrass her. Go ahead, just come over later. The waiter nodded, quickly took George and Wu Shioli into the private room, and then turned to go to the private room of the previous guest. Fifth sister, that's a foot basin chicken, right? George didn't have much contact with the chickens, but when they spoke Chinese, their accents were still very awkward, and you could tell they were foreigners at once. Wu Shioli nodded. That person doesn't look like he knows you, but we can't guarantee that he's not the person we're looking for. Let's wait and see. There are quite a few of them coming. If they don't know you, we can rule them out as suspects for the time being. Shouldn't my dad and his family have special privileges? It should be easy to investigate them if we want, right? George, don't you think it's easy to check the information of these people? As long as they can confirm that there is no problem with the information, can it prove that they are innocent? It's easy to check, but the information of those who can get in is basically so clean that you can't find any clues. Brother George, how can you check it like this? Wu Shili thought George was a newbie who knew nothing. So, we can only passively wait until they reveal their true colors. George looked at Wu Shili. Of course. After all, people who can do that kind of work will try their best to clean their information again and again so that you can't find any problems. Brother George, you haven't been exposed to a lot of dirty things. When you're exposed to more, you will know that people who are good at disguise can lurk around people for decades. Even people who have slept with each other for decades may not be able to see through the people around them. Wu Shili spoke while noticing the changes on his face. Young man who is inexperienced in the world, you have not yet seen the wickedness of human nature. I really should take a good look at this world and see how horrible it is. You said that you shared a bed with someone for decades, but it's possible that you were doing that job? Is that true? George couldn't believe what she said was true. After all, they have been sleeping in the same bed for decades, so they probably even have grandchildren. Is it possible to give up your family and children for a career? Really, Brother George, you can go ask Uncle Chin. He knows a lot about this matter. Wu Shili was about to say something to George when she heard the waiter opening the door. I'm here to serve tea. Sorry for the long wait. Please have some tea first. Will your friends take some time to come? The waiter asked amiably. The two of them looked young, and the boss said that the people who booked this private room today were students who were going to hold a class reunion here. She guessed that these students were probably those taking the college entrance examination this year. After all, many parents come here to hold graduation banquets these days, and they're used to it. Well, they're riding here on bicycles, so they probably won't arrive that fast. Wu Shili nodded. Calculating the time, it will probably take another 5 minutes to arrive. Would you like some snacks first? The waiter saw that it was getting late outside and was worried that the two children were hungry. Brother George, do you want to eat something? Wu Shili turned to look at George. It didn't matter to her whether he ate or not. She couldn't let George go hungry with her. No, wait until they come. George shook his head. He drank a lot of tea and ate a lot of snacks at the tea party, so he didn't feel hungry now. Oh well. Wu Shili didn't force it. When she was about to ask the waiter if she wanted something else, she heard a loud noise coming from outside. George didn't understand what the sentence meant, and then he heard a familiar voice speaking the same chicken language. It's Su Xiaodai. She came quite quickly. Wu Shili thought that Su Xiaodai would at least come with the squad leader and the others, but she didn't expect that her speed was so much faster than she had imagined. She can speak chicken language? George looked outside in surprise. She used to like watching anime and the local customs of chicken. What she wanted to do most was to marry a chicken. Since she wanted to marry a chicken, what's the problem with learning the chicken language? Wu Shili's words opened George's eyes to a new side of Su Xiaodai. I really didn't expect Su Xiaodai to be that kind of woman. Su Xiaodai outside the door did not expect to meet a chicken here, and it was a very handsome chicken. In an instant, Su Xiaodai was dizzy by the chicken in the basin in front of her and couldn't tell the directions. Chapter 120 Chapter 120 Inviting Chicken to join the classmates' reunion. Naruhodo, you want to go to the chicken country? No problem. We, the Deheman tribe, welcome you. The male chicken smiled faintly, and his humble and polite attitude not only won the favor of Su Xiaodai, but also won the heart of Lin Lulu. What about foreigners? I didn't expect to see such foreigners in this small county. What a surprise. And he's really handsome. Thank you. We welcome you too. Are you here for tourism or work? I'm very familiar with this place. I can be your tour guide and help you. Su Xiaodai spoke in chicken language while thinking that God was really kind to send her such a handsome man at this time. It would be great if it could develop further. When the male chicken heard this, he knew that this was someone who came to him to play with. That would be great. I'm worried about not being able to find a guide. It would be great if you could be our guide. I wonder how much would it cost to hire you as our guide? No. It's rare to meet international friends, and we have no choice but to help them. Su Xiaodai said this with great righteousness. But she didn't know that in the eyes of this rooster, she was just a tool. That's impossible. We, the Deheman tribe, will never allow us to treat friendly people so harshly. The male chicken looked at Su Xiaodai in surprise. Sir Confucius once said, "It is a great pleasure to have friends coming from afar. We welcome your arrival and hope that you can help us promote the flower grower so that more international friends can see the unique side of our flower grower." What Su Xiaodai said at this time was completely different from her usual personality. Wu Shili clicked her tongue twice and translated what Su Xiaodai and the chicken said to George. George didn't understand what Su Xiaodai and the others were saying, But after Wu Xioli's translation, he suddenly looked at Su Xiaodai with a new respect. Someone who had despised him so much before could actually say such words to a chicken in a basin. Su Xiaodia's speed of changing her expression should not be underestimated. Miss Su actually said so I have no choice but to obey. The rooster said he wanted to invite Su Xiaodai to their private room. Su Xiaodai thought that other people would be here soon. If she left at this time and stayed with Jaya Benji again, she wondered how other classmates would look at her. Mr. Hayata, I'm sorry, my classmates will be here soon and I can't leave. What's the problem? Introduce me to your other classmates, and we can exchange some cultural ideas. If they want to study abroad in Jaya Benji, I can help them. As Ganjia Benji said this, he asked the other people in the private room to come out and persuade Su Xiaodai. Ms. Su, we admire the culture of the flower growers. Please introduce your classmates to us. Yes, Miss Su, didn't you say you were holding a class reunion? Well, we'll pay for your expenses today, just as we're making friends with you. Miss Su, don't you flower growers have a saying that it's better to meet by chance than to meet in person? Since we are so lucky to be friends, we should not be so polite to each other. Surrounded by such a group of people, Su Xiaodai nodded reluctantly after thinking that they were willing to pay the bill and she didn't have to pay herself. Okay, then I'll discuss this with my classmates. When Su Xiaodai was about to take out her cell phone, the squad leader and others arrived, led by the waiter. The squad leader and others were a little surprised to see Su Xiaodai and a few others standing at the door of a private room talking. Su Xiaodai, what are you doing standing here? Squad leader, it's like this. Su Xiaodai told a story that happened before. The class monitor was hesitating whether to agree with Su Xiaodia's decision when he heard some classmates behind him making a fuss. Wow, people from the chicken country. I didn't expect that we could see people from the chicken country in this small county. It's really unexpected. Class monitor, let them come with us. I also want to ask about studying abroad. Yes, squad leader. It's a rare opportunity to encounter such a good opportunity. That's right, squad leader. They are willing to treat us, and we don't have to spend any money. How great is that? Each of them spoke a word, and the squad leader always felt that something was not right when listening to them. There are more than 40 people in their class, and a simple meal would cost at least several hundred yuan, or even thousands of yuan. Would these chickens be so kind as to treat us? He doesn't believe it. Squad leader, agree to them. When the deputy monitor saw the eager eyes of the students behind him, he suddenly felt that if they refused, they would definitely be drowned and spit by them. When the class monitor saw the looks of his classmates, he had no choice but to agree to this silently. Just like that, George watched the huge team enter the private room. George, who had attracted everyone's attention, was forgotten by those people. The chickens were welcomed in like stars, surrounded by stars. There were 12 people sitting at a table, and 4 bowls of chicken were distributed to 4 tables. The last person who came to their table was a rather old chicken. At first, before this chicken noticed George, he was still able to chat and laugh with others in his broken Chinese. It wasn't until I saw George's face that I was shocked. When others saw him like this, they were a little confused. Mr. Okita, what's wrong with you? The monitor was sitting at this table. When he saw the chicken's expression after seeing George, he immediately felt a little confused. No, this classmate looks a lot like someone I know. I wonder what his name is. Okita stared at George. No matter how you look at it, it looks like that person. But that person should be in the capital or in the border area. It is impossible that he is here. George, he is not our classmate, but our classmate's brother from the same village. Felt uncomfortable when she saw that Okita was paying so much attention to George. George is just a child who was taken away by mistake. What is there for Okita to pay attention to? Isn't this your classmate? Then why is this classmate here? Okita looked confused. This is because my classmate wants to meet my brother. Mr. Okita, you said my brother looks like someone you know. Who is he? Wu Xioli spoke before Xiolin. When Xiolin saw that her words were interrupted, she felt very depressed. He is a friend of mine. We haven't seen each other for 20 years. Okita said as he looked at the 2 young men in front of him. If they were related to that person, they should be able to find traces of that person from them. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, they are printed from the same mold. I see. What's your friend's name? Maybe we know him and can help you get in touch with him. Wu Xioli looked innocent. Okita saw that she was young and seemed easy to deceive, so he didn't take much precautions and directly said George's name. Qin Shuai. I wonder if you have heard of this name? As Okita spoke, he paid attention to the expressions of the 2 people, wanting to see how they would react after hearing this name. Qin Shuai? I don't know him. Brother George, do you know him? Wu Xioli looked confused, as if she had never heard of this name. George also showed a puzzled expression. Surname Chin? It should be related to the family that adopted me. The family that adopted me has the surname Chin. But this isn't right. The person Mr. Okita is looking for looks very similar to you. Doesn't that mean he should be someone related to you by blood? Su Xiaodai is not stupid. Okita wants to find someone who looks like George. The only people who are related to me by blood are my biological parents, but they don't look much like me. George touched his face. Mother and George look nothing like him now. How is that possible? No matter how old your parents are, they will always resemble you, unless you're not their son. Lu Qingqing was sitting on the side and immediately turned into Conan when she heard this. No way. Wasn't Brother Xioli taken away by mistake once? Could it be that the parents who were found are not Brother Xioli's parents? Oh my God, so dramatic. Brother Xioli, have you ever done a DNA test with your current parents? Mr. Okita, does the Qin Shui you mentioned really look like Brother Xioli? Do you have a photo of him? Let's see how much they look alike. Yes, Mr. Okita, please show us that photo. All of Wu Xioli's classmates wanted to know how much Qin Shui resembled George. Okita looked at the group of people in front of him and saw that all their eyes were on him, and he smiled. Okay, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. Okita took out his cell phone and pulled out the photos in it. Qin Shui's true face was then revealed to everyone. That was Qin Shui 20 years ago. George, and he were cut from the same cloth. Oh my God, Brother Xioli, if I hadn't known that this photo was taken 10 years ago, I would have really thought that the person in this photo was you. That's right. How come the person in this photo looks almost exactly like you? You can't say that this person is really your family, and your current family is not your family at all. Wu Xioli's classmates never thought that they could see such a great show at a class reunion. It's just wonderful. George looked at the photos on the screen and was shocked. That face is exactly like my own face. He didn't expect that he would share the same face with Qin Shui. It really made him feel incredible. Brother George, this person looks exactly like you, but you can't say that this person is related to you, right? I heard that there are so many people in this world who look exactly the same, and it's normal for an identical person to appear every 100 years. Wu Xioli was afraid that George would reveal his true feelings because of Qin Shui's photo, so she quickly tried to persuade him. George listened to this and seemed to have thought of something. What you said makes sense. It's normal for an identical person to appear every 100 years. Mr. Okita, I wonder if you could send me this photo. I want to keep it as a souvenir. If Mr. Okita finds this person, could you let me know so that I can get to know him? Okita had originally expected George and Wu Xioli to have different expressions on their faces. In the end, he was disappointed. No problem, let's add WeChat. Okita said as he was about to add George. George didn't refuse this time. After the two added each other on WeChat and sent some photos to each other, Wu Xioli's classmates continued to talk about how these people could be so similar. The topic didn't stop until the food was served. Mr. Qin, you look so much like my friend. I think there might be some subtle connection between you. I wonder if I can meet your parents and ask them about this. Okita waited until the meal was over and couldn't help but think about it. He wanted to meet George's parents to see if he could get some useful information from them. My parents are farmers, and I'm afraid this will scare them. Why don't I go home and have a good chat with them first? If they're willing to meet you and talk about this, I will contact you later. How about that? George hesitated. He really has no say in this matter. It was obvious that Okita was coming for Qin Shui. If he took it back directly, wouldn't he be bringing trouble back home? Okay. Okita thought about it and nodded. Most of the country folks who grow flowers have never seen the world. In addition, he is a foreigner, so I'm afraid he will really scare those country bumpkins. It will be better for George to go back and talk to his parents. It would be best if he could learn about Qin Shui from them when they meet again. Also, there's a place called the Spiritual Land. George thought Okita might continue to pester him, but he didn't expect him to nod so readily. I wonder what's going on in his mind. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening when they finished eating. They decided to go for a barbecue, and no one objected, so they all, including Okita and his group, went to the river beach. It was not until 12 o'clock that everyone went back to their homes to look for their mothers. After getting in the car, George watched Wu Xioli call Qin Shui. Uncle Qin, everything is going well at the moment. If there is anything, let Brother George go back and talk to you. Well, be safe when you come back. Qin Shui glanced at the time. It's already 12 o'clock midnight. These kids really know how to play. I played for so long before I knew I had to go home. That's true. Wu Xioli responded, hung up the phone, and concentrated on driving. On the other side, after Okita and others sent Su Shaodai and others back, they returned to the hotel. After checking around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, several people gathered together. Okita, you were a bit rash earlier. Why'd you go to ask those kids with that guy's photo? If they tell others about that guy, aren't you afraid that they will come to your house? One of them happened to be sitting at the table next to Okita while he was eating. When he heard Okita bringing up Qin Shuai's matter, he wanted to stop Okita. If the person next to him hadn't pulled him back and shook his head at him, he had gone up a long time ago. Don't worry, Yamada-kun. Those little brats won't do such a thing. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Qin Shuai's mission. Don't worry, the guy is very cunning. Who knows if the guy who looks exactly like him knew that we would appear here and deliberately came here to meet us. Yamada frowned. Back then, Qin Shuai made these people suffer a lot. They had to be careful. Uncle Yamada, don't worry. I heard from that stupid woman Su Shaodai that the boy came back because a woman in their class said that the brother named Wu Shioli has sports car, so she let the boy attend their class reunion. Hayata had a smug smile on his face. That woman named Su Shaodai is so easy to deceive. Promise him that you will take them out to play tomorrow. It seems that the woman has fallen in love with him. It would be even better if I could get her tomorrow night. Hayata thought that Su Shaodai had a nice face and figure, so it would be okay to play with her. And he hasn't played with the women here yet. There's an old saying among flower growers, better safe than sorry. We failed before because of our carelessness. You better not be careless. Yamada looked at the people in front of him, and none of them took the matter to heart at all. It really worries him. Don't worry, Uncle Yamada. We will be careful. By the way, Uncle Yamada, isn't your daughter here too? When can we meet your daughter? Wasn't it because Yamada received a message from his daughter that Hayata thought of them appearing here? Yamada glared at him. Why should we meet? Her current status is special. We cannot meet her unless it is absolutely necessary, so as not to be exposed. Yamada-kun, didn't your daughter say before that she found a village here that was unusual? Where's that village? How about we ask someone to take us there tomorrow? Okita said to their leader. No rush. We can't rush this matter. We'll take it step by step. Yamada has studied the characteristics of many flower growers over the years. If strangers like them rashly entered the village, they would definitely be regarded as bad people. They must enter the village under a legitimate reason. Yes, take your time, Hayata said with a smile. Others saw him like this and thought he was going to play again. Hayata, don't forget why we are here. Yamada glared at him fiercely. I should not have brought him out earlier. If his parents hadn't begged him again and again, he would never have let Hayata stay here. Don't worry, Uncle Yamada. I haven't forgotten. I was just thinking about getting more information from Su Shaodai. Hayata said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Well, then, just ask her about the guy named George. Don't ask too directly, okay? Yamada was afraid that he would alert the enemy. Don't worry, Uncle Yamada. I will ask her about this matter when she is completely bewitched and confused. I won't let her get suspicious. Hayata is very confident. After all, how could a man who has been among women for a long time not understand women? Okay, keep an eye on that woman. Okita-kun, also pay more attention to that guy named George. His face is exactly the same as that guy. I wonder what the relationship between them is. Yamada sighed softly. They had received news before that Sewer had been in a car accident in the capital. They just couldn't believe how a cautious person like Sewer could have an accident, just as he said. But according to the news and people who saw his body, Sewer's driver did indeed crash into other cars because he drank too much. That's all there is to say. If you want to die, there is no reason why God will not take you away. Yamada-kun, why worry so much? We have been fighting wits and courage with that man for so many years. Even if we can't defeat him, sooner or later we will be able to wear him down. When Okita said this, Yamada smiled. That makes sense. Sooner or later they will wear Qin Shuai out, and that will be their chance. At this time, Qin Shuai, who they were thinking of killing, yawned loudly. For some reason, his nose was itchy tonight, constantly yawning. I guess someone was talking about him. I don't know if it's his beloved son. Qin Shuai sat on the sofa and looked out the door. It was pitch black outside the door, and there was no one in sight. According to estimates, Qin Shuai and his team will not be back for at least half an hour. He wanted to take advantage of this time to watch his son's videos and see if there were any strange remarks. Hubby, did our son say when he'll be back? Mother came down from upstairs in her pajamas and frowned at the man sitting on the sofa. I've called them. It might take more than half an hour. Aren't you tired? Go and get some rest. Qin Shuai glanced at her. I can't sleep. I'll wait for our son with you. I don't have anything to do anyway. His mother came over and sat down beside him. That's great. Let's watch our son's videos together and see how handsome he is. Qin Shuai said as he turned on the TV and connected the data to the internet. Look, how long have you been looking? Isn't it enough? The mother rolled her eyes. This guy watches his son's videos whenever he has nothing to do. I don't know how many times he has watched them. Isn't he tired of them? People who know probably won't think anything about it. But people who don't know might think that this guy is watching some videos of beautiful girls. I can't help it. I haven't been around for more than 20 years. I want to make up for it. Qin Shuai sighed. Come on, forget it. Isn't today Jeang Chun and Zoe's wedding day? Check their messages. Did Han Xing bring a gift for his son? The mother did not forget her other son. Today is his wedding day. However, Jeang Chun had already severed ties with them, so there was no reason for them to congratulate him. No, what's so interesting about their information? Qin Shuai was not interested. Jeang Chun looks down on them. That's just fine. Just don't look for them in the future. You're so old, but you are still acting like a child. The mother spoke unhappily. Humph. Jeang Chun didn't even invite us to his wedding. So why are we still paying attention to him? Anyway, it's over once the gift for our son is delivered. Even if we return to the capital in the future, Jeang Chun won't be able to get involved with us. Qin Shuai snorted coldly. He had already given Jeang Chun a chance, but it was Jeang Chun himself who did not cherish it, so he could not blame others. Okay. He has nothing to do with us, okay? We don't even know when we can go back. There's no point in talking so much. The mother sighed softly. It's almost done. You see my son's abilities. Now I just need to have the elite team enter the book to practice when the full moon comes. After we uncover the secret of the back mountain, we can go back. When Qin Shuai said this, he couldn't help but feel sorry for his mother. Chapter 123. Chapter 123. The monk can escape, but the temple cannot. My mother has been with him for 20 years, but she hasn't enjoyed much of a good life and has basically lived a hard life. Think about it. He still owes his mother a lot. Didn't you say that the elite team is not strong enough to enter the dangerous area behind the mountain? Are you planning to let them in this time? The mother raised her brows. In every spiritual land, there's an area covered by fog. Since they discovered this area, almost no people or animals dare to enter it. It was because many scientific expedition team members never came out after they went in, and neither did any of the people who went looking for them. For 20 years, the place shrouded in white fog was like the mouth of a giant beast, constantly devouring the lives that entered there. Even now, with satellites, they're unable to detect what the place covered by white fog looks like from the satellites. What's more, they use drones and robots to explore the situation inside, but nothing came back. No one really knows how dangerous it is in there. The mother warned the small animals not to enter that place. Qin Shuai nodded. I was originally planning to wait for a while, but my son's arrival has been a great help to me. You mean the book? Mother raised her brows slightly. Not only that, our son has a lot of secrets. I think as long as we have our son, we really don't have to worry too much. Qin Shuai felt that it was a wise move to find his son. Qin Shuai, tell me the truth. Are you thinking of your son going in with you? The mother listened to what Qin Shuai said and thought he wouldn't want his son to go in with him, right? My son, Qin Shuai, is not an incompetent person. Qin Shuai did not refute. The mother was angry and didn't know what to say. That place is extremely dangerous, and anyone who has entered has never come out. Qin Shuai chose to go in, and she had no way to refute. But George, he is the only son of the two. Can Qin Shuai really bear to let him go to jail? Qin Shuai, we have been married for so long. I support you no matter what decision you make. But this time, can you guarantee the safety of our son? My mother has known Qin Shuai for such a long time and knows him very well. No one can challenge the decision he made. Since he chose to let George in, George had no reason to refuse. Don't worry, our son is doing better than we thought. Qin Shuai comforted her. The mother had nothing to say, as she had seen George's skills. Combined with the dream he had, maybe it may not be a real opportunity. George came back. He saw that the lights in the house were still on, so he thought his mother and Qin Shuai were still awake. Sure enough, as soon as I entered, I saw two people sitting on the sofa, thinking about something, and their expressions seemed a little strange. Mom and Dad, what happened to you? It's okay. We're waiting for you to come back. So, did anything happen when you encountered those chickens? Qin Shuai stood up and walked in front of George. Today is the first time George meets those people, and it might be a fight in the future. I don't know what George's mental state is like. Yes, I met a man named Okita, and he said he knew someone who looked a lot like me. George said as he looked at Qin Shuai. Apart from the fact that Qin Shuai's eyes are somewhat similar to his, there is really no way to tell where they are similar. Oh, does that mean I look a lot like you? Qin Shuai was not surprised. After all, anyone familiar with George would say the same thing when they saw his face. Qin Shuai, you've become younger? Yes, and he showed me what you looked like when you were young. George took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and found a photo of Qin Shuai. When Qin Shuai saw the photo, the corners of his mouth twitched. Really? How obsessed are those people with him? Do you want to carry his photo with you all the time? Oh, this is really what your father looked like when he was young. I didn't expect those people still kept such photos. Qin Shuai, you are really good. I don't even have such a photo. The mother looked at George's phone. The photo on it really was what Qin Shuai looked like when he was young. But that was Qin Shuai's early appearance. It was taken in a photo studio when I was probably around 17 or 18 years old. Honey, please stop making fun of me. I don't know how this photo ended up in the hands of those people. Qin Shuai was a little distressed. To be honest, he took this photo casually. A very green time. It is also part of his dark history. I didn't expect that his enemies were so good that they preserved his dark history so well. Dad, you said you didn't know. Then why did you think my face could attract those people? It must be because I look a lot like you at a certain period of time. George stared at Qin Shuai's face and reached out to touch his face, as if he wanted to tear off a layer of disguise from his face. Son, what do you mean by that? Besides, the disguise on my face can't be torn off without special medicine. Qin Shuai's heart skipped a beat. George's words, and he had a bad feeling. I was thinking that you were already very powerful more than 20 years ago. It doesn't make sense that such an important photo of yours would be leaked. You must have leaked it on purpose for those people to see it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have remembered your face at all, right? George is not stupid. Although the flower-growing farm had only just opened for a short time 20 years ago, there were still few foreigners who were able to enter. Besides, if Qin Shuai really wanted to hide everything about himself, wouldn't it be easy? He must have some purpose in leaving only this one photo, which doesn't look like a secretly taken one, to the enemy. Son, you really guessed it right, but it's a pity there is no reward. Qin Shuai laughed awkwardly. Why do you do that? George wanted to know why. In fact, it's not just my photos, but also other people's photos that they recorded. Qin Shuai thought about it and felt that this was a bit complicated to explain. I see. You are exposing your appearance to those people in order to attract their firepower, right? George went over it in his mind. Compared to the vague situation where you don't know who the enemy is, when there's a clear target, why don't those people choose to attack the clear target? Right? That's about it, son. It's getting late. Let's go to bed. Qin Shuai was afraid that if he continued asking, he would continue talking endlessly. Okay, we'll talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. George checked the time. It was almost 1 o'clock. Anyway, Qin Shuai can run away from the monk, but he cannot run away from the temple. Sooner or later, he would have to confess everything. Chapter 124 Chapter 124 Jeang Chun, Find Zhao Xue. There are some things that Qin Shuai will have to explain sooner or later, and he doesn't believe that Qin Shuai can escape. My dear son, go to bed early. Your father and I are old and can't stand staying up late like this. We're going to bed first. The mother spoke. She dragged Qin Shuai away. George closed the door, went back to his room, washed up, and then carried the already asleep little tiger to the roof. Xiaohu felt someone picking him up. He opened his eyes and saw that it was the little master who had someone else in his heart, and not him. He actually came back. It's really strange. Looking at George, Xiaohu yawned lazily and continued to sleep. George didn't ask it to accompany him this time. After all, he is an old tiger and cannot stand staying up late at night. The moonlight fell on George, and the holy light gradually brought George into another world. At this time, he had already forgotten that today was the wedding day of Jeang Chun and Zoe. After a day of wedding, Jeang Chun was already exhausted. But before going to bed, he still took Zoe to exercise. Although Zoe was quite disgusted by Jeang Chun's figure, she had no choice but to stay with Jeang Chun, as the Fan family now had to rely on the Qin family. Zoe, who do you think is more handsome, me or George? Jeang Chun lay on Zoe and looked at her with a smug look on his face. George's fiancée is now his wife. Is he cheating on George? You're handsome. Is it okay if you're handsome? Zoe held back and said to his fat body, then call George tomorrow and tell him how brave I am. Jeang Chun wanted Zoe to say this to George in person, which hit George hard. What? You want me to talk about this? Zoe was dumbfounded. Is Jeang Chun crazy, or has he taken the wrong medicine? He actually asked her to say this. Did he want to stab George's heart or hers? Why? Don't want to. Jeang Chun had a gloomy face. Or are you still thinking about that poor boy? Don't talk nonsense. We are married now, and the person I'm thinking of is naturally you. How could I possibly think of someone else? Zoe and Jeang Chun had been in contact for a few days. She found that this man was not as good as she had imagined. Especially this man. Sometimes he is so gloomy that it is scary. She now regrets marrying him a little. But compared to him, George's situation is not much better. That's great. I'm your husband now. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Do you understand? After Jeang Chun finished speaking viciously, he asked Zoe to cooperate with him in some exercises, and then he laid down and closed his eyes. Jeang Chun recalled the words he overheard. Ben and Sophia didn't really want to take him back. If his fate hadn't enabled them to be successful in the future, they wouldn't have thought of him as their son at all. Just think how sad his life was. His biological parents abandoned him because he had a heart disease, but took him back because of his fate. In their hearts, they never considered him as their own son. There are also Zhang Zhenghua and his mother. After they brought their own biological son home, not only did they not let him work in the fields, they also let him do live broadcasts and become an internet celebrity. The money earned from a live broadcast is at least hundreds of thousands. He had never seen this money before. Unexpectedly, George got it so easily during a live broadcast. God is really unfair to him. Fortunately, he is about to become a star and will definitely make more money than George. He wanted George to watch carefully and see how he became a big star. Jeang Chun fell asleep with this thought in mind. In his dream, he saw Jeang Chun's mother and George turned into beggars, kneeling in front of him crying and begging him for a bite of food. He contemptuously poured the food on the ground and made them kneel on the ground and lick the food like dogs. Very nice. These people should live like dogs. Jeang Chun laughed loudly in his dream. Zoe didn't know what he was laughing at in his dream. She only knew that Jeang Chun's life was the beginning of her suffering. Just wait. Once she gets pregnant, Jeang Chun will be of no use to her. If he gets sick again, the future of the Qin family will be hers. Zoe stared at Jeang Chun's face. She felt sick every day looking at such a face. If she could only bear it, better days would come soon. Some people have sweet dreams all night, some have different dreams, and some are busy with photosynthesis until the next day. Early in the morning, when the mother had just prepared breakfast and called Qin Shuai and his son to come down for dinner, the phone rang. The mother picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number from Beijing. I guess it must be Jeang Chun calling. She didn't want to pick up the phone at first, but suddenly she wanted to know why Jeang Chun wanted to call her. After picking up the phone, the mother just said hello when she heard Jeang Chun's sarcastic voice. Country bumpkin, you didn't expect that I would call you. If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now. I still need to eat. The mother heard the word country bumpkin. She felt a little unhappy. It is not known who the country bumpkin is. Does this naughty kid Jeang Chun really think he is so great? I'm married to Zoe. George, I don't think you know this. Please tell George that Zoe's body is really. Before Jeang Chun could finish his rude words, he heard his mother interrupt him in a bad mood. Congratulations, congratulations. You got married yesterday, right? What a coincidence. Zhao Xueshua married Liang Liang yesterday. The mother hung up the phone. No matter what Jeang Chun said, it had nothing to do with her. Jeang Chun originally wanted to show off that he had slept with Zoe, but he didn't expect his mother's words to make him feel uncomfortable. Is Zhao Xueshua married? Didn't she just come of age? Isn't the Zhao family still thinking of relying on Zhao Xueshua to enter the city? Why did you marry Zhao Xueshua so soon? And the person she married was Liang Liang, the man who was a dozen years older than Zhao Xueshua. How dare the Zhao family? Jeang Chun suddenly couldn't catch his breath. No, I want to know clearly why Zhao Xueshua wants to get married. He and Zhao Xueshua haven't even gotten together yet. How dare the Zhao family treat Zhao Xueshua like this? Jeang Chun happened to have Zhao Xueshua's phone number on hand, so he called her. Zhao Xueshua was kept awake by Liang Liang until very late last night, and is still sleeping now. A phone call woke Zhao Xueshua up immediately. Which bastard called so early in the morning? Zhao Xueshua was still a little unclear. She opened her eyes blankly, looked around, and found herself in a new house. Only then did I remember that I had already been married. Marry a man you don't love at all. Zhao Xueshua didn't have time to think about it, as the phone rang over and over again. She picked up the phone and wanted to curse the other party after answering it. But when she saw the other person's name, she was stunned. Jeang Chun. Chapter 125 Chapter 125 Zhao Shueshua was domestically abused. Am I dazzled? Did Jeang Chun call me? Zhao Shueshua's impression of Jeang Chun is not very funny. He is full of fat and doesn't like to work. People like this are not her type at all. If Jeang Chun hadn't been willing to lick her like a dog, she wouldn't have added him. After answering the phone, Zhao Shueshua said, "Hello," and then heard Jeang Chun's voice from the other end. "Zhao Shueshua, are you married?" "You know, I thought you didn't care about my affairs at all." Zhao Shueshua snorted coldly. "Jeang Chun has been in Beijing for some time, and he hasn't thought of calling me for so many days. Now he calls me just to ask about this? Didn't your father say he would marry you to a city guy? Why is he marrying you off now?" When Jeang Chun thought about Zhao Shueshua getting married like this, he felt inexplicably heartbroken. It's not about money. As Zhao Shueshua spoke, she felt aggrieved and told Jeang Chun everything. When Jeang Chun heard that Zhao Shueshua was put in the detention center, he immediately shouted, "Why didn't you tell me? If you told me about this, I could help you. He has plenty of money now. It's easy for Zhao Shueshua to get money, isn't it? But you haven't thought of contacting me in such a long time since you left Beijing. I thought you had forgotten me." Zhao Shueshua said this with a wronged look on her face. If she knew that Jeang Chun was willing to help her, would she still marry Liang Liang? "You don't even ask me?" Jeang Chun felt a little angry. He often thought about Zhao Shueshua, but he didn't expect that this heartless girl didn't have him in her heart. It really hurts his heart. "I had you in my heart at that time, but my father accepted a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan from Liang Liang, and I—" Zhao Shueshua wanted to complain more, but Liang Liang's voice was heard outside the door. She quickly told Jeang Chun that she was busy and would talk next time, then hung up the phone. Liang Liang walked in from outside the door, and when he saw Zhao Shueshua looking nervous, he frowned. "What were you doing?" "I didn't do anything, just a friend called to ask me how I spent last night," Zhao Shueshua quickly explained. When Liang Liang heard this, he immediately snatched her phone and opened it. The person who called Zhao Shueshua before was actually Jeang Chun. Liang Liang knew who Jeang Chun was. Wasn't he Jeang Chun's ex-son? "I heard that he was close to Zhao Shueshua before." Zhao Shueshua just said that Jeang Chun called her to ask about what happened last night. It seems weird no matter how you look at it for a grown man to ask a woman about her wedding night. Liang Liang is not a fool. Jeang Chun is trying to seduce his wife. How could he not know? "Damn it, Zhao Shueshua, tell me clearly, what did you say to Jeang Chun?" Liang Liang felt that he was clearly being cuckolded by Zhao Shueshua. "No, I didn't say anything." Zhao Shueshua started to tremble instantly. She didn't know why Liang Liang suddenly became unhappy. Could it be because of the phone call between Jeang Chun and her? But there was really nothing said between them. "You bitch, you didn't say anything, but you managed to talk for more than 10 minutes? Do you think I'm a fool?" Liang Liang said this and slapped him twice. "I spent 200,000 yuan on a dowry and married a wife, but it turned out that she was here to cuckold me. How abominable." Zhao Shueshua was stunned for a moment. My face was burning with pain. She never thought that Liang Liang would hit her. She clearly did nothing. She just had a phone call with Jeang Chun, and yet she was treated like this by Liang Liang? Does he really see himself as a human being? "Liang Liang, I just answered a phone call. You don't have to treat me like this, right? What did I do wrong?" Zhao Shueshua yelled. "You're cheating on me. Do I still need to tolerate you?" Liang Liang grabbed her hair and dragged her off the bed. Then came Zhao Shueshua's screams and cries, as well as Liang Liang's roars from the Liang family's house, which frightened the neighbors so much that they ran out early in the morning to ask what had happened. Oh my God! Oh my God! A newlywed couple quarrels so early in the morning. How can they live like this? Liang Liang is the only one left in the Liang family. He won't listen if we try to stop the fight. Let's call the village chief over. He will definitely have a way to resolve this matter. I'll call Zhao Liju over. As a father, he can't just sit there and do nothing when his daughter got beaten up. People in the village were calling people and looking for people. In less than half an hour, the news of Liang Liang beating Zhao Shueshua spread. The second group of the village also knew about it not too late. My mother and others had a good relationship with some middle-aged women in the village and had heard about this matter from them a long time ago. Just when George had finished breakfast and was about to go find Johnson, he was approached by Johnson and told him about this matter. "George, you don't know how wonderful these two are. I heard that Zhao Shueshua was beaten into a pig's head." Johnson said gloatingly. "Really? Didn't Liang Liang spend 200,000 to marry Zhao Shueshua? How could he bear to beat Zhao Shueshua into a pig's head like this?" George found it incredible. What's the big deal? Zhao Xueshue likes to act up. This time, I guess I said something that made Liang Liang unhappy, so Liang Liang was rude to her. Johnson thought it was normal. Don't they know what kind of woman Zhao Xueshue is like? It would be strange if Liang Liang was polite to her. Has Zhao Xueshue been sent to the hospital now? George didn't care whether Zhao Xueshue was dead or alive. He just wanted to know how the matter would be handled in the end. I have. After all, I can't go out to see people like this. But Zhao Lizhu and Liang Liang are arguing right now. I heard it's very exciting. Do you want to go and see? Johnson likes to watch the fun, especially the excitement of people you don't like. George shook his head. No, I won't be able to see anything if I go there now. George couldn't believe that no one tried to stop the fight, especially the village chief. He will definitely be the first one to go. That's true. It's a pity that we won't be able to see such a good match. Johnson sighed in disappointment. It's boring for them to watch, but Su Xiaodia's side might be a little interesting. George thought that Su Xiaodai seemed to be close to the man named Zhao Yin, and he didn't know how far their relationship would develop. Su Xiaodai? Oh, that woman. What happened to her? Johnson didn't know what happened last night, and was curious about what happened to Su Xiaodai. She, it seems, is in love with the devil. George let out a small chuckle. Johnson, straight face. Japanese devils? Chapter 126, Chapter 126, turn them into monsters. Ah, no, George, what little devils are you talking about? I don't understand. Who are the little devils you were talking about? How did Su Xiaodai get together with the little devils? Johnson didn't understand. Could this little Japanese soldier be the one he was thinking of? I met a whore named Zhao Yin last night. Su Xiaodai was very attentive to him, and I saw that the little devil didn't refuse. I guess they got together. George shrugged. Johnson rubbed his ears. Did I hear correctly? Su Xiaodai found a real devil? Is she going to marry a real devil? I heard her speak the language of chicken in a basin. It seems that she has planned this for a long time. George thought that Su Xiaodai must have had this idea early on, otherwise this chicken foot basin language would not be so fluent. Oh shit. Oh shit, this is so awesome, isn't it? Johnson never thought that a woman like Su Xiaodai would have the potential to become a transnational bride. It was really beyond his expectation. Isn't it? That foot basin chicken could be a butterfly. George looked at Johnson meaningfully. Since he is the hidden boss, and he also knows about the affairs of the second group of the village, there is no need to hide this matter. Johnson knew it, and he was prepared for it, wasn't he? What? Jiandai? Johnson was horrified. Oh my goodness. This happened? Is it coming a little too fast? Yes. George nodded. Fifth sister said so. Wait, how did fifth sister determine that the other person was Jiandai? Johnson wondered if he was out of date, as he hadn't heard any news at all. I don't know about that either. You guys don't tell me a lot of things, so how am I supposed to know how to judge? George shook his head. He is just a peripheral staff member and has not yet been included in the establishment. How could he know so many things? I'll go ask my sister. She must know. Johnson finished speaking. He said goodbye to George. Are you leaving now? George thought he came to play with him. I'm going to go back and ask my sister. If you have nothing to do, go and have some fun with Ma Chenggong. He's currently researching whether it's possible to raise silkworms all year round. Johnson said, turned around and left quickly. George frowned. Raising silkworms all year round. Isn't that disrupting the laws of nature? I'm afraid this isn't a good idea, right? George thought about this, talked to his mother, and headed towards the Ma family. Ma Chenggong was hiding in the basement under the Ma family's house at the moment, studying with Mr. Wa how to speed up the growth of silkworms. He heard Ma's mother calling him, saying that George was here. Ma Chenggong has not seen George since he met him the day before yesterday. He thought George was going to have dinner with other people today and would not come to see him. Why did he suddenly come to see him today? George, why are you here?